Suck, I whispered, before the concrete below rose up to kiss me. Chapter 19. The concrete was as hard as I knew it was going to be, and when I hit, the pain was horrific. Bones snapped, multiple bones. Hell, it felt like it was every bone I damn well had been shattered, and the marrow replaced with white-hot steel. I lay there, stunned, as waves of heat passed through me, burning me from the inside. I didn't scream, not from any manliness shit, hell no. I'd have screamed my heart out and wept like a toddler with a boo-boo if I could have. Hell, I'd have wept like a teenage girl wearing an engagement ring with a diamond the size of France who caught her best friend in bed with her crush, his 3 mates from the pub, her fantasy boyfriend, and an inflatable chicken, all while claiming that real vampires didn't fucking sparkle. I just couldn't. I couldn't get so much as a single breath out. My diaphragm was spasming like a porn starlet's faked orgasm. I stared up at the sky, seeing a bright blue arc above me, dotted with slowly streaming white fluffy clouds, while I slowly asphyxiated. Then Kelly was there, her face appearing above me, staring down in shock, her medical training taking over as she slammed a hand down into the middle of my chest. She winced as it shifted, the cracked ribs moving under the force of the blow. I couldn't tell what she did. The pain rocketing through me was horrific, and even as I looked up into the sky, I knew it wasn't merely pain from the fall and the very abrupt stop. I'd started something that was in motion now, tearing through me, and the work that Kelly was doing was to fix things that were minor in comparison. I knew time passed, but beyond the sense of pain changing, the light growing slightly dimmer as clouds rolled in and then brightening again as they passed, the buzz of voices around me, and the slightly increased pain as hands lifted me, resting me on something hard, something that bounced and jostled me. I couldn't say how long or what happened. Eventually, the world seemed to restart. I blinked, the broken collage of images seeming to realign again, and suddenly I was back. I was in pain. Oh, by the gods, I was in pain, but it was manageable, and it was real. I looked around slowly, hearing an argument going on nearby, and realized that it was dark. In fact, it was the middle of the night, judging from how deep the darkness was. I blinked, my vision full of prompts. Before I could dismiss them, the first, pulsing crazily, got my attention. Congratulations. As the first terrestrial local variant human to trigger a species evolution, you have gained a greater boon. I blinked, trying to make sense of it, then shook my head, thinking I'd read it later, and tried to dismiss it. Warning: if you do not select your greater boon before closing this screen, it will be assigned for you. Close anyway? Yes, no. That's a hard no, I whispered, pulling up the options. There were only 3, but what a trio they were. Boon of Regeneration. The greater boon of regeneration permits a full regeneration of your physical form once per decade. Note this will continue to be enacted for a full century, even if you are unable to trigger the regeneration. Okay, so that would make me basically heal totally from anything, and if I was dead, I was reading between the lines, but if I was dead, I'd be brought back. That being said, I might be brain dead or totally fine, but I might not be me. Sensing what was probably one of those endless arguments about cloning and consciousness transference, I moved on. Boon of Skill Growth. The greater boon of skill growth enables the recipient to gain 20 levels in a set skill instantly, regardless of their prior skill level. Note, this does not convey knowledge, only skill growth and the relevant lesser boons. Nice, okay, so if I added that to, example, my longsword skill, I would be a fucking master with it, or at least as close as anyone these days could hope to be, and yet not a master, obviously not really, but tempting, considering the way the world was going, and I had a load of skills that could be used on. Boon of the Storm. The greater boon of the Storm raises your elemental affinity for Storm mana from its current level, 67%, by 35% to 102%. Any being with 100% elemental affinity or greater will no longer suffer damage from that element or its attendant monoforms. Affinities greater than 100% will be actively healed from the relevant forms, and you'll be able to heal yourself through the use of lightning or storm-based spells and abilities. Note, due to your elemental affinity and the predicted evolution path before you, this greater boon has been specifically tailored to assist this path. I paused momentarily, the arguments growing more heated in the distance, making me growl in fury as I picked the blatantly obvious choice. Even if I'd not been the kind of guy that liked the storm, I'd always been fascinated by thunder and lightning, and I'd loved sitting watching storms all my life. I'd still have picked this. It was a total immunity from any lightning attack at all, so fuck yeah. I accepted it and read the next prompt, noting the shimmering glow of the plaque that seemed to somehow be more than any other I'd seen to date. Congratulations, Matt, First Lord of the Storm. It was a little ominous, but as I accepted it, thunder rumbled in the distance. I couldn't help but grin at the next one. First Lord of the Storm, you have begun your evolution from terrestrial local variant human to Storm Titan. Your specific evolutionary path stands thus: Tempest to Thunderstorm to Cyclone to Storm Titan. Your current evolutionary position is Tempest 12%. Increase your capacity to reach the next level of evolution. As a Lord of the Storm, you no longer gain +5 points to distribute at each level. Instead, you now receive +7 points to distribute. Holding announcement of status. Release announcement, yes, no. I confirmed it should be held for now, not really sure what it meant, then nodded to myself, unable to keep the grin from my face over the cool new title. I forced myself to sit up, the pain level ratcheting up seriously as I did it, and the next prompt took the last one's place. Note: to increase through the ranks as a Stormlord, you must master the various forms of mana that make it up. You have already reached a high enough affinity in lightning and have now reached Storm mana synergy as well. Forms remaining, 2. Once a new Storm Titan has been reborn, their true ascension can begin. Learn your place, Stormlord. Learn the reasons you survive when others don't. Understand the basis of your power and your indomitable spirit, and you will stand a chance at true godhood. Okay, that was simple enough, so I had to figure out what aspects from the storm I was missing and start to increase my affinity with them, somehow. As to the chance at godhood, that had to be bullshit. I dismissed it and moved on as more shouting rang out. Congratulations, you have killed the following: One-time Corpse Lord, level 11, 2,845 XP. 137 Undead Shambler, level 1 to 3, 2,070 XP. Total XP earned, 4,915 XP. A party under your command killed the following: 57 Undead Shambler, level 1 to 3, 730 XP. One-time Balakin, level 2, 80 XP. 2 times Lesser Garinthian, level 6, 150 XP. Total party XP earned, 960 XP. As party leader, you receive 25% of all XP earned. Total XP awarded, 4,915, plus 960 times 0.25 equals 240, equals 5,155 XP. Partial XP is lost to the ether. Current XP to next level stands at 9,694 of 6,000. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. Current XP to next level stands at 3,694 of 7,000. You have 7 unspent stat points and 3 unspent skill points. I put 2 points straight into Constitution, then sighed and put the remaining 5 into Perception, hissing in pain as my body changed. Whatever had been done to me, though, and despite the pain that still raced through me, my bones were whole again, and I could still see and stand, despite the ongoing weakness from my body and mind being out of sync still. I twisted to the side, feeling my legs dangling. Seeing that I wasn't alone, I swiped the acknowledgement of my points being allocated aside. I'd been laid across a pair of planks, and those in turn had been laid across the top of the kiddie carrier that the refugees had been pushing, and the refugees, they were all around me, staring at me in wide-eyed amazement. I blinked. I recognized a few of them, but... Well, shit, I muttered. shaking my head as I realized that we were camped, waiting in the middle of the road, a good few 100 meters from the outskirts of Saltwell Park, and there were literally hundreds of refugees around me, staring in silent hope. I froze, eyes tracking left and right, seeing the people in their dirty, filthy condition, and then I finally managed to catch the last few words shouted by a guard somewhere to my right. "Don't care who you say you are. I'm not waking the boss for a bunch of fucking filthy beggars. You can wait for daylight like everyone else, and you can get a chit for a meeting with one of the council." Some of the kids around me were literally too small to walk. Hell, 2 of them were so small I was amazed they'd survived this long. They couldn't be more than a few days old, and they were outside crying in fear. At night, in the fucking monster-riddled apocalypse. My anger built. I'd always been a reasonably calm guy. I'd been proud of my ability to keep my cool, but recently I'd realized that the cold feeling I always associated with my anger building was probably not a good thing. The more furious I grew, I tended to go colder and outwardly calmer, and until recently, that was as far as I'd gone. Then the apocalypse came, and I took that final step, going full batshit berserk. Before the end of the world, I'd never realized that the next stage from cold fury was berserk, but you know, the literal end of the goddamn world will do that. I jumped down, pain flaring throughout my body as I strode out, moving towards the sound of the raised voice. Kelly's "I'm trying to be reasonable" rose in response to something I missed. I clenched my right fist, feeling something that had changed in me. In my vision, my mana bar began to drop. Slowly at first, then faster as lightning crackled to life, lighting up the night. Words rose around me from the refugees as I strode faster, lips drawing back from my teeth as I unconsciously snarled the thought of these tiny children being abandoned to the night. If Barry was willing to do this, how many other hundreds had they turned away? I'd put him in charge, so that meant this was my fault. How many men, women, and children had died all alone in the night because of my mistakes? People moved, slowly at first, staring at me in shock, then faster as people frantically moved, realizing that I was past seeing anything but my target. I strode forwards, the lightning dancing across my clenched fists and rolling up and down my arms and the floor, cracking into the world around me and creating tiny writhing fields of lightning. The argument ahead slowly ground to a halt as the ever-present firelight, the only light that anyone really had ready access to, was drowned out by the pure blue-white fury of the storm. "Open the gate!" I roared, my voice echoing off the nearby buildings as I closed the distance, fully prepared to smash the shitty barricade to bits if I had to. No! The figure above the gate refused, standing taller and glaring down at me. "I don't know what kind of parlor tricks you've managed to pull off, but I was given this job by Councillor Simon himself. Ain't nobody allowed in at night, not under any circumstances." He trailed off as I glared up at him, my eyes starting to glow as the lightning raced back and forth inside me, fixing sections of my broken body. "Barry!" I roared, the night suddenly alive with the sound of birds taking off in droves in terror as my voice rang out. "I gave you the start. Open this gate or by all the gods, I'll tear it from its fucking hinges." There was silence for several seconds, broken by the cries of small children, as well as not-so-small ones, as I glared up at the figure that swallowed and tried again in a weaker, more unsure voice. Look, I can't, all right? No, you know what? You're bluffing," the guard called out, trying to convince himself more than anyone else. "I'm warning you. I mean it. Back off or I'll shoot," he managed to squeak out, the rifle he was pointing at my face shaking badly. He had 2 other guards up there with him, but they were conspicuously moving back from him, clutching their guns uncertainly, but they sure as shit didn't look like they wanted to point them at me. "Hold!" came a voice from behind the barrier. "Hold, damn you, you fucking idiots!" The voice rang out again, and the sound of running feet could be heard. "Captain Peterson," the guard gulped. "Sir, he says he'll attack us. Boy, you're an idiot, and you're only going to end up dead if that's who I think it is," the voice called up at him. "So shut up and hold your damn place." Several sets of footsteps impacted on metal stairs at the far side of the makeshift wall that cut off the road, and a few seconds later, a dark-haired head I recognized popped up, squinted down at me, then sighed. "Fuck's sake, Matt. We've been looking for you for days, and you turn up in the middle of the sodding night." He glanced from me to the veritable horde gathered behind me and sighed, shaking his head. "Barry's gonna shit a fucking brick," he groaned. "Okay, open the gates. Let them in, and you crazy glowing bastard, knock off the sparks and get your ass in gear. Barry's been getting frantic trying to get in touch with you," he said, pointing at me. "About time someone with a brain showed up, Ken," I shouted at him, taking a deep breath and trying to blanket down my anger, noting that as soon as the lightning died away, so did the lack of pain, although my mana started to rise again, slowly, which was nice. But, sir," the guard said, shaking his head. "Councillor Simon said, 'Who is this moron?'" Ken Peterson appealed to the uncaring heavens above. "Staff Sergeant Jonas, sort this wanker out," he barked, vanishing from sight, presumably stomping down the steps behind the wall from what we could hear. As soon as he was out of sight, a broad Scottish accent filled the air, as a solidly built man seemed to teleport into view. Every other soldier in sight seemed to flinch backwards. "Guardsman Oliver," he barked at the cowering guard. "What the utter fuck, boy? What the hell happened? Did your parents sit down one day and decide to create the most fucking useless, worthless turd in the history of mankind? Was that their aim with you? Because I tell you, they succeeded. Well, no, sir," he stammered in response as someone else opened the gate, and we marched inside. "But, Councillor Simon," he said, "and who by Satan's left fucking testicle is Councillor fucking Simon?" Ken roared up at the boy as he strode into sight. "I don't know him, and I don't give two goddamn shakes of a donkey's nutsack. Staff Sergeant, get whoever that prick is and get him right goddamn now. You gotta drag that idiot from his bed, and I want the pair of these morons waiting outside of Barry's office by the time we get there to explain themselves." I couldn't help but let a little smile escape at the sight of a staff sergeant interrupted full flow. He'd gone from red with fury to white and practically shaking. I knew I should feel sorry for whoever the hell that guy was, but I didn't. Not really. People could have died out in the dark. Kelly's hand gripped my own, and I sent her a tired smile, the pain from the injuries filling me still. "Are you okay?" she asked me quietly, Patrick and the others stepping in close as Ken drew us aside from the main path. "I'm all right. Don't worry," I told her, managing to hold on to a slight smile, glancing down in shock at the softness of her hand in mine. "Your hand," I started to say wonderingly, and she smiled, lifting it to where I could see and flexing her fingers. "Between Finn's mend and my own healing getting better with the points I put in Constitution, I guess we can recover from pretty much anything now," she whispered. "That's amazing." "Hell, you're amazing. And you look like shit," Ken said, joining the conversation and looking me over. "Sorry about back there, but hell, man, you really do look terrible. Is that blood?" I looked down at my armor, the tears in it, the chewed sections, and the blood that covered the few exposed areas, like my hands. "Wait, is that a tooth in your knee?" "Yeah, I think it is," I said musingly, idly plucking it free and tossing it aside before scratching some of the blood off my hand, then shaking my head. "Never mind. Are these people safe here?" "They will be, despite the impression that fool of a guardsman looked to be giving you. We don't turn people away, not without a damn good reason." "How many are there?" Ken asked, gesturing someone over. The man who joined us was mid-30s, prematurely balding, and looked as if he'd never told a joke in his life. He was slim but fit and healthy, and carried a clipboard and started taking notes as Kelly spoke. "There were just over 200 at last count, but that was a few hours back," Kelly said, and I stared at her in shock. "Damn, well, we'll make room somehow, I guess. This is Mitch. He's an ex-logistics guy. He runs a lot of the camp. Come on, we can sort this out and talk on the way," Ken said, gesturing down the dark street. "How the hell did that happen? There were 40 earlier?" I asked, and she snorted, shaking her head and looking at me as we set off. "Are you kidding? Most of them think that Thor himself came to save them, smite the undead and all that shit. Some were hiding in houses nearby, others were further out, but as we walked, more and more came to us. That's why it took so long to get here. People started searching street by street for survivors. Hell, there's more than 50 of them with weapons of some kind, and I recruited another family to join us directly." "Oh?" I asked, looking at her sharply. "Joanna and her family. Jo, she goes by. You were helping her daughter put her shoes on," she said, pausing to see if I remembered. When I nodded, she went on as we passed braziers of glowing coals with people preparing a thick porridge, while others started to gather for their breakfast, I guessed, groaning. "Well, after you lit the fucking world up like the god of thunder, she kinda decided that, regardless of anyone else's plans for her and her family, she was following you. She kept her kids close and stayed by your side. She's a paramedic trainee in her final year, so she's why some of your injuries look a lot better than others. When I found that out, I agreed. We need a real medic after all, not just my spotty training. Also, there was a flying demon thing. It landed nearby when we were searching some houses, and she grabbed what was left of your sword and attacked it before anyone else could do anything more than register it was there." "She kill it?" I asked. Kelly shook her head with a snort. "Not even close. Basically, if some people are born fighters, she's about as far from that end of the spectrum as possible. Nearly beheaded Patrick with the wild swings. But she's got guts, I'll give her that." "Man, it was a mess," Patrick jumped in, grinning. "I was dodging her as much as the flying thing, and then after it was dead, she just kept screaming swear words and wailing on it with your sword. I had to take it off her in the end." "Where is it?" I asked. "Fuck knows. Sorry, man, but not only was it bent, chipped, and scratched to buggery, but whatever you did melted all but 2 feet of it off as well. So it's not exactly a top weapon right now." Chris interjected from behind me. I turned to see him and Becky there, and a small group following along behind them, with the woman I vaguely recognized in the middle of it, beaming with pride. I nodded and turned back to Ken and the others. "Okay, so what the hell is going on here, Ken?" "Which bit do you mean?" Ken asked, looking back to me in mid-conversation with a runner who he gave a few more orders to and sent off sprinting again. "All of this," I said, gesturing. The road that we were on I recognized as the main one that ran through the town, yet at least a few hundred meters from the edge of the actual park, the barrier had crossed the street, made, as near as I could see in the dark, from the houses nearby that had been demolished. Considering that there were no heavy machinery or tools available, that meant they'd been taken down with hammers and crowbars, and that meant a hell of a lot of people working their asses off. Even now, in the early hours of the morning, at least an hour or two from first light, the entire area looked like a kicked anthill. Judging from the lines forming at the cookpot spread out every 100 meters, I had to think this was normal, not in response to us. I saw lots of annoyed and tired faces, but none that looked actively angry or oppressed, more sick of the effort and the food. I glanced into a pot as we passed, and nodded to myself in understanding. Porridge, the same as the last one. "Well, the first few weeks were damn hard work, and then it got harder," Ken replied. "At first it was the occasional monster attack, although mainly we put it down to shithead humans, or at least we did until we saw things that we couldn't ignore anymore. After that, we started to secure the entire camp, put up walls, changed the construction to round the clock, started roving patrols, and began large-scale growing efforts." He shrugged as though it was nothing. "Barry formed a council. Won't take a title or anything. You know what he's like. Still says he's not the man for the job, just the one who will do it until someone better comes along. Anyway, set up a few different teams. Construction builds and maintains the walls and so on. Food supplies has farming and looting teams. Security is split between internal and external. Internal are wankers like that idiot back there, sitting watching over the gate because we didn't expect there'd be anything for him to do. External security is the fighting force." He broke off at that point, watching me, before nodding. "I think I'll let Barry explain more to you about them, but how about you answer a question for me?" "Go on. I will if I can," I said carefully. "That thunder and lightning this afternoon, that was really you?" "Yeah," I said bluntly. "What happened?" "I lost my temper." "No shit?" "Nope." "Probably a good thing I got to the wall when I did then." "What were you going to do?" Ken asked, and I shrugged. I was considering tearing the barricade apart. You can do that? Not sure. Wasn't going to take no for a fucking answer, though, I said. Guess we'll all be thankful we didn't have to find out then, Ken said, motioning to a dark house to one side. This one? He asked Mitch, who nodded, peeling off and gesturing to the small group that had stuck with us when the others were taken off to be fed. Mitch will make sure your people are fed and get the chance to rest while we talk, Ken promised, nodding to the house. It's not fantastic, but it's clean and there's beds inside. They can get food at any meal station. We'll make sure they're all right. Least we owe you, I figure. Thanks, mate, I said to him, turning to the small group of people behind us that were going to be joining us in the dungeon and holding my arms up to get their attention. Okay, everyone, we've been given this house to rest in. Take your kids inside and get them some sleep. You're safe now, and we'll be back soon. Anyone that's hungry, go to the campfires and you'll be fed. Hopefully we'll be back soon, but don't worry, we will come back for you. With that, the families moved inside, but there was clear hesitation. Patrick grinned at one of the little kids who was sucking her thumb and reached out for him as she was carried past by her mother. Tell you what, I'll stay with them, he offered. I nodded, clapping him on the shoulder and squeezing in thanks. Once everyone had trooped into the small house, practically filling it to bursting, we were off again, this time moving into Saltwell Park proper as Kelly growled a little under her breath. What's wrong? I asked her. Who's in that house? She asked Ken, pointing to the third house on the right that we could see through the trees, the glimmer of a lit candle making it clear it was inhabited. Ken glanced to Mitch, who thumbed through a few pages in the book he held before Mitch answered. 2 families, one of 3, name of Sten, and a family of 5, name of Dunbarton. Why? He asked. Because it's my fucking house. You living in it? Ken asked. Well, no, but you'd rather 2 families be sleeping on the pavement? Of course not. Then what's the problem? It's my fucking house, Kelly snapped, before opening her mouth, clearly wanting to say more, but not sure what to say. Look, Ken said, sighing. I know it's not easy, all right? I've got a single shitty room that's little more than a broom closet now. I had a 4-bedroom house further round the park. I spent half my life saving to buy a house I'll never sleep in again. Worked my arse off. And now a fat bastard with a gang of screaming kids with a wife with an arse the size of a semi-truck live there. They do the absolute bare minimum to be allowed to stay, and yet he's in my goddamn house, while I sleep on a single mattress on the floor of a room whose walls I can touch on either side at the same time if I stretch. Believe me, I know what you mean. Problem is, it's not about what came before, it's about what there is now. And for now at least, this is all there is. The only hope we have is that we can keep enough of the brains alive long enough to figure out what the hell happened and somehow turn it back. I glanced at Kelly, who grimaced but nodded, knowing just as I did that nothing was going to go back, not to the way it was. Now I know you, Matt. Not, well, hell, we only met once, but we also killed a bunch of people, and I saw the mess you left to save someone you didn't even know. I also just saw the look you gave her, and you clearly know shit. That's why Barry had us taking shifts in that shithole of a bar waiting for you to reach out, and why— Oops, I muttered, wincing. What's this? Chris asked. When I left here, I told Barry that if he needed me to send someone to Tokyo Bar and to wait, that I'd watch for them and go meet up with them. Yeah, well, you didn't, did you? 2 days we've had someone there, Ken snapped. You don't want to know about the crazy shit I saw when it was my turn hiding there. What the hell did you see? I snapped, grabbing his arm. I reached out mentally, panicking more than a little as I realized I'd not even thought about Beta and Alfredo since waking up. I felt Beta straight away. Alfredo was alive too, but injured. No, he was okay, but low on mana and health, having used his flame dart spell too much in what had to have been some close fights. Beta had him somewhere nearby, holed up in a house to the northeast. The other kobolds were dead. Fuck, I muttered, then realized that Ken had been speaking. Wait, sorry, what? I asked, blinking and looking at him again. I said, he repeated, looking at me as if to make sure I was listening, then nodding and going on. I saw lizard things roaming around. A bunch of the little bastards. carrying crossbows of all things. They were crude, but still looked like they'd hurt, and occasional creatures that looked like goblins. Oh, thank fuck, is that all? I asked, relaxing. Is that all? He asked, raising one eyebrow. I tell you, I've seen creatures out of legend, and you basically just said, oh, that's fine. Yeah, I'm getting real interested in your story now, mate. Yeah, well, you'll get some of it, so don't worry, I said, looking around as we walked through the park. I frowned, knowing something was wrong, but not able to figure out what it was. Where's the trees? Kelly asked. I nodded, realizing that was it. The paths had been bracketed by massive old oak trees, and now... Firewood, mainly, plus we needed the space to grow more crops, Mitch answered. An oak tree, especially with a full coverage of branches, takes up space that could feed 5 families for a month. The hundreds of trees that filled the park, literally thousands of bags of food, and we needed the damn firewood and charcoal anyway. Beta and Alfredo are alive, but the others are dead, I whispered to Kelly. I know. They got jumped by a pack of feral dogs. We managed to kill the rest, and I told Beta and Alfredo to go hide, but I wasn't sure if they'd understood. They just ran off. Well, they did, I guess. They're holed up not far away, I assured her, sad that the other damn ones had died, again, but glad that Alfredo and Beta were still alive. We passed through pools of light, walking past torches that were set in holders here and there along the paths. A few minutes later, we passed the small boating lake, then through a treeless expanse again, before arriving at the old mansion in the middle of the park. It had been changed since I saw it last, walking away from it with a gun in hand and dozens of dead bodies left behind inside, strewn with filth and the loot of the area dumped wherever the thugs that lived here had grown bored of carrying it. Now it looked more, well, formal. Most of the windows had been boarded over, and the vast majority of those that hadn't been boarded shone with light already. The shadows of people moving about were clear to see from a distance, and a half-dozen men and women with guns and what looked to be homemade spears sat waiting patiently, while another laid out in full view of the sky, apparently unarmed and asleep. As we passed close by, I noted the fast glance we got from the supposedly asleep man, then we were past and entering the building, passing more guards. Is he bait? Chris asked Ken bluntly. Yeah. Volunteers only, to be clear. We've started to get a lot of flying beasts that seemed like grabbing victims at night, so we started putting bait out. Kids would work better, no doubt, but we're not risking a kid, so instead one of the security team gets to have a nice nap, surrounded by all their friends. Something comes in to attack them, they find out the overalls he's wearing are damn thick leather, and there's a net under that, attached to chains that are hidden in the dirt. I'm not going to lie and say there's no risk, but if something tried to drag him away, it's going to get a nasty surprise, followed by a very pointed one. Here we are. We walked through the downstairs entrance, and through what had been a restaurant, now appeared to be a full-on command and control building, and up 2 flights of stairs. On the 2nd floor I paused, fingering a bullet hole in the wall, and smiling ruefully. That one of yours? Ken asked. Yeah, you'll need to tell me this tale sometime, Chris said to me, shaking his head. All you said was you killed a load of nutters in here. I'd like to hear it too, Ken said with a grunt. When we came to clear it out and secure the building, it looked like a battalion had come through. Anyway, here. He led us out onto the 3rd floor and into a long corridor that had 3 people already standing at attention in it. The staff sergeant from earlier, the idiot guard, and a half-naked man with a blatantly blossoming pair of black eyes and 2 cotton wool balls shoved up his nose to stop the bleeding from a broken nose, who was snuffling as he tried not to cry. Ken nodded to the staff sergeant, glared at the other 2, then let us past them. He reached out and knocked on a door, waiting until a gruff voice from inside shouted to enter, and we left the 3 waiting in the hall. Matt? Barry asked, standing up from behind a polished table, a half-eaten meal discarded amongst piles of papers and a map of the local area with dozens of marks made on it. Hey, Barry. How you been? I asked him, stepping forward and seeing the blatant relief on his face that I was there. Shit, frankly. Ever since you dumped this job on me, I've had fuck all sleep and even less peace. He grunted, but took my hand and gripped it, letting go and nodding to the others in greeting. So, you're the reason I've got hundreds more refugees, a minor counselor, and a guardsman outside my damn office. Yeah, well, I set off with 40 or so, I admitted. And yet there's hundreds, Barry asked, and Ken nodded, Mitch having peeled off downstairs to join others in the main office. Yeah, 3, maybe 400 of them, mostly families, mainly the people that wouldn't leave their homes when our scouts invited them, Ken confirmed. Fair enough. Not sure how you managed to convince them, but that's neither here nor there. You came here, and I have a powerful need for some help, so I'm going to view that as fate. You were looking for me, I said. I was, because I need you. Try and keep up, lad. So you came here. Seeing as you didn't come with Jimmy, I'm betting he's still holed up in that shithole of a bar waiting for you. Might be, I admitted. So you didn't come here because I needed you. You came here because you needed me. Was that because you needed to dump the refugees somewhere and make my life harder, or? Barry asked me, rubbing his hand through his thinning hair and sitting back with a groan. Gods, I need to get more sleep, he mumbled around a long yawn. First of all, that turd outside said he turned people away if they came at night, that it was your orders. That true? I asked. Fuck no, Barry said grimly. I'll not turn people away. Hell, if they can see lightning and hear thunder, I'm practically begging them to come here. Look, he said, sighing. I'm shit at this leading and negotiating bullshit, so here it is. We need people. We've got enough people to either maintain the fields and manage the food, or we can scour the area looking for more before it all spoils. To do that, I need people who can fight, and that takes time. I have to train them up. I have 2 teams that are sort of competent. I need 10 at least. I'm doing my fucking best, but that's all I can do. That's all any of us can do, I agreed, pulling up a chair and sitting down. Seeing as it didn't seem I was going to have to kill Barry, I decided I might as well get comfortable, and the others joined me. Well, one of those teams heard a lot of weird noises in the graveyard to the west. Most of the food we've got, the fresh stuff at least, comes originally from the allotments that are at the south end of the graveyard. And when the last foraging team was on their way back, they spotted a load of people in the distance. They sent the security detail over to talk to them, to make it clear who we were and why we were raiding the allotments. They didn't come back, did they? I asked. None of them, he agreed. There was some shots fired, then nothing. I've got guards watching that side of the park, but nobody's tried the walls yet. He rubbed his face and sighed. We've not got the people to watch the walls all the way around and get the food on the go. He sighed and scrubbed at his face before sitting back and looking at me in bemusement. You know, Matt, at first it was little things. A fight with people over the fact we were looting a corner shop or a supermarket. Then it became more. A team ambushed by locals, that I can deal with. It's basic security work. Train them up and arm them enough nobody tries anything, while trying to do hearts and minds work on those who don't want to join us. It's a pain in the arse, but I can do it. Basic army training as an NCO prepares you well for this. It's the rest. Believe me, there's some shit out there that will change that, I muttered. He gave a miserable, tired nod, sitting forward and resting his arms on the table again. Look, mate, since you left, we've taken in practically everyone we could. Hell, we even gave some fucknuts I hate with a passion the chance to turn over a new leaf. Most of them did. 4 didn't, that's it. We've turned 4 people away. That's more than 5,000 of us here. 5,000 in an area that used to hold more than 200,000. That's what, 2.5% survival rate? It's been a few weeks since the fall, maybe a damn month, that's all. Hell, I lose track of time every day. Feels like it's been at least a decade since I'd had a beer and curry with the lads. Telling me, I grunted. Feels like forever to me as well, mate. Yeah, well, between the creatures, the fights, the fires, we're down to this already. Hell, I don't even know where most people went. It makes no sense. Most of the time, they just seem to vanish, clothes and all left behind. Not so much as a drop of blood, for fuck's sake. Barry put his head in his hands and rubbed his face before looking up at me and leveling his finger. But you knew something. You know something. And I need to know what it is. I looked to Kelly, then Chris and Becky, Ken, and back to Barry. I know something, I admitted, but you won't like it, and probably won't believe me. For the love of God, just fucking tell me, Matt, Barry said in a tired voice. I've not the strength for this dramatic shit. Just tell me. Fine, I said, taking a deep breath and starting off. I found a dungeon core in a crashed spaceship. Its ferry or guide or whatever was dead, and for nearly an hour I talked, explaining what happened, how, and the ins and outs of the situation, as well as the possibilities and drawbacks of the situation. I'd not meant to tell him all of it. Hell, I'd had a tale about an alliance between me and the dungeon ready in my mind, planning on telling Matt instead. I sagged back in my seat, falling silent at last, seeing the look on his face. Fuck it, told you that you wouldn't like it, I muttered. Is it true? Barry asked. Can you feed us? Ken asked. What? I asked him, totally thrown by his question. Can you feed us? He repeated. You say you've got a dungeon, some kind of magical fucking house that makes monsters. You can research shit, making things as you go. You said it made the armor you're wearing. Can it make us armor, food, weapons? Yes and no, I said carefully, mentally cursing my exhaustion as I realized I might have just risked us all. Yes, in theory, it could do all of those things. No, because at the minute it's a baby dungeon, basically. It's joined to me, and if I die, it dies. I lied quickly, wanting to get that in there. But it's like a computer. It can only do what it can do. If I build the right support structures, then it can produce more stuff, like food. As it stands, I could produce, say... I paused, pulling up the details for the dungeon, damn relieved that I'd taken the remote access perk when I had the chance. Okay, I could produce a loaf of bread for 10 mana, 10 pure mana to be clear, so it can't just use any mana, it needs to be refined first. If I built the right support structures, then I could probably halve that cost. If I instead set up a field and grew the wheat, probably a hell of a lot less mana for a lot more output. Is it safe to eat? Ken asked curiously, playing with a pen as he thought, half hunched over the desk. Mana-grown wheat, I mean? As far as I know, it would be, yeah. Not entirely sure, to be honest, but I've been living off what the dungeon produces all this time, I admitted, shrugging. You sparkle now, Ken pointed out. I saw that, little sparkles everywhere. Lightning, Ken. It's fucking lightning, not sparkles. I'm not a teenage girl's idea of a goddamn vampire, I responded acidly, glaring at him. Is there really a difference? He asked me, grinning. I don't know. Want to find out? I asked, smiling evilly, reaching out a hand and summoning the lightning. It crackled to life, causing my mana bar to dip, but bathing the room in a blue-white brilliance and making me feel instantly better as it started to heal me again. Ah, Ken smiled carefully, leaning back as far as his chair would allow. You know, I think I'm all right. Thanks anyway, though. Matt, I don't know how you're doing that, but stop that shit, you lunatic, Barry said, clearly tired and shaking his head. Okay, Ken's got a point there. Could you feed us? If you wanted to. No, I said honestly, sighing and letting the lightning die away. I would if I could, if it didn't interfere too much with my plans, but what plans? Ken asked. How about you shut up and let him tell us, Ken? Barry interjected before I could. Thank you, I said to Barry, taking a deep breath and letting it all out in a sigh. Look, this is like the second, maybe third time I've ever spoken about this, so bear with me if it doesn't sound right, but basically I'm trying to develop the dungeon to its top level. We know that the dungeons came from somewhere. The race that sent them, Scythian, I think they were called, are out there somewhere. I don't know exactly what they intended with all this shit, but I get a feeling this wasn't it. What, killing off most of the planet was a mistake? A fucking boo-boo? Ken snarled. I don't know, I snapped back. Honestly, man, I'm making this shit up as I go along. You see any wikis for anything anymore? I'm the first Lord of the Storm and... Worldwide announcement. The first Lord of the Storm has publicly accepted his title and is now a member of the fledgling human pantheon. Know this. The only limit on you is that which you place upon yourselves. Grow, advance, lead. Well, fuck. Chapter 20. What the hell is that? Barry asked, clearly waving his hand in the air and trying to get a screen out of his vision. I looked at Kelly and the others, seeing them all dismissing their prompt with ease, but Barry was blinking and confused. "What the hell was that?" Ken asked, sounding well and truly freaked out. "You've never had a screen show up before?" I asked. They both shook their heads. "Oh, shit, we're more fucked than I thought," I muttered, putting my face in my hands and groaning. "How's this possible?" Kelly asked slowly. "We got them days ago." "It's the area," I mumbled, scrubbing at my face and trying to ignore the migraine I could feel building, fighting its way up through layers of desperation and tiredness. "It's a low mana area, so it probably hasn't been high enough for when they last fought to trigger the XP awards." "The what?" Barry started to say, and I held up one hand, finger extended, and shook it. "Just stop, Barry," I snapped. "Fuck's sake, I thought you would have at least known the basics by now, but shit, man. Argh." I sat back and put both fists on the table. "Fine. This is the way we do this. I don't know, what you don't, or what you were planning. I'm so tired I could sleep for a week, so I'm going to give you the short version, then we're going to go and sleep. When we wake up, we'll meet again, and you'll tell me what you need from me and what you're giving us for risking our goddamn lives. Then we'll move on, and you'll help me to sort this goddamn planet out." "Okay, well, Barry." "Yeah, Matt." "Shut the fuck up." "Sorry, Matt." "Right. The world ended, all right? Some people call it the end, the fall, whatever, it's over. The old world, though, and I mean that no matter what happens now, everything will be different. Now, once your system activates, and no, I don't know what it is, I'm just calling it that because it's the easiest way to make it make sense," I snapped, glaring at Ken, who just opened his mouth again. "Once it activates, you start getting XP, short for experience points. Doing different things generates it, killing is the best. First, defeat your enemy, and you'll get XP. Do quests, all that kind of thing. It takes 10 XP to reach level 1. At 0, you have no access to anything, that's where you are now. Reach level 1, you get a set number of points to distribute. You'll have access to a screen that shows your stats or statistics like your baseline strength, intelligence, and all of that. You can add these points into a particular area, and it'll make a difference there." "Hold up," Ken muttered, scribbling on a notepad frantically. "How long do these points last? What kind of change?" "You get time to allocate them. Not sure if it's limited, but once you do, it makes a hell of a difference. Makes you run faster, fight harder, shrug off wounds that would kill lesser men." "That's how you survived," Barry said. "That's how you did the shit you did here. You had access to this system?" "Yeah, in part. I was already a few levels up at that point. At level 5, you get access to your first class. This is a massively important step. I can control the dungeon because it's a part of me, so I was given Dungeon Lord. Kelly is a puppeteer, Chris is a druid. Basically, I can make plants grow better and talk to animals. Got any cool ones around here?" Chris asked, grinning at the frowns he got from them both. "Just the tiger," Barry admitted with a grunt. "The others tried to attack people, had to put them down, but holy shit, you're serious?" Chris asked, almost falling from his seat. "You've got a tiger? Where?" "The big white one?" I asked him, and he nodded. "Fucker made me shit myself when I was locked in with it," I muttered, getting confused looks from the others. "Anyway, okay, Chris needs to see the tiger. We'll sort that out, but moving on. You pick a class and get access to class abilities, like being able to talk to the animals, grow plants, cast spells." I lifted my hand and made lightning crackle across my fingertips again. "Once you reach level 10, you get to pick a class again. You can get a new one and get all new shit, or you can double down and grow more powerful in your chosen field. Half a dozen of us just killed hundreds of goblins and took down a rival dungeon, one that was probably intended to be the ruler of this area or protector or whatever the plan was. It went feral, and we killed it." "Could we have used it? Hell, another dungeon, one we controlled," Ken started to say. I cut him off with a grim shake of my head. "Not a chance. It killed literally hundreds, maybe thousands. It's set up in the supermarket at the top of Gateshead Bank. You know, the new one, the huge one. It basically consumed everything inside there, then set traps and killed people when they went to get food, and even sent out scouting parties on the backs of giant dogs, catching more people and bringing them back to kill and consume. Considering you haven't even hit level 1 yet, no goddamn chance." I sighed. It makes sense why you're having so much trouble, though. Damn, if you had a few farmer class and druids, you'd probably double or triple your food production. How? Barry asked. I don't doubt what you're saying, Matt. I've seen too much crazy shit the last few weeks, and this, actually, disturbingly, makes sense. But how do we do this? Okay, well, if you saw that prompt, then your system must be active. What's the rule with fighting? Why haven't your people leveled yet? We've instructed the scavenging parties to avoid conflict where they can, and beyond the occasional flying attack, we've been all right so far, Ken interjected. Okay, so low mana area, not so many beasts spawning. How long since you actually beat one of the flyers? 4 days, Barry admitted. They occasionally come for the bait, but they get away as often as not. Christ, man, we need to sort this shit out, I mumbled. But first, I need to sleep. I can't even think straight now. Barry, can you get a team of, say, 5 people together for when we wake up? Kelly asked. They can escort us to the supermarket. Matt has a day left to make use of the things there before they're all lost. So send a team of 5 with us. We'll get them some XP, get them a few levels if we can. Then we'll make up a care package of sorts for them. Swords, armor, that kind of thing. And send them back. That gives you time to figure out what you need from us and means we don't lose out on the rewards for all the fighting we already did. Shit, I'd forgotten about that, I groaned. I'll try and reach out to it through the dungeon sense again, but when I tried earlier, it might be because I never explored the whole place or something. Fucked if I know. Maybe it's because it's a satellite facility, I muttered, head spinning as I tried to figure out rules built into the system by aliens. I know, it's all right. Don't worry about the remote access, not right now, Kelly said, speaking gently to me and taking my hand, interlacing her fingers with mine. Barry, we need to sleep. Think on what you've been told, and we can talk in the morning, she went on, clearly too tired to be more than cordially polite with him herself. Okay, of course. Thanks, Barry said, nodding slowly. And in return for us doing this for you, you'll provide us with a fuck-ton of ammunition, because we're low on it, Kelly finished. Wait, what? But we can't produce complicated goods, not yet. We need to research them, develop the required systems, so we need a lot of ammo, Barry. Now, we need sleep, Kelly repeated. Sorry, mate, but we need it. And what the hell happened with the guns I left with Alyssa? I asked, glaring at him. Alyssa? Barry asked, frowning, then seemed to remember. Oh, yeah, she left. I got word a few days ago she just up and left. Barry, your people took her fucking guns and ammo. That's why she left, I told him through gritted teeth. Ah, fuck, Barry muttered, standing as we all did. Matt, I'm sorry. I told some of our people to search the houses for weapons, guns, ammo, anything. I didn't even consider that you'd left her guns, or that they'd take them. There's so much to deal with. He gestured aimlessly at the table strewn in reports and maps, lists on whiteboards resting against the wall showing crop predictions and more. It's all right, Barry. I know I dropped you in the deep end, but someone needed to do it. We'll take whatever ammo you have, okay? Whatever you can spare. I'll see what we have, he promised, wincing, then nodding as we filed out of the room. As soon as we were out, I heard Barry calling for the staff sergeant and his charges, and I had to grin tiredly at the knowledge they were going to pay for all the stress and strain we just dumped on Barry. Ken took us to the front door, then picked out a guard and gave them directions to the house we were given. He clapped me on the shoulder and returned to Barry to join him in the ass-kicking. We wandered the streets and parks slowly, all 4 of us exhausted, and when we finally made it to the house, we found it a hive of barely controlled chaos. I didn't care, dodging around the kids who were smiling at us as though we were superheroes made out of damn chocolate. As soon as we found the room Patrick had claimed for the 5 of us, we all collapsed into the depths of a deep, dreamless sleep. It was hours later when I was shaken gently awake, and it was to find the sun streaming in around the edges of the slats of the poorly fitted blinds. I groaned, covering my eyes, and shook my head. Nope, not doing it, I mumbled. Matt, you need to wake up. We're running out of time. Kelly's voice reached me distantly. I pulled my hands down from my face, blinking blearily at her and trying to focus. What? I mumbled. We need to talk to Barry, then get back to the supermarket, Matt. We've got 7 hours, I think, or thereabouts. Unless you want to let all the stored stuff go to waste. I groaned, letting my head sag back onto the wooden floor with a thump. Fine, but the next time you wake me up, you better be naked, I muttered. Sort out the living quarters, and I'm fine with that, she said, smiling and gently kissing my forehead. I grunted, wondering when the hell we got married, for me to have a list of damn jobs already from her. I rolled to my feet, groaning as my body ached and my bladder reminded me how long it had been since I took care of the necessities. I stumbled into the bathroom next door, and a few minutes later met the others downstairs in the front garden, where Barry was waiting. Morning, everyone, I muttered, yawning as I joined them, sitting on the edge of the garden wall and accepting a cup of coffee from Chris. Thanks, man. I sighed, taking a long swig. Right, sorry to be abrupt, but you basically kicked the anthill last night, making it clear just what's been happening and where we've let the ball drop. We've been working on shit since you went for your nap, Barry said abruptly. You know, I'm gonna let that one pass, but next time you get to face the hordes of undead. Fuck it, I'll sit somewhere else and complain as I eat peeled grapes, I muttered. Anyway, Barry started again. I'll send a team with you. You said 5. Was there a reason for that number? Smaller numbers mean that the XP isn't shared out as far, Kelly explained. If you kill something that's worth 100 points, and there's 10 in the group, you get a big share of the XP, but then everyone else gets a little as well. Say I get 100, and then there's another 100 shared out between all 10 of us, 10 points each. If it was just me and him, she nodded to me, then I'd get 100, and he'd get a bigger portion of the XP. Not sure exactly how it works, but there's a mechanic for sharing XP that only seems to work sometimes. What she said, I agreed. Basically, we're going to level your people up by making a lot of noise on the way back and killing anything we can. Send too many, and some of them will die without getting anything done. Fine, he said, sighing. I'm sending Ken with a small team. He'll come see this dungeon of yours and— Nope, I said flatly. What? I said fucking no. Barry, I like you, but don't get me wrong. The dungeon is our best chance as a fucking species here. Nobody enters it that isn't loyal to me. You know the basics of what it is, and you know where you can find me when I'm not already off fighting elsewhere, I added in hastily as Ken started to open his mouth. Once the dungeon is ready and has grown big enough to defend itself, yeah, I'll let you see it. Until then, no chance. You're asking for a lot of trust here, Matt, Barry growled, and I snorted. Am I? I arrived here last night to find that, according to your guards, they turn people away on your orders if it's dark, letting them die. Considering the power I'm leaving you with here, who's taking the bigger risk? The king or the kingmaker? Fine. But only because I owe you already. But we need your help here. We need to return to the supermarket. Once we've done that, we'll kick your people out a bit and I'll come back. Bear in mind, I'll have creatures with me, creatures that are bonded to me, so no fucking killing them. I glared at the pair of them. Once we've sorted this, what do you need? I need to find out what the hell happened with the graveyard, find my people, and they're dead most likely, you know that, right? I interrupted. Yes, thank you, I guess that, but they have families, he replied acidly. I need to be able to tell their families what the hell happened. I need to get their weapons and gear back and kill whatever killed them. Then I need to secure the allotments. Do that, sort that out, and teach Ken and his team to level, and I'll get you ammunition, he said, watching me. No, you dick, that wasn't the deal, I said. We'll need the ammo to fight the undead or whatever it is in the graveyard. You can just do your lightning thing, can't you? Ken asked, shrugging. No, I fucking can't, Ken. I just became the first Lord of the Storm. I don't know how it works. You see a wiki around here, a manual, hell, a goddamn hint system? I don't. I snapped at him. Last time I did it, I almost died, broke half my damn body into splinters. So you think that maybe, just fucking maybe, I need to figure out that shit first? Well, shit. Barry looked around, then leaned in close to whisper in my ear. We've got a couple of 100 bullets between us all. That's all, he admitted. I stared at him in shock. You better be shitting me, I whispered back. I wish I was. The team that went missing had full loadouts. Find them, and you can keep the ammo. We need the guns, though. What the hell for? I muttered. Without the ammo, we've got enough for a full few loads for each gun, and that's it. Get the guns back, we can load them, and they make people think they're safe. That gives us the time to figure this shit out, Barry replied, looking tired. I realized that the way he was acting, all firm leader, then exhausted, stressed man, was because he really was on the ragged edge. He reached out to me, pinning his hopes on me having a solution, and if I failed here... "Fuck's sake, Barry," I whispered. "Fine, but your people need a cart or—" "Ken, sort a cart," Barry ordered. Ken saluted, rushing off. "I'll load up a cart for you with whatever I can manage, get you some basic armor and weapons, some food, but it won't be much." "As long as you do." Barry paused and sighed. "Thank you, Matt. I know you expected better from me. Hell, I'll step aside happily if you want," he offered, and I snorted, shaking my head. "No, you're doing what you can, and I should have thought about the ammunition more myself. After all, they never let us have guns, so why would there be any decent caches of ammunition outside of the army bases?" I scratched my head. "I just hoped you'd have more. Okay, I'll help how I can, maybe sort a bit of food once a week for you or something." "Seriously, Matt, anything you can provide would help," Barry whispered. "Most of the people have no clue how close we are to the wall. We've a week's supply of food in reserve, until the crops start to produce." I turned to Chris and waved him over. He joined us, and I filled him in on the food situation. "Can you help?" I finished, and he winced, lifting a hand and wobbling it from one side and the other. "I can, but I'd need to use my class skill point rather than using it on a fighting ability," he said. I winced, seeing the problem. "What difference would it make?" Barry asked. Chris looked at me, questioning if he should answer. I nodded, and his eyes grew glazed, flicking from side to side as he brought up the screens he wanted before him. "Okay, if I use the point for nature magic, I could get either summon insect plague, not liking that one, but I guess if it removes the insects from the fields rather than spawning them randomly, it'd be good. The other one is a general growth spell. It's called Bountiful Blessing. It basically speeds up the growth of plants around me in a 10-meter radius. It can be used once a day, and its effect is cumulative." "Shit, yes, get that, we need it," ordered Barry. Chris paused, glaring at him, before going on. "Alternatively, if I choose a fighting ability, I could get either Sense Life or Blessed Ground. Blessed Ground is the one I'd most likely take, as it surrounds a place I designate with a shield, one that actively radiates nature magic for 5 meters, granting a healing boost to those inside it and combating infection and disease." "Shit, yeah," I grunted, shaking my head. "I see the difficult decision there." "It's not that hard," Barry said, shaking his head. "If he stays inside the walls, he'd be safe enough he doesn't need the shield, and he can save hundreds of people's lives with the food." "And he'll never grow in power," I countered. "Chris, is that a single-level ability or—" "Nope, starts at 0, goes up to 5. Says at the largest end it'll cover a 10-kilometer radius," he said proudly. 10 kilometers, Barry whispered, wide-eyed. But he'd never live long enough to do it if he didn't invest in fighting abilities, and he needs to gain XP to do that, I pointed out to Barry. "Do you see this? By creating this walled camp, you're keeping them safe, but weak." "Fuck, Matt. I thought I was doing the best thing for them," Barry whispered, closing his eyes. "I know, man, but you have to let them grow. Besides that, no offense, but Chris is one of my people. You don't get to tell him what he's doing." I made sure Barry understood before turning to Chris. "Pick what you think is best, mate." Chris looked from one of us to the other, then back at his screens before sighing. "I'll take the shield, as I think it's the best choice, especially if we're going to be fighting undead again. But if you let me meet that tiger now, quickly, and let it come with me if it wants to, then I'll cast it on a set place for you before we go. It'll last an hour, so it can make a hell of a difference if you've many with infections. We've got people dying of everything," Infection, lack of the drugs they need, dietary fucking issues. Every day we lose at least 2 or 3. Barry admitted with a resigned nod. Come on, I'll take you to the Tiger before you leave. And, Matt, thank you. He sighed and shrugged. Sorry I've not been more welcoming, Barry offered with a tired smile. Hopefully see you tomorrow, and you'll have better news. I gripped his shoulder and nodded to him before letting him go and sitting on the wall, grimacing as Kelly passed me a bowl of porridge. Really? I asked her, and she glared at me. It's what they're eating, she said, jerking her head towards the kids sitting on the wall further down, along with their families, waiting for us to go to whoever was going to become their home. Okay, sorry. Hate this stuff, I muttered, forcing myself to eat it and smile at the kids. Nobody likes porridge, not really, she whispered, before eating the rest of her bowl with every sign of enjoyment. I stared at her, thinking about how duplicitous she clearly was, and what that boded for any relationship. Then I remembered how fantastic she looked in just her underwear, and decided I really didn't care. Do they still want to come? I asked her, nodding towards the people gathered waiting, and she nodded. Becky and I talked with them this morning. They all still want to come, more so now that they know we have actual food. Don't blame them, Ken interrupted, walking over and joining us. Hate the stuff myself, but Barry loves it. Said it was healthy and it'd stretch the food supplies out longer, so it was worth it. So what's the plan then? You get a cart? I asked. He pointed to 2 men dragging a large 2-wheeled cart, clearly a trailer normally attached to the back of a car. Well done, okay. The kids ride in it, the parents push it, and we all protect it. We go to the supermarket, I do what I need to, and then we move on, take up station in the Tokyo bar, and relieve your guy there. Once that's done, then I'll arrange the equipment for you, whatever we can produce, and we'll clear the area as best we can. We get you all some experience, give you some advice, then we'll all come back and scout that graveyard, see what we need to do to clear it out, bish bosh boom, job's a good one. Yeah, hope it's that easy, Ken said, figuring the shotgun he had over his shoulder. Got any spare shells for that? I asked. I've 10, that's it. Any 10mm? I asked, tapping the magnums I had in the twin holsters, and he shook his head firmly. We've got fuck all of that. I've got a handful of bullets, various sizes, scrounge them all up, 2 of each, so that you can add them to your blueprints or whatever. Beyond that, he shrugged. Someone's been doing their homework, I murmured. I decided you needed as much sleep as possible. Is that so bad? Kelly grinned. I stretched once more for good measure. Fuck no. When Ken looked away, Kelly shot me a wink, making me feel a hell of a lot better about whatever information she'd shared. Half an hour later, we were on the road, moving out. The small security team under Ken were spread out, 2 on either side, with Ken alternating between them while the kids rode and the parents pushed. I led with Kelly, and she filled me in on the details she'd shared, basically nothing that wasn't blatantly obvious, and Patrick walked with us, occasionally asking questions about our lives. Chris, Becky, and Simo brought up the rear. The giant white tiger had grown slightly since I saw him last, and after only a handful of minutes with Chris, it had apparently grudgingly agreed to a bond with him. He'd tried to explain it to me, twice, actually. The first time I'd not listened at all, staring at Simo, whose predatory eyes had locked on me, apparently remembering the terrified streak of piss that had shared the cage with him weeks ago. The second time around, I'd understood almost none of it as Chris talked about scents, prey, and promises, and I basically just told him to keep the bastard thing away from me. Now I was far from it in the column as possible, with a constant crawling feeling on the back of my neck as I walked, glancing back every so often to make sure it was still back there. If it bothers you so much, why'd you agree he could bring it? Kelly asked me at one point, and I shrugged. It doesn't. I'm just checking on the kids, I lied. Really? How many kids are there? She asked. I glanced back, having to count them. 6, I asked. 9, she corrected. Well, 10, once the little one arrives. What the hell are we doing with 10 kids in a dungeon? I asked her, changing the subject. She laughed. You're the one who said they could come, you lunatic. And besides, Amy lives there happily. Well, yeah, but that's Amy, I said, unable to verbalize it more than that. And these kids will be just them as well. Seriously, Matt, they'll have a better life than they would back there, that's for sure. They're essentially just short laborers, and that's fine because that's all they can be right now. They're still loved, and we're all trying to just survive, never mind anything else. But in the dungeon, they can have an actual life. Tulio's wife, Anna, was a primary school teacher, so she can teach them the basics. They'll have a school, they'll be safe and have food. What more do they need at this point? Yeah, I guess, I muttered, shaking my head again and going back to watching the world around us, and looking back over my shoulder at that fucking tiger. It took an hour to make it to the supermarket, and predictably, because we needed the experience for the team with us, we saw nothing. The only excitement we got was when Beta and Alfredo joined us, 10 minutes out from the park, and Patrick nutted one of Ken's men who kept trying to shoot at them. I'd warned them that they were incoming, but he'd still wasted 3 bullets before Patrick headbutted him, tearing the gun out of his hands and telling the idiot that if he tried that shit again, he'd ram the barrel up his ass and ventilate his head with it. After that, the others calmed down a bit, and I checked on both Beta and Alfredo, finding that they were now both level 11, the pair having spent the night hunting the area clean, with Alfredo catching up to Beta. I pulled the details up, seeing that Alfredo had the choice of Blood Mage or Nightblade. The first would revert him to using his own body to fuel his spells rather than mana, but enabling much more powerful spells. The second choice reflected the way that he'd spent the last few days, creeping around. It seemed to be the start of a magic-based assassin class, enabling him to cloak himself slightly, shifting the color of his skin and clothing to match whatever was behind him. It was slow to change and imperfect, as well as using a lot of mana, but the paired ability tree, well, it was fantastic. The spells were all massive damaged ones. They could only be used once a day, that was all, but the first of them, catastrophic bleeding, allowed him to throw a knife, and provided he hit somewhere that was actually a critical hit like the throat, etc., even a slight wound would be multiplied in power over and over. It was like a rogue's backstab ability in the games, but it could kill instantly if the strike landed right. The other choice, Blood Mage, was of more limited utility, requiring blood to do anything, but the spell it started was with control, which essentially allowed the caster to infect the blood of another sentient creature, commanding it for a short period of time. It couldn't be used unless the target was already bleeding, which then negated any stealth attack, which sucked big hairy balls, but still. I asked him what he wanted to be, and he just shrugged and stared blankly at me. I shrugged as well and made him a Nightblade, assigning the 12 points he'd accumulated with 6 to luck, 1 to constitution, and 5 to agility. The screams were pretty bad, but when he crawled back to his feet, he was changed beyond belief. Where he was a skinny little green shit on his first summoning, now he was broad-chested, and while still weak-looking, he was covered in wiry muscle, moved with grace, and overall he looked almost normal. He was no longer a pathetic specimen of his species, now looking fit and healthy, as though he could hold his own in most situations. Hell, he looked like he'd actually win in a one-on-one fight with most humans now, where before most toddlers would have been able to kick his ass, if not for his magic. Beta was a different story. She had reached 11 as well, but her choices of class were more fun. Sniper was a ranged class, clearly, but it was heavily geared towards stealth, as while she'd done a fair amount of traps by now, she'd killed far more with her crossbow. She'd gained bonuses to stealth, but mainly it was single-shot kills that this build gave her. The ability it came with was Power Shot, and it charged up the longer she aimed, doubling the impact damage done every minute that she aimed. It also consumed mana and stamina for every minute active, however, so unless I invested her points heavily in endurance to get her enough stamina to make it worth it, she'd only get a single shot off before passing out. The second choice was the totally unsubtly named Mass Murderer. She essentially gained a damage modifier of 10% for each death she caused. Each one was cumulative and lasted for up to a minute, so if she killed something, then killed another 59 seconds later, then she had an additional minute to get another kill, gaining an extra 10% damage per hit she landed with each kill until the timer ran out, or her stamina did. I liked them both, but ultimately chose Sniper, as she was always going to be a surprise addition to a fight as far as I was concerned. Otherwise, I'd have to worry about her dying to the first enemy that managed to strike back. Her 12 points were split with 5 into endurance, 1 into constitution, and 6 into agility, giving her a solid 260 in HP, 300 in stamina, and 200 mana. It was opening the door for her to use the abilities in the future, but her agility reaching 23 was enough to make sure she could climb most things and run away if she needed to. For her, she'd changed less so than Alfredo, physically at least, but she was still lethal-looking and moved like greased lightning now. The upgrades had essentially given me 2 stealth-based fighters, but considering the way the fights had been going of late, I liked that, feeling it rounded out the team nicely. Add to that, I could always summon more magic users if I needed to. By the time we'd made it into the compound, we had a little over 4.5 hours left to use. After greeting the others, doing a round of introductions, and marveling over the massive piles in the middle of the room, I got to work. My first creations were a pair of the new enhanced crossbows, and 100 standard bolts for each. I gave them to Beta and Alfredo, and sent them off to have fun, before getting down to work properly. That was 220 points overall, and we'd been at 140 in the tank at the time. But as soon as I started consuming the massive pile of crap in the middle of the room, I made that back quickly enough. Once they were outfitted, making sure to take the time to permeate and make sure the dungeon had copies of a fuck-ton of stuff that Finn, Kevin, and Alice had collected, I cracked my knuckles and really got to work, trying to ignore the overjoyed laughter and chuffing noises that Alice and Simo were making. Apparently to her, he was still a kitten, just a fucking massive and evil-tempered one. Breaking down the massive pile netted me a total of 567 mana, once the crossbows and their bolts were taken off, and I printed up 2 of the suits like mine, the basic armor, first of all. They cost 93 points, taking me down to 381. I searched through the design database, grinning at the list of finished products waiting to be approved and added to the main database, including bronze spears. The upgrade to the bronze core had been completed, and the uncommon living quarters was nearly done as well now, and I couldn't help but smile at that, as I admired the bronze sheen the entire system seemed to have now. Whereas before everything had been dull, now the entire system seemed to glow in my vision like burnished gold. I grinned as I recognized it as bronze that seemed to lightly cover everything. While I was desperate to dive straight into the changes, I needed to make the gear for Barry, so I restricted myself to that. The cost of a basic spear was 10 mana for my little beasties, 25 for a bronze one, and, bloody hell, the human-sized one cost 75. I frowned, confused, and brought up the bronze club, a weapon so sodding simple it was essentially a stick dipped in liquid bronze, and frowned at the cost. 20 mana for the minions, and 60 for a human. It took a few minutes of poking and prodding, but eventually I got my answer. The damn thing might be simple, but it was heavy. For the dungeon making something out of pure mana, intricacy was an issue, but mainly it was the mass. Creating a club that cost nearly 2 kilos, or a longsword at 1.18 kilos, it was clear which was the most expensive. I just wished I'd realized this to start with. Also, swords were actually cheaper to produce like this than bloody spears were. I could produce 3 short swords for the cost of a single bronze spear, so that made the calculations insanely easy. I had 381 mana, so to kit these people out with weapons was the priority. At 25 mana per bronze short sword, it wasn't a huge expense. I went straight ahead, creating 10, getting them set aside and grinning at the stunned look on Ken's face as I gestured theatrically and made them appear one after another. I'd used a fair amount of my time up, constantly having to destroy things, but as I worked, the others brought more and more in. As we were close to losing the location, it made no sense to save anything after all. I kept monitoring the storage, trying not to waste anything, but as I got close to the limit again, I couldn't help but sigh. I created a packet of chicken tits, 5 of them in cellophane and plastic. The damn plastic cost me as much as the food did, but we needed a safe way to store it still. Whatever magic or rules bending that was employed in the food rules was in effect here as well, as it cost me 10 mana to produce it, and with 126 mana to play with, I had to at least try to help Barry and his people. "Finn, have you a way to cook this, please?" I asked him. He nodded, fishing out a small camping stove he'd found somewhere and a shitty banged-up frying pan with a massive dent in it. When I frowned at it, he grinned and admitted he'd found a rat earlier and literally panned its head in. While he cooked the chicken, I made another set of armor and deposited that inside the trailer, as well as making 2 large boxes for 20 mana each. I considered making the chicken in these packs, thinking the packaging would protect them enough to keep them going for now, but the simple truth was that even as cheap as the chicken was to produce, it was just too inefficient. I could have produced 12 packs of chicken tits, 60 in all, and there were, 5,000 people plus living there? It wouldn't even be a sliver of protein for each of the people, not even close. But if I could make up enough to fill the container, then I could reproduce that over and over. It'd be both cheaper to produce because I wasn't making the packaging each time, and faster, and at least those who needed it most could be given it, or it could be added to the porridge or something. It wasn't much, but it was something at least. Once it was cooked, I absorbed it and reproduced it, nodding in satisfaction. The cost of the chicken tits had dropped from 10 mana to 7, not a huge saving, but it was cooked now as well, and ready to eat, so I filled the first box with steaming hot chicken. At the looks on the faces of the team with Ken, I created some plates and piled chicken on them as well, enjoying watching their hunger turn to bemusement. I, for one, got to sit back and enjoyed the surrealness of watching trained soldiers stuff their faces with chunks of chicken from my oh-so-elegant Princess Party paper plates. Chapter 21. As the final minutes counted down, I'd been frantically absorbing everything from the wiring on the walls and the ducting to the sheets of shelving and rubbish that the others raced to bring to me, prompts popping up to tell me that the research was complete, and I dismissed it before it could slow me down, only to have it replaced with another before I could blink. Quest updated. Rescue the survivors. You have found a small collection of desperate people in need of help, and have promised to take them to a place of safety. You have laid claim to 12 people amongst the mass of humanity you have saved, promising them safety and security in your own dungeon. Transport the survivors to Saltwell Park, complete. New quest objective. Escort the survivors, including those who have already sworn to you, to the dungeon, provide them with quarters, food, and security, and you will receive the following updated rewards. +3 to top 3 attributes, +2 skill points to allocate, +1 class skill point, 1000 XP. Note, minimum of 40% of the group must survive the trip in order to claim success, or the quest can be declined to receive the previously offered rewards. I grunted and dismissed it, too busy to care beyond acknowledging that apparently now I needed quarters as well for everyone. It wasn't good enough that we all just crashed out on the floor, apparently. I cursed seconds later as I realized I was wasting the input, and it wasn't going to the research anymore, and seeing I was approaching full again, I quickly selected a fuck-ton of chicken to fill the other box and set that away. Then I pulled up the research screens again, conscious that the last few minutes were literally ticking away. I'd been thinking about this before, and I'd realized I'd basically made a mistake when I'd selected the gathering production facility as my bonus from claiming this dungeon. I wanted it, and yeah, it was damn useful, or I hoped it would be, but fuck, I needed a farm now. I finally found it after pawing through the research screens, the needed details popping up before me, and I sighed in relief, selecting them. Agriculture. In order to maintain advanced populations, dungeons would be required to either entirely produce the needed sustenance on site, loot the required items, or turn the full production of sustenance products over to the mana collectors. The accepted norm is to produce mana-enhanced farming facilities. Currently available, Basic Farm 1. I accepted it and the cost of 1,000 mana and dismissed the screen, focusing on the small pile of gear before me and selecting it all, absorbing it as fast as I could. I managed to get 117 points back up before the connection cut off. The feeling of the supermarket changed drastically as the dungeon connection changed from the welcoming, safe feeling I associated with my home into the sudden distant contact I was used to. It was almost like an elastic band snapping, abrupt and shocking, but then it was over, and we were all left sitting looking at each other. "So, is that it?" Ken asked after a few seconds. With a sigh, I got to my feet, stretching my back out and making it crack. I'd not realized how slumped I was getting sat there, but as I got up, hell, I ached. "Yeah, that's it, mate. The dungeon connection is gone," I confirmed. "Okay, look, that chicken is good right now, but it'll go off pretty soon. Do you want to get it back to the others and the weapons and armor, then meet me in Tokyo Bar?" "And are you gonna be there this time?" he asked, interrupting me. "And fuck you very much, Ken," I glared back at him. "Yes, I would have made contact with your person there if not for the fact I was already fighting this fucking dungeon, and I don't owe you a damn thing." "Sorry," he apologized with a sigh after a few seconds of staring at me. I know you don't. It just feels like a hell of a risk to let you walk away when you might vanish again. And there's the second point, Ken. You're not letting me do anything. Again, I don't owe you shit. I'm helping you because it's the right thing to do. You can either trust me or we can end this association right now. Seriously, you'll never see me this week again, so if you've some dodgy plan to kidnap me or some such shit, now's the best chance you're gonna get, I warned. No, Christ, no, nothing like that, man, but you see what it's like back there. We need any edge we can get. Hell, we're gonna have serious issues feeding people soon, and we're scouring the area for food all day, every day as it is. It's only a matter of time before more of the scavenging teams meet the monsters out there. Mainly, they've escaped with stories of strange animals and weird noises. That, or the entire team just doesn't come back. He shrugged. Okay, I wasn't planning on going back yet, but... He gestured to the food and nodded. It's up to you, mate. You can go straight away with your people or wait a few hours while I gear up and check on my home. And we can all go back together. We'll come back to meet you here at the Tokyo bar either way. We'll go to the bar. Then we can all go back together, Ken said after a few seconds and gestured toward the armor and weapons. Plus, it gives us a little time to get used to the gear, he admitted, and I nodded. Good. We'll take you to the bar, and then we'll go on to the dungeon, and again, just to be exceedingly fucking clear, if I catch you sending people to shadow us and try and find the dungeon, I'll be pissed. Understand? You'll get to find out where it is when the time comes. Fine, Ken grumbled. But for the first time, I got the feeling he understood, and actually would have thought less of us if I'd not put my foot down on that. We gathered everyone up again. The kids back inside the cart, even if they were a little more squashed now thanks to the armor and piled weapons and food. We set off, having to leave by the lower floor and the car park, as the way we'd entered on the way in was on the wrong side of the building. Descending the dead escalators into the depths of the car park was a strange experience, mainly because Patrick and the others of my own team knew, logically, that there wouldn't be anything in here, not having spawned in such a short time, not on the very edge of the high monozone, and not with the dungeon just upstairs, but still. It was an inbuilt, instinctual thing to feel fear as we moved down into the darkness, struggling between us to carry the cart, the only light filtering through and down from the escalator's path and the open gates of the far end of the car park. Both ends gave only a small sliver of light that served more to make the interior just about visible, rather than utterly pitch black. But that was almost worse, considering the deaths that had happened above us and the dark, dead outlines of the cars parked here and there. We wove our way out of the internal doors, pushing and prying to open them wide enough for the cart, and passing into the silent zone, gathering together before we pressed on. The light at the far end gave hints of the shapes around us, the metal of the cars and the broken glass of internal doors here and there, mixed with the smell of old blood and shit, presumably from the dogs. But it was even odds, since I'd grown used to the behavior of goblins by now. We moved quickly and quietly, even the kids sensing the mood and staying silent, until we finally made it out into the sunlight again, the clouds having cleared above the city for a nice change, and the blue skies making the gray concrete jungle somehow more bearable. We looped around the old council building, Patrick and Finn regaling everyone with stories of the fight inside, while Chris corrected them to Becky at least, letting the others think we were far more heroic than we really were. We roamed the outside of our small column, the differences between my party and Ken's clear to see, as their eyes darted from side to side nervously, guns clutched in white-knuckled grips. Ken, the only one who'd seen real action amongst them, moved slowly, watching the world with a distrustful eye. My own team moved constantly, rotating, moving up and down the column, giving word here, a smile there. Finn told the kids bad jokes and got groans and murderous looks from their parents as he told them to ask their parents later about some of the punchlines. I walked at the front, more and more of the world seeming to open up as we grew closer to the dungeon, the feeling of the monopermeation that grew from it steadily drawing me home. We crossed the bridge quickly, the darkness of the overhead lines and sections of the general grim sight from the bridge acting as a depressor on our moods as we stared out. It was hard seeing the surrounding city and down the river. The expensive quayside apartments and bars that would never open again stretched out like a graveyard before us. The occasional scream rose in the distance, and the ever-present winding smoke trails drifted from buildings all over the area. Leaving the bridge, we slowly progressed towards the smaller railway bridge that stretched over the road from left to right, passing into the darkness again as Kelly moved in close. "You given any more thought to the castle?" she asked me as I leant in to listen, and I glanced at her, nodding. "I have, especially with Barry and the others knowing about us now. It seems like the best choice." "Use it for real, or a setup?" she asked. "Both," I replied. "We take it, provided there's nobody inside already, and we claim it as an extension of the dungeon. Then we build tunnels to and from it, seal the dungeon up tight, and fill the tunnels with traps, make it a real fortress for us to fall back upon, and do the castle out as a mix of old school and modern. The main castle walls were taken down long ago for the railway tracks and this bridge to run through." "Thinking we take the bridge back down?" Kelly asked. I nodded. "We absorb the bridge and the building on the far side of the castle. That should give us plenty to work with. We renovate the castle and start building all the production centers and so on. We can build the farms. That should enable us to help Barry and build a steady civilized base as well." I pointed as we passed the remaining tower that stood alone, separated from the rest of the castle by the damn railway lines. "We need to replace the walls as well," Kelly pointed out as we paused. I mentally sketched it out in my mind, visualizing new massive stone walls rising around the old castle, securing it. "Yeah, I think that's the best plan." I turned to Ken and his people. "Okay then, you buggers. This is where we part ways. You take the left. Tokyo Bar is 100 meters or so on the left, while we still have a bit to go. To be very clear, Ken, no shitty stuff, all right?" I said to him, glaring and making it clear if he followed us, he'd regret it. "I get it, Matt. How long will you be?" he asked. "A few hours at least. Say 3-4 hours or so. That should give me time to sort things. Then I'll be back, and I'll meet you at the bar. If you see creatures, monsters, whatever, unless they actively attack you, leave them the fuck alone and stay hidden." "You said we need the XP," one of his people commented, and I rounded on him. "Yeah, you do. But you kill one of my creatures, and I'll kick your ass. Add to that, some of the creatures I've seen so far, your guns would only piss them off. So unless you want to die, stay small, stay quiet. And I'll be back soon." They nodded and moved off carefully, making Chris and me exchange sniggers as they tried to sneak away, with a cart with a rusty axle. "Okay, people, gather round," I called out, and the refugees fell in close to me so that I could speak without shouting. "Right, you all know that there's a dungeon here, and that it's my home as well as soon to be yours. But this is your last chance to turn away, okay? This place is as safe as we can make it, but very secret. You'll have the chance for some security, some luxuries again, no doubt, but you need to understand this will be hard work. It'll be cramped at first, as well. You'll all be working every day. The kids will be taught, and we'll come up with a plan for them, but they'll be essentially living in an armed camp, safe but very restricted on where they can go." "Matt?" Tullio interrupted, speaking carefully, his rolling Italian accent clear. "If you can feed us and keep our kiddies safe, I have all I will ever ask of you." "Yeah, Tullio. I'll keep them, you, all as safe as I can. I will fight for you and for the kids, and on my soul, I'll keep them all as safe as it's possible to make them. I can't promise anything beyond that. We'll all be working our asses off every day." I paused, seeing the looks on their faces, and I shook my head. "You know what? Fuck it, come on, let's go home." I led them up the street, slowing as we passed the cathedral, eyeing it grimly before crossing Gray Street and looking around, making sure I couldn't see anyone following us. I jerked my head to Kelly, and she peeled off from us as we passed the entrance to the alleyway. I led the others onwards, up to the big market, then turned left and went down Pudding Chair, trying not to reflect too much on what a goddamn stupid name for a street that was. We'd effectively doubled back on ourselves, but it gave us the chance to make sure nobody was following us, as well as letting Kelly break the news to the others that we were there. We moved quickly, finding the entrance to the other end of the alley, and I directed them along it, sharing a grin with Chris as he shook his head. "You didn't?" he asked, grinning widely. "Seriously? Smith?" "Oh, yeah. The House of Smith is now the Dungeon of Smith, mate," I confirmed with a wink, gesturing him onwards. I waited a minute, then two, a cacophony oddly muffled as the parents tried to keep their children quiet, They hurried along the cobbled path, bags jingling, and kids mumbling, crying, and pointing things out in excited voices. I focused, having already checked the area with the dungeon sense. Allie, Kelly, Amy, and Mike opened the doors, welcoming the others inside and guiding them downstairs en masse. I held on for a single minute more, nodding in satisfaction and hurrying away down the cobbles, the gates closing behind me with a thought. Beta and Alfredo took up stations on watch, moving to the roof to start taking pot shots at any flying vermin she could spot, and him planning on doing much the same, but magically, from the alley's mouth. I caught up to the others as the last of them were heading down the fire escape into the basement. I should have considered living accommodations before now. It was going to basically be all of us in a few rooms, and the dungeon core within reach of kids with sticky fingers. I entered the room behind the others, the doors out to the street sealing tight as I did it. Amazed by how full the middle of the room had become, I edged my way into it. Inhaling deep, I whistled to get everyone's attention. "Okay, welcome home, everyone," I called out, and I got a loud blast of cheers in response. "Yeah, you don't have to do that," I acknowledged with a grunt of humor. "I know it doesn't look like much, but believe me, a few days and it really will. For now, however, a few house rules, and then we can sort food and let you all relax a bit. I'll give out a few jobs, and beyond that, just relax, recover, and play with the kids," I shrugged, looking around and taking a deep breath, as Kelly smiled at me. "First rule, nice and simple," I said, holding up one finger. "Don't be a dick." I got a round of groans from the parents and the occasional piping voice asking what a dick was from the kids. "You know what I'm talking about here, people," I clarified, looking around. "We all work together, we all win, so keep the place tiny, do what I ask of you with jobs, and let's all be nice to each other, okay? I probably don't need to say this, but laying it out there nice and clear early makes it easier on everyone. No stealing, assault, or general being a dick, all right? My word is law, and just in case anyone was considering it, killing me won't get the dungeon to follow you instead." I looked around, making eye contact with all the parents, and I was relieved to see that apparently it wasn't something they'd been considering. Or they were good actors. "Second house rule, please don't touch the core," I ordered, pointing to the glowing, spinning dungeon core. "It's not safe, so we'll rig something up to protect it from you and you from it soon. Last of all, don't kill my creatures, okay? No stealing guns and shooting them, like certain people who shall remain nameless," I said jokingly. "I did that one damn time," Allie called out from the back, looking around. "He summoned one of the damn things in front of me, so I grabbed a gun and shot it. Cost me a full magazine of ammunition, and it wasn't how she made it sound. I didn't do it for a laugh." I paused, looking at the confused expressions. "Fine. Look at the far corner, please," I said, gesturing and pulling up the dungeon menu. I saw that there were new options ready, but I ignored them in favor of what I knew was easy to control, and summoned a single goblin. The noise level in the room jumped massively as people began muttering and shifting, parents moving their kids behind them and into safety as they got ready to defend themselves. The goblin stood there, looking at the mass of people curiously, already imprinted with their identities as I summoned it. It shifted uncertainly, the rasp of its rough skin rubbing as it moved clear in the sudden hush that fell. It cocked its head on one side, then the other, then reached its hand under its loincloth for a good scratch. Fast on its feet, the goblin turned and darted away. The little bugger passed through the doors and out into the fire escape before being released into the street at my mental boot up its ass. "Okay, now who understands why I shot the damn thing?" Allie said firmly, looking around as people mumbled their agreement. "Yeah, well, get used to it," I grumbled. "Think of the dungeon as a massive 3D printer that you're all living in, okay? I can print creatures up to protect us, food, living quarters, all of it. It costs resources, though, purified mana in this case, and to get better designs, I need to research them, okay? So no asking me for a damn solid gold crapper seat. I could make it, but it'd cost a damn fortune and need to be researched." "That does bring us to a good point, though," Allie interrupted. "Living quarters, sanitation, all of that. I know the plan was that we'd sort that out before bringing in more people." She held her hand up to stop me, seeing the annoyed look on my face. No, I'm not complaining, don't worry," she said clearly, smiling around at people. "Believe me, everyone, You're very welcome as far as I'm concerned, but we will need to scavenge the building and the surrounding area a lot more than we were. Yeah, I agreed. Okay, people, so the first job, and I'll need some volunteers for this, is to strip the damn building above us. I gestured upwards. We've begun it already, but there wasn't a massive need until now to do it properly. We can convert the physical mass of items into other ones. I find that's the easiest way to think of it, so we need as much of that mass as possible. Tables, chairs, fiddly bits. Think of yourselves as working for a removal company, and you're stripping the building overhead. I can push out the area that we can collect items from, but it's slow, boring, and difficult work, so I'll need a volunteer for that as well. I'll do it. A voice came from my left, and I looked over, seeing the woman pointed out to me as Joanna, or Jo. She'd kept close all the time since we'd left Saltwell Park, bringing to mind the instance when I'd helped her daughter and the stunned and worshipful look on Jo's face after I'd done my sparkly demonstration earlier. Okay, thank you, Jo, I said, smiling, before groaning internally as I saw the effect me knowing her name had on her. This was going to be trouble. I just fucking knew it, but I also wasn't going to turn her and her kids out for fear of a bit of awkwardness later. If the price of having a loyal helper was that she was apparently at least a little interested in me, totally doable. So, volunteers to move things upstairs? I asked, and Mike, John, Chris, Patrick, and Tulio all volunteered, the others clearly not wanting to leave their kids in a strange place yet. Becky nudged Finn, who grabbed Alice and Kevin, and they all waved hands as well. Okay, that's great. Thank you all, I said, smiling. We'll get you upstairs and we can get started. Everyone else, stay in these few rooms for now, please, I said, gesturing to the main room, the storerooms, and the toilets. Sort out food and so on, and I'll teach Jo how to push out the dungeon's influence. Also, for clarity, if I'm not available and anyone needs direction, or if you're asked to help, the chain of command goes from me to Allie, I gestured to her, to Mike and Kelly, then John, Chris, Finn, and Patrick. I left it at that, not seeing any need to go further. Mike arranged those that were to help and led them up the fire escape and out into the alley, finding the nearest door back inside the building as I opened it with a thought. Okay, Jo, you and Kelly come with me, we'll get comfortable, and I'll show you what to do, I said, with Jo nodding and moving over to settle her kids, making sure they were happy with the other kids in the room and the adults who were going to look after them all. We all get comfy, eh? Kelly whispered to me, one eyebrow quirked warningly. This better not have to be done naked or something. You don't want to be naked with me? I asked her, grinning. I do, but if you think you're starting a harem, you'll be starting again from scratch with your groupie there. No, honestly, I don't. And I'm definitely interested in you alone. But when you're in the system, your body is kind of left limp. So if you're not comfortable, you can end up really buggered when you get back to your body. Plus, it's going to be hours that she'll be doing this for at a time. You don't want to cramp for that long, I explained, then I couldn't resist. But you're right. We'd probably all be a lot more comfortable naked, I whispered, getting an elbow in the gut from her as Jo returned. What's up? She asked, and I grunted, rubbing my stomach. Nothing, I was just winding Kelly up, I admitted, smiling. Okay, let's find somewhere to sit comfortably. We moved one of the small sofas to the far wall and sat down on it together. It was a bit awkward, especially as it wasn't designed for 3 people, 2 of whom hardly knew the third, and both of them in armor, but that was fine. Once we were all settled, I slid sideways mentally, accessing the dungeon sense and inviting them to access it with me. I felt the dungeon sliding a tendril into them, and the resistance on their part. Then, almost as one, they accepted, and I was standing with them in the room, looking down at our bodies. The sense we used was peculiar, in that we had no bodies, no physical location, and yet we stood there as well, the habits of a lifetime meaning that we responded instinctively in the ways we'd done all our lives. I look like shit, I muttered, a mental equivalent of my voice being shared with the other 2, and agreement coming back. All 3 of us looked battered, worn out, and more, the sight that we had being similar to regular vision, but less. In normal visual terms, you see details, while this was more similar to an engineering drawing, but one that also gave information with a single glance, ranging from the durability of an item to the overall level, the potential, and more. Add to that, it was done completely without light, and while you saw no colors, You also knew what they were. It was different every time I used it, as my mind struggled to put it in terms that could be understood. After a few seconds, I moved off, pulling the others with me. I lifted us upwards, passing through the ceiling and into the next level, then further upwards, moving onto the ground floor and then the first, pausing as we reached the slowly growing bubble of influence. Here we stopped, and I brought both girls up to the edge of it, reaching out with a spectral hand and touching it. It rippled as my hand passed. The other two reached out as well, feeling the edge of the dungeon's influence. It needs to be pushed out, I explained. It had grown its own, but in the weeks I've been at this, we are only a few floors up by letting it work at its own pace. When I've worked at it hard, I've managed to claim most of the street, left to right, over a few days. "Where do you want me to take it?" Jo asked me, her mental voice soft and wonder-filled. "I want you to claim a central room on each floor, if possible. That should make it a hell of a lot better for people to bring things into a central location." "What do I do once it's there?" she asked. I paused, wondering at how much authority I should give her before deciding that the safest bet was to give her no more than this until I knew her. "You just keep pushing for now. Ignore what gets put there, but once you've got the rooms done, take a break. I know how easy it is to lose track of time and be in here for days. Just do a few hours, and that's fine. Over the next few days, I'd like you to concentrate on pushing the influence out across the street, claim a central location inside the building opposite, and do the same there as here. Claim a room on each floor, and work on claiming the whole building. Your end goal is to get us all the way down to and claim all of the castle itself, then out across the river and to Saltwell Park, but that'll take a long time, I know." "Considering this," Jo muttered, pushing the bubble out by maybe a foot or so, and that was all, seeing the way it so slowly expanded, settling into the new space. "Yeah, this is weeks, if not months of work," she acknowledged, mentally squaring her shoulders. "Okay, I'll get on with it. See you all soon." "Thank you," I said, leaving her and drawing Kelly along with me as we returned to the lower floors of the dungeon itself. We returned to our bodies, sitting up, and I focused on gently moving Jo around to a position where her body wasn't going to fall off the sofa or anything while Kelly adjusted back to her physical body. "You okay?" I asked Kelly after a long minute, and she nodded. "Yeah, I guess," she said. I reached over, taking her hand in mine, giving it a squeeze. "You want to tell me what's wrong?" I asked her. "It's not that something's wrong," she replied with a frown. "Matt, that's so far beyond our tech that it might as well be magic. Okay, that sounds weird. There's magic now, I get that, but this is tech, right?" "Tech mixed with magic," I confirmed. "How?" she asked in a low voice. "Seriously, how and who?" "I don't know," I admitted. "You know what I do." She shrugged, freeing her hand from mine and picking at her fingernails as she struggled to put her thoughts into words. "It's just," she whispered, looking around the room. "All of this. It's insane." "It really is," I agreed, reaching out and pulling her into my arms. We sat there for a long minute, before a giggle from our left drew our attention, and I spotted Amy watching us with two other young girls with her. "Looks like we've got an audience," I said softly. Kelly grunted, forcing a laugh. "Okay, let's get on with things." Giving me a peck on the cheek, she called out to Amy. "Okay, you little monster. I can smell my perfume, so I damn well know somebody's been in my bag." Amy's eyes went wide, and she turned, running for the far side of the room as Kelly chased her. I got up and moved over to Allie, getting her attention and leading her through the hole in the wall to next door where the research facility sat semi-dormant, the kobolds and goblins working fitfully without her guidance. "What's up?" Allie asked me brusquely. "You really pissed I brought these people here?" I asked her. She grinned, her smile splitting her face and making me realize just how stunning she had to have been before all of this happened. "No, of course not. It's just a bit weird, that's all, and—" "And?" I asked. "And I was kinda hoping for some privacy with my husband sooner rather than later, and now—" She gestured to the main room and the obvious overcrowding in there. "Yeah, I was hoping for the same," I agreed, then quipped. "But, with me and Kelly. Mike's nice and all, but just not my type. Ass, she said with a smile. Well, yeah, I suppose he might have a nice ass. I've not really looked, I went on, rubbing my chin as if deep in thought, and she shoved me hard. Okay, I laughed. Right, do you want the good news or the bad news? She shook her head. Bad news first, always the bad news. Okay, lots of work to do then, and I need to leave soon, and I'll be taking your husband with me. Damn it, Matt, she started to complain, her brows furrowing with worry and hurt, and I held up a hand, silencing her. I know, seriously, I know, I don't want to leave, let alone take the others out of here, but not a good choice either way. I can stay here, and the others at Saltwell Park will be hit soon, be that by the undead that we think are rising in the graveyard nearby, or by something else. Or I can go and help there, and things don't get done here. Hey, I'm damn well trying, she started to retort. I shook my head fervently. Not what I mean. Seriously. You're doing all you can be expected to and more. I sighed and told her to sit in the chair as I sat on the floor. She glared at me, but as soon as she was sat comfortably, I reached out and pulled her into the dungeon sense as I had for the other two. But this time, I gave Allie access. Much more access than I had given Kelly and Joe. Chapter 22. What is all of this? She asked. This is the dungeon, basically, I said with a mental shrug. I wasn't sure if I could do this before, but I managed to pull Kelly and Joe into this, giving them seriously limited access, so it's time to do that with you, but with more rights, obviously. Look, you know I'm doing this by the seat of my damn pants every time, but I think I can do this. I gave her access to the building menu, somehow. I felt the system unfurling for her, like it had been rolled up and locked, and suddenly it was just there, reaching out. What the? She whispered, relief trickling from her as she reached out, accepting the access. I could see what she was doing, and I instinctively knew I could remove her at any time with a thought. That alone filled me with relief, just in case. What I want you to do is keep an eye on the counter. You can tell when it's getting close to full. Whenever it is, use that up and permeate and absorb the trash that people find, I explained. Use it all as much as you can. Try to keep it around the 2/3 full mark. Work on research, sure, we can't stop that, but for the next day or so, I need you to focus on here, on our home. Build us all an actual home here. Push out through the walls, stay underground, and stay well away from the sewers and from the cave that's below us. Cave? She interrupted. Yeah, there's a big fuck-off cave down there. I'm sure we can make use of it eventually, but seriously, for now, get us all quarters. I paused, taking a deep breath. The uncommon quarters you researched, do they have showers? I asked, wincing, ready for the disappointment. They do, she said, excitement coloring her mental voice. Showers or baths, and they can be set up with up to 3 bedrooms. We can adjust them as well, maybe use the system to build out the rooms themselves, then make minor changes. Oh, thank God, I whispered. Tell me that's not just you thinking with your dick, Allie asked me with a mental grimace. Look, I know Kelly's pretty, but fuck no, I stated, cutting her off. Look, I like her, and I want her, yeah, I'm only human, but I need a goddamn shower. There was a moment of silence before I felt her amusement and agreement that she would also like a shower. We started going over the layout of the dungeon before I felt something distantly. I shifted my focus, finding figures around us in the research section. I pulled back, blinking my eyes open, finding Mike standing over Allie and Kelly squatting next to me, her eyes closed as she tried to access the dungeon sense. What's wrong? I asked, making her jump. What's wrong? Kelly asked, eyes flaring open and glaring at me. You said we'd be going back to the others after a few hours, right? Damn it, has it been that long already? I asked, and she nodded. I grunted and forced myself to my feet, shaking my limbs out as I tried to get the blood flow working again and wake up my numb bum. How's it going upstairs? I asked Mike. He shook his head, helping a clearly disoriented Allie to sit up. Mate, you need to pay attention. We filled 2 rooms as far as we could, and the corridors around them. Then we came back down. Damn. Well done, Mike, I praised him, sighing as I stretched. Look, We need to go to the others soon, but before we do, I need to take the time and get us some more troops. You guys okay to sort out a team to go back? We're probably going to be hunting the undead, so we need more muscle than anything, I think. But I glanced around, making sure it was just the four of us in hearing distance. But we need to make sure that Allie, Amy, and the others are safe here as well, Kelly finished for me. Some of us stay, some go, I clarified. Allie, I'm sorry, but I think I'm going to need Mike on this one. Allie nodded her consent. I'm coming, Kelly piped up. Another few hours, and I can resummon my puppet. Your what? Allie asked, confused. Kelly made a puppet out of a car, I clarified for the others. Yeah, and you killed it, she complained before looking around the room and speaking up so that everyone could hear her. Remember, people, delusions of godhood? Don't get your hopes up about me worshipping you, that's all I'm saying, she said in a sardonic tone, making me wince. In my defense, I was being choked by a massive undead demon thing, I said quickly. And rather than cook the fool, you decided to declare yourself as, what, Lord of Sparkles? Kelly quipped, eliciting a groan from me. Lord of Sparkles? Allie asked. Mike flashed a stupid grin. Yeah, mate, you need to explain that one. I somehow channeled a fuck-ton of lightning through myself and into the damn thing. I don't know what I did, okay? Why, Lord of Sparkles? Allie asked. Wait, that prompt was you? Now it was Kelly's turn to grin. Because when he was pissed after that, like every time he gets pissed off, he starts sparkling, she said. It's fucking lightning, I stressed to them all, glaring around. It's not fucking sparkles, it's miniature lightning bolts. Lord of Sparkles. I like it, Mike said, smiling evilly. I'm gonna kill you, Kelly, I whispered, closing my eyes and praying for the strength to not grab them by their throats. Nah, you know you want to screw me more than kill me, she quipped. Don't you? It's closer to 50-50 now, I growled. Fine. Seeing as you're feeling like explaining it, you can tell them all about the damn fight and get two others to join us as well. Whoever volunteers to go fighting, I guess. I'll sort some backup for us now. Fuckers. I finished with a mutter, sitting back down on the floor as Kelly commenced a much more camp version of the fight with the undead thing than I remembered, clearly trying to wind me up. I pulled the system up, sliding into the dungeon sense, and immediately forgot everything else. I recognized that the entire system had basically grown in scope and capability, but I didn't have the time to trawl through the depths of it. I moved to the monster section and scanned over the changes, absolutely loving the newly expanded roster. Monsters. Vermin. Rats are a common pest that are ubiquitous across the universe. Vermin of this type vary in size and limb count, but often conform to similar local design. Note, flying variants have now been unlocked. Cost remains identical. Cost, vermin spawn in packs of 3 for 5 mana each. Maintenance is 1 mana point per day and 1 control point per individual. Mammal. Goblins as a species have multiple variations ranging from the lowest caste, who are barely sentient, to the high Grenai, a race that suffers little interaction with lesser species due to the enormous gulf of grace and beauty between those races and their own. The most basic can be spawned as dungeon monsters. Utilizing their species' polymorphic tendencies results in greater enhancements than are commonly available. Cost. Goblins spawn individually for 5 to 30 mana each. Maintenance is 2 to 25 mana points per day and 1 to 5 control points depending on the variant. Mammal. Orcan, or as they are more commonly known, orcs, are a muscular, thick-skinned race. These are similar to the goblinoid races in that they share a highly polymorphic tendency, resulting in as many different versions of the Orcan as there are worlds. The gift of life to Orcans is a costly and highly risky decision that few dungeons are willing to make lightly. Note, the Orakai subspecies is blocked from reproduction by any and all dungeons due to treaties which are enforced by magical interference. Cost. Orcans spawn individually for 25 mana each. Maintenance is 25 mana points per day per individual and require 5 points of control. Monster. Ghasts, or in this case a lesser ghast, is a mana-warped creature that has evolved throughout the cosmos when certain minor species have evolved through an excess of mana and systemic violence. The resulting creature is both savage and often unpredictable in its hunting patterns, yet when a ghast is raised by a dungeon, it can result in an excellent, if simple, scout. Cost: lesser ghasts spawn individually for 200 pure mana or 40 shadow mana each. Maintenance is 25 mana points per day per individual and requires 5 points of control. Reptilian. Kobolds are a common, highly structured, caste-driven species. Semi-sentient kobolds are a standard sight in dungeons due to their advanced trap-making skills and low cost. Kobolds spawn in packs of 3 for 10 to 25 mana each. Maintenance is 1 to 3 mana points per day per individual and requires 2 to 5 points of control. Avian. Impai are simple creatures, easily distracted by their own hungers and difficult to control, but they excel in 2 areas: randomized destruction and threat detection. The Impai as a species are widely viewed as unreliable and unstable, resulting in repeated attempts to eradicate them. Despite this, they remain a popular choice for lower-level dungeons and lower-scale conflicts. Cost: Impai spawn in packs of 3 for 25 mana each. Maintenance is 10 mana point per day per individual, 2 control points. Special. Due to your lightning affinity and the effect that your species change has on your dungeon, you may summon a single Raiju at a time. Raiju are exceedingly rare beasts and as such cannot be summoned in large numbers. Their playful nature means that many underestimate them to their peril. Cost: 150 mana per summon, 50 mana per day, 10 control points. The 3 entirely new species were a hell of an upgrade, or at least I thought they were. The Raiju sounded weird, awesome but weird, and it was clear that they were expensive in terms of control points as well. I wanted one, but I shrugged, moving on. I figured it was probably better to have a strike force for now rather than a single creature. The Impai being avian opened up some seriously cool situations for me, both in terms of scouting and guarding the dungeon, and the Orkans. Hell to the fucking yes, I'll have orcs, I whispered to myself, summoning one of them straight away before me, then reminding myself to pay attention to the time. I didn't need the others pissed at me, leaving them standing around waiting for me again. I blinked out of the dungeon sense to see it, the low rumble of voices from next door letting me know that people were near, but nobody else was so close that they'd get a shock. That turned out to be a good thing, as the first orc appeared. It was a squat, brutish-looking creature, a little over 5 feet tall, covered in stringy muscle, rather than the massively muscled way I always imagined them, but still obviously strong. Its forehead was low and long, with an obvious underbite exacerbated by the thin tusks that jutted upwards a good inch past the upper lip. Its skin was a light olive green, mixed with yellow, making it look both ill and as though it could blend into the undergrowth of any forest easily. Its eyes were a bright, almost golden yellow. All these details were minor, however, compared to the fact it was naked and hung like a fucking donkey. "Okay, Matt, I think we're all ready, and what the fuck is that?" Kelly's voice rose in shock as she walked through. I covered my eyes with one hand, groaning as running feet sounded. When I could bring myself to look, I saw Allie, Kelly, Mike, and Becky all standing in a half circle in the doorway. The girls were clearly eyeing the massive member, while Mike looked at me in shock. "I know," I said to Mike. "Okay, people, meet our first orc. I've not named him yet." "If you don't call him Hung Lo, then I'm never going to stop calling you Sparkles," Kelly said quickly, even as Allie jumped in. "Dong Wan," Allie quipped. Becky stepped up and won the gold. "I'm sorry, but no. He has to be Penis to Milo," Becky suggested to a round of groans and agreement. "Fuck's sake, fine. He's now and forevermore Penis to Milo," I agreed, pinching the bridge of my nose between 2 fingers and rubbing as I felt a headache incoming. "Now, Allie, I think we need some armor," I started to say, and she shrugged. "Seems a shame to cover that up," she said. "Totally," Becky agreed. "Fuck's sake, surely this is a mix of unsolicited dick pic and Animal Farm, right?" I snapped, gesturing at Penis, who stood there dumbly. "Well, yeah, but you know," Becky admitted, smiling as Chris walked through from behind. "Hey, guys, what's— Holy shit!" He paused for a moment, then looked at me, shaking his head in dismay. "Dude, what's wrong with you?" "Me?" I asked, aghast. "There's nothing wrong with me. You created that, right? Well, yes, but what, you decided that you swing that way now? Decided that while we were all working you wanted to have a bit of a sausage buffet? He asked. Whoa, no. I shook my head wildly. Bloody hell, came Patrick's voice as he peered over Chris's shoulder before calling back into the main room. Hey, Finn, you're going to want to see this. The lunchbox has landed. Oh, for the love of God, I give up, I cursed, turning away and shaking my head. Allie? Oh, all right, she muttered, pushing into the room and sitting in her chair, taking a last look at the orc and shaking her head in amazement. Even John, who just walked in, started shaking his head and looking at me like I was some kind of sexual deviant. I did my best to ignore the conversations that sprung up. I looked at the research screens instead, examining the various details and the improvements that Allie had made, seeing the shields and various weapons that stood out to me. One in particular caught my eye, a copy of the original longsword that she'd made for me. The multiple question marks in its description made me smile as I selected it and recreated it. As with other details, the step up into the full bronze level of the dungeon meant that the sword that dropped into my hand was a much more refined weapon, and I couldn't help but grin. It appeared with its scabbard, and I shrugged my way into it. I paused as it caught on the twin holsters for my 1911 magnums, and with a sigh I stopped and pulled them off, setting them down to one side, permeating them, and absorbing the holsters and one of the guns. I hated doing it, but I had to be realistic. I had no ammunition for them anyway after the dungeon fight. I took the other and paused, trying to figure out what to do with it before grimacing and setting it back down. It felt totally wrong to leave a gun lying there, especially one as powerful and cool as the 1911, but I didn't have any ammunition, and I just sacrificed the holsters to make sure I had them available to... I pulled up the system, checking the cost of reproducing the holsters, and while it wouldn't be the cool, black, man-made fabrics, the ones the system could reproduce were pretty nice, all pale leather. Then I imagined the comments if I started putting a collection of leather straps on, and I just shook my head. I wanted them, but again I had to be sensible. As I saw a sudden massive drop in the available mana stores, I breathed a sigh of relief, opening my eyes again. The orc was holding armor that looked like it had fit him fantastically now. While I watched, he picked up the strange armor, seemingly confused as to where it came from. While Allie and Kelly helped to direct the orc to dress, I pulled up the weapons we had available and did a little modification of my own, scaling up a bronze-clad club until it would fit the orc, then checking the overall cost of producing more of them. At the most basic variant, as these were, the orc himself cost 25 points. His armor was a slightly smaller version of the one that we all wore, coming in at 81 points, and the club was another 50 points, giving us a total of 156. It seemed insane to me to spend so much on the bugger, but for now, at least, we needed them. I spent another 15 minutes pulling up the gathered items on the next few floors above and absorbing them, creating the orcs, their equipment, and a handful of magelings, having Alfredo gather them up outside. In the end, I had 4 orcs, 3 magelings, and Alfredo in beta. I used the remaining handful of points I had to create a pair of unarmored orcs, gave them daggers, and I sent them into the sewers to hunt, figuring they might survive, they might not, but at least I should be able to make sure if the Eidolons had survived. My last job as we left the dungeons was one I'd been looking forward to, and I managed to keep my body upright and following along as Kelly guided me by hand, and I stared at the screens. Jack. I'd remembered that Jack was both like the other dungeon abilities and spells in that he had levels, yet he was unlike them in that he was directly linked to both me as the dungeon lord and the dungeon itself. Jack couldn't level, not like I could. Instead, he was upgraded, and when I'd created him, as I was joined to a stone-level dungeon, the best I could do was up to the very edge of the bronze level, essentially allowing me a hint of the next level, but it was the beginning of the age, not the end. Now, though, I had access up to the edge of the Iron Age. I selected him, sensing the changes in the dungeon as it examined him and the wonderful screens that appeared once it was done. Dungeon Lord Automata detected. Automata designated as Jack is eligible for form upgrade. Do you wish to upgrade this automata? Yes, no. I selected yes, obviously, and was greeted with a new screen. Please choose automata physical form from the following: avian, canis, insectoid, reptilian, equus, Ursus, Panthera, Homo, Elephas, Pongo. Please note, these are restricted to the local species variant examples until this dungeon core has reached glass. I took a few seconds to examine the various options. Avian, fair enough, a bird of some sort, not really seeing the useful options there. Canis, well, yeah, Jack had already proven to be awesome as a dog, so that was good. Insectoid, well, that sounded spidery, and that was a hard pass. Reptile, no, not scared of them, but they were way cooler things than a basically robotic kobold. A little racking of the brain let me know that equus was similar to equine, so I had to guess it was a horse of some sort. Great for scouting, shite for defending. Nope. Ursus. That was vaguely familiar, but I couldn't quite get it, so I decided to come back to it. Panthera was the big cats, lions, and tigers. I remember that from the documentaries, so that was a definite contender. Homo, I knew it referred to humanity. I knew it did. Still made the 12-year-old boy inside of me snigger, though. I had plenty of people on my side, didn't need a robot version. I decided, moving on. Elephas. Well, it sounded like elephant, which would be cool except when I needed to be stealthy, and we'd need a garage to house him. Nope. Pongo. I stared at it before speaking aloud, having no clue what the Dalmatian from Disney's movie was doing in that list. So, anyone got any idea what a Pongo is? I asked, getting a round of sniggers. I dismissed the screen and glared around, seeing that we were at the foot of the stairs that led up to the Tokyo bar now. In addition to Mike and Kelly, we had Chris and Becky with us. The collection of orcs, magelings, Beta, and Alfredo, and that sodding tiger who was sniffing at the thankfully covered boxes of cooked chicken in the back of the cart that Ken had left out the front. Seriously, people, Pongo and Ursus. They're upgrade choices for Jack, so considering he could be protecting us all— Bear, I interrupted myself. Ursus is a fucking bear. Oh, that's cool. Pongo is the genus term for a kind of ape. Becky spoke up, and I shot her a glance. What? I asked, confused. Ursus is the bear genus, and Pongo is a form of primate. Orangutan, I think, she clarified. Look, you know how genus works, right? The repair place at the back of the pear shops? Chris asked, and she sighed, covering her eyes briefly before glaring at him. No, you idiot, she muttered, shaking her head and speaking under her breath as we climbed the stairs, still loud enough that we all made out the words. Remember, he's cute and brave and bangs like a shithouse door in plague season, Becky. He doesn't have to be smart as well. Hey, Chris complained, then paused. Thanks, he finished, and she sighed again, speaking to the rest of us. Okay, people, Biology 101. Genus is one of the more specific descriptors of life forms. The next in line is species, but if you think of it in local terms to make it simple, we're all human, right? She got a mumble of agreement and went on. Well, humans used to have other local relatives. The Neanderthals, they were a bunch of others, but we're all Homo. Although specifically in species terms we're Homo sapiens. And I swear to God, Chris, if you make a single comment about Homo in a sexual context or some shitty joke, you're never getting into my bed again. Aw, Chris groaned like a child, deliberately winding her up. I couldn't help but smile, and I nearly made a comment deliberately to set his shitty taste in jokes off when we reached the top of the flight of stairs and paused. We'd found the place where we were supposed to meet Ken and his team, but all we'd found was a room splattered in blood and empty bullet casings. Fuck. Chapter 23. The mood changed instantly as we all shifted around, guns drawn and my sword whistling as I pulled it out, all of us going into defensive mode as we searched the room for survivors, with my heart sinking at a terrible rate. I blamed myself for this. I told them to wait here and that we'd be back in a few hours. Then I'd lost myself in the systems and trying to sort my people out. This was my fault. The floor was covered in blood. Hell, the walls had splatters where someone had clearly been smashed across them, then smeared as they'd fallen. There were empty shell casings from shotguns, handguns. There were even empty casings from what looked like a much more powerful gun, or several, maybe even the same caliber as the police issue rifles we'd lost. I moved inside with the others, starting to search, moving carefully as we looked around. The Tokyo bar was spread out across 3 levels. The ground floor and the first floor were mainly R&B bars, but the top floor, where we'd gone instinctively, where I told the others to wait for us when we talked, was half and half. The covered section was a trendy wine and cocktails bar, but the other end was all open air. It was a hidden beer garden in the heart of the city, and it was very much a case of if you didn't know about it, then it was because you weren't cool enough to be let in. I'd been barred twice. I headed out into the garden end, surrounded by horrific devastation. I wrinkled my nose at the smell of spent ammunition in the air, then managed a few steps inside. My heart sat heavy in my chest. Kelly grabbed me and spun me around. "Don't," she said. "Just don't. We're less than half an hour later than we said we'd be. Whatever happened here didn't happen in that time. The blood on the walls is dry." She pointed to a patch nearby, and I frowned, amazed at how quickly she'd spotted that. I glanced at Mike. He was much the same, focused and defensive, but nowhere near the level of panic I had going. "So don't you dare blame yourself for this," Kelly warned me. "But I told them to wait here," I pointed out in a low whisper. "I could have brought them to the dungeon. And they could have killed us all and tried to take it over. You'd probably survive, but would Amy? Would Allie? The other kids?" She shook her head firmly. "Fuck no. Are you a dickhead? Yes, my God, yes. I want to hit you so hard at times." "Hey," I muttered, a little hurt. "Stow it," she ordered, pressing her finger to my lips. "Seriously, Matt, you're an idiot. 1 minute you're paranoid, the next you're too trusting. You get distracted by anything shiny, and yes, you spend far too much goddamn time trying to get into my knickers. But we need you, and you're doing this better than any of the rest of us could do it. So just stop second-guessing yourself and lead us, okay? You told them to wait here. It was the right call to make. Something happened to them. We need to find out what, and either rescue or avenge them." "Over here," Mike called in a low voice. I hurried to him, finding a surprise. Laid against the back wall, half curled up where he'd clearly dragged himself to hide behind an overturned table, was the body of a man. A man in full army-issue gear, but unshaven and filthy, while his gear seemed brand new. His rifle was gone, but his friends hadn't bothered to recover him, just his best gear. Mike checked him quickly, the neck, the right boot, then he grunted and checked the left, going so far as to peel the insides out and bang the boot down. "What's wrong?" I queried. "He's no soldier," Mike said. "He's raided a base or a supply convoy or something, but he's got no tags, no regulation gear, his webbing is rigged wrong." He roughly searched the man, pulling free a handgun from inside the jacket, stained with blood, with 3 bullets in the magazine. He checked it over before passing it to me. Then he took the knife from the body and grunted in disgust. "The asshole's got spare magazines for the gun, but kept it inside his top and half empty. The knife couldn't be pulled free from that strap. His webbing is a mess. Nah, I don't care what he might have been pretending to be. He's no soldier." "Fair enough. Anything else you can tell?" I asked. He looked at the boots, then at the man's feet. "Yeah, he's not traveled far. These are new boots. They're like walking with a damn cheese grater strapped to the inner ankle. And his are fine. Breaking in new boot socks, and these are brand new. Best way is to fill them with piss, but that's a different story. Wherever they got this gear, it wasn't far, or they only changed into this gear recently." He checked the body again, lifting the arms and letting them fall, touching the throat and armpits before grimacing at the smell. "Last of all, he's not been dead long. No rigor mortis, the body's not warm, but maybe an hour, 2 at most, I guess." "Any idea which way they went?" I asked, and he snorted. "I'm using common sense here, not sorting Navajo tracking secrets, Matt." "Okay. There's a lot of blood about, but only the one body. I didn't see any blood on the stairs on the way up. Did anyone else?" I asked, getting a pause before people started shaking their heads. "Fine, so they didn't leave by the stairwell, not unless there's bodies hidden here somewhere. Add to that, there has to be a fire escape here somewhere. Search it," I ordered, moving to the bar, knowing damn well that, while the public might only have access to one stairwell, there'd have to be at least one more fire exit at the very least. Chris must have had the same idea, slipping in behind me as I reloaded the handgun. I passed him the 3 spare bullets, and paused as he added them to his own gun. He nodded his thanks, then braced against the wall as I moved up, sword sheathed and gun in my right hand. I gently pushed open the door behind the bar, glancing inside quickly and pulling back. I shook my head to Chris, indicating that there was nobody there. The corridor ahead was splattered with more blood and drag marks on the floor, though. I looked again, then gestured to Chris, who leaned back around the corner of the doorframe, then whistled for Mike and the others, waving them over as I headed deeper, pausing to let Beta creep along ahead of me. I thought for a second, then gestured to Alfredo to get his ass in gear as well. While they both vanished around the corner, I waited. We passed doors on both sides, storerooms and offices mainly, changing rooms and staff lockers, a break room with a small kitchen, and a single makeshift bed that had been set up in the corner. I paused, moving in and checking the bed, finding nothing, but the food that had been left around was stale, making me suspect that whoever Ken had left here had been taken before they were. I moved back out into the corridor, behind Chris now. He'd kept going. Mike and the others behind me with the grim-faced and dull-witted orcs behind them. The fire escape was standing open, the door leading into a shared space between this one and the building next door, a hotel, I vaguely remembered. It was swinging slowly in a gentle breeze with bloody drag marks leading out. I paused next to Chris, looking at the boot prints, noting that I'd seen multiple different ones. Holding up my hand to halt the others, I stopped to count the prints. I noted 7 unique prints over a minute or so, plus another dozen or so that looked identical. Okay, people, I'm guessing that we've got 7 people walking in normal shoes or battered army boots in one case, but the other tracks are all from the same boots, so either one fucker ran back and forth a lot, or we've got a group all wearing the same shoes. Wow, that's observant, Chris muttered. Fuck you, dickhead, I responded. You know what that makes me think? He shrugged, and Mike spoke before I could. Most likely, a half-dozen men wearing army-issue gear, boots and all, and they'd not have left the handgun and knife on that body back there unless they had plenty of them. But they took the assault rifle, meaning they know how valuable that is. Most likely the others are their prisoners, and the drag marks here and there. Unlikely to be a prisoner. If they'll leave their own man behind, they're not likely to carry a prisoner that's bleeding like this. They'll not last long enough to be valuable, Mike stated. My turn to lead the way, lads. I nodded, happy to defer to his greater experience. I checked the flashing notification idly and grinned. Congratulations, you have gained 2 levels in tracking. You receive a further 4% increase to your chances to spot important details and tracks. Because you have gained this level in a sub-skill of hunting, you've also received the requisite levels in hunting, granting a further 3% improvement per level to your chances identifying a critical weakness. Increase your skill to further improve your damage bonuses. Sweet, I muttered, whispering to the others what I'd managed to earn. Useful, Mike said with a dismissive grunt. But unless you want to waste half an hour getting everyone that skill, we need to move. Point, I replied, falling in behind him as we filed out into the building next door. Trying the door straight ahead into the hotel, I glanced both ways. Where some of the military-type tracks in the stairwell led down, the majority of the blood led up. We looked at each other, then I gestured upwards to Mike. Is this a rescue or a hunt? He asked me in a whisper, and I frowned, not understanding. What I mean. Are we going to rescue Ken and the others, in which case we need to pick up the pace and rescuing them is all that matters? Or are we hunting whoever did this, so we take our time and make sure we're safe and do this stealthily? Big difference in approach, boss, he said. I paused. I told them to stay here, so this is my fault. It's a rescue. But I understand if you all want to go back. I can do this with my creatures. I'm with you, Kelly said, and Chris and Mike echoed her. Becky shrugged. Hey, I need the experience as well, so let's go. You have generated a quest. Quest to the rescue. Your friends and allies have been captured by an unknown group. Track them to their base and free their victims to complete this quest and receive the following bonuses. +1 to top 3 attributes, +1 skill point to allocate, plus unknown blueprint, plus weapons, 5,000 XP. Accept, yes, no. I grinned at the sight of the quest. A distant look overtook the rest of the group's faces as they got their own versions and accepted them. I accepted it as well, as if there was any doubt. You ready for this? I asked Mike, and he grinned. Am I ready to rescue our friends and get some decent guns? Fuck yes, but... He paused, speaking quickly but quietly. You all need to be ready for this. I know Matt is capable of doing it, but besides taking down the slavers that were dealing with the dungeon, I know none of you have killed humans before, right? Becky and Chris exchanged a look. Kelly swallowed hard but returned my gaze and that of her brother. I'll do what needs to be done. I wouldn't kill that guy in the dungeon because, well, look. I'll do what needs to be done, Kelly said, even as Chris and Becky stared at each other. We've faced other people on the way over here, he said eventually. Becky nodded but said nothing. Okay, well, if you need to talk about it later, come to me. Part of the training we receive in the army is in how to deal with the guilt of taking other people's lives. But the important thing here is that you understand. You cannot hesitate. If someone points a gun at you, it's them or you. In the world as it is now, you cannot point a gun at someone without the clear intention to take their life. Understand? If they drop their weapon, that's fine, but treat anyone that aims a gun at you as planning to kill you. Whatever happened here, it wasn't friendly, and I'm betting Ken and the others don't have long to live. We get to them, we free them, we kill the fucks hunting people in our backyard, Mike instructed, getting a round of nods. Mike. Yeah, Matt. You lead, mate. This is your show, I said. Just you remember it, he quipped, permitting himself a small smile as he led us up to the next level of the hotel. Ahead, a window had been left ajar and a rope ladder led down from it, leading to the top of a series of ducting and air conditioners. Mike took a minute, staying hidden and staring down from the window, making sure that there wasn't anyone in sight before looking to me. I climbed up and stood on the far side of the window. The blood trail was clear, but more than that, so was a large patch near the base of the ladder, telling us beyond reasonable doubt that whoever they'd been dragging, they'd pitched out the window rather than carrying them down carefully. It was only 10 feet or so, 2.5 meters roughly, but it was far enough that it'd damn well hurt, and the dent in the top of the ducting, as well as the pooled blood, made it clear it'd suck to be the one tossed out. Mike checked the fire doors leading into this level. Finding them sealed tight, he returned to his space by the window, examining the view again before glancing at me and speaking a single word. Beta? Mike asked. I grunted, summoning her and Alfredo. They hurried up and paused while I looked at them, impressing on them my wish to find the missing people and to follow the trail below. Beta scrambled out of the window easily, and I wished again for some goddamn time to experiment, as a group of magic users based on her capabilities would be massively more effective than that. The 4 magelings sat idly on the steps below. The orcs at least stood armed and ready, but the goblins, 2 were almost unconscious from the exertion so far. 1 was dealing with it slightly better, and I frowned at that, wondering how, while the 4th, it was panting as it tried to catch its breath, while up to the 2nd knuckle in its nose, exploring. That's it, I muttered aloud, staring at them as the one that looked slightly healthier started rummaging under its loincloth. Never again, no more fucking goblins. Well, I always knew you were sick, but surely you haven't been, Chris quipped. I sent him a glare. Only you would go down that route, I whispered before Mike shushed us all. I looked back out of the window, seeing that Beta had made it to the edge of the ducting, while Alfredo was examining the smeared blood and staring at it as though confused. After a few seconds, he looked up at where we hid and stared at me, pointing at the blood and making a noise that was clearly meant to be a question. I frowned, concentrating on him and directing him to the blood again, from the dungeon sense. I gained a sort of impression from him, one of age, of something stale and unappetizing. I shrugged, not really getting it, and sent him on ahead after Beta, who'd already followed the trail to the wall at the end of the property and up and over. Behind the hotel, slightly raised from the ground level on this side, was a large car park, only a quarter or so filled, and with a clear path across it to the railway station in the distance. We waited until Beta's head appeared back over the wall. I received a sense of emptiness and a lack of threat from her, making me nod to Mike. She doesn't think there's anyone nearby, but Alfredo thinks there's something wrong with the blood, I said in a voice loud enough for the others to hear. Fair enough. Follow me carefully and keep your eyes open. Remember that fast movements draw the eye. Better to move slow and steady. Mike said, climbing out of the window and slowly descending the ladder. He dropped onto the ducting and examined the blood as I clambered out after him. It wasn't that high, only a few meters from the window down to the top of the ducting, but on my left as I climbed down was the beer garden of the Tokyo bar, a good 10 meters below the level of the ducting, and on the right, the ground below on that side held the small hotel car park, a good 30 or 40 meters below. I'd never been scared of heights. Not really. I just didn't like them, that was all. So when I made it to the top of the ducting and stepped off onto the roof of the small building that housed all the mechanical equipment for stores in the hotel, I made damn well sure not to look to either side as I moved to Mike's side and crouched by the low wall leading to the railway car park. "The goblin's right," was all he said, gesturing to the blood on the ducting. "What's wrong with it?" I asked. "Fuck knows, but it even smells wrong. It's blood, I'm sure it is, but it's like it's had everything bar the color stripped from it. It smells sterile, almost. I don't know how to say it more than that." "Human blood?" I asked, and he grunted. "How the hell would I tell that, man? It's not the oily, smelly shite you get from a fish, but beyond that, I'd need a lab to tell us anything else." "Then we remember that the blood's weird and move the hell on," I said firmly, getting a nod from him as the others clambered down and moved to join us. "One other point," he said. "It probably isn't one of their people that's bleeding out. I thought you don't carry someone bleeding that heavily without a reason. I thought it was for medical aid, but you don't throw them out of the fucking window if you're trying to keep them alive. This was an example." "Shit, yeah. Just in case, though, and because that's a big space to cross. How attached are you to the goblins?" Mike asked. "I'd rather not sacrifice Alfredo," I said carefully, and he snorted. "Nah, he's useful. He's earned a little leeway. But the others? Just don't waste them," I said, shrugging. "I want a red shirt to send out across the car park," he suggested. I picked the one that was scratching under his loincloth again. "You, Fiddler, get your ass out there. Follow the blood trail," I ordered him, sighing as he tried to climb up over the wall and failed miserably. It was his weak-ass arms, I saw clearly. The limp goddamn noodles he had for arms just couldn't pull him up and over, and he tried to climb, so I gestured to an orc to help him. It grinned evilly. The first real emotion I'd seen on its face, ran up, grabbed the goblin, lifting him into the air and punting the little bastard bodily over the wall. The poor goblin plummeted down on the far side, moving far too fast to grab the rope tied to a bolt on the top of the wall. The goblin landed hard, a brief squeak of fear cut off by the concrete below with an audible crack of bone that rang out. The distance to the ground below was at least 6 meters or so, probably closer to 8, and I glared at the grinning penis de Milo. "Fine. You enjoyed that a little too much. Over the wall, cockwomble," I told him, and he glared at me, slowly clambering over and down the far side before looking around for a fight and picking up the club he dropped. "I'm not sure about these fuckers," Mike said slowly to me, looking at the remaining 3 orcs who now appeared to be watching us. "Yeah, I know what you mean," I admitted. "There's something not quite right." The crack of a high-powered rifle echoed in the distance, and the orc below us grunted, staggering to one side before dumbly lifting a finger to plug the hole that had appeared in its chest, then collapsing face down. "Fuck! Sniper!" Mike roared, gesturing everyone down, with Chris leaping from the rope ladder to the ducting and crouching down as he landed. The tiger, Simo, simply leaped from the window above and landed easily on the narrow, cramped roof, although he did accidentally knock another goblin mageling off the edge to fall to his death. "What do we do?" Becky called to Mike, who peered ever so carefully over the edge of the wall, trying to make out where the sniper was hidden. Even with his impressive perception, he saw nothing, searching the distant collection of buildings until the wall next to him exploded. He snarled, yanking his head back and looking over at me, wiping blood clear from the small cut a stone chip had caused on his cheek. "Well, now we've got a problem," he stated acidly. "No shit," I said. "We need to get down from here and circle around. I don't know who that fucker is, but he's good, and he's got a hell of a rifle." He paused, looking at me, then fucking smiled. My heart sank. I don't like that look. "We just need to draw their attention and keep it on this area. while I get my ass round behind them and kill them." "And how do we do that, Mike?" I asked. "Well, look on the bright side. Depending on your perspective, this is the easy part," he said, grinning. I just knew from the way he said it was a damn quote from something. Then the bastard went on to explain his master plan. "Fuck," I grunted. It was the only reasonable response. Chapter 24. The roof of the building was covered in ducting, large metal intakes, cooling fans, and the generally huge amount of metal crap that was required for providing air conditioning to a large hotel. That meant that not only was there a hell of a lot of places for us to hide from the bullets, but it also meant that there was sod-all real safety, as the bloody air conditioning equipment wasn't exactly heavy-duty and the rifle clearly was. I looked back at the others, seeing them crouching down as low as they could, trying to keep safe, while the ones who were actually really safe there were Mike and I, hiding behind the stone wall. We exchanged nods, then I called out, "Okay, people, I'm going with the orcs and the goblins. We're going to draw their fire and rush the building. You're to stay the hell back. One human surrounded by the creatures will hopefully be a less tempting target than a bunch, so wait. When I've got to the far side and Mike is circled around, then and only goddamn then you are to go, right?" I ordered, glaring at them as if that'd make them understand better. This was the most dangerous part, but it was also one that only I could do. Mike was the best with any guns we had, and as the only trained soldier, he also had the best chance by far to circle around, find this asshole, and kill him. That left Kelly, Chris, Becky, or me to be a distraction. Chris was slow, always had been. Mentally he wasn't, but physically, he'd last seconds. Plus then the damn tiger would probably go nuts and kill us all. Becky had no real class or abilities yet, so she'd die fast, and Kelly was still on a cooldown for the next hour and a half or so to use her ability. Beyond that, she'd probably die as easily as any other. Me, on the other hand, I had my disposable troops, I was the highest leveled in the group, and I was the only one who could heal at an insanely high rate, meaning I had the best chance. I was also arguably the most important one there, as the dungeon was joined to me, but it wasn't just in me to send the others out as cannon fodder. I'd ordered Alfredo to stay with Mike and follow his orders. He was going to get his happy ass over the side and down the shitty iron ladder that was attached to the side of the building for emergency access. Then he was going to flank the bastard, which would take some serious effort, considering the streets around us. But Alfredo might be able to help him with a little covering fire, at least. Kelly, Chris, and Becky were to get inside the building we stood on and wait for their chance. Then they were to try to follow the tracks. But I made it damn clear it wasn't until I'd covered the open car park to the far side, drawn his fire, and we'd identified the shooter's location. I made sure they all knew and accepted my orders, then signaled one of the orcs, who snarled at me in response, lumbering forwards from the little cover it had been squinting behind, raising its club high overhead. A shot rang out, punching through its stomach, making it grunt in pain before slamming the club down on a thick gray-painted mass of glass that covered a small section of the roof. The crappy old skylight shattered, and the orc, clearly expecting more resistance, tumbled through it, roaring in rage as it fell from sight. Kelly was the closest and peered over the edge before darting back, crouching low as a second bullet ripped through the ducting where her head would have been had she remained standing when she got back into cover. I snarled in fury as I clenched my fists. Lightning flared to life as my anger rose, and she grunted in shock, glancing upwards at the massive hole ripped through the thin steel. "It's clear, but it's pitch black in there," she warned me, pausing, then going on. "Don't get killed, Matt." "I won't," I promised, taking a deep breath, then jumping up and running the few steps to the shattered skylight. I leaped, lifting my legs up and pulling my arms in tight, falling through the skylight as the air by my ear ripped, a bullet flashing close enough that I felt it. I fell into darkness, seeing at the last second that there was a goddamn upper and lower floor here, and I leapt in through the skylight, missing the upper floor by inches and plunging into the stairwell instead. I'd landed atop the orc, who'd clearly done the same thing as me, plummeting straight past the upper floor to land sprawled in the middle balcony of the stairwell. I, of course, hit just as he was clambering to his feet, slamming him into the wall and almost ending up rolling down the stairs. Then, barely hanging onto the railing and trying to catch myself, I looked up to find the cheeky fuck swinging a fist at me. I twisted aside and kicked it in the crotch, staggering it slightly before it reached for its club, snarling at me. I reached for it in the dungeon sense and ordered it to stop, receiving resistance for the first time, and genuine fear sent ice through my veins. Then the fear was banished by fury that my own shitbag summoned creature actually dared to resist me, and the small space was lit by crackling lightning. It snarled at me, and I kicked it again, this time consciously slamming the lightning out of my foot, and the orc was hurled from its feet to slam against the wall behind it, bouncing off and tumbling down the stairs to lie in a smoking and stunned pile at the foot of the steps. "Remember your fucking place, you bastard," I growled at him, anger tearing through me that my own goddamn creation seemed to have planned on killing me. "Okay, so you dickbags are either smarter than the average bear or you're actually complete assholes," I muttered to myself, staring down at the orc that shook itself and grumbled under its breath, but at least for now appeared cowed by the visible display of power. I shook myself as I pushed myself to my feet. This room was clearly not intended that anyone save a few engineers would come here, considering that me smashing the skylight in had probably improved the overall decor. I'd ended up on the middle landing in a set of stairs, with the left-hand side leading up to the next floor, and a veritable graveyard of old parts, dust-covered, broken machinery, and what I just knew would be topless girls on calendars. The stairs leading down from my right, on the other hand, led to a room that seemed to be full of washing machines, most of which were still full of sheets that were covered in mold. I grunted and limped down the steps, stretching out the ache in my left leg I'd gotten from landing badly. There was also a broken refrigerator with a puddle around the base, and a clearly dead engineer lay on the floor, where he'd apparently had a heart attack, judging from the way his body was curled up, hands clutching at his chest. I grunted, suddenly realizing that the end of electricity must have been especially bad for anyone with a pacemaker, before dismissing it as not nearly as bad as it was for anyone in a coma, or on a goddamn container ship, or a plane. I hurried down to the main floor and looked at the boarded-over windows that led out onto the car park below. I nodded to myself as the other orcs, the remaining magelings, and Beta joined me, the magelings squeaking in pain as they landed, and were utterly ignored by the orcs. "Yeah, I'm thinking disposable fucking shock troops here, pal," I stated, locking eyes with the orc that had tried to brain me with his club and getting a hiss of hatred back. I didn't know if it was a case of my monster master skill was just too low to engender the worshipful attitude in a higher creature that I got from my more basic creatures, or if orcs were just basically assholes. I decided that until I knew one way or the other, no more damn orcs. "On the upside, though, we found a use for you, haven't we, you little ray of sunshine?" I asked him, smiling at him again. "Go on, smash the window, and go play with the sniper." The orc glared at me again before roaring and rushing the window, apparently the opportunity to smash something and maybe kill someone, making up for its burgeoning hatred of me. It slammed its club through the weak pine planks that covered the window in seconds, the first blow cracking the wood and seemingly the glass behind it, and the second and third smashing the frame outwards and clearing a space wide enough to see through. Almost as soon as he'd done that, he received a second bullet through the remnants of the glass, shattering his upper right arm in a spray of blood. He staggered, then screamed in challenge, his right arm flopping weakly with the bicep almost entirely blown free. The orc grabbed the club with his other hand from where it had fallen, then roared again, backed up, and barreled straight at the remnants of the window. He smashed through the last bits, plummeting to the ground and rolling as he hit. Staggering to his feet and racing forwards, he waved the club randomly in the air and bellowed in rage and challenge. The other orcs leapt after it, without my commanding them, and I shook my head, looking at the goblins and Beta, who far more sensibly waited for my orders. "Yeah, let's give the crazy fuckers the chance to draw some fire," I said firmly, leaning against the wall and shaking my head in disgust as the rifle barked in the distance again and again. I waited for one more shot before ordering the goblins out and putting my eye to the edge of the window again and watching carefully. It took 3 more shots and the death of the first of the orcs before I grunted and shouted upwards. "It's the highest building, the accountant's place opposite the casino. Far left window. I think the fucker's reloading, so go, go, go!" As I yelled that upwards, I stepped out and jumped through the shattered window, landing hard and rolling. Pushing myself up again, I sprinted towards the nearest car as Beta joined me, landing lightly and rushing along. I heard the others moving, knowing that Mike would be climbing the ladder as fast as he could while the others would be hiding on the roof still, waiting for the chance to climb down and join in the fun. The blood was less obvious from ground level, especially considering that I was dodging in and out of the rusting parked cars, but I could see it still, and it marked a straight line across the car park, for now at least, and towards the building the sniper was in. I managed to make it halfway across the parking lot before the shots started again, and I threw myself down behind a battered old American-looking car. The huge wings and wheel arches gave me false hope as I leaned there, catching my breath. An instant later, something tore past my ear, making me duck as a sudden hole appeared in the steel 2 inches or so to my right. "Fucking hell!" I shouted, throwing myself backwards, then scrambling back upright with an irritated snarl. "Oh, it's like that, is it, you ass? Fine." I popped my head up and hoped I was in range as I thrust my right fist forwards, triggering lightning bolt. I couldn't see him, and we damn well needed that rifle, so I didn't dare try incinerate, but punching out a solid bar of lightning that rocketed across the distance to slam into the window next to him, shattering it and filling the air with flying splinters and shards of glass, clearly had an effect as he dove out of sight again. I grinned and pushed myself up and off, sprinting, but watching the window, ready. As soon as I saw movement, I punched out again. The lightning missed, running as I was, and slammed into the wall further along, shattering the windows of the office next door, but it served its purpose, keeping the bastard down and out of sight. I gave up on subtlety this time and sprinted straight for the far side of the car park and, I hoped, safety. I passed the pair of goblins on the way. They'd taken a more direct route, and somehow it survived so far. Then I passed the body of the first of the orcs as well, staring down at the dead form of the dickhead I'd been threatened by. The car park was maybe 100 meters across, that was all, and with the raised platform of the train station protected by a large fence. The first orc to reach it had simply hammered it with its club over and over until it could get through, and was in the act of climbing up onto the raised railway platform when the second one yanked it back, snarling at it, and leapt up instead. I shook my head as I covered the last distance, waiting as the first orc jumped up and rushed forwards as well. Then, standing out of sight of the sniper as I was, I very kindly lifted the goblins up just in case. There were only the 2 of them surviving now anyway, and I couldn't help but shrug as I caught the look Beta was giving me. "Hey, I don't pretend to be a nice guy, and they're meat shields," I admitted to her with a sheepish shrug. "You've earned respect, they haven't." But before I could climb up, she did, and surprisingly, once she reached the top, she then paused and offered me a hand. I paused as well, seeing the gesture for what it was, a serious step in her understanding, and took it. Clambering up and running with her to the ledge, I jumped off, then sprinted across the rails to the cover of the next platform. Once there, we paused, the goblins huffing and puffing, one throwing up a thin bile as they tried to recover, while the orcs hadn't even really paused. I paused, peering around the edge of the platform and grinning in relief. We were too close now, and the closer building blocked the view both of the sniper and, for us, of the entire building he was in. I had to guess he'd moved to another office, but for the next few seconds at least, until we moved out of the shadow of the building between us, we were safe. I set off running, with Beta hurrying next to me, until we reached the fences on the far side of the tracks. On the other side of these fences was another drop, 8 meters or so, onto concrete, and there wasn't anywhere close by to climb down either to make it easier. The orcs had both simply clambered over, leaping down. Judging from the howl of pain when he landed, at least one had broken his leg. I grunted at the idiocy of the buggers, peering over carefully and ordering them to stand still against the wall, arms grasping each other's shoulders and facing each other. Then I jumped down, landing on their shoulders and making them scream in pain before hopping down and telling them to stay there, while the goblins and Beta did the same. The orcs had hatred seething in their eyes as they looked at me. Mentally, I shook my head in disgust and marked them both for death as soon as this fight was over, regardless. I led my small team to the shadow of the recently refurbished office building ahead. Hidden behind that was the posh accountants unit. It was one of the big, old-school, insanely expensive ones, although it was almost entirely obscured by the angle we were at for now, keeping me from being blinded by the masses of gold leaf and shiny shit on the building, and the sniper from terminally ruining my day. To my left was a small pub, and beyond that a large car park for a local casino, with a few more buildings over to my right, and then half a mile or so away was another hotel and the police station that John was from. I grimaced at the bone sticking out of the ankle of one of the orcs and gestured them to follow me, along with the others, before freezing as we heard a sound nearby. It was a door slamming, bouncing hard against something, and a lock not engaging, swiftly followed by the slap-slap of running feet and a huffing of someone clearly out of breath and pushing themselves to keep going. I held my hand up, signaling the others to stop, the simultaneous sending of the order to the group through the dungeon sense becoming second nature. I glanced at Beta, mentally telling her to get her crossbow ready, even as I ordered the orc with the broken leg up to the edge of the building and to get ready with its club. I planned to wait until they were close, then jump out, take them to the ground, and try to capture them, as I didn't know if it was the sniper, an innocent, or... Then the orc stepped out with a bellow and swung his club. The woman who raced around the corner was short, nearly as round as she was tall. When she saw the orc, she screamed in terror, opening fire in a panic. Her gun managed to bark off 2 shots that managed to ruin our attempt at stealth, as well as completely missing us. The orc, for all his faults, didn't miss, and the club took her full on the crown of her head, the stringy black hair doing little to cushion the blow that shattered the bone and sent her to the floor with eyes rolled back and blood seeping from her ears, nostrils, and mouth. "Fuck's sake!" I snarled at the orc, shoving him aside and looking down at her in dismay. Not only had we totally failed at getting a prisoner, but the gunfire drew attention to us being there. The sniper rifle had been suppressed, meaning that it hadn't been quite as loud as the 2-round burst that had echoed off the goddamn walls nearby. The orc snarled at me, and I spun around, lifting a fist that crackled with lightning as I glared into his eyes. He stared back for a long second before looking away. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to release the magic rather than slamming it into his face. I've never had real issues with my temper before, believing it was a mark of a person how they dealt with stress and anger, internalizing it, taking it out in the gym or in the ring when training, but of late... I shook my head, checking the woman over, finding no handgun this time, but a new and seriously impressive-looking assault rifle and a grenade, along with a single spare magazine of ammunition. The side of the magazine was covered in a thin layer of clear plexiglass, letting me see that it was full. I quickly swapped the half-empty one that was in the gun out, finding the seating mechanism to be simple and clean. I checked the safety, flicking it from safe all the way to fully automatic, then back to single shot, nodding to myself in satisfaction before quickly searching the body again. She was definitely dead, and as Mike had pointed out with the last body we'd found, the chest rigging, or web as he called it, was a mess. Half the pockets were in the way of the other half, and they were almost all empty, beyond sweet wrappers, sanitary products, and some expensive-looking jewelry that I was damn sure a real soldier wouldn't be seen dead in, considering how bright and gaudy it was. I took several of the pouches, seeing a way I could attach them onto my own armor in places, as well as the survival knife strapped to the outside of her thigh, attaching it to my own instead, before straightening up and looking around. The woman on the floor wasn't a soldier, I told myself. Or at least I didn't think so. While I could understand if she was a soldier seeing the orc and firing, I didn't think that the sniper would have fired on Mike and me first if they were either. As far as I was concerned, this was another example of looters that had gotten good gear, and we needed to make sure this was the end of the road for them. Plus, I was a looter who wanted the gear, I was honest enough with myself to admit. I looked around, wondering where the hell Mike was, and getting ready to head for the building, thinking I'd start searching now, until Beta hissed for my attention. I looked at her in question, getting a sense of confusion and something else. I glanced in the direction she was pointing, the road next to us, and frowned, not understanding. It was bare pavement and tarmac, nothing out of the ordinary, but... Beta hissed again, pointing one hand at the orcs, where one of them had a bit of bone protruding from the skin on its ankle, making me wince in sympathy over the pain again, before understanding struck. The blood. The blood we'd been following had continued across the car park, but there was no damage to the fence. There was no blood crossing the rails or anywhere in sight here. Fuck, I grunted, realizing we'd lost the trail in our fixation on the sniper. Beta, find the trail, I ordered, seeing her go on point like a hunting dog, the reptile's side becoming very clear as she lowered herself to the floor and started darting about. She rushed across the open ground, pausing on the far side of the next building, out of sight again of the sniper. But when nothing happened, she started searching again, and I moved up to the edge of the building, staring down the street, watching the entrance to the one the sniper was in, while the orcs watched the other side of the building, in case anyone else tried to sneak out of that side. I waited a few minutes as Beta scouted, watching the building and those around it. When she returned, she hissed at me again. This time, when I looked at her, staring into those golden yellow cat-like eyes, I sensed frustration and irritation as she gestured back up the goddamn wall. We'd lost the trail entirely. It did sort of make sense, though. They'd have injured themselves falling, much as we had, if they'd come this way, meaning we needed to get back up onto the railway lines, but we couldn't do that, not right now, and not with the goddamn sniper up there. I glanced over to the left, suddenly hearing a whistle, searching and seeing nothing until Beta pointed. Mike and Alfredo waited on the far side of the casino car park, crouched behind a burnt-out sports car and clearly ready to head into the building after the sniper as well. I nodded to him, then summoned the orcs, who'd been engaged in a friendly game of snarling and punching each other in the face, seemingly instead of watching as I'd ordered them to do. I glared at them both, then gestured to Mike, slipping slightly into the dungeon sense as I did it to make sure the orders were imprinted on them fully. Obey him. Do not harm him or the goblin with him. I glared at them both, fingering the rifle as I said it, seriously considering killing them if I sensed any issues, but beyond a grumble at the thought of not killing Alfredo, they accepted the orders. I looked back to Mike, who nodded to me and then gestured to the front of the building. I held up a hand, gesturing for him to wait one, then pointed at the orcs. He frowned, then nodded as I gestured at them and the front of the building. He held up his hand, 3 fingers raised, then dropped one, then the next, and I nodded, turning to look at the orcs. Get out there and charge the front door, I ordered them, not a second being wasted in hesitation as they raced past me, even considering that one had what looked to be a broken sodding leg. They'd barely taken a handful of steps when the first one died, a high-powered shot taking it in the head and killing it instantly, the body collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. The second one managed a half-dozen more steps before the second bullet slammed into the ground next to it, barely missing as it raced for the door. I glanced across at Mike, seeing he and Alfredo were gone, the nightblade vanishing as thoroughly as the trained soldier had. While the sniper continued firing at the remaining orc, I ordered both of the goblins out, telling them to fire on the sniper. As soon as they stepped into sight and started to summon their spells, I turned and ran for the wall we just jumped down, making a cradle with my fingers and waiting. Beta ran over, knowing what I wanted. She jumped up in the cradle of my hands, and I threw her up as hard as I could with a grunt. I sent her up and high enough to grab onto a sign, hanging for a second as she shifted her grip, before clambering higher and higher, off to track the blood trail. I returned to the building and ran around the far side. I made it to the back of the building that Sniper was in without any issues, finding the fire escape and the unsealed door leading to it. I grinned, realizing that, in her hurry to leave, the woman had left me an easy entrance. I readied my new rifle, then slowly opened the door that led inside, finding it lit upwards, clearly a fire escape. It was silent inside, and thankfully, unlike the goddamn one on the apartment block, this one had windows spaced regularly. I hurried up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, even as the roaring of the orc reached me from somewhere in the building, and a rapid-fire burst of gunfire was unleashed. The bellow the orc had been making died away abruptly. I growled to myself, knowing that the fucker couldn't even live long enough to be really useful as a bullet magnet. I shook my head at that, reminding myself that as time went on, they grew more self-aware, and Beta was certainly proof of that. That meant that I just sent a creature that could have become a sentient living person to their death. I shrugged and dismissed the thought as I climbed the stairs carefully but quickly. As I went, I forced myself to consider that, while it might indeed have become sentient, there was a good chance that he would have ended up being a sentient asshole, and I'd have ended up shooting him. I'd made it all the way up to the second from top floor before I nearly died, grabbing the banister frantically as I almost dropped my rifle in my frantic attempt to stop my forward momentum. I'd been about to step onto the final balcony, turning the corner to head up to the last section, when a sudden something had glowed in the dim light, and every instinct I had screamed to stop. It had come from the dungeon sense. I knew that. It had that same burgeoning level of fear and wrongness, but what the hell it was, I didn't know at first. I caught myself and stepped back, making sure I was all right and that there was nobody nearby, before slowly crouching and looking very carefully. Still, even knowing I was looking for something, I missed it at first, the thin line that was small and well camouflaged. I followed it, not understanding what had caught my eye, until it slowly glimmered, the entirety of it outlined in a gently shimmering red light. Holy fuck, perception to the rescue, I muttered to myself, shaking my head in disbelief as I spotted the box that lay against the wall under a seemingly random sheet of newspaper. I reached out for it and got a sudden, terrible feeling of danger, like I was about to drunk text my ex, making me shake my head and back the hell up. I stepped over to it and moved around the last set of stairs carefully, reaching the top floor and meticulously examining the door, getting no feelings from it either way, and with my butthole puckering, I slowly opened it, glad that this stairwell at least didn't have locked doors. It opened easily enough, and I crept out onto the top floor. Voices rose somewhere ahead, along with a quick shot, followed by another as two people exchanged fire. The corridor I found myself in was clearly the upper management's territory, considering the depth of the carpet and the shitty gold leaf that covered the marble that in turn covered the walls, and I couldn't help but hope that anyone that liked a gold, purple, and sodding a luminous green combination as decorating had died a painful death. I shook my head as I moved on, creeping along, rifle at the ready, until I recognized one of the voices as Mike's. "Come on, pal, drop the rifle and come out, hands up, and we can talk this over," Mike called. "Fuck you, I'm loyal," the other voice called back, before a loud crack signaled the sniper rifle being fired, shattering a section of the marble on one wall as he tried to blind hit Mike. I crept forwards, moving slowly, half crouched with the rifle up, as I'd seen them do in the movies, finding that it was goddamn uncomfortable and straightening up. I moved quickly but quietly, checking the rooms as I passed them, making sure there were no other snipers or assholes about to jump out and shoot me in the back. I finally found Mike. He was crouched low at the end of the corridor, rifle on the floor behind him and handgun in hand, clearly waiting on a chance to take a shot, when he saw me. He twisted around, lining his gun up as I frantically waved my hand to stop him, feeling my heart leap in my chest as he lined the handgun up before sagging in relief. He dipped his head for a second, clearly either cursing or trying to get his own racing heart under control, glaring at me. That lasted all of a second before his gaze fixed on the rifle I held. He pointed at it, then to himself. I pointed at it, then to me, then flicked him the finger, and he glared at me, before pointing at the room behind him, then himself, then the rifle making gimme signs. I moved quickly down the corridor, staying close to the wall he was leaning against, freezing as a voice rang out from inside the end office, the door a handful of doors down from me. "Look, you ain't got long, pal. The boss is gonna send some of the people. They don't fuck about. They scare the shit out of us all, so here's your one chance." He paused, and we looked at each other. Then I surreptitiously glanced around for Alfredo. The little goblin crouched at the far corner, a flame dart of impressive size gripped between his shaking hands as he clearly held onto it for dear life. "I'm listening," Mike shouted back, quickly crawling further back, making sure he wasn't near where he'd made the noise. "Join us," the voice called. "You want to survive in this world? You join the strongest side. No more of the shit we had to deal with. Now you want to be somebody. You earn it, you prove yourself. The boss is all about making sure we can get the world back on its feet, but it's going to be a new world order. None of that shit about keeping the weak alive. No, most of them died already, and that's a good thing. The last thing we need is them cluttering up the world. Next, it's the kids. It's sad, but there's no space for them, not for now, so they have to go. When we've sorted it all out, then there'll be time to have more." He paused, and I knew instantly, no matter what else he might say, threatening to kill the kids meant Mike was going to kill him and his boss now, regardless. "We need to clear the field, the weak, the useless, the crippled, and all the lesser races, all the chaff, leaving only the wheat. The strongest of us will survive, and—" At that point, Mike just stood up, stepping fully into view and opening fire through the doorway. The voice cut off, and the rifle in the room opened fire. Mike grunted and staggered, dodging back out of sight, clutching his right shoulder. I looked over, seeing it was a flesh wound, or so it looked, a thin line torn through the upper edge of the material. When he checked it, Mike growled in anger, gesturing at me again. This time I sighed, switched it to my left hand, pulling the grenade out as well. I mimed not pulling the grenade pin, but still throwing it inside. Mike grinned evilly, gesturing for me to throw the gun over first. I nodded, shifting around until I stood on the opposite side of the open door to him, then threw the gun. As soon as he caught it, I shouted, "Fire in the hole!" loudly, and threw the grenade into the room blindly. "Grenade!" Mike shouted, rolling his eyes. Then, as the figure inside the room screamed, Mike leaned around the door, firing a short 3-round burst into the room. I stepped up as well, leveling my handgun, but saw there was no need. The sniper was falling backwards. Blood splattered across the windows behind him, gun falling free of his hand as Mike stepped into the room, sweeping it quickly. "Clear," he barked, training making him react instinctively, before he grunted a laugh, then shouted to Alfredo, "Check the rest of the floor. Make sure he was the only one. Stay out of the fire escape," I added quickly, pushing a mental image to the goblin as I spoke. "It's trapped with a bomb." "What a fucking asshole," Mike grumbled, checking the rifle over. "Got any spare magazines?" he asked. "That's my fucking gun," I said flatly. "Yeah, of course it is, boss," Mike agreed with a toothy smile. And that's why you want me to use it, right? I mean, as the only one that's experienced with this kind of weapon, and with you having the handguns and magic. I thought you'd want the sniper rifle, I said. I do, and I'll use it, but it's an L115A3, and I don't give a shit what kind of convoy or whatever these assholes hit. There won't be much ammo around for that. I bet he was already out of it, or we'd be dead. What? I asked, frowning. Mike grunted, pointing at the sniper rifle on the desk off to one side. The sniper rifle, it's a model L115A3, using specialist ammunition. Hell, I know we were lucky we survived behind that piddly little wall. For him to have changed to using this, he gestured to the assault rifle that was laid on the floor next to the dead man's hand. Either he's out of the .338 rounds, or... He put my assault rifle on the table and checked the sniper rifle over quickly, grunting. Yeah, jammed. Mike pointed to the chamber. I'll fix it later, but for now, it's out of action. Then you get his assault rifle, I declared, picking mine back up. Okay, that's fine, Mike said, smiling. He picked it up, ejecting the magazine and checking the chamber, making sure it was unloaded in a smooth motion that spoke of long hours of practice. You can keep the rifle if that's what you want, but... He held up the magazine, showing that it was nearly empty, and making a show of searching the body before sighing and shrugging. There's no spare ammo, is there? I asked. Nope, so we're back to... He started. I snarled, pulling the spare magazine out and passing it to him. Split them down the middle, I ordered, getting a grin from him as he started cross-loading the bullets. I left him to it, using the ridiculously shiny toilets, pocketing the nice soap as a last fuck you to the previous owners, and moving out to the office at the far end of the floor. It offered a similar view of the car park of the train station. Further along, I couldn't help but smile at the sight of Beta with Kelly and the others. Where I'd been distracted by the sniper, they kept going once the threat was taken down. They'd crossed the car park and clearly followed the blood trail along the tracks to the right of where I'd jumped over the side. The railway station led further along and down a dirt track worn in the grass to the road below it, then vanished from sight behind another building. After a little struggling, I managed to open the window, tore the monitor off the desktop, and took it to the window, using it to catch the sunlight, twisting it back and forth until Beta saw me. She shoved the others aside, hissing a warning, making everyone scatter. I cursed myself inside. Now that I'd already terrified them, I might as well let them know we were okay. But yeah, I was going to get this in the neck later. I just knew it. I waited until I was sure I got their attention, then I tossed the monitor out to tumble to the floor below and waved my arms to show it was me. There was a long wait as they watched me. Then Kelly slowly climbed back fully into view and gave me the finger. That's my sister, all right, Mike said from the door, making me jump. Yeah, well, is she always like this? I asked him. Violent, psychopathic, foul-tempered, he asked, and I nodded. More or less, yeah. Look at it this way. She just got her life the way she liked it. Good job, nice house, paid all her debt off. Then the world ends, and the guy she likes turns out to be a complete idiot. The guy in the apartment building, the one named after a car, I asked him. Aston? No, you damn fool. Oh, yeah, thanks, a lot. Next time I'll let the bad guy shoot you. Bah, probably blind luck that you didn't shoot me, Mike grunted, tossing me a handgun in a holster. Take that as well. It's in good condition, and I've not taught you how to clean yours yet. I nodded my thanks, strapping the holster to my thigh and practicing drawing the gun a few times, then took the rifle back, giving Mike the finger when he started to explain in overly simple terms what the safety did. We left the building quickly, Alfredo, Mike, and I making it down to ground level easily enough, then hurrying to join up with the others. What about the bomb? I asked him as he ran. Whoever set that up wasn't a soldier. That means it was almost certainly screwed up already. No goddamn way I'm touching it. My life's fucked up enough already as it is without me blowing my damn dick off. I accepted that, resolving that I'd spawn a kobold when I got the chance and send it to search the building. If it survived, it'd level the shit out of its trap skill, and if it died, no great loss. When we reached the others, I got glares from them, but they were waiting where I'd seen them, and when we jogged across the road and up the gentle grassy bank to meet them, it was to receive bad news. We found them, and we sent Chris back to the dungeon to get John, Kelly explained as soon as she finished giving me a tongue-lashing for scaring them all. The blood trail leads into the police station, and the windows are all covered over now. I turned and stared to the west. frowning as the very top of the building poked over the old carriages and Victorian-era stone walls that surrounded this end of the railway station. The edge of the railway here was overgrown, the tracks old and no longer used, save for the occasional abandoned carriage. They wove between the obstacles and into the trees, providing us with plenty of cover. We carefully waded through the chest-high bushes and parted the low-hanging branches of the trees just enough to get a clear look at the building before us. Then we paused for a few seconds and just stared out over the wall, the road outside falling away sharply to leave us a good 20 meters higher on this side than the other. It was a peculiar mix of 60s and 70s design, and ultra-modern all-glass and steel on one side and red brick on the other. High fences corralled the police vehicles and staff cars inside the carpool at the rear. The windows of the old building were clearly boarded across, and the new one, it looked like most of the lower floor at least had been painted over, then metal sheets from somewhere had been braced against the glass, from what I could see through the gaps from our vantage point. "It wasn't like that a few weeks back," I said, staring down at the grim and silent police station below. When I'd been here last, the station had been surrounded by people, both coppers trying to calm things down and civilians pleading for help. Now it stood alone, seemingly abandoned, if you ignored the wood and metal that covered the windows, and the bloody streaks that covered the floor outside the station. No, and John didn't mention it either. Blocking the windows and going hunting people for shits and giggles. Sounds like the kind of a policy change for the police that'd be worth mentioning, so, Kelly quipped. We stood for another minute, the others taking turns stepping up and peering over before we all moved back, resolving to rest and wait for John before going on. We pulled back to a nearby small railway building, moving quickly but carefully as we went, and finding it empty as far as we could tell. It was a storage depot of some kind, that was clear. The red brick and utilitarian design told me it wasn't intended for the public to see, much as the dust-covered tarpaulins covering random dead engineering parts confirmed. We searched the building quickly, finding no signs of recent habitation and no monsters, as far as we could tell, so we gathered together again in the smallest room of the three, an office suite complete with filthy sofa and threadbare cushions on 3 old chairs that had to have survived the Cold War, judging from the patterns and nicotine stains on them. I settled down next to Kelly on the floor, resting my back against the wall, and checked the dungeon system, finding that Allie was clearly doing what we'd agreed and was using the collected mana to build quarters for everyone. The first problem there, though, was that I goddamn needed it for reinforcements. I waited, seeing by the steady jumps in mana that she must be deconstructing things, and I waited thinking. I didn't trust the orcs, especially not, considering I'd need to summon them at the dungeon, then order them to me, so I dismissed that out of hand. The goblins, well, they were loyal, but that was the best that could be said about them. They were weak, and until they had a few levels under their belt, were shitty fighters, meaning that it was going to be myself and my friends on the front line for a while yet. And if that was the case, no to the goblins. Add to that the memory of that one with his hand under his loincloth. I shuddered. No. That left either the kobolds, which I trusted beyond the others now, but again weren't exactly front-line fighters, the impai, who I'd never used yet, and might be the same as the goddamn orcs, or... I pulled up the details for the Raiju, reading it over again. Special. Due to your lightning affinity and the effect that your species change has on your dungeon, you may summon a single Raiju at a time. Raiju are exceedingly rare beasts, and as such cannot be summoned in large numbers. Their playful nature means that many underestimate them, to their peril. Cost 150 mana per summon, 50 mana per day, 10 control points. Yeah. Fuck it, I muttered, waiting and imagining the look on Allie's face when she saw me using it all as the final few points ticked over to 150. I ordered the dungeon to spawn one. Inside the dungeon sense, I reached out to the new creature as it formed, unable to see it clearly, but impressing the need to come to me in its psyche. It seemed to appear in fits and starts, layering over and over again, growing in stature until it was the size of a large cat or small dog. I waited as it finished. As soon as it was complete, the damn thing vanished. I started searching, cursing, terrified I'd summoned something that might be a threat to the others, but try as I might, I couldn't find it anywhere. I'd summoned it in the alleyway just in case, but still. Fuck, I muttered, my eyes flaring open. I found Kelly glaring at me. Matt? What the hell did you just do? She asked me in a forcibly patient and flat tone. I winced. I might have summoned a new creature. Not more orcs, right? Mike asked me quickly. Look, I know you can control them, but I don't want those things near my family. No, I agreed quickly. No more orcs. Come on, man, what do you take me for? I asked him, offended. An idiot who just summoned a new creature where you can't see it, he said. Yeah, okay, that might not have been the brightest idea I've ever had, but where is it? Mike asked me, getting up and glaring at me as he checked the action on his rifle. I summoned it in the alleyway. I managed to impress on it to come to me, and that was it. It was gone, couldn't find it anywhere. I admitted, pushing myself to my feet and looking around, spotting the dirt-streaked and spiderweb-covered window that looked out in that direction, and moved to it. I peered out, unable to see anything, and reached out to wipe it when Mike stopped me. Doubt, he snapped. It makes it obvious someone was here. Okay, look, I imprinted a need to come to me into it, so won't try to enter the dungeon, all right? I told everyone, trying to make myself sound surer than I felt. It better not. Fuck's sake, Matt, you need to think about this. You've got people to look after now, man. Mike growled. I sighed and nodded, grimacing as I turned back to the glass, trying to make out details. I searched down the track before shaking my head and heading for the door, ignoring the glare Mike shot my way. I went outside, looking around carefully. Then, when I was sure I was alone, I moved to the rear of the building. I quickly collected a few wooden pallets and braced them so that I could climb up, jumping from there to the roof and pulling myself up and over. Then I was rolling to a halt on the pigeon shit-encrusted mess, wincing as I stared around. How the hell the flying rats had managed to make such a mess was beyond me, but the local colony was clearly bigger than I'd realized, and I resolved to send a few kobolds over with crossbows to thin it out and gain me some mana. I moved to the edge of the roof and crouched, peering over the lip and scanning the railway yard carefully, waiting, scared that I might have made a terrible mistake in summoning the Raiju. Long minutes passed, minutes in which nothing moved, beyond the occasional newspaper or discarded wrapper blew about in the wind. A noise came from below, so I moved to the edge, finding Kelly clambering up the pallets. I reached out, pulling her up and over, catching her as she staggered and nearly knelt in the mess I'd rolled across. Ugh, she muttered, glancing at the mushed literal crap and the streaks across my armor. That's disgusting. Look, you really scared us all, you know? Yeah, I know, I grumbled, shaking my head as she sighed, moving across and kneeling down with me where I'd been before. If I knew more, I'd tell you, all right? You all forget that it's not like there's a damn wiki for this. I'm making shit up as I go. Hell, I need to spend more time in the dungeon rather than racing about trying to do everything. I know, Matt. It's just, she started. I cut her off. No, seriously, Kelly, you don't. I'm not being a dick here, but if I was there now, I could be doing a hell of a lot to improve our situation. Look at what Allie is doing. She's making bedrooms for people. That's great. How wonderful even. And not just because I damn well want a room with you, but really? If we forget for just a second that we need rooms for all our new people and us, I need her working on crossbows that we can actually use properly, not just the botched together shit we have now. All our ammo for these guns will run out soon enough, then we're fucked. We need to raid the library, get some real designs for stuff. Hell, there's the museums. Imagine how much better off we'd be if we had decent armor. Swords, shields, sodding steam engine designs. We can make a railway that works, or I don't know. Instead, I'm crawling through bird shit looking for a creature I summoned blindly because I don't know what I'm doing. Look, when we get to the others, when we sort out whatever happened, we'll escort them back to their camp and sort the area out, okay? You stay in the dungeon. I feel a bit shit now, considering that we all expect you to fix everything and make it all work, but we never give you any time to actually do it. It's all right, I muttered, self-consciously shrugging, feeling bad about ranting. No, it's not, Kelly said flatly. I'll talk to the others about it. If we're working as a team, then we can take down anything. You need the time to work on the dungeon, or in the long run, we're all going to lose. Well, yeah, basically. Sorry. She nodded, both of us feeling a bit crap. Me because I was raised that nobody is more important than another, and that I should always step up when people were in need, but knowing that I had responsibilities that meant I couldn't always do this. Kelly had known intellectually that I needed to do this, but there was always so much that needed to be done, and she'd agreed that I needed to be there doing it. So, any sign of this creature? She asked after a long minute, and I shook my head. It's definitely not in the dungeon, right? I shook my head again. I searched there first. If it is, then it's invisible even to the dungeon senses, which I'm kinda sure isn't possible, considering it's a dungeon creature. Really sure? Or kinda sure? Kelly asked. Kinda, I admitted, scratching the back of my neck and grimacing as I pulled the damn feather free. Fuck's sake, that's it. I'm spawning some impi and sending them to hunt the pigeons to extinction, I declared, getting a snort of amusement from Kelly. So? This creature you summoned, what was it again? She asked me carefully, clearly trying to hide a small smile. A raiju, but beyond that, your guess is as good as mine, I admitted. And is it big, small? Small, I think, like a small dog. Or a cat? Yeah, large cat, small dog, whatever, I guessed. And this large cat, anything unusual about it? Well, it's a really rare creature and insanely powerful, supposedly, but it's only available because of my change in species to a tempest, whatever that is. Something to do with the storm, I guess. So, just to make sure I'm getting this right, it could be something to do with the storm, maybe lightning, considering you're the Lord of Sparkles now, and about the size and shape of a large cat? She asked again, smiling now. I frowned at her before twisting around and glaring behind me as I spotted the raiju, watching us. Chapter 25. The raiju sat at the other end of the rooftop from us, calmly watching and clearly waiting for fucking applause or something. It was a cat. Yeah, a large cat, about the size of a Maine Coon, but still a fucking cat, even if it was one with peculiar hair. It was both long and thick, looking like it should be in some damn grooming show, with great long eyebrows and bright blue glowing eyes, and as it moved, the fur seemed to shimmer and shift, the color going from blue to black to brown and every other color between, depending on the angle, as it started to wash a paw negligently. You better be shitting me, was all I could say. Seriously? A fucking cat? What's wrong with cats? Kelly asked me, frowning, as she reached out a hand. Here, Puss, she crooned, offering a hand. The raiju stood, stretching its back and yawning, before sauntering over to her slowly and butting its head against her hand, clearly wanting a stroke. It's a fucking cat, I stated unnecessarily, pointing at it and glaring at the pair of them. Seriously, I could have summoned a fully armored and armed orc for the same, and at least that could have soaked up some bullets. What the hell is Tiddles here going to do? Tell me that's not his name. She gave the creature a little scratch under its chin. Fuck, it might as well be. Seriously, fine, I'm more of a dog person, but whatever. But I mean it, what use is Mr. Fluffykins here? I was cut off as the raiju spun around and locked eyes on me, hissing a warning at that name. I froze. The crackle of electricity filled the air, and the tingling warning feeling of a nearby lightning strike suddenly made me aware that this was one kitty that wasn't going to take well to my shit. Okay, maybe a better name than that, I muttered, and the cat broke off the staring contest, turning back and bumping its head against Kelly's hand for more strokes again. I think you need a better name, don't you? Yes, you do, she whispered, kissing the top of the raiju's head as it filled the air with a deep-throated purr. How about Thor? She asked, getting a louder purr, and the damn thing stood on its hind legs and bumped its face against hers, making her laugh, even as I groaned. I'd summoned a fucking cat that could control lightning, one of the evilest creatures in the galaxy, and it had control of lightning. Everyone knew cats would destroy the universe for shits and giggles just to see if it made an amusing sound when it chattered given the chance, and this one could control lightning. I shook my head, looking back across the railway yard, spotting John and Chris jogging up a ramp into the car park in the distance, heading straight for us. As soon as they appeared, Thor changed, going from idle cat to on guard, staring across the distance between us and the oncoming others before twisting its head around to look at me. I found I could understand it, to my amazement, as it locked eyes on me. Hunt? No, friends, I responded to it mentally, shocked as I felt a strange connection forming between us. Thor turned back to regard them again, then after a second seemed to lose interest, shifting to bump against Kelly again. Might be worth telling Mike about the cat, I suggested to Kelly, who nodded and gestured me to the edge, while she scratched him under the chin and made kissy kisses faces at the damn creature. I growled under my breath and moved to the edge, jumping over and landing smoothly, grinning in satisfaction as that, at least, had gone right. I stepped inside, getting a glare from Mike, and I spoke quickly. "John and Chris are on their way. Few minutes, and they'll be here, and the Raiju is here. It's sitting on the roof with Kelly," I said to the room in general, seeing the look of relief on Mike's face before sitting in the corner of the main room. I stretched myself out on a pile of tarpaulins and sighed as I managed to make myself at least reasonably comfortable. "You planning on taking a nap?" Mike asked in a carefully neutral tone from the door, clearly still pissed at me as he unconsciously checked his gun over, and I shook my head. "No. While we wait for the others, I need to look over the dungeon," I forced myself to say. "Get my attention when they're here. Please." Mike grunted, then moved back out of sight, the door swinging closed with a creak. I settled back, closing my eyes, and letting out a long sigh. I needed to take the time to sort this out, and the others could damn well wait a few minutes for me if need be. Mike was right in that we needed to rescue the others, but we needed John's information first, and that meant we needed to wait anyway. I pulled the dungeon sense up, data appearing before me as I scanned it over, envisaging the dungeon as it was, a collection of small rooms around a single larger one that had been a dance floor for a nightclub, with 3 bars situated around the outer edges. I oriented myself on the entrance, the fire escape that we used to reach the alleyway, rather than the original interior stairs that led up into the upper floors. I shifted the view around to the point I was mentally hovering there, with the fire escape behind me. As I looked forwards now, the main room was before me, with a small room to my right that had been behind the bar. Now, where the room had been, the dungeon core glimmered. I regarded it, deciding that if I could move it, I could slide it backwards into the room behind and protect it better that way. I focused on the core, finding that it was possible to move it, but it was a slow and expensive process. Rolling it back a mere foot cost 10 mana, so sliding it all the way to the back of the small room behind would cost around 80 mana, but once I rebuilt the wall around the room and possibly filled the room in with solid stone for shits and giggles, the core would be safe. It didn't need air, after all, and while the mana conduits absorbed ambient mana from the air around, if I could leave tiny gaps in the walls, or just absorb a tiny space, then I could feed the conduits through. In fact, I could try to grow the conduits, gradually lengthen them, and get them up to ground level. They'd be able to reach a fuck ton of mana from the outside, surely, rather than just whatever it got in the basement. I blinked, realizing that the core I'd wrecked in the other dungeon had been inside a much larger room, and I was probably starving the damn thing of the possible mana I could have gotten it. I checked the research, hearing the buzz of conversation growing in volume nearby and knowing I didn't have long. Whatever Allie had been doing, the research on the agriculture first level was almost halfway, so we'd get access to the first level farm in another few hours to a day, depending on how much more she absorbed. It felt almost like I was gaming the system and being able to put half of anything that was gained from absorbing random crap into research, but I knew that, first of all, this was an exponential curve, so while the first level might only be 1,000 mana, the second wasn't going to be the same level. Secondly, whoever designed this system seemed to want us to survive. Absorbing the stuff around us gave us that chance as it was broken down, but eventually I would run out of shit to do that with, so I needed to be careful. Third, and finally, even if I had her doing nothing but absorbing shit for me, it still took time, and I couldn't just absorb a house, bricks and all, and jump all the way to producing railguns. The entire purpose of the system seemed to make us personally level as fast as we could, growing in strength as life and taking that life rewarded us with the most mana. I queued up the next research project right behind the farm, the bronze level of mana conduit research, and I pulled up the last one, comparing it as best I could. Mana Absorption Upgrade 1. Improved conduits have been uncovered, allowing an increase of 0.75 mana per collector per hour. Complete further research to improve this rate of absorption. I looked it over, noting that the bronze level was also marked as Upgrade 1, and I cursed as I realized the mistake I'd made, and the true cost I needed to consider from now on. If I jumped to the next level, the base upgrade was great, but it would start at level 1 each time, so if I researched level 1 of bronze and moved the mana absorption from the current level of 1.5 to whatever it was next, The first one had increased it by 0.75 per conduit. So even if I just did the same again, that was a hell of a jump, but for all I knew, there were multiple levels of conduit research for each core. If, for example, I researched the first level of conduit research for each core, and that was all, and I got 3/4 of a point extra each time, that was 6 times that, or 4.5 points per conduit. That was all I'd get through, as if I moved on from each core, I couldn't just go back and do it again later. If I did 2 levels of conduit research on each level, though, that would literally double the amount of ambient mana that was pulled in. Jumping from stone to bronze made sense. We needed the additional capabilities, the better weapons, the better materials, and more. But I couldn't afford to think like that. If I continued to do that, I'd cripple the dungeon's potential, and we'd be weak as shit compared to anyone that went all in on a particular area. I checked the research, finding that thankfully the first level of mana absorption upgrade in this tier was only 2,000 mana, so hopefully it would be worth it. I queued it up. With that done, I banished the screens and opened my eyes. I then let out a ridiculously unmanly scream as I twisted around, flailing at the bright glowing blue eyes that had been right in front of my face. The Raiju leapt clear of my chest, landing lightly and hissing at me in displeasure, before storming off as I tried to get my heart rate back under control. "Fucking cats!" I shouted after it as it walked away. "I'm gonna get you a goddamn princess collar with a bell on it." The damn thing just flicked its tail at me and kept going. Well, I clambered back to my feet and brushed my armor off, trying to get my heart rate back down to a manageable level before stomping through the crappy thin door. I dismissed the woodworm-riddled mess and looked around. John and Chris were there now, and Kelly was finishing talking to them all. "Agreed," she said, and the others nodded or voiced affirmative noises. "What's this?" I asked cautiously, noting the way the damn Raiju cat thing was rubbing against her legs and purring. "We're just agreeing that, as you're a lazy bastard, we're going to leave you in the dungeon when we've saved Ken and the others," Chris said, grinning. "Apparently you need your beauty sleep. Hell, it explains why you're such an ugly bastard, though, I suppose." "Love you too, mate," I glared at him before giving up and grinning. "Okay, look, I'm sorry, everyone, but yeah, I can't keep doing this. I need to learn about the dungeon more, and set things up so that we can expand it. Otherwise—" I shrugged, and they nodded or grunted, or in Chris's case, made a rude gesture. "So, looking at the cop shop," I asked John, who nodded, taking over the conversation. "Yeah, I've had a quick look on the way in, and that's definitely not good. The blood trail leads to the front door, but looking at it, well, what?" I asked. "It's a trap," he said simply. "And you know this because—" "Kelly, you've medical training," John stated instead of answering directly. "Considering how much blood there was, and how far it went from the bar to here, how big would someone have to be to lose that much blood?" "Shit," she said after a second's thought. "They'd have to be a giant, or someone's deliberately dragging a couple of corpses, using them to make sure there's a trail for anyone to follow," John said. We all looked at each other, feeling stupid. "So, front door is out, then?" Mike offered, and I grunted my agreement, leaning against the wall and watching as John cleared some crap off the edge of the table and sat down on it. "Yeah, the front door is definitely out, and the car park entrance has been blocked by one of the vans being pushed up against the gates. Not getting in that way." John crossed his arms over his chest. "Okay, but," I prodded, and he grinned suddenly. "But if they've gone to all the trouble of making sure you can't get past the outer gate, I'm betting they've not bothered to lock the doors that lead inside from there. How many of you left the back door to your garden unlocked but locked the front as a matter of habit?" he asked. I glanced at the others, not having had the luxury of an easily accessible back door thanks to being the top flat. The others nodded and shrugged sheepishly. "Normally I'd tell you that you should consider burglars and lock those doors regardless of how high your garden walls are, but the simple truth is, it's normal. Add to that the fact that not many people know there's a maintenance ladder from the railway track to the underside of the bridge, a bridge that has our carpool under it." He grinned around, and we all joined him. "One question, though, Matt." "Go on." "You left with a bunch of big orcs. Now you've got a cat. What can I say? The orcs didn't work out," I said with a grimace. "Chris told me they were wankers, but I mean, don't you think we could use them, or something like them?" "We could," I agreed. "But apart from Beta and Alfredo, they're all fucking idiots and weak as hell. Basically, I need to go back to the drawing board and upgrade the fuckers. I need to work on the whole creature side of things. If I summon them, they take another half an hour or more to get to us, at least, and considering what we have in the way of mana, at least 2 hours to make enough goblins that it could make any difference. Add to that, the average goblin's idea of stealth is closing their eyes so they can't see you. You said there were goblin rogues, he started. There are, and I'm pretty sure I can create them easily enough, but first I need to experiment, learning how to create the class first before I can spawn any, adding in different levels of mana to create them. Give me a day, maybe 2, and I should be able to create them, no stress. Think can the others have that long? I asked. Kelly spoke up. And there we are, back to why we need to give him time in the dungeon, she said, getting interrupted by Mike, who held up both hands, gesturing at her to stop. And we agreed. Okay, Kelly, seriously, we agreed, he said, shaking his head. So basically, beyond Thunder fucking Kitty, it's us to sort this, okay, John? Thunder Kitty? John asked, looking at the Raiju, who purred loudly. His name is Thor, Kelly stated flatly. But of course, that's too complicated for Mike. Hey, I'm the Lord of the Storm, I interjected. Yet you're still damn well calling me Sparkles. Be thankful I'm not calling you anything else, Kelly said sardonically, shooting me a slight smile. She sat down on the dusty floor and reached out. Thor, the goddamn Thunder Kitty, clambered straight into her lap and started getting stroked like it was his right and she was his slave. Like every goddamn cat, really. I shook my head in amusement, watching as John started again. Okay, so it's just us. Okay. Well, if we climb down the back, that'll take us into the carpool. From there we can get access to the main building easily enough. Then we need to decide. Most likely the prisoners will be kept in the cells downstairs, or at least that's the logical place to keep them, John said carefully. Right, I commented, curious. Well, the armory is also downstairs, but completely separate from the cell area, for obvious reasons. Basically, we go into the main building, take a left, then we're in the main intake area. From there, we have access to the cells, and the next 2 levels down are holding cells as well. If instead we take a right through the carpool, there's the main security doors. Through them and down that set of stairs, and we're on the armory and storeroom level. If anyone with any control over things is in charge, that's where they'll be keeping the weapons. We'll hit it. But to be clear, John, I seriously doubt there's anything down there. Frankly, the way the world is these days, you keep your guns close to hand. That raises a good point, though. Weapons. Who's got what left? I asked, looking around. Everyone started pulling their guns out, having cobbled together the best weapons we could before we left the dungeon, despite the pathetic collection we had between us all. Mike had his assault rifle. He also had the sniper rifle, the gem now cleared, but for obvious reasons that had limited use in the soon-to-come engagement, as well as only 7 rounds for it. Add to that, we had a 9mm pistol and his old rifle, a single-shot hunting model that, while powerful, was also highly limited in ammunition and strapped to his back, as well as his handgun. Kelly had a handgun and one of the shotguns. She only had 2 rounds for the handgun left, as well as a handful of shells for the shotgun, with her submachine gun having ran out of ammo. Chris and Becky had a crossbow, 2 clubs, a diving knife, and a handgun with a pathetic 7 rounds between them. John had finally given up on carrying the damn useless taser, and instead had his handgun and his carbine rifle, a knife, and a crossbow. He was out of ammunition on the handgun, and was down to only a few rounds for the rifle, and a handful of bolts for the crossbow. Finally, as I spread out my weapons, I had my assault rifle with half a magazine as well, 2 handguns with nearly a full magazine between them, my sword, and a knife. That was it. We added up the ammo we had between us all, spread it out as fairly as possible so we all had some at least, and made do, knowing it would never be enough. While we did this, I gave the crossbow wielders a grilling on not telling me before he left the goddamn dungeon about them needing more bolts. At that point, Beta walked over and set her crossbow down, showing us all that she had 16 bolts and offered to share. Hers were smaller, practically useless to us, so I told her to keep them. But again, it was a sign of the emerging intelligence and sentience that she was developing. We all took a few minutes to talk over the tactics after that, concluding that our best chance was stealth, and while we wanted to free the others, we had to be realistic at this point. That also meant that Simo was staying behind, as there was no way to make a giant white goddamn tiger stealthy. If whoever was inside had, as we suspected, raided an army convoy or base, they were heavily armed, and they seemed to be setting traps to draw us in. We needed to be insanely fucking careful, or none of us were leaving. That meant we were hitting the armory and killing anyone we came across, without warning, and we had to hope that it was stocked at least somewhat. John hated that idea, especially because he was still hoping that there might be some of his people involved somewhere, and that this was all a big misunderstanding. The rest of us were just hoping to kill them all and get out alive with as many of our friends as possible. Chapter 26. We filed out of the building and to the right, hurrying across the scrub grass and onto the railway tracks, staying low so that we were hidden by the retaining wall that ran along the edge. It took us only a few minutes to cover the distance, well aware that the top floor of the police station was higher than we were, but not by much, and that the windows were all blacked out or covered by wood and shit. By the time we paused at the access ladder, looking over the edge and examining the police station and its car park, I had to agree with John. This was definitely the best way to get in, considering the large wall at this end and the fence at the other. Without this ladder, there would have been no damn way we could have made it inside, not to mention that if there was ever a reason to break in or out of a police station, it was generally assumed that it'd be the other way around, so it was all geared to keeping people in. "Go," Mike told us, bracing himself against the wall and sweeping the area below with the sniper rifle, clearly loving his new toy. I grabbed onto the edge of the ladder, tugging the cover free with a grunt of effort, then clambering inside. The ladder was topped with a metal grate, thankfully not locked, and then ringed by steel bars, clearly to ensure the safety of a worker in case of a passing train or something falling from one. That meant it was both awkward and claustrophobic, and yet still open to the goddamn elements, so everything was covered in bird shit and rust. I gritted my teeth and clambered down to the bottom, grunting as I dropped the last meter and brushed my hands off. Jogging to the side, I crouched down next to a car to shield myself from view while the others climbed down. Beta had followed me straight away, trotting across to crouch next to me where I hid, quickly followed by Kelly, then Chris and Becky, John, Alfredo, and finally Mike, by which time I'd had to move as stealthy as I could around the back of the car and to the next in line, having run out of space. "Go, go, go," Mike hissed at me, and I grunted, running across the car park to the next parked-up vehicle, pausing there with my sword and gun at the ready while the others ran. Then John took over, sprinting to the closed door of the carpool. I followed him, grimacing at the noise of us all moving, the clattering and clanking of our armor, weapons, and more. With only a tiny skid, I reached the large double doors and paused while John slowly cracked the small personal door to the side open, taking a quick glance inside before gesturing us to follow. I hurried after him, stepping inside the large building and pausing, surprised. It ran the length of the block, and for some reason I'd always assumed it was just a small section for the cars or whatever, but instead it had to be a good 50 meters long and 15 to 20 wide and 10 high, with a massive skylight that ran its length. Inside, parked in neat rows, were the usual police cars, their blue, yellow, and white markings combined with the clean white walls and open areas making it a damn riot of colors. But there were also riot vans, undercover vehicles, and a couple of what I had assumed were recently captured sports cars for some reason, and I paused, surprised, until Kelly shoved me from behind to clear the doorway. I grunted in embarrassment and set off jogging after John, who'd run to the left wall and was hurrying along it. We ran in single file, following him to the far end, pausing only once as we passed the main doors into the building, solid steel on the bottom and with reinforced glass panels at the top. I peered through carefully, seeing the darkness beyond as the corridor led inside, then shrugged and ducked down. Making sure I'd not accidentally be spotted, I covered the last of the distance to the door he wanted. "Okay, this is the armed response section, people," he started in a low whisper, making it clear that this was his territory. "These cars were all ours as well, but they've had the emergency guns stripped out, the two that had them inside, and everything was in the armory downstairs." He gestured to the floor here, and the scuffed and scratched drag marks clear there. "It wasn't like this before, so it looks like they've moved stuff down there. Be careful, go slow, and for fuck's sake, don't shoot unless you're sure. To be very clear, be sure that both you have to, and that you'll only hit your target. We had all sorts down there, and whatever has been added to it only means there's more that might explode," he hissed, and I nodded, getting prodded in the arm by Mike. "He means you," Mike pointed out helpfully, his whisper carrying to the others, who grinned. "He means everyone," I hissed back acidly. "I mean you," John whispered back. "No one else has thrown themselves into the middle of everything yet. They all use common sense. You should try it." "Bah," I grumbled. "So you leading the way, or am I?" I asked him. "No way am I letting you lead the way," he replied grimly, before looking to make sure we were all ready. "John," Mike hissed. "Better if he leads. He's the one with the magic and the sword." "He's also the most likely to blow us all up," John hissed back, and I shook my head, tugging the door open a sliver, glancing inside and listening. The door was a large, heavy steel one that led straight onto a reinforced steel and concrete stairwell that disappeared downwards literally as soon as you stepped inside. "Beta, scout," I ordered, and she slipped past me, easily making her way through the narrow gap and pausing at the top of the stairs to sniff the air. She looked back to me and paused as I made eye contact, finding it easier each time. "Smells like a lot of humans came this way recently, as well as something else," I told the others as she turned back, slipping down the stairs almost silently. I followed her, making it down 3 steps before fucking Tittles pushed past me, hurrying after Beta and making me curse. The stairwell was pitch black, meaning I had to sheathe the sword, and with the gun in my left, I held to the railing on the right and moved down the steps slowly, the blackness growing with each step. It took less than a minute before my feet hit the bottom step, and I staggered. It was darker than the inside of a politician's soul, and we all stood for several seconds, eyes wide, frantically hoping that we'd be able to see something. Spoiler, we fucking couldn't. After another minute, Kelly reached out, her fingers gripping my arm as she whispered to me. "Can you control the lightning?" she asked me. I frowned, taking a deep breath and nodding to myself in the darkness. "I guess it's time to find out," I whispered, reaching down inside myself and finding the change that I'd somehow triggered when fighting the undead. I felt it somehow in my chest, yet still spread throughout my body, and I tried to draw it into my hand, pulling, straining like I was trying to lift a boulder and getting a few faint sparkles. I dug deeper, straining and tugging, grunting with the effort, as more flickers of power grew in my right hand. It started as a faint tingle, a crackle like I'd rubbed my hand across a plasma orb in some hippy-dippy shop. I strained, pulling harder and harder, gritting my teeth, as I tried to remember what I'd done, and how the hell I'd managed to channel this power before so effortlessly. The power slowly built in my hand, but my entire body was shaking now, a feeling of pressure building and building, and the pain began to eat at my concentration as the room was lit by the building, crackling energy. Kelly and the others edged around me, spreading out on either side of the door that stood before us, solid and closed. John moved up, cracking it open, looking inside, then leaning back. "There's candlelight at the end of the corridor," Mike grunted next to him. "Any idea if there's people?" John shrugged. "Only a fucking idiot would leave a candle burning down here unattended." "True," Mike grinned. "But most of your people didn't exactly scream Mensa candidates when we met." "Fuck you, Mike," John countered in a low whisper, but he still smiled back at him as Mike slipped through the door and hurried down the corridor as quietly as he could. John followed him, the others going in single file behind him, all but Kelly and Thor the Raiju, who stood staring at me. "Matt, you can stop now," she said carefully. I swallowed hard, shaking my head. "Can't," I grunted through gritted teeth. Crackling arcs of power flickered in and out of sight, crawling across my body. My eyes were screwed tight shut as I tried to control the power, and the goddamn Raiju started purring. It moved up, sitting before me, and my power reacted to it, gathering closer to it and reaching out. I felt the circuit completing as power flowed out of me and into it, before flowing back into me again, somehow purified, compressed, and different. "Go," I managed to grunt out to Kelly, knowing she was still there and far too close. She paused for a few long seconds, backing away as the power continued to build. She reached the door, hesitating, then turned and ran as I shook in pain, trying desperately to hold on, as she vanished from sight. Minutes seemed to stretch into hours, even as I dimly heard gunfire from the direction the others had gone. I worried for Kelly and the rest, but I had all I could do just in surviving this right now. I'd emptied my mana pool long centuries before, or so it felt, and since then the Raiju had been feeding me power at a steadily increasing rate, the feeling of teetering on the edge of the abyss vanishing as I felt like I was kicked off and into it. My senses spread out as the other's presence blanketed me. I gritted my teeth and tried to hold on to my sanity. The power that flooded me dug deeper into me by the second, rooting out imperfections, strengthening me. It was reaching a crescendo, I knew somehow. I could feel a difference, a potential, just ahead of where I hovered on the edge. The next evolutionary step for me, possibly for my species, lay ahead, and the distance was closing as the lightning filled me. I sensed the edge of something, like a jigsaw piece where twisting a single piece would lead to it falling into place, exposing more of the picture and letting you take the next step. I sensed the potential and the information building, hinting pain. I felt terrible pain in my side and chest, like a dozen white-hot wasps rammed into my flesh, burrowing their way into me, burning hot and shoving me bodily aside. I blinked, and the world before me, one of potential and power, vanished. I was inside the stairwell of the police station, I realized, standing slumped against the back wall, bloody, holes punched into me, tearing through my armor. I glared up the steps, seeing a trio of men, scruffy, filthy, and carrying military-grade assault rifles aimed at me. I felt the potential changes I'd almost reached vanishing. All the pain, all the effort, all of it wasted. Lost. I drew in a deep breath and screamed in rage, throwing my head backwards as the power that had built inside me ripped free, hurtling upwards in a massive detonation. The stairwell shook and groaned, lightning crackling and dancing across it as it went. The three scumbags that had shot me, well, they were reduced to shredded meat and blackened bone, the guns exploding as the ammunition in them went off all at once. I continued to scream, the power flooding out in one long barrage of pain and madness. I felt it flooding through me as well as racing upwards. My wounds began to close, slowly at first, then faster and faster, a feeling like a splinter being worked out all over my body as bullets were inched backwards out of the flesh and bones that had been holding them. I stood, closing my eyes, as I quivered in pain and shock. The last of the power left me feeling empty and hollow. The stairwell echoed with the clatter of bullets hitting the wall, bouncing as brass and lead danced. Even the remnants of the three men who'd shot me rolled down the last few steps and across the floor. When it was done, I fell to one knee, hands braced on the floor, staring at the concrete before me as little pops and crackles of power still danced and jumped across me, gradually dying away as I realized that I could see. There was light. I lifted my head slowly as Kelly closed the last few feet to me, going down on one knee before me and pulling me to her. She hissed in pain, the last of my power grounding through her. She'd flinched, then held tighter to me, as though afraid I'd vanish if she let go, and my own arms wrapped around her, holding tight to her. "Are you okay?" she asked me. I nodded into her hair, not trusting myself to talk. I was heavy with a tremendous sense of loss, of an opportunity that had been missed, not to mention a terrible hollow void inside me, and a weakness, like my muscles were bands filled with water instead of flesh. I shook my head, forcing myself to my feet and staggering slightly as Kelly grabbed onto me. She helped me to the wall, where I leaned as she checked me over. There was freshly healed skin, torn leather, and shredded metal in my armor. She shook her head as she pulled a flattened, blood-coated bullet free. Mike and the others were slowly climbing the stairs, while Kelly looked into my eyes, holding the bullet up. "For the rest of the day, you're staying at the back with me. We need to get you some real armor, and some more bullet-catching minions." "Definitely," I muttered, taking one brave step and feeling my knees buckle. Kelly grabbed my arm, dragging it across her shoulders and helping me to stand as we moved out from the protected area by the wall. Up ahead, John and Mike were nearing the top, Chris and Becky with them, all armed, guns sweeping from side to side as they watched for any movement or any hint of the enemy. I stared upwards, noting the awkward way they went up the stairs, having to stay close to the wall on either side because the middle... It was a melted, charred, and slagged mess of torn, shredded, and melted steel with a hole the size of a car torn through the roof high above, permitting the sun to shine in, lighting the room as never before. I looked at it, dumbfounded, as Kelly held me upright, finally speaking as Mike and the others reached the top and moved out into the carpool area again. "Matt, We need to move. Didn't you mean to do that? She asked as I shook myself, forcing my legs to straighten and hold me up. I just lost my temper, I admitted. She forced a smile and helped me to follow the others. Guess I'd better not piss you off then, eh? She asked. I grunted, shaking my head as I attempted to put into words what had happened. I gave up after a few attempts as we reached the top of the stairs, and I looked around properly, noting the strange silence that filled the air. What? I asked, before being cut off by a sudden hail of bullets. Kelly jerked me aside. We fell as I lost my balance, hitting the asphalt. Mike and John opened up in response, riddling the cars at the far end of the room. Then Chris and Becky opened fire on the doors that led into the main holding area. A half-dozen men dashed out, guns blazing and bullets flying. Beta darted into cover behind one of the vans and was loading her crossbow, making me growl and add damn self-loading crossbows to the next round of upgrades. Alfredo had entirely vanished until he stepped out, a new, brighter, glowing dart gathering together between his hands, the flames rippling and growing, the dart lengthening into a small javelin until a rapid-fire burst slammed into his shield, popping it. The next bullet caught him high in the right side of the skull, sending him to the ground in a spray of blood and brains. I screamed internally, still too shocked and weak to do more than that. Kelly dragged me to the far side of another car, dumping me on the floor and rolling her sleeves up. "Kelly, get him in the fight!" Mike shouted to her. I shook myself, trying to get up and falling back against the tire, the world still spinning as I tried to get my brain working, the vision of Alfredo's last second of life repeating over and over as guns chattered and barked around me. "Cover me!" Kelly slid further to the left, making sure she was out of sight, crouched between the wall and the nearest car. She laid her hands on it and accessed her own class skill, which had finally finished the cooldown. The car shivered. Cracking metal and crumpling panels rang out, steel bent and folded as the engine rearranged, the heaviest metal sections shifting around and flowing out, layering over and over. Kelly gasped, panting, forcing all her mana into the form building beneath her hands. The form laying inside the vehicle shoved its former shell away. The compressed and realigned steel, plastic, rubber, and glass flowed into the center, forming the body. It shifted from a simple skeletal form to a fully armored figure standing at 7 feet tall. It clambered to its feet and turned around, fixing the hidden figures at the end of the carpool with a hate-filled, if faceless, gaze. The puppet tore off as Kelly slumped to the floor, exhausted. Bullets slammed into it, ricocheting away, hitting cars and more, but before they could do any real, measurable damage, it was upon them. And while it looked humanoid, it was clearly not. The strength contained in the steel frame became gloriously evident when it slammed its hand down onto a car and literally tore the front wing off, hurling it at a figure that had just peppered it with bullets. The fender slammed into the man, smashing him from his feet in a spray of blood and a crunch of breaking bones. The puppet then raced for the hidden humans, the metal feet slamming down and sending a resounding echo into the air as it ran at them. They switched their aim as a group, concentrating fire on the closing metal monstrosity, while our side concentrated on picking them off. The other side were down to only 4 gunmen when a new figure emerged from the darkened corridor, slamming into the side of the puppet and hurling it from its feet, sending it into the side of a van that crumpled around it, holding it temporarily in place. As soon as the puppet was immobilized, a second figure from the darkness stepped up and fired a beam of red light at it, melting the side of its head, laughing as the puppet stopped dead. "Come out, all of you," the figure ordered, stepping out of the darkness fully and facing us. It was a human man, a little over 6 feet, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with a cruel smile, a stylishly trimmed goatee, and perfectly plucked eyebrows. He was one of those guys that just looked good no matter what he was wearing. He'd make a bathrobe look like a modeling shoot, while I made a tailored suit look off the rack at best, and I instantly hated him for it. "Come on, I've not got all day, and the boss wants to meet you," he said, sounding bored as one of the figures behind the furthest car stood up, sounding furious but afraid. "But Jared," he started. The man turned, glaring at him. "Shut it, Peter. You forget your place. You want to earn an ability, a gift? You obey like all the others." With that, he turned to face the puppet, slumped half-trapped in the side of the van, and he nodded to himself. "It's impressive, this construct. Which of you did it?" Silence met his inquiry, and he sighed as though we were being unbearably rude at a party, before lifting his right hand, showing us all a ball he held clutched tight. It was faceted red and shone like a mirror, but it also pulsed dangerously as he shook his head. "I'll give you to the count of 3. If you don't drop your weapons, step out, and answer my questions, I'll kill one of your number for every second you make me wait," he said. "It was the girl, Jared," Peter declared, pointing at Kelly. "I saw her. She was all shiny and pressed on the copper's car in the corner." Peter, Jared growled, shaking his head in disappointment. "Again you forget." "But it were her," Peter cried, pointing at Kelly. "Right there, hiding behind the car." Jared hissed in fury, turning and letting loose with a burst of red light that sent Peter flying. His clothes smoldered and he landed against the far wall. I couldn't tell whether he was unconscious or dead. "Again you interrupt me," Jared screamed belatedly. "Silence! Be fucking silent when you're better speak." His eyes were wide as he glared at the slowly smoking body before turning back towards us all. "Now, it's clearly been longer than 3 seconds, so I'm going to have to kill one of you at least. Any volunteers?" he asked in a forcibly civil tone. Mike snorted, getting a glare from the nutcase. Jared reached into one pocket of his gray designer jeans and pulled out a golden cigar case, the case improbably long and wide to have come from such a small pocket. He cracked it open, pulling a cigar out, as well as a small, elegant cutter, proceeding to snip the very tip off, fixing Mike with a cool stare. "You were very rude there. As such, you can be an example," he stated, lifting his orb and pointing it at Mike, while tucking the cigar case back into his jeans pocket. Before he could do anything, though, a metallic hand closed around his head, then squeezed. There was an audible crunch like a grape being stepped on. Blood and brains sprayed out from between the puppet's fingers as the posh, smarmy bastard died. "It's still alive!" one of the men screamed the warning unnecessarily, while the figure that had hit the puppet in the first place cursed and leapt at it, slamming his fists into the body, while the puppet tried to extricate itself from the damaged van. The man who was punching it appeared normal, human, just under 6 feet. He had short dark hair with a matching sleeve tattoo on either arm, and a pair of tattoos across his face that, regardless of the artistic merit, translated to "I will never have a job that pays taxes," considering the pairing of "yourself" and "fuck" that covered his forehead. Each punch, just before it landed, flared with a golden light, and the puppet rapidly grew clear, dense, and damaged before kicking out and sending its attacker staggering. With the figure no longer attacking it, the puppet grabbed the concave section on either side and pushed them back, clearing enough space for it to stand. There was a second's pause as Mike, seemingly decided he'd had enough, fired. After a moment, everyone seemed to realize what it meant, and they either dove into cover, returned fire, or died where they stood, riddled with holes. I managed to force myself up and aimed through the scope, picking out a target that was peering around the edge of a small armored police vehicle, firing off 3 shots in quick succession. I hit the van twice. The third took him in the eye, sending him sprawling and clearly dead. "That was for Alfredo," I growled, switching to the next, and ignoring the suddenly flashing notification symbol as I tried to focus in on the others, finding after a handful of shots that the last kill had been blind luck more than anything else. I missed 5 shots in a row before realizing that, as widely as I was missing, I was just wasting ammo. Beta, on the other hand, was firing another crossbow bolt and taking the man who was fighting Kelly's puppet in the back of the thigh. The impact made him stagger, while bullets seemed to bounce off his skin. I glared at him, triggering examine before groaning and sinking to the floor, clutching my head in my hands. Stephen Jameson, Twilight's Hammer. Twilight Hammers are the lowest ranking of the Orders of Twilight Guards. Famed for their strength and bravery, they gain both a simple shield and a greatly improved physical capacity in exchange for their loyalty. Ability. Power. The Twilight Hammers are an order of protectors and guards who defend their noble masters' resting places. In order to do this and to survive the light of the sun, the Twilight Hammer charges themselves in the deepest darkness they can find, binding the soul of another into their skin to protect them. This permits them to hit and take hits that would shatter the bones of mere humans. Ability. Feed. An intrinsic ability of the Twilight nobility, Feeding on the blood of their cattle both strengthens and aids in the evolution of the Twilight Hammer. Weaknesses: Fire and Light Magics, HP 1987 of 3500, Stamina 282 of 500, Mana 50 of 50, Speed 4 of 10, Level 11. HP 1987 of 3500, Special Abilities 2 of 2. I tried to focus on the details, pulling them into myself, my eyes burning in pain as tears streamed down my cheeks. I mumbled the information to Kelly, even as the rattle of gunfire slowly died away. A click-clack that sounded like high heels on marble approached instead. I blinked, the blurriness of my vision growing for a second as a terrible lethargy overcame me. Trying to lift my gun, I sagged forwards, my arms shaking, head pulsing in pain and tiredness. One of my last conscious thoughts was the distant pain flaring in Beta and the sense of darkness from her mind. I slumped sideways, unknowingly, only realizing when a shadow of a woman appeared over me, reaching down and gently tapping me in the middle of my forehead. "Impressive. You will serve the master well," a voice whispered, as if from a great distance. But before I could make sense of the words or the now total lack of any gunfire, my eyes slid shut of their own volition. Chapter 27. It was some time later when I finally blinked awake, my eyes flaring wide as a sudden pain flared in my side and I instinctively twisted to the right, trying to move away from the pain. I swung, the world making no sense for a second as I looked around. The pain was gone, but I found myself in a totally new room. It was high-ceilinged, wide, and as I twisted around, I grunted, finally spotting something that made a sort of sense. There were dozens of small cells in the far wall, all of them filled with people, all of whom looked exhausted, pale, and worn. I turned my head to my left and right, seeing the structure that I dangled from. It was a simple cross shape that hung from chains attached to the ceiling and floor, creating a dangling form that held me tightly restrained, utterly naked. As I made that out, someone stepped into view from behind me, a tall, dark-haired, and pale woman. She was watching me while sucking on a finger that she slowly drew out of her mouth, running it across a fresh cut in my side. She lifted her finger, now coated in my blood, back up to her mouth and sucked it clean, all while staring into my eyes. I struggled weakly in the handcuffs that bound me, pulling and finding no give in them before glaring back at her. "So, any reason I'm naked?" I forced out, my throat rough and dry. "Because the master wants to know what you are, and it amused me," she answered, removing her finger from her mouth, then reaching out and wiping up more of my blood. "And the fucking blood?" I asked her. "He permits me to feed a small amount," she answered, shrugging. "You are to be his. Your abilities seem valuable, but I am permitted a small taste in the hope it will be the catalyst for a new evolution." I glared at her for a long second, triggering my examine spell. She smiled and gestured to herself. Clearly recognizing the spell, she ran her hands down her figure-hugging outfit, the little black dress straining to contain her obvious assets. "What do you think?" she asked. "See anything you like?" Anissa Caitlin, Lesser Vampire. Always on the lookout for the best opportunity, Anissa leapt at the chance offered by her new master, embracing the life of a vampire with a relish that is rare, even in their kind. Once she changed, she returned to her old stomping grounds, recruited several of her lovers and more of those who worshipped her, whispering promises of love, lust, or power into their ears, and began to grow her master's forces. She indoctrinated them in the ranks of the Twilight Hammers, enabling him to concentrate on his own dark gifts, while she danced and sang, tempting those weaker than herself with wild abandon and hinted promises. Ability: Infatuate. One of the simplest and lesser-known abilities of the vampire is Glamour, a spell that convinces their prey to let them be drawn close enough to use their paralyzing bite. This particular vampire has used the ability so frequently and has such a natural affinity with it that the ability evolved early, driving her victims to great heights to secure her approval. Ability: Feed. An intrinsic ability of the Twilight nobility, feeding on the blood of their cattle, both strengthens and aids in the evolution of the vampire, and they have a greater chance to steal abilities and knowledge through it. Weaknesses: fire, lightning, life, and light magics. HP 2000 of 2000, stamina 200 of 200, mana 332 of 750, speed 7 of 10, level 14. HP 2000 of 2000, special abilities 2 of 2. Not really, I lied, trying to keep my eyes away from the Grand Canyon cleavage on display. Oh, come now, she purred, leaning in close and drawing one gleaming red nail down from her clavicle to the edge of her dress, then slowly slipping it lower, the nail dipping inside the edge of the fabric and dragging it back slightly as she slid it lower. You know you want to look, and just a single glance won't hurt. After all, she leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a breathy whisper. Don't you want to see what's under here? My eyes had followed the motion of her finger instinctively and paused traitorously as the edge of her areola made an appearance. That's it. You know you want to look, and I like you looking. I need a strong man in my life, one like you, who can teach me, she went on, slowly hooking the fabric back, letting her pert nipple slip into view. As she went on, her voice seemed to change, growing warmer, more comforting. I felt myself responding, growing hard as she leaned even closer, strange timbers causing shivers to run up and down my spine as she went on. Her lips hovered inches from my ear as she continued to slide the fabric back, exposing most of one perfect breast, then gently touching the nipple. Don't you want that? To make me happy? She asked, her voice growing deeper, hungrier. Make me happy, Matt. Make me happy, and in return, I'll make you happy. I'll do anything you want, and you'll do anything I want, forever. With each word, a strange echo grew louder in my ears, the words repeating over and over, seeking to fill my mind. Happy, happy, happy. It whispered over and over again in my mind, and I knew I'd never been truly happy before, not really, not the way she could make me. That's it, Matt, she moaned into my ear. You know what you want. My stiffness pressed against her side, and I wanted her to hold it, to reach down and stroke it, to go to her knees. My eyes were drawn to one side by movement, something unexpected, something out of the corner of my eye catching my attention and drawing it to Kelly. I stared at her, the voice of Anissa echoing as Kelly banged on the glass door of the cell she was in over and over, seemingly screaming at me, but there was no sound. My eyes started to return to Anissa, to her exposed breast, as she whispered to me, asking me what I wanted, what I needed, if I wanted to take her then and there, if using her would bring me pleasure, and how she'd let me do it, if only first I... Another motion, a blur, and my eyes flicked up again, seeing something moving. A cat? A cat with glowing blue eyes that stared at me across the room. Dirty. I heard the word in my mind, and I repeated it aloud, unthinkingly, getting a low chuckle from Anissa. You want me to be dirty? Oh, Matt, the things I can teach you, she whispered, misunderstanding. Dirty, filthy, wrong. This time I didn't repeat the words, but the things that Anissa was saying, the words she spoke, they seemed distorted somehow. I frowned, my head feeling like it was packed with cotton wool, as she continued to speak, to whisper. You want a taste of it, of what you can have from me. That's it, isn't it? That's why you hold back. She moaned into my ear before kissing my neck, something sharp drawing across the skin, almost hard enough to puncture, but not quite, a mix of pain and pleasure that made me moan without thought. You want me to do what? Tell me, Matt. Tell me what to do, she whispered, the tips of her fingers gently stroking their way down my belly, pausing just above my manhood. Her nails drew from side to side, up and down, drawing fanciful designs on my skin, always coming close but never touching, not fully. The back of her hand, her wrist, the sleeve of her dress, all accidentally bumped against it in feather-like caresses, distracting my mind even further as I tried to focus, though I knew not what on. "Tell me, my Matt, tell me what to do," she moaned into my ear. "I'll do it. I can be a very good girl or a very, very bad one." She groaned, and I opened my mouth, about to tell her what to do, to order her, hell, to beg her to promise to do anything she wanted, as long as she just... Evil! The word slammed into my mind. I felt a second feeling, satisfaction, and I knew it came from the goddamn Raiju. It had figured out the word it wanted, and it was so fucking proud of itself it had to interrupt me. I glared at it, seeing it sat there, tail flickering from side to side, right before the cell that held Kelly. A traitorous thought filled my head, that I should have taken them elsewhere, or I should go somewhere else with Anissa. After all, they didn't have to know what happened. I could always tell them something later. It wasn't my fault that I was thinking of having sex with her. No, that I was planning on fucking her. Anissa, a goddamn vampire. A vampire with an ability that was even identified as infatuate. A sudden surge of power flowed through me, banishing the fog that had filled my brain. Anissa stiffened, searching my eyes for a sign for anything. "Answer me," she whispered, her voice suddenly sounding distorted, like I was hearing it from underwater, peculiar harmonics filling it as she clearly used her ability on me. "You must answer me, Matt." The beginnings of fear and anger shone through the mask of grace, beauty, and seduction. Suddenly, her eyes seemed hard, her lips were less full, her chest unimpressive, but... "Matt!" she snarled. I forced myself to speak, racking my brain for anything needing to gain time. I want you," I whispered quickly, forcing the words out, and trying desperately to keep myself stiff as I went from unbearably horny to realizing I was stark naked and handcuffed to a fucking crossbar for a vampire's amusement. "What do you want, Matt?" she asked, still clearly suspicious. I want you, I want your body," I whispered to her quickly. The slight relaxation at the corner of her eyes told me I was on the right track. "I want to fuck you, to use you. I want to taste you, to see all of your body. I want you naked," I hurried on, frantically saying anything I thought she wanted to hear. "Of course you do," she whispered, smiling again, her voice filling with the strange harmonics. "You want more?" she asked, arching her back and pushing her exposed breast towards my face as she whispered throatily, "You want to see them both? To see more? You want me to lift my dress, to show you that I'm not wearing any panties?" "I want to," I replied desperately, forcing myself to sound desperate. Well, in truth, I was, but it wasn't to fuck her, not now. I could feel something reaching for me, and I reached back for it, fumbling in my mind, my power crackling to life as he drew back, surprised, hesitant, watching me warily. I can't stop it," I whispered quickly. "This is why I'm trying to keep control," I lied. "My powers." "Yes," she hissed, moving closer, staring at me with hungry eyes. "What powers? What are you?" "Stormlord," I gasped, as the connection grew stronger, and tiny crackling whips of lightning started to dance across my skin. "Yes?" she gasped. She'd backed off a few feet, but clearly wanted to move closer again. Anissa lifted her hands, her fists clutching hungrily at the air as she clenched and released them. "I make others stronger," I lied. "I have to hold it in, or they'll take it all." "Yes," she hissed jubilantly. "I knew it. Your power, it can be taken from you. Explain." "The puppet, the metal thing outside," I gasped as I drew harder and harder on my mana. feeling the electricity dancing across my skin and leaping between my fingers. "Yes," she whispered hoarsely. "It should be a few inches. That's all. My power." "You made it bigger, stronger. It killed 11 of my men. How much power did it take?" 5%, I groaned, making the number up on the spot. "How?" She snarled at me, darting forwards and grabbing my shoulders, making eye contact for a moment before cursing and jumping back as she was shocked, shaking her hands wildly and cursing. I'm sorry," I called to her. "If I calm down, if I rest, it'll stop, or, she snarled, "or if you really love me, and you'll really be mine," I said, injecting my voice with as much pathetic longing as I could manage. "I will," she snapped, then swallowed hard and straightened up from the half-crouch she'd sunken into. "I will, Matt," she promised in a voice like honeyed silk. "I'll do anything you want, and let you do anything you want to me." "If I build it all up, you could take it all," I whispered, and she nodded frantically. "But the others," I jerked my head toward the holding cells. "If they're too close, they'll take some as well." "I'll kill them," she hissed, lifting one hand to summon her guards. "No," I cried out. "No," I repeated in a softer tone. "If you do that, their bodies would still absorb the power, and they're my friends. You don't want to hurt them. They have powers too, just weaker than mine." "No," she agreed, staring at them. "And their blood," she muttered. "How far?" "Outside the building, that's all," I promised. "Walls between them and us, then when there's no one else around." I ran my eyes down her body, obviously, and she chuckled. "Oh, Matt," she whispered, smiling promisingly. Then she slid her exposed breast back inside her dress, and she called out, clapping her hands together sharply, "Guards!" There was a brief moment of silence, then the sound of booted feet arriving as a handful of men and women ran into the room, staring at her adoringly. I almost panicked, thinking she'd seen through me, and I swallowed hard. "Guards, take your soon-to-be brothers and sisters outside. Take them to the far end of the car park and wait there. I'll call for you all soon," she said, smiling, taking the time to make eye contact with them all one by one. I watched the effect it had on them, the way they stood straighter, the smile when they were looked at, and the glare at others when they were the fortunate one receiving her attention. In seconds they were moving, dragging the others from their cells. From where I was I couldn't see them all, but I heard the cries, the groans of pain, and the distant sound of Kelly calling out to me. I didn't know where the Raiju had vanished to, but I knew the little sod was close still, and I could feel the power building steadily, growing past the point it had before. "How long?" Anissa asked slowly, licking her lips unconsciously as she looked me over, likely noting the way my wounds vanished, the minor bumps and bruises from the fight, then the cut she'd made in my side, all healing as if they never existed. "Not long. Get them out, quick," I gasped, pulling harder, feeling my mana dropping even faster. As soon as the furthest door banged shut, she stepped forward again. "Tell me what you want," she whispered, obviously feeling a sudden desire to make sure I was under her control as my power built and built. I racked my brain, desperately trying to build my power to funnel it, and not able to dedicate the time to making up sexual shit for a kinky-ass mad vampire. I said the first thing that came to my mind. "I want to see you naked," I blurted out, and the smile on her face as soon as I said it let me know I'd said the right thing. She laughed, lifting one perfectly manicured finger to her lips and sucking the tip slowly, then drawing it back down the neckline of her dress. I have to concentrate to build it now, but I want to see," I gasped out, hoping that between the hold she thought she had on me and her obvious and now poorly concealed contempt for me, she'd just distract herself for however long this took. "Oh, I bet you do," she whispered. She hooked the first 2 fingers on her hand into the thin loops of fabric that raced over her shoulders, slowly tugging them free, exposing more and more creamy white skin as she slowly turned, the dress sliding free as she turned her back to me. It slid down her body, the silk running like water across her skin and sliding from her rounded ass, before falling all at once to form a puddle around her feet. She was naked, completely so, and she looked back over one shoulder at me, smiling seductively. "You like," she whispered, before holding one hand out. "No, don't say anything. I know you like it, but you need to concentrate." I agreed, internally feeling the power surging wildly inside of me. It felt like I was standing on a live electrical cable, power flooding my body, even as it grew stronger and stronger, building exponentially as the Raiju somehow fed the power back to me, cleansed of the impurities of other mana, now no longer earth and water, life and death and more. It was pure lightning. Air and fire binding together, flooding me as I pulled more and more into me, and the Raiju purified it, making it as perfect for my needs as possible. "Just concentrate on what you're doing and why. You're doing this for me, for only me, and for us," she whispered. I gritted my teeth, shaking, quivering in the metal handcuffs as they transmitted the charge, sending it rolling back and forth. She slowly turned, looking at me, one hand delicately resting beneath her waist, covering her most private place from my eyes, as her other arm was laid across her chest, her breasts pressed back, making them bulge upwards, one nipple peeking from beneath her fingers as she stroked it. "This is what you wanted to see, isn't it?" she crooned. "Me, all of me, naked. You want to watch me like I'm watching you." She twisted her nipples slowly, letting out a genuine moan for the first time, as she clearly enjoyed the effect she thought she was having and the power she had over me. Inside, I was screaming. I could feel it. I was so close. The power was filling me, and the Raiju was approaching collapse as well. Whatever I was doing, I had to do it now. I had to make this work. "You want to watch me?" she asked, sliding her arm free of her chest, letting one rounded breast bob free as she cupped the other. "You want to see what I like? What I'm going to let you do once you do this for me?" I couldn't understand it. I could feel the power. It was racing through me, building upon itself. It was purer than ever before. It was like there was some sort of a fucking dam. A dam. A dam blocked the water, blocked it from flowing as it should. It forced the water to restrict itself to set channels, but water didn't want to be restricted. It didn't want to be limited. It wanted to run free, to be water, to be lightning. It was uncontrolled. It was chaos. I wasn't guiding it. I wasn't controlling it. I was bottlenecking it, while still drawing on it harder and harder. I understood it all in an instant. I'd unleashed my power before easily, because instead of forcing it into tiny channels, I'd embraced it. I'd filled myself with it. I relaxed all the tension in my body, where I'd been pulling, frantically stiffening my muscles like I was weightlifting an invisible bar. Now I relaxed and let it flow. It was like a flood of power. I shook as uncontrolled wild lightning poured into every cell joyfully. I felt cell death on a massive scale as my body altered, shifted, evolved. Through it all, I shook uncontrollably on the crossbar, the jangling of the metal a peculiar counterpoint to the roar of the power flooding me, and the excited sounds that Anissa was making. The power building reached a terrible crescendo. My lips curled back from my teeth in a sudden terrible smile as I felt the last of the pressure on my limbs die away. I was no longer dangling from the restraints. Now I was floating free as the perfect harmony of air and fire filled me. I opened my eyes, feeling the power coursing through me, and I locked them onto the gasping vampire. She froze, her hand stopping dead, as she saw the look in my eyes, and I saw her clearly, seeing through the subtle illusions she'd been using even subconsciously. I sneered as I flicked my ankles and wrists, the metal that had restrained me shattering under the massive force filling me, and I hung there, suspended in the air, gazing into her eyes. She was beautiful, stunning even, or had been, once. The illusions that she had coated herself in were probably instinctive, a tiny part of my mind pointed out, done to conceal, even from herself, what she'd become. Where her skin had been the color of fresh poured cream before, Now it was gray, sallow, and lifeless. Her eyes, once vibrant and full of life, had changed, becoming sunken, dull, and developing a cloudy white coating. Her hair was greasy and lank, and her body... Not long before, she'd been a stunning young woman in her early 20s, destined for a glorious career in fashion until she'd been tempted aside with drugs and money, dancing in clubs. The last few years of dancing had given her a hard edge, teaching her to see the worst in people, and it showed. Whenever she thought she was unobserved, she let her mask drop. She'd seen new lines and wrinkles in the mirror, the telltale marks of age creeping up on her, drawn by the frowns, sneers, and scowls that she wore permanently. Now, standing there, her body sunken, drained of much of its lifeblood. Even as it had been drained of life itself by her master, she hissed, lifting hands that had become claws, the perfect red nail varnish causing them to glimmer in the dimly lit room. "Tricks," she hissed. "Fine. You don't want to pleasure? I'll just tear the secrets from your blood instead. You could have had me, Matt. You could have died fucking me, never suspecting a thing as I rode you to death. Now I'll just tear your fucking throat out." She spat that last bit as her teeth lengthened, her nails elongating too, even as her ears grew points and her face shifted, becoming more bat-like. Her breasts deflated fully, sagging flat against her chest as she shifted, muscles growing larger as flesh stretched out, wings growing from her sides, filling out from her knees to her wrists. She hunched forwards, her back curled as she hissed in fury and hatred, spines pushed out, vicious and sharp. A thin layer of skin, like an organic sail, bubbled up to link them as a barbed tail slowly flicked from side to side, growing up from behind her to make itself known. She reached up one claw-tipped hand and pulled at her hair, throwing it aside in great clumps as it tore free, the skin beneath wrinkled and thin. Even her hips changed, becoming bony, rather than the way they had been, drawing every eye as she walked only hours before. Now she screeched at me, a sound that was part hatred, part warning, and part sonic attack. Her face finally stopped shifting, her small, expensively worked-upon nose sinking into the skin. The medical-grade inserts that had given her seemingly the perfect nose cracked and fell free, clicking on the floor as she shook her head, blowing them free. "Yeah, I've never had to say this before," I ground out from teeth gritted with the power that was flooding me. "But I'm so glad I didn't fuck you." "You wish," she started. "Fuck no, I was faking it," I retorted, saying it for every man out there. "Fake the whole thing. I mean, seriously, have you seen yourself? You've got tits like a spaniel's ears." There was a few long seconds of utter silence as she looked down slowly, clearly seeing herself for the first time, before looking up and fixing me with hate-filled eyes. You did this?" she screeched, a hooked index finger shaking as it pointed at me. "Your power!" "Fuck no, you're just as ugly outside as you are inside now. Not my fault, pet," I sneered. She screamed. It went on and on, the sound twisting in the air, making it throb, making it shake and shudder. I hunched in on myself, grimacing as she went on, before the darkness at the edges of the room began to move of its own accord. Beware. Localized mana shielding in effect. You stand inside a bubble of twisted space-time. For so long as the bubble is in effect, mana is limited to what is inside the affected zone and no more. I had no clue what that was, but I knew it sure as shit wasn't good, as I felt the sudden cut-off of all external mana. I felt the change as my new form began to eat the mana I'd held inside of me. I knew instinctively that my new form required mana, like my old one needed goddamn air. I still needed air as well, despite being able to make it, which was weird as all hell. Well, clearly this was just another example of how I needed to fuck this thing up, I decided. Before I could act, she leapt into the air, covering the distance between us in a single bound and a flap of her leathery wings. She lifted her feet and hunched inwards, reaching out with her clawed hands and feet. For a split second, the utter incongruity of the fact that she'd recently painted her toenails as well registered with me. Then I spin-kicked her, sending her flying across the room to slam into the far wall with a bone-jarring crunch, thinking that I'd won already. I was stunned, though, when she just bounced off and hissed, dropping to all fours and racing forward, her claws clattering off the stone floor, leaping at me with arms outstretched and jaws wide. I stepped back, setting myself, and tried again, falling into stance and letting rip with a wheel kick, high and fast. Before it could connect, she flung her arms upwards, the wings pushing downwards against the air. She hit the floor as my kick flashed past overhead, and she leapt at me, mouth agape and clearly aiming for my manhood, and not in a fun way. I reacted instinctively, slamming my heel downwards even as I hopped sideways and shoved, barely managing to deflect her hands and twist my cock away from her snapping mouth. But the blow that landed on her back was weak, and the pair of us collapsed backwards. I landed on my back and left side, with her digging her feet in and lunging up my body, teeth aiming for my face. I managed to grab her wrists, twisting to the left and slamming her into the stone floor, but it seemed to have no effect on her. She hit it and bounced off, fingers grasping desperately for me, eyes fully red and glowing. She braced her feet and lunged again, and I crossed her arms in close to her body, my lightning-augmented strength overcoming her insanity-boosted one. I shoved upwards, smacking her jagged fingers into the underside of her jaw and throat, shoving her upwards and sending bloody spittle flying. She snarled and bit at me, ignoring the scratches and minor tearing she was doing to her own skin as I shoved and twisted her around. It was being naked, I knew. That was why I was having so much trouble fighting her. I was fucking naked, and she had massive claws and fangs and was seriously close to my crotch, making every nightmare I'd ever had, save the one about being naked in school, come true in the worst possible way. I twisted again, shoving her backwards and then hammering her into the floor, twisting as she managed to get a foot braced against my right shin. Before I could kick her loose, she dug her nails in and tore into my leg, sending blood flying and making me scream in shock. It felt like she'd used a set of goddamn hooked knives on me. She'd literally just shredded my leg, and the blood, fuck me, the blood was everywhere, and she howled with glee. I knew instinctively that she'd be feeding on this. It'd help her to grow stronger, even as blood loss fucked me over. Clearly she'd finished with her transformation, so the lack of additional mana wasn't an issue, but for me, on the other hand, I could feel myself weakening by the second, and that was before she flinched my shin free of flesh. I knew I had no choice. I had to go all in. Balls to the wall, as the saying goes. I locked eyes with her, glimpsing the utter insanity inside, and I shoved her backwards, moving her into a position where she could brace her feet for a second. As soon as she felt the stone beneath her cleanly, she crouched, gathering her legs onto her. Then she kicked off as hard as she could, lunging upwards, mouth opening wide as she tried to take my entire head into it. I did the only thing she'd never expect. I pulled. I pulled as hard as I could, and I slammed my forehead into her rising face, even as I unleashed as much lightning as I could into her tightly gripped wrists. The sudden influx of lightning, basically tasering her with 1,000 times the normal maximum dose in under a quarter of a second, had 3 effects. First of all, electric shock. The body tensed up, and the world seemed to stop for her, even if only for a short period of time. She froze as the normal electrical signals that carried nerve impulses were overridden and the entire body spasmed, then contracted. Secondly, damage. Nothing that wasn't already attuned to the storm could survive such an impact without serious injuries, and hers were severe. Blood vessels ruptured, entire sections of her skin burned, crisping to a blackened husk in milliseconds. Liquids boiled to vapor and escaped from under my hands, bones weakening and shattering. Third, mental shock. The sudden shock of her body freezing despite her wishes and the pain that flooded even her semi-undead form was enough to make her mentally pause as the electrical discharge affected her brain. All of these combined meant that, when her body came within reach, it was frozen and unresponsive, so the impact of my forehead into her face came like a second lightning bolt, and the more delicate bones crunched under the force I used. She was starting to recover already. The insanely high constitution bonuses that being semi-undead gave her were starting to force her back into a wakeful conscious state when the front of her skull was crushed in. Pain flared through her damaged brain, making her spasm in reaction. I twisted and rolled, slamming her down hard onto her back and kneeing between her legs, yanking her up and headbutting her again, then slamming her backwards into the cold stone floor. Bones broke in her skull twice over, the additional ones in her face, then the wet crunch of the rear of her skull, making me think it was over as all resistance faded. I started to let go, blood still pouring from my leg, the continued drain on my mana reserves making me feel strangely lightheaded and oh so hungry, when she gave a spasm, and her eyes flew open again. I froze, shocked as she glared at me, slamming both hands down flat on the floor. She shoved herself upwards, literally bouncing off the floor and hurtling for my face, and I saw the fangs coming for me. I punched her in the side of the head, snapping her neck and sending her flopping to the side. Less than a second later, there was a sickening crunch as the body realigned the neck, and she turned her head, fixing me with a glare as her face slowly cracked and popped, bones shifting back into place under the skin. She hissed at me, and I lunged to my feet, backing away before forcing myself to stop. No matter what was going on, she was still a fucking vampire, and that meant she could be killed. She wasn't some old god or anything. A month ago, she'd been a normal, if clearly batshit woman. I could do this. I set myself, falling into stance, clenching my fists and waiting as she awkwardly climbed to her feet. Terrible cracks and crunches, like a giant chewing on old wood, echoed around the room. But in mere seconds, she was whole again, and I was even weaker than I had been. I glared at her, knowing this was my last chance to walk out of here as me, and I turned my hand, knuckles facing her as I gestured, pulling my fingers in towards my face as I signaled her to come at me. "Bring it, bitch," I whispered. She snarled, lunging for me. I stepped back, slapping my right hand across my body, catching her left wrist and shoving her bodily off her center line, staggering her and sending her to the side of me rather than head-on into me. Her speed was impressive, but she'd never grappled beyond the bedroom Olympics, and while she might get a gold in lying there and acting bored, while probably mentally shopping, she'd never get so much as a toe near a podium finish in Kung Fu. I slammed my left heel into the side of her forehead, staggering her further as I twisted around to face her sideways on. She tried to turn, only to find that, on the return, using her head as a springboard to drive my hand faster, I'd locked my left hand on her left wrist. With that solid grip, I yanked downwards, even as I twisted my own body around. I lifted and turned, using her immobilized arm and the shoulder joint to lock her in place. As I turned to face her again, her arm locked straight, keeping her at bay as she tried to reach me, snapping and screaming, but unable to do so without tearing her own arm free. I stamped on the inside of her right knee, driving her to the floor, then slammed the heel of my right hand down into the back of her left shoulder, sending her to the floor. With her there and the arm at full extension still, I braced my foot against her shoulder. I dug deep, hauling back and lifting with my back as I literally tore the arm free. She screamed in horror and shock as the connections broke, sections of muscle slithering free of the desiccated flesh, along with a thin white liquid that seemed to have replaced her blood. She twisted around, glaring up at me, as I swung her arm around, whipping it back down as hard and fast as I could, while screaming, "4!" as I used a long afternoon of practice at the driving range once, to maximum effect. Her jaw was half torn free by the impact, sending teeth and the creamy fluid spraying across the floor. Before she could do anything else, I dropped to my knees on her chest, left hand grabbing her right wrist and pinning it into place. I slammed my right hand over her face, ignoring the jagged teeth underneath the heel of my hand, as I rammed the lightning out through my palm. Her body spasmed, the lightning tearing into her again as I pulled her head upwards, then rammed it down again as hard as I could, forcing a burst of power out through my palm again. And again. And again. With each blow, her struggles became weaker, her body reacting less and less, flopping weakly rather than fighting viciously, and on the fourth blow, there was no reaction. I wasn't going to risk it, though, not after seeing her recovery so far. I pulled back my right hand, balled the fist up, and slammed it into her throat over and over, hammering it flat, before digging my fingers into it, ripping and tearing at the leathery flesh until I was inside, under the skin. I didn't dare look for a weapon, not after all the time she'd come back already, so I did it old school, digging through layers of flesh and gristle until I found the spine, wrapping my fingers around it and feeling as her body started to twitch again. Making sure I had a good grip, I braced my left hand against her chest and I heaved. I pulled with all my might, feeling the bones shifting, the flesh snapping even as it tried to reform, and as her eyes flared open, blind, burned, and milky white. The lightning had left her face a crisped ruin. I screamed with effort, tearing her head completely free. As soon as the head was removed, her body collapsed. The hand, which had started to rise unsteadily, fingers reaching, dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, and I grunted, looking down at the head in my hand. Her eyes flickered and twitched, the mouth flopping open and closed, tongue wavering about, but there was less there now, mentally, or so it seemed to me. There was a lesser sense of the evil life it had held. Now it seemed to practically be a shocked and drooling animatronic replica, and I didn't know if that was because of the changes she'd undergone, the shock, or hell, having her head physically ripped off. I grunted, forcing myself to my feet, and glared down at her, seeing nothing of either the beautiful Anissa nor the terrible vampire in this, just a mindless thing. I tossed it into a patch of sunlight at the far end of the room where one of the window's coverings had come loose. The head bounced over and over before coming to a rest and starting to scream soundlessly as it burned. Contrary to popular fiction, it didn't burst into flames and die instantly. Instead, it crisped slowly, burning all over but also trying to heal at the same time, stuck in a cycle of fixing and burning over and over and over. Then the room shimmered like it had just come back to life, and I drew in a long, slow lungful of air, finding it laced with mana again. Chapter 28. I sat on the bare floor with my bare ass, staring at the head as it slowly burned and regenerated, and I wondered about this fucked up world. I'd seen an insanely hot, if crazy-looking, woman turn into a goddamn vampire, and she'd been obsessed with drinking my blood, absorbing my life force, and basically screwing the hell out of me one way or another. Even now, at the thought of what she'd looked like, there was a definite twitch in response, as my hindbrain reminded me that crazy was always good in bed. I then pointedly reminded my hindbrain that she would have killed us afterwards, if not during, and got a meh as the only response. Then I realized I was arguing with myself about if I should have banged the vampire and at what point in our sex life she would have killed me. I forced myself to my feet, seriously concerned that, if I was indicative of my sex and species in general, we really weren't going to make it. I spotted a pile of gear in the corner eventually, grinning when I realized that not only was it all our stuff, but it was a shit ton of other gear too. Several boxes of ammunition sat in a pile, a crate of grenades, 6 assault rifles, all but one still with transport tags attached. I looked through it, spotting more boxes off to one side and moving into the next room to check them, even as I pulled my boxers back on, sighing in relief as I spotted items from the army stockpile that they'd clearly looted. Amongst the stacked army-issued clothing and body armor, tactical pouches, and more was seemingly everything a small group needed for a wilderness trip. Tents were clearly marked and packaged, survival kits, fire starters, and fuel, MREs. The more I looked, the more amazed I was that they'd gotten it all in here. Even if I emptied the damn dungeon of people, there was still at least a couple of trips each for all of us to move it. After a solid minute, I decided I couldn't spare any more time, but the change that taking that time had brought about was significant. No longer was I the ill-equipped man that had walked in. Now I was fully geared up and feeling the strain already as I moved. I had a 9mm handgun in a specialist holder on the outside of either thigh, body armor over my t-shirt, and pouches attached to it with my belt filled with ammunition, equipment, and more. I had my longsword on my back, my short sword on my left hip, and my assault rifle in my hands, around chambered and the safety off. Finally, both because it was sunny outside still, and because I'd found a box of them and wasn't passing the opportunity up, I wore the ballistic safety glasses, and I felt 100% badass. I probably looked like a complete wanker, but I didn't really care as I walked down the short corridor that the group had filed out through before. I pushed the doors open, glancing about the carpool garage, then snorted, remembering that the crazy bitch had ordered them to the far end of the car park, and I set off in that direction quickly, gun at the ready. It only took another minute or two to cross the distance to the main doors, then crossed the smaller car park. I passed under the bridge and out onto the overflow car park, seeing the group in the distance that surrounded my friends and the other prisoners. I walked casually towards them, Thor the Reiju appearing from who know where to stroll along casually by my side, purring all the while. "Thank you," I sent to him mentally, only getting a sense of satisfaction and approval from him in return. I grunted, feeling stupid for expecting anything else from a sodding cat, and kept walking steadily, showing no rush as I closed the distance to the group. Several of the people standing around the prisoners turned to watch me, clearly expecting that I was now one of them, as they eyed me up. One of them called something out that I couldn't make out clearly, and I just kept walking forwards steadily, assault rifle held casually ready. I stepped up from the smoothly poured asphalt in the new car park into the older section, the remains of a low wall that had been mainly demolished giving me something to ostensibly examine as I walked towards the group, again ignoring when one of them called out a question, this time about the small stained sack that hung from my right hip. This time more looked up, paying more attention as I closed the last dozen meters or so, and I forced a smile as one of them gestured for me to lower my rifle. I patted the top of the barrel with my left hand, nodding to him as if I was agreeing, then pointed at the far wall and shouted, "What the?" More than half of them spun to look, the experiences of the last month enough to make them paranoid as all hell, and when they did, I switched my left hand from pointing at the wall to point at the man who'd ordered me to lower my weapon, and I made a finger gun and pointed it at him. "Bang," I said, letting loose with a powerful lightning bolt that slammed into his head, killing him instantly and hurling him from his feet, his hair ablaze. As soon as he fell, I opened fire with the SA-80 assault rifle, sweeping from the center to the right in one arc, centered at chest height, unleashing hell from my left hand as I went. I fired off powerful blasts of lightning, one after the other, the mid-afternoon sunlight appearing dim by comparison as I brought hell to the small area, killing almost a dozen men and women in the first volley between the rifle and the magic. Of the 21 people that had been standing over my friends and the others, 10 were left alive when the rifle clicked on empty, and I released it, feeling the strap catching it and pulling it back to rest on my chest as I dropped both hands to my thighs, drawing the holstered pistols in one smooth motion and feeling like a god of destruction. 2 of the men and 1 woman had run for it, turning and burning for the nearest cover. 1 had tried to open fire, found that he left the safety on, then joined the 3 running. 2 more froze, having never really experienced violence on this scale before and unused to being on the receiving end of it. The remaining 4 all fired back. 2 had assault rifles, 1 a handgun and 1 a shotgun. The handgun missed me entirely, and as my guns cleared the holsters, she was one of the first in line, taking a single shot to the upper thigh that spun her from her feet, screaming. The first assault rifle opened fire wildly, spraying and praying as I lined the right handgun up on him, a single round of his glancing off my armored plates and the chest rig as I zeroed in on his head. He was wearing a helmet, army issue, but a handgun bullet aimed squarely at the center of his face didn't care about that. He fell backwards, dead, as I staggered from the impact of his shot. Before I could get my balance or aim back, I was hit again, this time by the shotgun. I was lifted from my feet, hurled backwards, the buckshot being mainly stopped by my armor, but the force hammered me backwards, even as more than a dozen pellets punched into my flesh. A single rifle bullet smacked into me midair, spinning me sideways and sending me to the floor in a roll, the breath knocked out of me as I tried to suck air into my lungs. The final rifle bearer had opened fire wildly, most of his shots flying wild, too shocked to aim, but once he saw one of them hit, and the way that I had hit the ground, rolling, he twisted the gun around and pulled the trigger hard. I was hit again and again, over a dozen bullets slamming into me. Most were stopped by my plate carrier, the body armor definitely doing its job, but 5 made it through, my left upper arm falling back numb as blood sprayed wildly from a hole torn clear through the bicep. 3 bullets made it into my right leg, hip, and stomach, the bullets punching deep and changing the world into a barrage of pain, as the 5th struck me a glancing blow to the head, snapping it back and slamming it into the ground hard enough that I saw stars. Then their aim shifted as Thor leaped, hissing in rage and hatred, plowing into the nearest rifleman. The large cat was suddenly alive with electrical energy, and as he hit his target, it discharged in a single, overwhelming blast, hurling the man from his feet and into the shotgun-wielding figure next to him. While this was going on, Mike and John had acted before the others could, diving for the weapons dropped by those I'd felled already, sweeping up assault rifles and opening fire on the remaining 3, killing 2 of them outright and wounding the 3rd when his own body armor took the trio of hits that John unleashed. Ken was the next fastest. Despite looking like he'd been used as an advert for a torture movie, he'd rolled to the side, swept up a handgun, and started firing, taking down one of the fleeing figures, even as one of the other prisoners did the same with a second. Kelly was the first to reach me, handgun brought to bear. She knelt over me, firing at the running figures, managing to hit one before dropping it and checking me over. She pulled my armor back and tugged it left and right, peering in at the wounds and growling at the head wound and the stomach, hip, thigh, and arm. "I need help here," she cried, staggering to her feet and grabbing me by the back of the collar, using it as a makeshift handhold to drag me along the ground. Becky raced to her side, an assault rifle barking as she walked backwards alongside us, firing steadily. Chris, having picked up a rifle, was standing in the middle of the car park, ignoring the bullets that flew towards him as he fired back. Mike and John pressed in closer to him to stand on either side. The three of them took out all but one of the running figures as I was dragged into cover. The last one dove behind an old steel bin, one that rocked a second later as it was hit with a half-dozen rounds. "Man, I need my sniper rifle," Mike growled, striding to the nearest body and searching it. He pulled a grenade free and called to the man hiding behind the bin. "Drop the gun and step out, asshole, or else—" "Or what?" he screamed back, pointing the rifle around the corner of the bin and firing wildly. The others ran to the side, but Mike stood still, yanking the pin out of the grenade and throwing it with an economy of motion that spoke of practice, hitting the wall on the other side of the man and bouncing off to land in the bin with a clatter. "Oh, what?" Mike called back. There was a half-second's pause before the man scrambled to his feet, twisting around and leveling his rifle at Mike. But before he could fire, the grenade exploded, shredding the bin and pounding him with shrapnel. It slammed him back into the wall, stunned, bleeding, and mere seconds from death, as Mike replied, "That's what, dickhead." There was a sudden silence across the car park before the cries of the wounded rose to fill it. I was set down, Kelly moving into view as I grimaced and reached down deep, pulling on my gift to fill myself with lightning, only to have her curse and jump back as the first flickers reached out and caressed her. "Fuck, Mike!" she screamed, dropping back down and grabbing me by the head, staring into my eyes as I tried to focus, the pain from my head wound nothing compared to the others. "Matt, stop!" she shouted into my face, point-blank range. "You have to stop! I have to get the bullets out first!" I managed to focus on her, seeing her lips moving, seeing them making sounds, words, but all of it made little sense to my pain-filled and shell-shocked mind. "He's out of it," Mike swore, appearing next to me and tugging the survival knife free of the sheath on my ankle. "Use this and tell me what to do." "I need some help. Any medics?" she shouted, and Ken and another of the former prisoners were there in an instant. "Basic battlefield course," Ken offered, while his friend nodded and claimed a basic first aid course 10 years ago. "Fine, you're both needed," Kelly decided. "Ken, I need you to help me. We need to get every single bullet out. Cut them out if you have to. You—" she paused, glaring at the other man. Austin, hold him down. He's losing blood in the arm, but it's a through and through, so bandage it and quick." She went on to bark more orders, and in under a minute I was mostly stripped again, my cool gear having lasted a matter of seconds. I groaned, my mind finally coming back to me as I looked up into her eyes. "Kelly," I hissed between clenched teeth, and she paused, looking down at me, then held the knife up before my eyes. "Matt, I'm going to get the bullets out. It's going to hurt," she stated, searching my face to make sure I was understanding her, and I nodded. "When I do it," she paused, taking a deep breath, "you need to hold on, to stay awake. You have to hold yourself together so you can heal yourself when I've finished. Do you understand?" I nodded as Mike shifted around, staring down into my eyes as he pushed me onto my back, flat against the ground, and held a belt before my eyes. "Bite down on this, mate," he suggested, and I forced my mouth open, swallowing hard as he pushed it in before being shifted aside. "You help her," Chris said gruffly to Mike, and he nodded. "I'm his only family. I've got him." Chris leaned down, pressing my head flat against the floor, staring into my eyes. "Hey, bud," he said, then paused, clearly not sure what to say. I bit down hard and fought to not squirm, hissing in pain as Kelly dug the knife into my stomach, widening the wound enough to get her fingers in. Then I screamed, drowning out Chris's words as he tried to distract me. "Hold him down!" Kelly snapped at the others, and they redoubled their efforts, pinning me in place. I did the only thing I could think of and pulled the notifications up, trying to distract myself from the damage they were doing to me, to save me. Congratulations, you have gained additional stat points in the following areas through constant effort. Continue to work hard to increase these or other stats. +1 to agility, +1 charisma, +1 constitution, +1 strength. Your current evolutionary position is Tempest, 41%. Increase your capacity to reach the next level of evolution. Congratulations, you have killed the following. 1-time Lesser Vampire, level 14, 3200 XP. 19 times Enthralled Guardians, various levels, for 890 XP. Total XP earned, 4090 XP. A party under your command killed the following: 23 times Enthralled Guardians, various levels, for 1140 XP. Total party XP earned, 1140 XP. As party leader, you receive 25% of all XP earned. Total XP awarded, 4090 plus 1140 times 0.25 equals 285 equals 4375 XP. Partial XP is lost to the Etherer. Current XP to next level stands at 8,069 of 7,000. Quest complete. To the rescue. Your friends and allies have been captured in a group led by the Lesser Vampire Anissa. You tracked them down to their base and freed their victims. Congratulations. You receive the following rewards: +1 to Constitution, +1 to Intelligence, +1 to Charisma, +1 skill point to allocate, plus Unknown Blueprint, plus British Army weapons and equipment cache, 5,000 XP. Congratulations, you have reached level 16. Current XP to next level stands at 6,069 of 8,000. You have 7 unspent stat points and 5 unspent skill points. I force myself to read the words one at a time, focusing on them like never before. I had 7 points to use, and while I'd been planning on putting them all into perception or constitution to make me both hardier and to help me with the mind-body balancing thing, my eyes were drawn to my endurance. It sat at 11. And, being sensible, regardless of what Patrick had worked out before, if I boosted my perception and constitution up higher, even with my agility, leaving my endurance way down there was never going to help me. Add to that, my damn strength was barely 1 higher. I looked over the character sheet again, swearing to myself. I had to improve my endurance, that was a given, but with my constitution at 19, it just made sense to drop the point that was needed to get that to the next threshold. That left me with 6 points, and 6 points in endurance would take me to 17, meaning the next level, if I chose to, I could get that up to the threshold too. I mentally added the changes, then looked over my personal details again, trying to distract myself as Kelly literally fingered my belly in the most disturbing and painful way possible. Name: Matt, First Lord of the Storm. Modifiers: none. Species: Tempest. Bonus: none. Level 16. Progress to next level: 6,069 of 8,000. Assimilation: 0%. Dungeon level 0. Control: 25.5. Dungeon capacity: 51 points. Host powers: 1. Class spells: 4. Class abilities: 6. Stats: Agility, current points 19. Description: governs dodge and movement. Effect: heightened chance to dodge attacks. 19% plus 10% equals 29%. Progress to next level: 23 of 100. Charisma, current points 12. Description: governs likely success to charm, seduce, or threaten. Effect: 10% more likely to succeed in events that require seduction, persuasion, or threats. Progress to next level: 7 of 100. Constitution, current points 20. Description: governs health and health regeneration. Effect: HP equals 20 times 30 equals 600. Progress to next level: 14 of 100. Dexterity, current points 20. Description: governs ability with weapons and crafting. Effect: plus 20% increased chance of improved result, plus 5 to melee damage. Progress to next level: 78 of 100. Endurance, current points 17. Description: governs stamina and stamina regeneration. Effect: stamina 17 times 20 equals 340. Progress to next level: 45 of 100. Intelligence, current points 31. Description: governs base monopool, standard intellectual capacity, plus control when combined with wisdom and divided by 2. Effect: mana, 31 times 40 equals 1240 times 0.66 equals 818. Control, 31 plus 20 divided by 2 equals 25.5. Mind threshold exceeded. Physical and mental capabilities are out of sync. Available mana reduced by 33%. Progress to next level, 63 of 100. Luck, current point 16. Description governs overall chance of bonus and critical hits. Effect, plus 12% increased chance of positive outcome. Progress to next level, 98 of 100. Perception, current point 17. Description governs range damage and chance to spot hidden traps/items. Effect, plus 7 to all ranged attacks. Progress to next level, 92 of 100. Strength, current points 12. Description governs damage with melee weapons and carrying capacity. Effect, plus 2 to all damage with melee weapons. Current progress, 14 of 100. Wisdom, current points 20. Description governs mana regeneration and control when combined with intelligence and divided by 2. Effect, 200 mana regenerated per hour. Control, 20 plus 31 divided by 2 equals 25. Progress to next level, 84 of 100. The changes barely registered as much pain as I was in, and worst of all, hitting level 20 got me something with my constitution, but as the screen popped up, Kelly grabbed something. I basically screamed and bucked wildly, losing my mind in the pain, and when I could see again, well, it was gone. Eventually, after I had already lost all caring for the screen before me and was seriously considering just begging for them to kill me, Kelly gave out a grunt and pulled back her fingers, holding something up to the light before holding it out to Mike for confirmation. "It's intact," he agreed, and she let out a moan of relief, wiping the back of her hand across her forehead to get rid of the sweat and leaving a bloody smear behind. I stared at her pleadingly as I dismissed the screen, and she rested her hand on my chest, looking into my eyes and shaking her head slowly. "I'm sorry, Matt," she whispered, tears clear in the corners of her eyes. "But it's okay. You did great. 1 down, only 2 more to go. We're almost there." I shook my head, bucking frantically, and Mike shouted for them to hold me as she went to work again, digging the knife into my hip and starting her treasure hunt again. Hours, years, and sodding centuries seemed to pass in a wild parade of pain-filled images and screams, blood sprays and frantic attempts to free myself, but through it all, through the pain and the fear, I knew that I couldn't. I could have banished the injuries with my mana, I could have blasted them all away from me using my powers, but despite it all, I knew they were helping me, and I knew that Kelly loved me. It was in her eyes when she paused between bullets, the tears that ran down her cheeks as she worked. It was in the constant apologies that she whispered as I grew weaker and eventually stopped fighting. It was shown in the relief when she slumped down, the last bullet, and the 2 fragments of it that had sheared off being dumped onto the floor as she grabbed my face, staring into my eyes. "Heal yourself, Matt. Don't let it be too late," she begged me, searching my eyes. I stared back dumbly into hers, unable to summon the effort to care anymore, as massive exhaustion warred with blood loss to send me down into the dark depths of slumber. She stared into my eyes. Chris and the others gathered round, their voices coming to me from a great distance, weak, indistinct, and utterly uninteresting. I just needed a few seconds, just a little while to rest, to sleep. Sleep was what I needed, I knew, as the world grew ever fuzzier and indistinct at the edges, and I felt myself falling, floating gently, as if down a long tunnel away from them, as they held onto my body. Pain flared, and the world moved sideways. The pain was tiny compared to the mass I'd endured, but it was unexpected, and it sparked just enough adrenaline into me that when Kelly begged me to heal myself next, I heard it. And I understood. She'd slapped me in desperation, trying to get a reaction, and it was just enough. I closed my eyes, and I accepted the changes I'd queued up before hissing as they took hold, pulling my power to me and forcing myself to begin cycling it throughout my body. The others moved back, and a new weight settled atop my chest. I continued to cycle, finding it easier and easier as I went until I opened my eyes again. A feline face watched me from inches away, the great body laid across my own. I laid there, head sagging back, and let out a long sigh. Something about the combination of his purring and the sense of his nearness melded to relax me and lessen the pain. I slowly reached up a hand, and he butted his head against it. The simple act of stroking the damn cat made me feel a little better, as his purring cranked up a notch further, and I let the conscious world slip a little farther away. Chapter 29. It seemed like hours passed, and they probably did. Once again, I was on a goddamn stretcher at some point, and then I was safe, warm, and I knew I was home by the feeling of the ambient mana and the gentle pulsing in time to my heartbeat. I slept some, waking as they force-fed me food and drink. Callie was gone, but Joe was there. While I couldn't make much sense of a lot of things, I knew she was watching over me. It was some time later when I came to properly, wincing as I sat up in bed, hands reaching for the wound on my stomach, only to find it fully healed. I checked my leg, my hip. Reaching up, I gingerly touched the side of my head, finding it was healed. Hell, it even felt like my hair had been cut, and my hands. I glanced at my fingers, seeing they were clean. The blood that had covered them was gone. Hell, my nails were even trimmed. I felt them, confused, and shook my head in amazement, finding that they weren't trimmed roughly as I did it. A few quick cuts of the clippers, they'd been smoothed. There wasn't a single edge or sharp section that I could find. I looked down, having already seen that I was naked beneath the blanket, and saw that my feet, the hobnailed monstrosities that they were, had received the same treatment. I looked like I'd spent a day in a fucking spa. I shifted, swinging my legs over to the side of the bed, and froze. A bed. I had a bed. I glanced around the room, finding that I had a fairly nice bedroom. A single room, admittedly, with 2 doors leading off from it, one to my right that muffled the sounds from beyond, and one to the left, beside what looked to be an inbuilt wet room, all tiled and shit. I stood unsteadily, staggering as I started to walk, feeling weaker than I could ever remember feeling in my entire life. I made my way slowly across to the far left door. I tugged it open and sighed in relief, seeing that it was indeed a toilet, a bit of a strange one, circular with what seemed to be armrests and a few seashells on one side. But beyond that, I shrugged, stepping in and making use of the facilities, finding that the first seashell flushed away and at the same time poured body-temperature water over the front and back, jetting you clean and fresh. Seashell 2 dried me with a steady blast of warm air, which was weird in itself. I reached out for Seashell 3 without thinking about it, wanting to know. Then I froze. The old joke about the automated tampon remover and the man who pressed the button waking up in the hospital to find his dick waiting for him in a box under his pillow ran through my mind. I slowly pulled my hand away, deciding that I wasn't that curious after all, and stood up and left the room, resolving to press it from a safe distance later. Of course, as I slowly walked out, naked and swinging from side to side for all the world to see, that was when Allie, Amy, and Joe had come in to check on me. I froze. They froze. Allie and Joe both moved at the same time, hands covering Amy's eyes as I stepped back into the toilet, closing the door, then my eyes, and silently counting to 10. "Are you coming out?" Joe's voice called. I sighed before calling back to the door. "I'm still naked." "I've seen it all before, and Amy's gone now," she called back. "Allie?" I asked. "Yes, Matt," she answered. "Okay, you're both waiting for me to walk out naked because?" I asked after a long pause. "We came to check on you," Joe offered. "And you've got a cute butt," Allie called, clear amusement in her voice. "You're married," I called back, opening the door and sticking my head around the edge of it, glaring at her. "So? I'm here in my capacity as a medical student," she replied. I frowned. "Since when are you a medical student?" "Since you keep getting brought in bleeding everywhere," Allie replied cheerfully. "You always survive, so you seem like the perfect practice dummy." "Practice? What do you think of the stitches in your arm?" Allie interrupted. I glanced at it, seeing some seriously wonky stitches that were pulling the skin taut, and I grumbled under my breath. I wasn't going to care about my nakedness if they didn't, and yeah, I had to admit they'd apparently at least stripped me, so it wasn't like they were seeing anything new. I stepped out and strode across the room, pausing halfway as I realized that I had no clue where any of my clothes were. Ladies?" I asked, getting a guilty start from them both as they jumped and whipped their eyes upwards before pretending that they'd definitely not been staring at my love truncheon. "My eyes are up here," I said, pointing at my face, saying the line for every man in the world. God, it felt good to be the one saying it, rather than hearing it. "I don't know what you're talking about." Allie lied blatantly, and I ignored it. "So, any idea where my pants are?" I asked. The pair of them colored, Allie pointing, and Joe actually darting around me to hurry over to the wall next to the toilet. There were 4 large panels that ran floor to ceiling, covered in polished wood, and as Joe pressed in the middle of the first, it recessed slightly with a click, then slid forward on rollers. I looked at it, stunned, as a cross between a wardrobe and a military armor locker came into sight, small square drawers appearing on either side as it rolled forwards on casters, apparently. I stepped up, glancing into the first and finding it full of socks, and the second with boxers. I reached in, finding there were nearly a dozen pairs of Step 1 boxers in there. I almost wept at the sheer joy of knowing I had clean undercrackers that were soft and goddamn comfortable again. I started to pull them on when Allie spoke up. "I'd have a shower first if I was you," Allie suggested, and I paused, rotating oh so slowly to look at her as Joe moved around me, returning to Allie's side and smiling at me. "A shower?" I asked. Allie nodded. "The wet room has a rainfall shower in the roof. You just stand under it, and it goes until you get out. The temperature is controlled by the square on the wall," Joe pointed out, indicating it. "Hey," Allie complained. "You know how long it took me to figure that out? I damn near had my nipples drop off. They were that cold by the time I got it right." "Well, don't want to ruin the show," Joe suggested, inclining her head towards me. The pair turned to look at me, standing there with my boxers held across my crotch, and Joe sighed. "Some people are no fun," she whispered in a voice meant to carry, and I replied without thinking about it. "How would you like it if I turned up in your room and watched you naked?" I complained. "Haven't you been doing that anyway?" Allie asked with a shrug. "No," I snapped as my jaw dropped. "Fuck's sake, it's not like that. The dungeon sense isn't that detailed, you know that." "Oh, so you have tried to watch us then?" Joe asked, one eyebrow raised. "No," I blurted out, shaking my head wildly. "Why not?" Allie asked Joe. "I think he thinks we're ugly, don't you?" "We must be, if he'd rather see a vampire naked than— Oh, you little fuckers," I snapped, my brain finally catching up as I saw the smiles they were trying to hide. "You've been winding me up all this time." The pair of them broke into gales of laughter, and I flapped my hands and shouted at them. "Out, you shits, get out," I ordered, the pair of them heading to the door quickly. Finally, Joe swallowed her laughter enough to speak. "We really do need to check you over," she tried to say. Allie shouted from the other side of the door, interrupting her. "And not just check you out this time. Out," I shouted, balling the boxers up and throwing them at the door. Joe pulled it closed with a solid click as the gales of laughter dropped in volume, the door shutting most of it off. I leaned against the wall, shaking my head, then taking a minute to look around the room properly. It was square and larger than I'd expected, making me wonder if I'd gotten a family-sized space to myself or if they were all this big. I had what looked to be somewhere between a double and a king-sized bed against the far wall, headboard against the wall, and the foot extending a third of the way into the middle of the room. There were 2 small tables on either side of the bed and a series of small glowing orbs in the ceiling. A pair of mismatching chairs and a small table made up the rest of the furniture, with the floor being neither carpeted nor stone. It seemed to be covered in a layer of what was almost rubber, but it was warm, slightly pliable, making it comfortable to walk on without the stickiness that rubber gave. Overall, it was like a slightly softer, warm stone, and I had to hope it was everywhere in the dungeon. That thought, of course, made me fearful for the others and the dungeon itself, worried both about the people and the time lost while I sodding slept. I shook my head, reminding myself that the ladies wouldn't have been playing games if we were in immediate danger. I could damn well have half an hour to have a shower and get dressed. I strode to the shower, standing under it and frowning as I tried to figure it out. There were several dozen holes in the roof, if not more, and the floor had tiny holes dappled across it, clearly to funnel and draw away the water. The wall closest, just within reach of the center of the shower area, had a square block of bronze set on it, and as soon as I touched it, the heavens opened into a deluge of icy cold water. I half jumped, half fell out of the shower, frantically reaching for the block again, tapping it, trying to twist it, pulling. Finally, I found that stroking a finger down it got the desired results, and the water went in an instant from almost frozen to boiling hot. I swore, frantically reversing the motion and sighing as it changed again, narrowing it down again and again, smaller and smaller changes, until I was standing in the center of the water, loving life again. A short while later, I was dressed. The first of the other panels was filled with socks, shoes, underwear, and random things like belts and ties, though I had no idea how or why some goddamn ties had turned up. The second panel was full of tops and trousers, ranging from t-shirts to formal shirts, jeans and shorts, all the way up to a tuxedo shirt and cummerbund. The third panel was more my style, filled with various jackets ranging from full-length trench coats, which I realized I'd never actually seen in the UK in any shop, to leather biker jackets, smart ones for formal dinners, to armored webbing and tactical gear. All of those paled in comparison to panel number 4, however. I pulled it open and stood there, stunned as I gazed upon the beauty before me. It was full of weapons. I had swords, flails, axes, and daggers, 2 assault rifles, a crossbow, a compound bow, my remaining 1911 Magnum, a Glock pistol, racks of ammunition, and even a few grenades. For some reason, there was even a garrote and half a dozen throwing stars. I had both of my swords, and I reached out in shock, touching them gently, before turning slowly as the door closed with a click behind me. It was Kelly, and she was smiling fit to burst as she saw me. "Kelly, I started before she flew across the room and nearly took me down with her hug. I held her for long minutes. At first I thought she was just pleased to see me and enjoying the cuddle. Then I realized she was crying, soundlessly. That prompted a move to the bed to sit down, which prompted more hugs, some kissing. By the time the door was burst open by an excited Amy, shouting, "Auntie Kelly, you're back!" Auntie Kelly had her top undone and bra tugged down, with the straps off her shoulders. She had been kissing her way down my stomach, pulling my jeans down with the obvious intention of kissing lower. I seriously considered if I'd done something to offend the gods somehow, as I grabbed a pillow and slapped it over my raging erection. Kelly quickly tugged her top closed as much as she could before catching Amy, who'd launched herself onto the bed with wild abandon. Kelly laughed as she caught her, then hugged her tight and ruffled her hair before pushing Amy backwards off the bed to fall on the floor. "Get on, Squirt," she called to Amy. "Get out! I need to talk to Matt. Then we'll be out." "Oh yeah, lots of talking getting done," Amy mocked, making kissy-kissy faces before pretending to retch. She ran for the door as Kelly grabbed a pillow that was near to hand and hurled it after her. The door closed, and Kelly turned back to me, sighing, still smiling, before covering her mouth with one hand at the sight of me. I was half sat back on the bed, looking grumpy as all hell, the pair of us being interrupted at just the worst time, again. Add to that, the pillow she'd thrown had been the one I'd been hiding my condition with, and now it was very obvious again. "Oh, Matt," Kelly whispered, giggling. "Really?" I asked her with a sigh, gesturing downwards. "A laugh is your answer to this?" "You know my answer to that," she said, smiling and moving up to kiss my lips before untangling herself from me as I reached out for her. She remonstrated. "Not now. We've literally just got back. There's a lot to do, not to mention getting you up to date." She firmly fixed her top. "Come on, get yourself straightened up and come see everyone. There's a lot to report, and we can play later." "Seriously?" I asked, closing my eyes and rubbing my face with both hands while groaning, a groan that was cut off by the sensation of a chaste kiss, planted gently atop the tip that I felt even through the thin fabric of my boxers. I whipped my hands down, staring in shock as she darted away again, grinning. "Just something to keep you going," she whispered, leaving the room, leaving me to pole vault about, muttering and getting my clothes right again. A few minutes later, I stepped out of my room, amazed by the changes that had come about since I left, and really starting to worry about just how long I'd been out for. I mean, I knew that the lightning power thing took a lot out of me, but I'd stepped out into a small corridor, with a heavy door to my right that looked like a bronze version of a cross between a fire door and a bank vault, coated in metal and clearly reinforced. My instincts and senses told me that the core itself was behind that door, and I paused, quickly examining the structure and seeing that it was indeed in there, in a tiny purpose-built room, and I wondered straight away if that had affected the mana absorption rate or not. Beyond that, I managed to stop myself diving into the dungeon sense and looked along the corridor in the opposite direction. It led out into the main room, or what had been the dance floor of the club, but it was massively changed. What had been the manager's office behind the bar had been pushed back and massively expanded, integrating a small storeroom and taking a section of the wall out to accommodate my quarters, making my room both large and somewhat private. They also left me as the last line of defense for the dungeon core, which I kind of liked. Stepping out into the main room, I saw the doors to the fire escape on my left, and to the right, where the simple hole in the wall had led through to the research area, now there was a new door, sealing it off, and a pair of smart leather sofas on either side of it. I glanced at them, wondering where they'd been looted from. Then I shrugged and forgot about it. Beyond that, further into the room, a series of doors looked to lead off to living quarters, much like my own had, and they ringed the dance floor evenly. The room itself was fairly full, with a group of my friends standing together on the far side around a series of boxes. About half of the group looked filthy and tired, while the other half looked well-rested and excited. They were swapping guns and gear over, reloading magazines and checking weapons over one last time, as Allie used the dungeon abilities to repair the guns and anything else that needed it quickly. I walked over to them, having to pause as one of Joe's daughters nearly knocked me over, racing around as she was. I stopped in amazement as Jack raced straight past after her, always keeping just back out of reach and making the child squeal with happiness over the game. "What the?" I muttered, wide-eyed, before Kelly grabbed my hand and tugged me across to the others. "What? You act like you've never seen an automata playing chase before," she quipped. I stared at her in shock for a second before shaking myself and joining in. "Oh, well, yeah, I've just not seen one in a while, that's all. All the ones I grew up with were dinosaurs and tigers." I paused and hung my head. Seriously, though, what the hell, people? Jack's built for war and nobody's worried? I know he's safe, but Joe, you're her mother. "Yeah. We were getting some sun in the alley yesterday. Something appeared out of the sewer and went for us. Then Jack attacked it, shredded it, and went back to just sitting on guard," she admitted, wincing. "Since then, well, the kids like him. And when they started running around, Allie ordered Jack to follow them and protect them directly, so since then, you don't mind, do you?" "Hell no. I was just wanting to make more of a use for him, and I need to upgrade him. It just never occurred to me that he'd be able to play, basically," I said. "Hell, it makes the best use of him, especially when— Oh, shit, Beta," I whispered, as memories came flooding back. In the fight with Anissa and her minions, Alfredo had died, and then— "Matt!" Allie shouted. I blinked, realizing I'd zoned out, thinking about Beta and Alfredo. Weird, I knew, and I wondered how to explain it to the others, considering the dozens they'd seen me send uncaringly to their deaths, but— "Matt, it's okay. Beta's alive," Allie repeated. I fixated on her, staring. "What? How?" "We found her when we were looting. She'd been hit in the head. She was a mess, but alive, if only just. We brought her back and kept her together until Joe could get to level 5. No surprise, I know, but we finally have a proper healer now, rather than the half-assed combinations we had before." "You saved her?" I asked Joe, only paying attention with half my mind. I reached out, and yeah, I found Beta outside, sitting comfortably on the roof with her crossbow and a stack of bolts, killing pigeons. "Oh, thank God," I muttered, looking around the room. My mixed sense of vision and the half-dungeon sense I was getting used to using at the same time, allowing me to spot Thor the Raiju on the far side of the room, curled up in a pile of blankets on the floor. I sighed, relaxing as I found that knowing that the pair of them were alive mattered as much as knowing that the rest of the team survived. The others were watching me in amusement, and Mike held up a hand to get my attention. "Okay, boss, lots to talk about, I know. But before you get a full breakdown, here's a quick heads-up. First things first, we started trading off in teams of 4 or 5. Chris, Becky, Patrick, and John are going out on an escort run now. We've just got back, so we're going to rest for a bit, then we'll take our turn again. We started it the day before yesterday. We have 2 teams doing guard duty or missions, and 2 teams that loot and carry. You good with that?" 2 days? I asked, shocked. "I've been out for 2 days?" 3, actually, Kelly corrected. Whatever you did really took it out of you. While I'm tempted to ask if it was the results of a vampire blowjob, I'm just way too classy to ask that kind of a question. Oh, yeah, definitely too classy, I replied, noting the slightly unsure smile on her face and the way the others watched me. To be very clear, people, and I can't believe I have to actually say this, but no, I didn't have sex with a vampire, okay? I killed her, and up until I could figure out how to get you all out of the blast radius, I was playing along. That's all. Yeah, you looked like you were totally uninterested, Kelly said, glancing away and making a point of checking her handgun. Yeah, whatever power she had, it got my attention for like a minute, and after that it was all faking. Sorry, everyone. I know you all want something to wind me up with later, but I didn't boink her, I said firmly. It's okay, mate, Chris said, nodding. We totally believe you, don't we, people? He paused, winking very overtly at the others, and I sighed, giving him the finger. Fine, whatever. Look, can you bring me up to date and at least give me a quick idea of what happened? I mean, seriously, the amount of work you've gotten done, it's like you've been at it a week or more. I leaned against the wall, gesturing to the living quarters, the recessed, gently glowing lights, and the seats around the room. That's mainly Allie, but okay, we'll get to that in a minute. First, no complaints that we're sending the others out to strip the area, right? Mike checked. No, as long as they're safe as can be, no complaints at all, I agreed firmly. Actually, give me 2 seconds, I muttered, pulling up the prompt I could see waiting for me, and grinning like an idiot when I acknowledged it. Quest completed. Rescue the survivors. Congratulations, Dungeon Lord, you have completed the quest Rescue the Survivors, updated. And after providing them with suitable quarters, food, and security, you receive the following rewards. +3 to agility, +3 to intelligence, +3 to strength, +2 skill points to allocate, +1 class skill point, 1,000 XP. I grinned at that last one, seeing the top 3 attributes that I'd apparently used had been agility, intelligence, and strength, meaning that each got a significant boost. Okay, sorry, people, I offered, looking around at them all. Okay, well, second, and as much as we all like busting your balls with this magic vampire shit, are you okay? Really, I mean. I am. Thanks, man. I lied, still a little freaked out. I could joke about it, sure, that took an edge off the experience, but really, actually thinking about it, about hanging there helpless, and I'd rather not. Good, okay. Then, guys, the others should be waiting upstairs for you by now. I want you to head up to the outdoor shop, finish stripping it. Once that's done, the next street over you'll find the Army and Navy surplus store, Mike said, pointing at the locations on the map. We ignored this closer one before. The shutters were too heavy-duty, so we hit the cheaper one a few dozen streets over. But this time you've got Patrick with you, so you should be able to open it regardless. Strip it to the shelves. Remember to grab anything high-tech as well. Any questions? High-tech? I asked him. Allie grinned. Yeah, turns out we get more points to spend the higher tech something is, so when you've been absorbing the really basic stuff, I should have been concentrating on the phones, tablets, and so on, I suggested, and she nodded. Damn it. There was no way for you to know, to be fair. I mean, this entire building was getting stripped and refurbished, meaning there was bugger all high-tech in here, but that's by the by, okay? There's one last thing to discuss, then we can relax a bit. Levels. Go on. Well, plain and simple, most of us reached our next choices, I think. I know I did, Mike said simply, taking a drink from his beer. Me too, Chris admitted. I got my first and second, Becky admitted, and I winced at just how low-leveled she was. Okay, well, grats, everyone, I said with a smile. Okay, I don't know how any of you feel about sharing your details, considering how personal these things are, but I took Scout again, got a serious boost to my perception, and 2 new abilities. Darkness is my friend, which gives me a sort of short-range night vision, but without the goggles, and Explorer, which gives me bonuses to finding useful shit, as well as warning me if there's something dodgy going on, Mike said. Points-wise, I upped my constitution, agility, and endurance, because, you know, I'm married, so upping all of these means I've got a better chance of surviving. Allie clipped him across the back of the head, even as Chris spoke up, shaking his head. Mike, you're the bravest man I've ever met, you know that? Thanks, Chris. Oh, it's not a compliment, you dumb fuck. You're totally going to get murdered by your wife at this rate. Probably, Mike grunted, rubbing the back of his head. Anyway, I took Druid again, gaining Spirit Bond, which lets me meld with my bonded animal and take on some of Simo's strengths, making me faster and boosting my tracking abilities. And 2 more spells. That bountiful blessing one I told you about before basically means I can help with plant growth, which should be awesome for the farms when we go down that route. The other spell, well, it's shit at the minute because druids aren't supposed to be damage dealers, I guess, but as it levels, it gets awesome. Familiar's form basically lets me take on the same form as my bonded creature. So as I level it up, which goes from 0 to 9 just to be extra fucking awkward, I get to assume more of Simo's form and abilities. At level 0, which I have now, I get heightened senses, +2 to perception, and my reflexes are 10% faster. Level 3 gets me claws, which, believe me, I'm working towards now. That's awesome, I congratulated him, amazed. Yeah, admittedly it was a long road for him to go down, but for him to be able to shapeshift later, to have all the gifts of a sodding giant tiger with his own intelligence, well, admittedly that last one was a drawback, but I didn't make the comment, just grinned to myself as John spoke up. I took Judge, and I get a sense of when someone's lying to me, as well as a hell of a lot of quests opening up apparently. Basically, the more time I spend around people, the more quests I'll get, specifically related to crimes that have been committed in an area. It should allow me to level much faster, but... He sighed and looked around at us all slowly. Believe me that I'm not being a dick about this, but if I allow crime to go unpunished, I start to lose stats and eventually my class or my life. So behave yourselves, all right? The law, the one you uphold as a judge, whose is it? Kelly asked, and John frowned. It's the law, he said as though that explained everything. Okay, but if you go to, say, Sweden, where it's legal to help someone die, then you come here? Are you required to do something now for something that happened there? Well, no. Okay, so you're required to follow local laws? Yes, John said after a minute of checking his screens. That's cool then. Matt, you're a storm lord, a dungeon lord, and apparently becoming a god. Don't make a sexual joke, or I swear you're getting nothing later, she snapped, pointing a finger at me. When I made a point of keeping my mouth closed, she nodded and went on. So, that means that as the local lord, he can make up the rules, right? Yes, John admitted after a few seconds. But if he's a dick, gotcha. Don't be a dick, I said, grinning. Well, okay, but just behave, all right? John groaned as I grinned at him. Yes, sir, Mr. Judge, sir, I joked, clumsily saluting before winking at him. Idiot. Meh. So, I took Fey Wrangler, Becky admitted. As I got both choices at once, I was given a choice of 3 rare and 1 uncommon class. Apparently I'll sense the approach of Fey, which are some kind of spiritual beings, and I'll be able to interact with them. The other options I got... No, let's just say no. I got 3 spells. Entrapment, which basically does what it says on the tin. I also got Intentions Matter, which lets me read the intention behind any contracts as well as the actual phrasing. So they're like contract lawyers, like in the stories? John asked, and I blinked, eyeing him, then looking back at her. What am I missing here? I asked, and he shrugged. The Fae were all against iron and wrote dodgy contracts, that's all I remember. German grandmother, he offered by way of explanation. Means I got all the story tales as fact rather than made-up shit. Yeah, well, last spell is Relic. It's complicated. It lets me create a place to store things that can't be accessed by anyone else. But it takes a while, like a few months. It was included with the class. Nice, I said simply. Oh, John, you didn't say what your first choice was? I asked after Becky left it at that, and clearly didn't want to discuss it further. No, he agreed. I didn't. There was a long moment of silence as we all looked at each other. Then Allie broke the silence. See you all soon, guys. Stay safe, Allie said to the group, forcing a brittle smile, and we all echoed her as Chris and the others trooped out. Once they left, Kelly motioned me to a seat on one of the low sofas, and I sat, accepting a soft cantering from Mike as they joined us. Okay, Kelly said, running her fingers through her hair and shaking it out. Where to begin? She twisted her mouth in thought. Mike spoke up. Start at the beginning, of course, he quipped. Seriously, though, boss, well done for back there. We thought we were fucked, and you just strolled in and shot the shit out of them. 10 points to that man for sheer fucking balls. Thanks, man, I responded, smiling. Well, yeah, okay. Let's start there, Kelly said, shrugging. So after you'd done your fantastically ill-advised one-man assault, somehow surviving it by the skin of your teeth, we killed the last of the others and secured the area. Ken and 2 of his people were still alive, as were 5 others who refused to join the Titty Patrol. By the way, Matt, Jimmy says to thank you for saving his ass. I gave her a confused look, and she elaborated. He was the scout sniper who was with Barry when you wiped out the gypsies in the park. I grunted an understanding before shooting Mike a glance, getting a wink from him as we shared a mental image of those fantastic tits until they changed. Hold up, I said quickly before Kelly could go on. I had a bag. You mean your trophy sack? Mike asked, getting a nod from me. We tipped it out onto the ground, and it started sucking your blood up. Kelly took exception to it and kinda smashed it into paste. I saw that thing's face. It was horrible, and it was clearly still alive, the way it started trying to get to the literal pool of blood that was left on the floor, so I found a big brick and smooshed it, Kelly admitted with a shudder. But it was definitely dead, I asked. She nodded. I cracked its skull practically down the middle, and the sun burned all the brain away. Then I smashed the rock down a few times more. I even dipped it in the blood after that, left it a few minutes to be sure, but there wasn't any movement. It was dead. Good. Why'd you have it? She asked, frowning. Figured I'd use it as a test piece, see if silver and so on killed it, holy water, that kind of thing, so the next time we come across them, we're ready. Oh, well, sorry about that, but bricks and sunlight work. We can mark that down as proven. Good point. Okay, so you destroyed the vampire, stabilized me, then what? I asked, taking a swig from the warm can of lemonade, and grimaced. I know, man. Not as good as when it's cold, Ike agreed, shrugging. On the list to fix that, eh? He prompted. I winked at him, thinking of the glories of a cold beer. We made sure everyone was okay. Then we moved them over to the Tokyo bar again, along with all the gear we could carry in a couple of handcarts and wheelbarrows. We left them there and brought you back, got tooled up, and went back with as many volunteers as we could, stripping the place of all the army gear, leaving the rest till later. Then we all rested for the rest of the day, while Allie went nuts on research and redesigns. Once we got up the next morning, we escorted Ken and the others back to the park. I didn't want to invite any of the other group to join us. They were good enough people, but I didn't trust them overly, and I didn't want to do it without you being there, Kelly said. You all have the right to bring in more people if you trust them, I said formally, through a smile. I trust you, and the people we have here, I gestured to Joe, who was sat a little uncomfortably on the outside of our little group, have proven themselves well. Okay, thank you, Kelly said, the others mumbling similar things. So while they rested, I helped Allie. We did some upgrades to the army gear, mixed and matched it a bit with the existing armor that we had, and came up with some slightly better gear. Worked on some weapon designs and some more simple stuff, like better reinforced doors for the outside. Finn jumped in, smiling. Then we worked on a better kitchen design. Allie had to build it, because I don't have any access beyond the research chair, but as our resident crafter, it'd be a lot easier if he could make some changes. He literally guided me by the hand as we did the living quarters and the recessed storage and so on, Allie added. I nodded, reaching into the dungeon and selecting Finn. I hesitated, not really knowing him as well as the others, but at the end of the day, I needed to trust more, I decided. I selected him and gave him basic building access and the power to absorb and expand the dungeon's influence. Okay, done, I said after a few seconds. His eyes opened wide, and I smiled. I think that's Finn out of the conversation for a bit, I suggested wryly, making him shake his head. Nope, I could talk the hind leg off a donkey regardless of what's going on, Finn replied distractedly. Anyway, Allie interrupted, once we'd fixed their armor and got them some more food and such like to take back, we found the gear that you'd made for them originally. Something had eaten the chicken, but the gear was still good, so we added in their share of the loot from the police station. We took it and Ken and his people back to the park, Mike said, taking over from his wife. There was a bit of a kick-off when we first got back. Some of the dead men's partners and families went apeshit, but Barry interceded. We filled him in on everything that happened, and then we took Ken and his people to scout the graveyard. He paused, clearly struggling with the words. The big bastard. The one that you first found out about your powers with. What? I asked, confused and frowning. The undead thing, he clarified. Oh, I responded. Then I frowned too, having never actually got any details on it properly. Yeah, the big fucker. Okay, what about it? Well, we found another one of them. It was leading the undead in the graveyard, gathering them all up, making them gather the bones of those that couldn't be used for whatever reason. It was leading them across the graveyard, headed for the park when we got there. So we took it out. Mike said with the same matter-of-fact simplicity that he'd say that he had lunch. It was nice, but no big thing. What Mike's not saying is that it took more than half the ammo we had, and 3 grenades, Kelly said with a perturbed look at her brother. And what Kelly isn't saying is that her puppet was carrying the grenades, Mike quipped. And you killed it, Kelly snapped. That's my 5th one so far, my 3rd of the big ones, and not one has lasted a damn hour before it's died. To be fair, we had to take the big bastard down with sustained fire. Then the puppet leaped on its back and rammed the grenades into the holes we'd blown in the chest, pulled the pins, and made sure the damn thing stayed down until they went off, Mike clarified. So we clearly need a better way to deal with them, I suggested, making a mental note. Definitely. But regardless, the thing that struck me was that, while it was headed in the direction of the park, it was making the undead gather up the bones and more. Clearly, there was a plan, something it was going to do, and it wasn't headed directly for the park. It was going to pass across the northeast corner only. Seemed more like it was headed somewhere, rather than going hunting, or at least that's the impression I was left with, Mike advised, stretching an itch before pulling his armor off and sighing as he rested it on the floor. After that, we basically switched to melee weapons, baseball bats, hammers, swords, and clubs, that kind of thing, and we kited the undead around the cemetery, dragging them behind us in one massive, unimaginative chain. Honestly, we'd stop, kill a bunch, then run away, rest and catch our breath, then kill them again. Kept that up for a few hours. Then Ken and his crew showed up, brought another dozen guards to play, and it turned into a slaughter. We saved the ammo and used clubs mainly, got some nasty scratches here and there, but that was it. Once the big one was dead, they were the worst, or best, kind of zombies, Kelly added. They were worth bugger all XP. I mean, literally, 5 points was the most I got from one, but there were literally hundreds, if not thousands, Mike said, taking over the narrative again. Once we'd cleaned it out, we went back to see Barry after claiming the gear from the people he'd lost there. How'd he take that? I asked. He snorted. He tried to claim they needed it, so I pointed out that the army gear we'd given to Ken and the others could be considered a loan then, one that had reached the end of its term. So he shut up pretty fast. I bet, I responded with a smile, shifting around the sofa and smiling at Kelly as she reached out and took my hand. Okay, so you cleared the graveyard and got everyone home. Were they thankful for the gear we sent? Very, Kelly said, rolling her eyes. They wanted to know when the next shipment would be coming, as well as wanting changes to it. Heavier here, lighter there, basically expecting us to supply them entirely. And you said? They could get fucked, Kelly said firmly. Ken stepped in and calmed things down. I think he had words with Barry a bit. Now that he's seen the real world and what we can do, he's got a better handle on things. He actually offered to trade with us, if we'd be interested. I said you'd get back to him. What for? I asked, frowning. Basically, they'd put together a trade caravan of crap, all the shit that they didn't want, so that we could absorb it, and in return, we give them more gear and food. She shrugged. I didn't see an issue with it, beyond the need for a dedicated person to absorb and build, so I told them we'd do it once and consider what it cost, then put together a proposal for the future. Or not, depending on how it goes. They're going to put a caravan together for tomorrow or the day after, bring it over to the bar. Sounds good, I agreed. As long as we come out on top in this deal. As much as I want to help them, we need to work towards the future, not basically become a production center for them. So we'll do it once. They get half of whatever points they bring us earns, then can have that as whatever they want. Definitely, Ali said. Okay, so while these buggers were out having all the fun and getting to level up, Joe and I were working our asses off here. We stripped most of the building easily enough, then we built doorways into the other buildings on either side. Joe extended our reach in the building across the other side of the road. Basically, we started working seriously in tandem, while the others looked after the kids and went from room to room collecting stuff. Believe me, I'm happy to help, but stripping the rooms felt like being a removal man without the alcohol, Finn interjected. So glad I get to build now, instead of doing that. It needed to be done, Allie said, dismissing his grumbling. The others are doing it still as well. Oh, I know, and believe me, happy to help, Finn said quickly to me, holding his hands up. But designing and making things? I love it, so given the choice. I nodded to him, and he smiled and settled back. Anyway, so we had dedicated teams on both sides of the road stripping the buildings. Once people saw the second quarters, we put you in the first. Believe me, when people saw the state of you and heard it was because you'd gone all Hulk and kicked ass one-on-one with a vampire and a 20-plus henchman, there wasn't a single complaint about you getting the first room, Allie said with a smile. I snorted, scratching the back of my neck and feeling a bit embarrassed. Anyway, we showed them the next quarters and told them that everyone got a vote at the end of the day for who they thought had worked the hardest and was the most deserving of the next quarters, but that they couldn't vote for themselves. Sneaky, I muttered, and Mike snorted. Try being married to her, believe me. She's the queen of motivation. So you don't want me to motivate you anymore? She asked sweetly, and Mike shook his head quickly. Hell no, I'm happy to do the cleaning, bath time, bedtime stories, anything you want, my love. Usual deal, right? He asked hopefully, and Allie raised one eyebrow at him before turning to Kelly and exchanging a long wink. We'll see, was all she said, but Kelly smiled and took over the narrative. So anyway, we got back, couple of little fights on the way, nothing serious, and we joined in, but we started a guard cycle, escorting a group of our people across to the police station. We stripped it, making sure there was nothing else about, but it looked like someone had been there. They didn't bother with the gear, the food, the clothes, and so on. Admittedly, we took the best bits when we left originally, but still, there were random weapons, some body armor and food. They searched it all, took the bodies, and left without touching anything else, so we made it a fast hit when we got out of there, too. Okay, sounds sensible, I said simply, nodding to the others. Then what? Then we started on a one-in, one-out policy, stripping the local shops and restaurants, basically anything high-tech, clothes, food, and luxury goods. Everyone gets a backpack, and they can fill it with whatever they want to keep, but the trolleys and wheelbarrows are for the dungeon, so people get an incentive for their work beyond food and safety, and they have to fit the trolley before their own backpack, Alice said, watching to see if I approved. When I nodded, she relaxed, then went on. Finally, with regard to the higher-tech items, I made a few changes. I finished the farm research, but I've not made one yet. Figured it was best if you decided on that. And I finished the mana absorption conduits. What's the difference? I asked her quickly. In the absorption rate, I mean. We've gone from 1.5 to 2.25, so we've jumped from 18 an hour to 27, or 432 a day, to 648. Damn, I whispered, shaking my head. That's a hell of a difference. It is, but that's also a hell of a lot of wasted mana, considering how fast we regenerate it when we're stripping the surrounding buildings. So I moved on to the dungeon nodes. Okay, 2 minutes, I muttered, pulling the dungeon sense up before me and looking it over. In the nodes research option, I had 3 basic paths to take, and from there they branched out further. Research, environment, and mana, where Allie had been doing the most work. The 2 paths available to research and environment were split into either influence generation or environmental regulation. Influence at this level was straightforward enough. It gave a design for a much smaller node, barely the size of an average bin, but once it was researched and built, it would start to increase the influence of the dungeon in a circle around it, steadily inching out. It didn't seem like much considering it moved at a literal snail's pace, but there also wasn't a limit on it, and it would pull in the mana it needed to work from the ambient mana around it, so the cost of placement was covered. It was free. Environmental regulation was changing the environment in ways that could be massive or tiny, from a regulated breeze through the dungeon or adding a tropical beach, anything that was possible, although it'd still have to be physically made. That filled my mind with the thought of us all being able to lie about one day in bikinis and shorts, drinking beer when we recovered from missions, and I had to admit, I liked that. In mana, as before, there were two dedicated paths to follow: conversion and augmentation. Conversion dealt with taking the incoming mana we had and creating dedicated forms of mana, such as the shadow mana we'd need to create to be able to make the lesser ghasts, well, for a reasonable cost anyway, 40 shadow mana or 200 pure. The conversion generators would in turn act as ambient mana collectors, producing a set form of mana each and storing it inside their buffers, ready for use. As I checked those, a wheel appeared before my eyes with a unknown instead of being filled in, with only the occasional section having things like earth, fire, nature, or storm outlined. The clay here was a mix of earth and water. That was a tier 2 mana, and in turn it was one of the building blocks of shadow, which required both storm and nature as well. Each generator needed to be researched, starting with the 8 basic forms of mana, each for 1,000 mana to research, and another 1,000 to physically produce them. Then the second tier could be researched. Each first-tier converter would produce the required pure elemental mana at a rate of 1 produced for every 4 points of mana absorbed. The second-tier converter could use ambient mana at a rate of 1 to 8, and it'd just keep climbing. But the converter could use the relevant mana from the level below, so pure earth and water would convert at a rate of 1 to 2 for clay. It was complicated, but these were an investment. Once they were built, they would chug along, working on their own and storing the needed mana up to 100 points. So while it'd be more cost-effective for the shadow mana to just research the converters and only physically build that one converter rather than the lower-tier ones as well, they'd all be producing mana. If I suddenly needed a shit ton of it, I could pull from their stores. Augmentation, on the other hand, dealt with using and storing the mana. The path split into 2, but using the mana had a single option, one that would open up a whole new world of research. Mana augments was something I could give to someone else to fuck about with. More importantly, I could only imbue items imperfectly with my own internal mana. This would permit focus and specialization. Fire mana on swords to make blades that did fire damage, air on guns to make them shoot further, or hell, storm mana on bullets, making each hit with the power of a lightning bolt. I wanted it, and I damn well needed it. But it wasn't what Allie had been working on. She'd been focused on mana storage. She'd managed 2 tiers of storage research, or in another half hour or so, she would have. Congratulations. Mana Storage Node, Common, has been unlocked. Your common-grade mana storage node will enable you to store up to 100 additional points of pure mana. Optional research project unlocked. I smiled, now totally understanding the reason that she'd kept researching down this path. Itemized storage. Itemized storage is the act of designing smaller, more compact, and portable mana storage devices. These devices can then be added to constructions to provide directed mana. Do you wish to add Itemized Storage Project to your research list? 978 of 1,000 mana charge invested. Yes, selected. It was one thing to develop weapons that could, in turn, be imbued with mana, but realistically, they'd need power. If they were to be used reliably, that'd have to come from somewhere, be that from the wielder or from the weapon being charged. But if we could produce mana storage devices, hell yes. I had a momentary thought about using them myself before I received a very specific and directed prompt, similar to the one that greeted my ascension to my new species. Warning. Attempting to draw stored mana from a low-grade storage device is only recommended if the draw is managed by a dedicated device. Terminal damage is highly likely if this warning is ignored. I tried thinking other questions, aiming them both at myself and randomly out there, but got no further responses. Still, it meant that something or someone was watching out for me, and that had to be good, right? I also had 3 additional new paths available to research that were apparently linked to the mana forms I'd encountered, something called Concealment from Shadow Mana, which looked like it might well be worth working on later. The second path was a lot less acceptable. Torture forms, coming as it did from the Pain Mana, was just... No, I closed that path down entirely. Yeah, okay, I could learn from it and probably find out some useful things, but it'd also not be me anymore. I wasn't going down that route. Not ever. The final path that had been opened to me was Desperation, and its research was slightly more acceptable. burnout, which was a path that allowed you to essentially supercharge an aspect of the dungeon production for 12 hours. Then the facility would have to be replaced. I blinked the screens away and looked at the others, realizing they'd been waiting. Crap, sorry guys. I got sucked down the rabbit hole with the research trees. Are you okay with what I picked, though? Allie asked nervously. I nodded with a frown. Yeah, of course. What, did you see the individual research I did? She asked. I shook my head. Okay, confession time, before you go getting lost in there. I also focused direct research on 3 areas, besides the main trees, and I'm guessing you didn't see that? I gestured for her to go on. Okay, I'm going to make myself scarce. Let's get a drink, guys, Mike said to the others, who all got up and moved away, leaving me sat with a clearly uncertain Allie. Right, so they all know, and they think I'm going to be pissed. Lay it out, please, I said firmly. Not pissed, but... okay, so 3 individual directed research items. First, and I doubt you're going to be pissed about this, showers. The ones the rooms came with were basic as hell, and they had 1 temperature and 1 pressure. It was like being dribbled on by an incontinent dog. I did the research, and now we all have power showers. Totally approving of that, I stated, nodding. Secondly, you were clutching a blueprint when they brought you back. Did you look at it? She added carefully. I was barely alive, so that'd be a no. Okay. Here. She flicked her fingers, and I was surprised to receive a notification, and the details inside were awesome. Grappling crossbow. Item. The grappling crossbow has a weight limit of 100 kilograms and fires a small enhanced penetration bolt with a magical chain attached. Once the penetrator has registered a solid hit, the chain will automatically retract, bringing the lighter object to the heavier. Damage 10 to 45. Winch. The winch on this grappling crossbow has been magically enhanced to allow a massively increased rate of retraction. The wielder must activate the winch using a special charge. This consumes a point of durability each time it is used. Durability 20 of 20. Special features 1 of 1. Yeah, again, totally approved. Can't wait to get them. I nodded, looking it over. So, considering you gave me the good shit first, how about you tell me what the bad news is now? The last one is detection, she said. I thought that was a specialist structure. I frowned as I pulled up the details, seeing it could still be researched. What's the problem here? I didn't use it on the dungeon. I used it on the creatures, she admitted, and I frowned. Wait, you can do specific research on the creatures? I mean, I know I can augment them using my magic. I can do a forced evolution, but it was an accident. Well, crap. Okay, look. Amy and one of the other kids, Guido, Tullio's older boy, they went out. They figured out how to get outside, and they went exploring. I damn near had a heart attack when I realized what they'd done, that they'd gone out of the dungeon. But I knew that if I just went chasing after them, then we could draw something's attention and kill us all, so... Go on, I ordered. I was angry. Hell, I was really angry, but not at her. I thought the dungeon was safe, and if the damn kids could get out, they could leave a door open and something could get in. Our best chance as a species could be lost, all because a kid was playing silly buggers. I had the research kobolds and Smasher, and I experimented on them in a panic while Mike went searching the streets. He wouldn't let us go, in case we... Anyway, she winced. Kelly absorbed stuff, loads of it, like literally by the ton, and I spent nearly 6,000 points on the 3 of them. And, I asked, and Smasher and 2 of the others died, blinded and screaming. The last one, she sighed and turned, gesturing toward the research node. I couldn't put it back in there, not after I should call him he, I suppose. He survived and found the pair of them. They were in a bar in the next street, exploring and, well, kissing. They're okay, though, I asked her, and she nodded. I saw Amy before and... Wait, kissing? She's, what, 8? 10, actually. And yeah, believe me, she's staying very close to me now. I made it clear, as did Tullio. He's wanting to talk to you himself. Because I told him his kid would be safe, and they're not? What? No, fuck no. He's terrified you're going to kick them out. He's planning on begging you, swearing any kind of promise you need. Hell, I need to apologize. She stopped herself, then shook her head when I started to speak, holding up one hand. Matt, I literally wasted the kind of qualities of a limited resource that are insane. Add to that, I killed 3 of your creatures, and the last one, Mike shot it when we saw the pain it was in. It was half-blinded, but it found her trail in seconds. It chased after her, crying in pain all the way. I'm sorry, Matt. We could have had a load of other research done. We could... She stopped herself again and took another deep breath. Tears clear in her eyes. Okay, that's enough, I said firmly. Allie, look at me. I waited until she did, lifting her head and staring into my eyes. Are the kids okay? Is everyone else okay? Yes. Okay, if this happens again, would you do it again? Truthfully, I asked her, watching her. There was a long pause. Then she closed her eyes and said the words she thought were going to get her banned from the dungeon. Yes. Yes, I would. Good, I said, sitting back. Her eyes flew open, and she stared at me in shock. What? She whispered. Fuck's sake, Allie. I thought you knew me better than this. I leaned forwards and pointing a finger at her. That's your daughter. Am I pissed? Yeah. Hell yeah, I am, both because she was stupid enough to leave having found a way out, and I'm pissed that she was able to find that exit. I'm pissed because all that potential was lost. Hell, we could have been in massively better armor for a start, or guns that shoot fucking lightning for all I know. But if it comes at the cost of Amy's life, Guido's life, not even looking at the loss of their lives, but the effect it would have on all of us, fuck no. Always do what's best for the community. That and research, okay? That's your job officially. I mean, I'm a cold-hearted bastard at times, Allie, and I need someone to balance that out. But even I know that's the right call to make. There was a long minute's silence before Allie broke down in tears. I called Mike back through, knowing damn well that he and the others had been hiding around the corner and listening to every word I said. He'd probably been waiting to punch me if I said the wrong thing. Chapter 30. After the others joined in, we had a few more minutes of discussion on the dungeon and how the process of stripping the surrounding buildings was going. Joe had also, after extending our reach up to the top floor and across the street, then up to the top floor in the first building there, continued to push the expansion out, headed in a roughly diagonal line towards the castle. She was nearly halfway now and would have reached it if that was all she was working on. We talked for a few minutes, switching to talking about the people and the progress of settling in, as well as finding out that Anna had basically adopted the little lad that we'd taken in from the enemy dungeon, who was basically half mad after everything he'd seen. Then there was the half-built kitchen in progress, along with hopes for the future of steaks, fresh vegetables, and fruits, before Mike asked the question that I'd been dreading. So, Matt, with the orcs being dicks, what's the plan for the future? Minion-wise, I mean. Fuck, I muttered, running my hands through my hair as I took a deep breath and shrugged. Not sure, to be honest. The orcs were dicks, but, Kelly started. I cut her off. The orcs are complete dicks, and one of them tried to swing for me. If they're aggressive enough that they'll consider going for me, they'll definitely attack you all with little provocation, despite my orders otherwise, I explained. That means orcs are a no. I mean, let's face it, if I train them up, make them more intelligent, they're more likely to just damn well attack us when they figure out a way to win. Keep them dumb, and they take up my capability to produce more creatures. And they'll still attack us. They'll just be too weak to win. Hopefully. Okay, so what do we do? Allie asked. I mean, that was always a great trump card, right? That you could summon the minions and use them to defend us if we needed to. Well, what about the goblins? Kelly asked, sitting back against my side and taking a swig from a canteen. I mean, they kept us on our toes when we attacked the other dungeon. Maybe go back down that route? I've considered it, I admitted. Hell, I've been playing with all sorts in my mind, but at the end of the day, I think it's time to go back to basics. First of all, I don't want to go ahead with the move from bronze to iron straight away. I've seen evidence that each level of core has its own upgrades path, but it starts at 1 and builds. So if we do as many mana absorption researches as we can, then in theory, the first level in the next one will be both cheap as hell and massively powerful. Add to that, with each level, it'll get more expensive. I mean, what's the cost for iron? I asked musingly, pulling it up and wincing. Ouch, shit. Iron is 50,000 mana? Damn, Mike muttered, his eyes wide. Yeah, we're not going for that for a while, I confirmed flatly. We're going to focus on stripping the local area and building the dungeon up. We're going to get some serious research done and secure the shit out of our new home. Then we can look at the bigger picture again. What do you want us to do? Mike asked. I smiled, leaning back and enjoying the shit show that was to come. Well, mate, I think you need to do what you've been doing, really. Scout the area, secure it, hunt and kill and all that. Once we've got a bit more done, we'll look to create a safe zone here. When we reach that point, it'll be your job, yours and your team, to go rescuing and recruiting. You mean I get to go out and play looter and recruiter while you sit on your ass back here? Mike asked, watching me. Well, I'll be busy. What can I say? I offered, smiling. Better not be busy with my damn sister, Mike said ominously. In fact, I think if I'm building my own team, I'll need her with me out there. Hey, I started, only to be cut off by Kelly. I'm in. She looked to Mike, looking up at me. Sorry, handsome, but I need the levels, the experience, and not to just become your fuck toy. I wasn't thinking of you like that, I reassured her. I know you weren't, but let's be realistic here. Allie is better at all the dungeon stuff. Yeah, I can help with medical details, but Joe is better than I am there as well. Hell, until we actually need rules and laws. Most of my experience in that regard is wasted. But out on the street with Mike, my medical background can keep people alive. I can get more powerful and, yeah, I'd be bored here all day every day. Sorry. Kelly gave me a hesitant smile before cuddling back in. The truth is, as much as I'm scared to shit most of the time, I love it as well. Well, okay, I guess, I muttered. So I guess it's just us three then, I offered to Joe and Allie, who nodded. Are you all going into the dungeon since? Mike asked. I looked to the other two, getting their nods before I agreed that we were, as it just made more sense to work in there now. In that case, I'm going to get a shower, then I'll start teaching people about cleaning their guns and general maintenance, I guess. Sounds good, Kelly admitted. I've not got a bedroom yet, have I? She asked. Allie shook her head. In that case, I'll trust you two to keep him out of his room while I go shower, and no peeking, she warned me, giving me a peck on the cheek and climbing to her feet. The others moved away, leaving Allie and Joe to sit with me on the sofas. Well, I had planned on lying in my bed to do this, but fuck it, I sighed. You two are welcome to move to a bedroom and relax if you want. I will. See you inside, Joe said, climbing to her feet and moving off. Allie turned to me, waiting until everyone was out of earshot. You know, in your room before, Allie started. I frowned at her, nodding. It was just a joke that kind of went a bit too far. You know that, right? You mean when you both leered at me naked and pretending to be checking for wounds or whatever? I asked her, noting the way she colored. Yeah, I knew it was a wind-up that got out of hand, but fair warning, I said, my voice low as I pointed at her and the now-vanished Joe. If I get the chance to do the same, checking you both out naked as a wind-up, no complaints if I look to be enjoying the view. You dare, and I'll beat you bloody, she warned me, but there was a hint of a smile, and I knew that it was all taken in jest. The joke had gone too far, both sides expecting the other to give in, me expecting them to look away, and them expecting me to cover up. Now it was out in the open, rather than being allowed to fester behind closed doors. But I still had a momentary thought in which I was honest enough with myself to admit that if the chance came up to see the pair naked, I was totally looking. With that, I settled back, seeing Allie doing the same as we slid sideways mentally into the dungeon sense, bringing up the overlay, and mentally sighing. I swiped the research options aside, then paused, bringing them back up and quickly designating the next project in the queue as Influence Generator 1, followed by Mana Storage 2 for 1,000, then an additional 5,000 mana respectively. The first storage, I discovered after a little poking and prodding, had cost 1,000. With the second at 5, I had to assume that the next would be a much larger cost, so I'd probably stop at this level, considering the amount of things I had a need for. Regardless, I brought the dungeon map up before us, feeling it as Joe joined us, and studied the image together. I held the dungeon before us, a wire-form diagram that hung in the air. First, we looked down as if from above, seeing the overall dungeon, or at least the lower floor, before pulling back and looking it over, seeing the rooms to either side. The living quarters and the real rooms of the dungeon, the ones we claimed and used, were outlined in a subtle blue, with the rest of the building in a light green. Then we pulled back further. As I lifted the point of view higher, seeming to hover above the building, it became easier to see the other buildings around. They were gray, for the most part, with a gentle green and blue glow that was pushing out to claim them, marking the points of influence expansion. With a thought, I pulled up the map I gained access to originally when I'd been looking to place the dungeon as well. The sudden overlay of mana densities, looking like different colored smoke that wafted back and forth, filling certain areas to a deep indigo, while others were barely a light blue at all. I concentrated and projected my voice to the girls as I explained. This is the mana density, and for now, while where we are is high, it's not the highest. It was just the best place for me to set up originally. Looking at the cathedral and the building behind it, they seem to be ever so slightly higher than we are, and here, I zoomed the map back out, mentally scanning a dozen streets over to the very deepest spot of color I could find, is the deepest section, the highest mana concentration. What creates it? I got after a few seconds, clearly from Ellie. I don't know, I admitted honestly. It seems to be created by life and interactions, but beyond that? I focused, and the map altered slightly, the colors bleeding away until it showed only the dungeon in a bright gold. I pulled back the view as far as I could, making at least 20 miles across. But I could see no further on this map, and in all of that space, there was only my dungeon producing pure mana. I zoomed us back in, examining the buildings nearby and thinking as I worked on the next step of the plan I'd been toying with for days. The days I've been conscious, anyway. Okay, Joe, I want you to concentrate on expansion only, please. Don't worry about absorbing, just push as fast as you can. Head northeast from where you managed to get to so far. Make for the cathedral, get to the middle of it, then swing south. Cut through the building between the cathedral and the Black Gate. I mentally designated a spot in the middle of the cathedral, where the damn Eidolon had built its nest, then passed straight through the next building, and finished in the single remaining standalone tower of the original castle that had given Newcastle its name. There was a railway line, thick enough for 3 trains to pass abreast to the south of that, and then the original keep for the castle stood on the far side. Then you head south and get the castle keep. I want you to tell me, and I'll place an influence generator at the center of each point as you go, getting them building out and claiming the local area. If we're going to be realistic about this place, we need somewhere public to call our own, and the castle it is. So you just focus on that, please. I sensed Joe's agreement before she vanished from the group, her consciousness moving off to start work. What about me? Allie asked. I checked the research, seeing that it was ticking along nicely without either of us touching it, thanks to the steady trickle of mana from a combination of the 2 orcs that I'd sent out hunting days ago, Beta's ongoing rooftop war with the pigeons, and the mana absorption conduits. I want you to split your attention. Keep absorbing everything you can, and work on the research separately from the main dungeon research. Work on the mana conduits. See if you can figure out a way to get more out, or if getting them outside or whatever would get us more mana. I'm going to start again with the creatures of the dungeon, start to working on developing them, and maybe actually make them into the force we need them to be. I scratched my chin idly. I'm going to be experimenting with creatures. I'll do it in a room upstairs, where nobody will see. As you know from your own experiences, they can be messy. Very, she agreed. The researchers, you need more, I said, nodding mentally. I know. I'll see to it. With that, I felt her consciousness fade away, moving elsewhere, and finally leaving me to my own devices. I checked the kobold screens over first, making sure I was up to date with the costs. The uncommon variants spawned in packs of 3 still, for 25 points each or 75 in total, costing 3 control points each. So when I took the Raiju off my limit at 10 control points, and checking the orc pair I'd sent off scouring and hunting the sewers, I found that one was dead, and the other was now a level 7, costing me a further 5 points, while Beta cost me 3, leaving me with 33 points. Over time, everything else I'd sent out had died. Okay, 33 points. Let's start with 3 kobolds, I muttered, floating up into a room at the top of the building as far from anyone else as I could get, really. I summoned the 3, printing them from light mana, making them grow in a dazzling glow of sparks and fireflies. Seconds later, all 3 stood there, blinking and looking around in confusion. I remember the fear that experimenting with them in front of each other had engendered in the goblins. Wincing, I sent one of the kobolds down to the lowest level to serve as a researcher and help Allie. The other, well, I wanted to reward Beta, but I sure as shit wasn't going to risk doing this with her. I reached out, mentally examining the pair, then grinning as a new researcher was born, the insatiable curiosity skill popping up, meaning I knew exactly where one was bound, as I sent him off to replace one of those in the research wing. Then I turned to the single kobold left before me, flickering through different versions, seeing it and its character sheet in a wide variety of ways. Images of its bone structure, of its musculature, hell, of its nervous system, all came and went, and I finally pulled up the forced evolution ability, remembering what I'd done to the goblins to create this. I summoned 3 more kobolds, keeping them outside the room. After all, the number of deaths it had taken to make the more skilled versions, and the terror they must have felt as the mad dungeon lord experimented on their fellows, well, I was better than that. Probably. Then I reached out and started investing mana into the final vision option that appeared, a stretched-out kobold held in a Vitruvian man pose. I could flick the various sections into visibility, my vision sliding through the skin to expose organs, muscles, bones, and nervous systems with a thought. I brought up a basic input template that had seemingly appeared after I'd made the first goblin foot soldier. I put 5% water mana into the joints, making them move more fluidly, smoothing down bone spurs and making the bones glide together more smoothly. Earth was next, only 5% as I had done before, but I added it to the skin and bones, noting the way the image of the stretched-out kobold altered slightly, the overall build becoming less agile, squatter, and more dinosaur-like, clearly moving away from the humanoid version I had before. I added air next, focusing in on the muscles, but before I could add it to the brain, I saw minute changes and I paused. I'd never noticed before that the alterations I made were reflected on here, probably because I'd just gone for it, rather than taking my time, so I stopped. The air had caused some small changes to the muscles, making them slimmer and longer, so I removed it, adding fire, finding that muscles started to atrophy. I removed that as well, adding earth and making them denser, but much slower to respond. I mixed it some more, ending with 2.5% air and earth respectively, and the muscles seemed to flow and respond better. I'd added fire to the brain and nerves before, and this time I did the same, but slowly, finding the brain darkened. I not even noticed the minute scintillating sparkles that flooded it until they dimmed. I reversed it and thought carefully. I'd used air and fire on the brain last time, and fire alone on the nerves, so I tried the nerves first, finding the fire alone gave a faster response. Instead of smoothing the fire out across the nervous system and the brain, I fed 5% to the nerves, seeing them slowly grow in strength and potential, while the brain dimmed again. This time, rather than feeding 5% of pure into the entire creature, I focused it on the brain exclusively. The dimming sparkles that I had to guess were neurons firing flared to life like a bonfire doused in petrol, and I stared in amazement, quickly checking the other areas. It looked stable to my inexperienced eye, and I worked quickly, checking that all the various sections looked healthy at the least. Some of them, like the earth-infused bones and skin, looked like they could stand to be changed, to be fixed somehow, but I also guessed that they'd either be okay or they wouldn't, and that it was time to start experimenting properly. I approved it all and watched as the kobold started to shriek and writhe. It took long minutes, time in which I'd have killed it out of pure pity, both for it and my damn eardrums, had I been in the room in actual life, but with knowing that the goblin survived it, I hung on. Eventually it finished, and the kobold, curled into a tiny ball by now and shaking, relaxed. It took a few more seconds before it stopped shaking, and longer still before it poked its snout out, glancing around the room as if searching for the terrible spirit that had hurt it so badly. But it was safe for me, for now at least, as it stood, stretching its back out and flicking its tail from side to side. The kobold warrior, as I identified it, was both taller and stronger than the standard variant, and damn, it looked it. Its arms were a little shorter, with slightly longer legs, and it had more of a T-Rex stance than a lizard or human now. But its eyes... It was sentient, and I damn well knew it. I saw the way it looked around the room, afraid and assessing, but even as I examined it, it flinched, feeling the touch of magic. Unnamed kobold. Kobold, dungeon creature. This is the most common of the kobold war forms. Based on the uncommon kobold, it has evolved to use simple tools and weapons. It has been further augmented by the use of forced evolution. The newly created kobold has significantly greater dexterity and intelligence than the standard variant, and has been gifted with a new ability, Pack Sight. Pack Sight. This ability enables the kobold to tap into its genetic pack mentality, sharing hunting information with others of its kind within a short distance. HP 70 of 70, Stamina 50 of 50, Mana 200 of 200, Speed 8 of 10, Level 0. HP 70 of 70, Special Abilities, Pack Sight. I immediately pulled up its stat sheets and gazed on it, unable to keep from smiling. It was basic, yeah, sure, but it was already blessed with a higher intelligence than I had at the beginning of all this, as well as a higher perception. I knew at an instinctive level that, while it was sentient, it would never be capable of discussing philosophy and building spacecraft. But then, really, was I? It had the potential, though, and it could evolve further, growing to become at least as powerful as any normal person could, and that meant that I'd be able to use them as actual troops, not just trash mobs. I sent him out to start hunting the goddamn pigeons over by the railway station, and quickly absorbed one of the other ones next door, making sure I still had access to my standard variant. Once that was done, and I had them both stored, I spun up a new trio of warriors and examined one at random again. I renamed it Alpha, going back to that naming pattern for now, as it just made it damn well easier for reference. Then I quickly renamed the others as Charlie and Delta, then checked the mana cost and control points, finding it cost slightly more for this more evolved and dangerous variant, at 105 points for 3 rather than 75, 3 control points each, and 7 mana a day. Name, Alpha, Species, Kobold, Bonus, Uncommon Variant, Level 0, Progress to Next Level, 0 of 10, Available Points 0, Perk None. Stats, Agility, Current Points 5, Description, Governs Dodge and Movement, Progress to Next Level, 0 of 100. Charisma, Current Points 5, Description, Governs Likely Success to Charm, Seduce, or Threaten, Progress to Next Level, 0 of 100. Constitution, Current Points 7, Description, Governs Health and Health Regeneration, Effect, HP 7 times 10 equals 70, Progress to Next Level, 0 of 100. Dexterity, Current Points 12, Description, Governs Ability with Weapons and Crafting, Progress to Next Level, 0 of 100. Endurance, Current Points 5, Description, Governs Stamina and Stamina Regeneration, Effect, Stamina 5 times 10 equals 50, Progress to Next Level, 0 of 100. Intelligence, Current Points 10, Description, Governs Base Mana Pool and Standard Intellect. Effect, Mana 10 times 20 equals 200, Progress to Next Level, 0 of 100. Luck, Current Points 5, Description, Governs Overall Chance of Bonuses and Critical Hits, Progress to Next Level, 0 of 100. Perception, Current Points 10, Description, Governs Range Damage and Chance to Spot Hidden Items/Traps. Effect, +4 damage to ranged attacks, Progress to Next Level, 0 of 100. Strength, Current Points 5, Governs damage with melee weapons and carrying capacity, Progress to Next Level, 0 of 100. Wisdom, Current Points 5, Description, Governs Mana Regeneration and Memory. Effect, 50 mana regenerated per hour, Progress to Next Level, 0 of 100. It was totally worth it, I decided, noticing the heavier scales that ran up and down the creature's bodies, the larger muscles, and the damn well much more dangerous-looking teeth and claws. The original looked like a toddler could mug it. The more upgraded variants were considerably more dangerous, but still they weren't exactly scary after you'd seen them once. Even the goblins were generally disgusting to look upon and were avoided, but the kobolds were practically petted by people. These fuckers, though, they'd get some respect, I had no doubt, especially as I continued to use forced evolution on them, rather than using it on the more basic versions each time. I had a sudden concern at the thought of evolving them too much, making a race that supplanted my own. Then I thought that, with a lot of work, I might be able to basically reverse engineer a dragon, and the risk was worth looking cool as fuck while I rode one of them to battle. Or became a barbecue snack. Either or, really. I nodded to myself in satisfaction. Then I left the dungeon sense, remembering at last that this next phase required my own body, so I might as well get up and move around rather than having Alpha come to me. I took a deep breath, stretching and cricking my back as I forced myself upright, yawning. Still feeling somewhat weak, I set off across the floor towards the stairwell that led up and out, still not having a way to the upper floor from inside. I paused outside the corridor leading to my room and thought for a second about sneaking back in and seeing if Kelly really wanted to shower on her own. Then I sighed and forced myself to accept that I was an adult and to not let the little head make all my decisions. I did pause, though, because foolishly I'd left my gear inside the room and was unarmed now, besides the knife on my hip and a smaller one that I'd found was just cool as all hell. It had a forearm sheath and went under my top and on the inside of my wrist. Sure, it was a little bulky, and it was fairly obvious I had something there, but still, it was all kinds of awesome. I shrugged, deciding that between my magic and the 2 knives and my creatures, I'd be fine. I wasn't leaving the building properly, after all, just nipping out and upwards. Nodding to myself again, the decision made, I jogged up the steps quickly, the metal stairwell giving a slight boing and a metallic clang as I went. I reached the upper floor easily, popping the door open. I strode out into the alley, mentally ordering the door to shut behind me and glancing around. The alley was, as the dungeon sense had told me, empty, and I mentally popped the next door along the alley open, striding inside and mentally closing it as well, smiling at how easy it was getting. This door led inside the bar that had once been Purdue, the remaining dust sheets hanging over mirrors and the crappy fake gilding still coating the bar, but bugger all else in sight anywhere. My people had clearly stripped this area to within an inch of its life. I found the main stairwell, shaking my head at how weird it was to be in here when there was daylight outside, and being sober. I wondered if we as a species would ever have clubs and bars again. Sure, they'd bounce back after the pandemic, going from the summer of fucking boredom and stress into what people jokingly called the winter and summer of love. It had had very little love in it, as I could recall, but a hell of a lot of random no-questions fucking, so that had been great. But still, the clubs had been different. Less boisterous and cramped. They'd gone more in the direction of classy wine bars, all low lighting and jazz music, rather than the drug-fueled fights and fucking arenas they'd been before. I continued up the stairs to the next level and beyond, deciding that when it came to alcohol and meeting the sex, life, finds a way. The final set of stairs was hidden behind another set of doors marked staff only, and the upper floor was clearly for storage and for managers to avoid work, with what looked like a badly abused apartment that had been stripped to the wall fixings by my people. I smiled at their industriousness, even as I took a left and passed through 2 more doors before I found Alpha standing warily. I grinned as I entered the room, and he hunched down, recognizing me as a part of the dungeon and clearly relaxing as he let out an inquisitive chirp. I glanced around, cursing that my people had been maybe a little too industrious. There wasn't so much a stool in sight, and I sat on the floor, gesturing Alpha to do the same. I closed my eyes, laying my hands on him, one on his head and one on the chest, and relaxing, mentally choosing imbue, and sighing as I started to channel my mana. It didn't take long to get the right feeling, the hours upon hours of imbuing that goddamn breeder set in the dungeon finally making itself known, as the pop-up appeared. Do you wish to activate Imbue at this time? Yes, no. I chose yes, and my mana slowly leached out of me into Alpha. 1 of 400, 2 of 400, 3 of 400, 4 of 100. I sighed, knowing this was going to take forever, but at least I had the mana to use now. I timed it, working out at roughly 1 point per 3 seconds, and a little mental math gave me 3 times 400, so 1200, divided by 60 for the seconds, and 20 minutes. Damn, I almost lost the feeling the shock was that great. Between my experience in the dungeon, actually having the mana to hand, and presumably the abilities that came with being a Tempest rather than a human, I grinned as I felt the potential I'd unlocked. 20 minutes later, I opened my eyes and stared into Alpha's own, seeing the glow that reflected back at me as I examined him. Congratulations, you have successfully imbued a creature of your dungeon, Alpha the Kobold Warrior, with your mana. Alpha has been altered at a fundamental level. 2 paths are now available to the Kobold Warrior. Shaman. Kobold Shamans are gifted with nature and totemic magics, crafting items that enhance or inflict damage depending on the shaman's needs. Spells. Briar. Creates a briar of patches 1 meter in depth, 1 meter in height, and 2 meters wide, with thick woody branches and sharp thorns to slow an enemy or secure a location. Cost 100 mana per casting, lasts up to an hour. Swift travels. Shamans are often required to aid their people and other defenders of the forest. To enable them to be where they need to be, the shaman can cast Swift Travels, temporarily boosting the ability and constitution of their party for up to 6 members per level of experience in this spell. Cost 5 mana per minute. Summoning cost 50 mana to summon, 10 mana per day, 5 control points. Kobold Hunter. The hunter caste in Kobold society is a proud and honored one, bringing food to the pot and keeping the clan safe. Hunters specialized in a path from an early age, choosing to hunt for the pot or to defend, and both are staunch allies and terrible foes in their higher levels. The hunter has 2 innate abilities, depending on the path chosen. Track. Hunters gain the tracking ability, a gift of focus that permits them to set aside all else in their single-minded pursuit of a goal. It is said that a kobold hunter could track the east wind to its home, should it be protected long enough to finish the job. Beware, a kobold that has begun to track fully cannot and will not stop, including if it or its packmates come under attack. Be mindful that if the kobold must enter a dragon's mouth to follow the track, it will do so without pause. Guardian. The hunter is a guardian to the clan, and when activating this ability, the hunter will gain a boost of 1 point per half hour to perception and endurance for as long as it is on watch. Beware, a kobold that has activated Guardian cannot and will not relax, sleep, or recover so long as it is on watch. A kobold that is not relieved of guard duty will die at its post. Summoning cost, 50 mana to summon, 10 mana per day, 5 control points. I read over the options, grinning, because at long goddamn last, I had the chance to make the most of these options. I selected Shaman, watching as the mana seemed to bleed out of his eyes and wash down over the body, altering it in 1,000 small ways. The tiny rows of feathers that seemed to trail from under the arms, down the back of the neck, and in a small crest atop the kobold's head altered, growing thicker, longer, and more pronounced. They changed from the greens and grays I was used to seeing, barely more than a fuzz that the regular kobolds had, to a vibrant collection of blues, reds, and greens. They extended down from the arms in thick plumage, nowhere near long enough to permit flight, but still impressive and funky-looking. And the newly created shaman stood taller, gazing around with clear intelligence. I quickly dispatched one of the new trio of shamans to attempt helping with research, and absorbed the other to make sure I had a copy of the new pattern. I couldn't help but grin at the remaining shaman, and I thought carefully about armament. It needed a weapon, but a crossbow was so normal. I paused for a few seconds, thinking, then grinned, summoning a shaft of plain wood. It was a spear, basically, but rather than keep the head, I focused very carefully and reabsorbed it, leaving the polished length of wood, one that was still too large for the shaman, considering it was sized for a human, but still. I closed my eyes and started the process all over again, flooding it with my mana and grunting when I saw the prompt that informed me it would take 500 mana to fill. I kept going, though, concentrating and letting my power flood the simple wood. I started to think, hell, this is easy a few times, before stopping myself, cutting the train of thought off before it could finish, but still, that bastard Murphy must have sensed my thoughts. I finished and pulled up the details, growling in frustration. Magical stave. Item. This stave or staff, depending on usage, has been imbued with a basic level of magic, gifting it with unknown. Damage 5 to 15. Unknown. The staff has been imbued with a magical ability and potential, but as yet it is unformed and incomplete. Experiment with this weapon to identify any potential capabilities. Durability 30 of 30. Special features 1 of 1. I glared at the offending descriptor, tossing the staff to the kobold, who flinched, barely able to catch it in time. I checked the mana available from the dungeon, finding I was down to 37, and grunted in annoyance. I created a dagger for the shaman, so he had at least something to defend himself with. Then I kicked the bugger out to join beta. Grumbling about the lack of any office equipment, such as a comfy chair, I lay on the thin carpet and closed my eyes, scouting around the upper floor and finding bugger all to absorb. I moved to the far side of the road, noting the steady speed that the counter was dropping, and grabbed the first thing I found, an abandoned magazine rack, absorbing it and gaining 5 mana. Then I got to work, searching the building as quickly as I could. Where I found things outside of my range, I slowly pushed the dungeon's area of influence out, absorbing more and more. Because I had no real use for that building at this point, I started on the interior walls. I was careful to leave the ones that were obviously load-bearing, but I moved as quickly as I could, noting when Allie obviously came to check on things by the sudden boost to the counter, and I nodded in satisfaction, sending her a sensation of thanks as I passed the job over to her, returning to the room my body was laid in. I sensed the setting sun outside and decided to finish the job before I went back downstairs, summoning a trio of vanilla warriors and getting to work imbuing the next one. I quickly created a hunter, then, for shits and giggles, created a second one, just to see if I'd get a different option this time around, before finally absorbing them both when I got the same choice, thankful my mana refilled as quickly as it did. I checked the mana the dungeon had available, summoning a trio of hunters, and sent 2 of them out to join Beta, taking the time to absorb some more crap I could find in the building across the road, and giving them all basic crossbows and plenty of bolts. The third I sent off to the accountant's block, telling him to go search the building for traps and to be careful. Then I got up, grumbling about the floor and my back, summoned a decent repeating crossbow, human-sized, and a bushel of bolts, before wandering back downstairs, tired beyond what seemed reasonable. By the time I'd made it into the dungeon proper and found a seat amongst the boisterous kids and tired parents, smiling and talking as I continued to imbue the weapon, the second team were returning. Almost 2 bloody hours after that, after thanking the team, and having a good general chat with Chris and Becky, mainly just taking the piss out of each other, I finally reached the 350 that was required for the crossbow. Imbued repeating crossbow. Item. This repeating crossbow has been built to be easily repaired or replaced and will fire a bolt up to 150 meters with some accuracy. It is a standard design and comes with a quad arm upgrade, allowing 2 shots before reloading and a stirrup attached under the end of the crossbow. This allows the user to brace the crossbow while cranking the gear-driven windlass, massively increasing the rate of fire. The crossbow has been recently imbued with mana, granting the following additional bonuses. Penetrate. Saying the trigger word penetrate before firing the crossbow imbues the bolt with a 10% chance to ignore the target's armor. Using this ability consumes a single point of durability. Damage 10 to 45. Durability 30 of 30. Special features 1 of 1. Nice, I muttered, turning to Mike, who sat nearby, Amy sitting on his knee and telling him about her day. I was tempted to have a word, reiterating to Amy that she needed to stay inside, but wasn't sure if I should, considering that I wasn't a parent. Instead, I settled for a frown at her, then passed the crossbow to Mike. "What's this?" he asked, looking it over. "New crossbow," I said simply. "Don't get too attached. I need to absorb that one so that we have the plans, but it has an additional armor-penetrating capacity." "Nice. Shame we don't really fight anyone in armor. Dick." "Hey, I'm just saying, boss," Mike retorted, grinning. "But seriously, it's impressive that you can do this. Do the bolts do anything?" "Not yet. I'm going to keep working on them," I sighed. "Managed to upgrade the kobolds today, though, and they at least we can trust, so that's something." "Any thoughts on how we're going to get them to a rank that's useful?" Mike asked. I smiled. "Oh, yeah, hell yeah." I explained my plan in a low voice, getting an evil smile from him as well. "What's going on?" Kelly asked as she moved over, carrying 2 plates of food and sitting down nearby, passing me one of the plates. I took it with thanks and explained the plan in a low voice to her as well, as Mike sent an annoyed Amy away. The next hour or so was filled with basic details, conversations about potential locations, designs, hell, even sizes were considered, and by the time we'd eaten our fill, we had a set plan in place, ready to move on to Phase 2. I paused at that point, remembering that I still needed to do something with the core fragment, but I just couldn't be bothered right now, knowing it was back in my room. I resolved to sort it soon. The last hour before we all hit the sack was spent planning for the next day, with one team of the looters heading north and east across the city to hit the old city library. There was a laundry list of books we needed, from steam engine designs to survival manuals to maps of the area and world atlas. Hell, we needed everything basically, so they were resolved to make several trips. The second team were going to head even further north to the far side of the city, aiming for the Great North Museum. It had housed all sorts of things over the years, from the replicas of the treasures of Egyptian tombs to weapons exhibits through the ages. While I had no idea what they had now, we decided it was definitely worth a look. It was also at least 2 miles away, and that was through the deepest part of the monodense area of the city, which meant anything at all could be there. I'd loved the idea at first. Then, as we looked at the maps and figured out distances, I rapidly stopped liking it. Especially when I was informed by Mike, Allie, Chris, and Kelly that they'd all agreed I needed to damn well work on the dungeon, as I kept pushing for. That meant I was going to be shitting bricks while my friends risked their necks. I hated the idea. Hell, I hated it even more when Kevin and Alice pointed out that the museum was only about a third of the mile from Exhibition Park, where they'd found all their family dead. There had apparently been more than 70 of them, and not a single body was left intact. Just a massive puddle of torn flesh, blood, and bits, all minus the bones. I tried to veto the entire thing right then, until Mike stepped in and asked for volunteers only. The entire team had stood, and I'd sworn, making them promise to take the cobalt at the very least, and all the gear I could produce. With that, and a lot of serious concerns on my part, people started drifting away to bed. Kelly reached out and took my hand, drawing me to my feet. I moved with her, submerged in the dungeon sense, trying to figure out the best way to get them the most effective protection for my creatures. Eventually, she flicked the end of my nose to get my attention. "What?" I mumbled, shaking my head to dismiss the screens and designs for weapons I'd been flitting over, only to find that we were alone and in our quarters. "Tomorrow I'm going to fight and loot, but there's something I've been looking forward to for days. And as much as you're a pain in my ass at times, Matt, I do love you. So get those clothes off and show me you love me too," she said simply, tugging off her simple t-shirt and exposing an outfit underneath that had clearly been looted from one of the more expensive underwear shops nearby. She undid her jeans, letting them fall to the floor, and stepped out of the puddled fabric, smiling at the look of wonder on my face as I admired the view. Her long, golden blonde hair was drawn down one shoulder and framing her face on one side, her makeup clearly carefully done, despite my utter obliviousness to it, and the little black lacy outfit that she wore, it basically held up for inspection, and defined rather than concealed, and I couldn't help but think that any man or woman that turned away from her was blind, dumb, and crazy. She was stunning, while I slowly pulled my top off, unhooking my belt and slipping out of my jeans, looking her over with a desire that short-circuited my brain entirely. She was so far out of my league it wasn't even funny. Looking over her now, I seriously considered that, without the end of the world, she might have walked away and forgotten all about me. But here, and now, I was damn thankful for anything that resulted in her in my arms. I reached out and drew her close, kissing her gently, her slightly upturned button nose rubbing against the side of my own as our mouths opened, the kiss going from gentle to passionate in seconds. We reached around each other, and I stooped slightly, putting one arm under her fantastic ass and lifting her in my arms, turning her and kissing her as I carried her to the bed, laying her down and pausing, admiring the entire view. "You like?" she asked, arching her back and smiling up at me, glancing down at the very obvious demonstration of my approval. I leaned in, kissing her, before breaking away and nodding. "Very much so." I leaned down, kissing the upper slope of one breast, moving down to where the lace gently surrounded the nipple, and breathing on it, causing her flesh to stiffen as she groaned. Then she reached up and down, taking a hold of me with both hands and pulling me to her. The rest of the night passed in a blur. Chapter 31. By the time I awoke the next morning, sandy-eyed and tired, with a hell of a view as Kelly climbed naked from our shared bed, I was at least partially sure that time itself had conspired to flow faster. It sure as hell felt like we'd only stopped maybe half an hour ago, and I damn well needed a lot more sleep than that. Kelly saw me watching, smiled and leaned in for a kiss, then gently but firmly removed my wandering hands as she broke the kiss, tossing her hair back from where it had come loose from the ponytail she tied it into at some point the night before. She nodded to the shower, kissing me again and moving away. I rolled over onto my stomach and watched her ass as she went, memories of last night making me grin uncontrollably as she started the shower, letting the water run down her body before she turned to look back at me. "Is this for me?" she asked, gesturing towards the expensive shower gel I'd swiped at some point over the last few days. I left it on a small shelf next to the shower, meaning to give it to her, and I nodded. She cracked the top, sniffing it delicately. With a satisfied smile, she poured some out onto a hand and lathered herself up while I watched, entranced. After a long minute, when it wasn't possible there could be any dirt left on her anywhere, she finally turned back to me and sighed, leaning against the back wall, letting the water run down her as she spoke. "So, you coming to play or not? I need to get a move on after all. Not sure the boss will forgive me if I'm late. Might be time for a quickie, though. Unless you don't want." I was out of bed like a rocket, almost falling in my haste to kick the blankets free and get across the room, much to her low, throaty laughter, and again, we lost track of time completely. It was later, although not that much later, I had to admit, when someone started banging on the door. I sighed in annoyance. The pair of us laid across the bed in post-coital bliss. "Matt, Kelly, get your asses in gear," Mike shouted through the door, his voice barely muffled. I toyed with the idea of summoning an orc after all, just dumping it in the corridor on top of him, naked. "We're coming," Kelly called back, before sighing and blowing a strand of loose hair away from her mouth and gathering her loose locks up, scraping it back into a functional ponytail as she looked about for a hair bubble. "Yeah, baby, yeah," I muttered under my breath. She glanced at me in confusion before running her last words through her mind and grinning at me. "Well, okay, a bit late, but still true," she whispered, finishing tying her hair up and leaning in for a kiss. I took her in my arms and held her to me, enjoying the feeling of her body against mine and the softness of her lips, until a hand banged on the door again. "Seriously, people, I don't want to come in there, but if I have to," I shouted. Kelly broke away from the kiss before calling back at her brother. "Well, I'm getting dressed, so you step in here and I'll black your eyes again for you," she snapped at him, winking at me. "When Mike heard I had a boyfriend to stay for the first time when we were younger, he stormed in, expecting to threaten him, and caught me naked by accident. He had half his rugby team outside in the hall, and they all caught an eyeful before I punched him hard enough that I broke his nose and blacked both his eyes." "Bet they like that, on both counts," I agreed, grinning. "Let's just say I never paid for a drink in the rugby club again." She got up, moving across to a pile of things on the floor by the far wall. "Are those your clothes?" I asked her, and she nodded. "Put them in the wardrobe," I suggested. She paused before responding, pulling her clothes on as she did. "I didn't want to presume, not like that, and besides, I do still want my own room, once everyone else is sorted," she admitted. "Use the wardrobe," I said firmly, getting up and triggering the release, pointing to the copious space inside. "Seriously." Kelly nodded, leaning in and giving me a soft kiss before bundling her clothes up and putting them in an empty docket. "Thank you. I'll sort them up properly later tonight, but for now, that's fine." "Any time," I said with a smile, pulling fresh clothes out and dressing quickly myself. Another minute or two later, Kelly was tugging the door open to the short corridor leading out to the main hall, and we walked hand in hand to join the others. "About time," Mike glared at me. I shrugged, barely managing to not make a comment that would get me punched. I just knew it. "You and I are going to have a nice long chat later, big brother," Kelly informed him icily, walking over to Allie, Becky, and Joe, the four of them having become fast friends in the last few days. Almost immediately after she started talking, there was a barrage of low, unintelligible questions, a lot of measuring glances thrown my way, followed by a round of low laughter, guaranteed to fill any man's heads with anxiety over his performance. At the same time, Mike was still glaring at me, and Chris was bouncing his eyebrows up and down suggestively in the hope I'd spill some juicy details. I shook my head and ignored everything they were hinting about, and instead spoke firmly to Mike and the others as a group. "Sorry I was late getting out to you all," I apologized. "I've already organized Beta to lead a new, smaller group of kobolds to help you. There are 3 hunters and a shaman, all of which are a serious step up in capability from the previous ones. Plus, I'll be making more, both of the kobolds and weapons today. If I sense the deaths of any, I'll send reinforcements to you, or to the last location I could sense them, so please, be damn careful out there, okay?" I got some questions on the nature of the kobolds and their capabilities, and on which team they'd be helping. It was probably best to have them on the museum one, I made it clear, and I asked both teams to stick together on their way out, the route to the museum being altered by only a few hundred meters to accommodate both teams staying together until they reached the library. That way the museum team would have the backup of the kobolds, and the library team would have the entire group to clear if need be. Once that was done and everyone was ready, I exchanged a few rounds of handshakes, hugs, and for Kelly alone, a long kiss. Then they were off, the kobolds joining them outside with simple orders to obey Mike, Kelly, or any of the others. In the first few minutes after they left, the dungeon felt empty, weirdly. I mean, I understood that, yes, the vast majority of people had left, hence empty, but still it wasn't a good feeling. I set off for the stairs, before doing an abrupt about-turn and jogging back into our room, pulling the core shard from my bag and nodding to myself as I hefted it, and headed to the core itself. As I brought it into closer proximity, I felt weird. The air felt greasy, and the fragment seemed to fairly crackle with energy as I moved it closer and closer until... Congratulations! You have brought a core fragment from Dungeon Core 067 into your own core's control radius. As this is the first time you have done this, do you wish an explanation of your options? Yes, no. Okay, yeah, not a hard choice there. I selected yes, obviously, and a new screen popped up, showing the core fragment and the main core being merged together, and a warning that this would take several hours and the dungeon would be offline during the merge. Option 1. Core mergers will result in one or more of the following: plus or minus to ambient mana collection, plus or minus to control point maximum, plus or minus to dungeon influence radius. Do you wish to merge your core with a secondary subservient fragment at this time? Yes, no. Fuck no, I muttered, looking at the description in shock. It was unhelpfully unclear, to say the least. I mean, plus or minus? Option 2, core reseeding will result in the following: negative 20% to ambient mana collection for 120 days, negative 35% to influence growth for 120 days, plus 1 additional secondary dungeon core. I watched the core fragment being essentially absorbed by the dungeon core, and then shifted around until it floated level with the original core. Then the pair started to spin, slowly at first, but steadily, and all the time they spun, the main core shrank slightly while the secondary core grew and rounded out, until by the time a small timer below the image had finished at 120 days, there were 2 cores spinning gently. An animation then showed the second core being separated off and moved to a remote location on the map, about 30 miles away, and set up as a new dungeon, this time with a link to the first that sent mana along a dedicated line between the two. I was nodding to myself, thinking that it just made sense to choose that, when the third option appeared. I watched it for long minutes as the fragment of the core was accepted into the main one. Then it underwent a series of further changes, drawing its own ambient mana stream. It was shown moving down into the ground, sending out further mana absorption conduits, and... Option 3, I said firmly, after several minutes of re-examining and watching the demonstration. Not only did it have no cost to me and the core, as it took care of its own needs in the process, requiring only a startup of 1,000 mana and then the perimeters drawn, but the potential. I started the demo again from scratch, watching it all, and confirmed the choice at the end, watching as the core fragment was sucked into the main core, then reprogrammed in a process that I was informed would take a few weeks. Totally fine with that, you just do you, son, I muttered, nodding to the core. I contemplated breaking the news to the others when they got back, then grinned and let out a contented sigh. Nope, this was one surprise I was going to save for when it was complete. I forced myself to go out and upstairs, clambering all the way up and onto the roof, moving across it to sit at the far end of the tallest part I could get to. I sat there for long minutes, listening carefully, hearing the occasional cry of a bird or something else, but nothing nearby. After 10 minutes, I finally forced myself to start work, convinced finally that, if there was gunfire, I'd hear it from here at least. Now that we had the entire block of buildings on our side of the road under the control of the dungeon, I had plenty of space. I made the most of it, closing my eyes and sinking into the dungeon sense, laid out as comfortably in the sun as I could get. I reached out, examining the progress made so far, and was amazed by the speed that Jo must be pushing out, considering she'd already reached the middle of the cathedral in just a day, and was steadily heading southwards across the tiny cathedral gardens and headed for the next building now. I brought up the research logs. Seeing that the individual mana storage devices had completed, I scanned the details almost absently. They'd be useful eventually, but I didn't have a good use for them yet. It looked like I could basically form a solid crystalline shard of pure mana, one that would be gradually depleted as it was used, so yeah, mana stones. I nodded mentally, then moved on. Since then, almost half of the influence generators' research had been completed, so I decided it was time to get to work. To do that, I needed a lot of mana. The first thing I needed to do was construct some mana storage. I sank down through the building until I was hovering directly over the core itself in its small enclosed space. I hollowed a room out behind it, eating away at the solid bedrock until it was large enough. Then I specified a single mana storage device for there. It was surprisingly small, considering the 1,000 mana it took to create it, but even so, it still took me nearly 2 hours to make, plowing in 100 mana at a time to the design. Then, while it worked on using that up, I absorbed more and more from the piles of random junk the looting teams had brought back last night. By the time it was done, more than half the random crap was used up, and as soon as the mana storage came online, I grinned at the new capacity of 275 points. I paused to check on the kobolds, seeing that they were all alive still, and that most were at least level 2 now, so they'd been busy. But they were still on the move, and still headed north, so I got back to work. The next job was a second mana storage device. This time I went back to using the piled crap around the other buildings, wanting to save the more readily accessible stuff for an emergency. Another hour and a half, and boom. I was up to 375 capacity. I couldn't help but smile at that, knowing that there was a far lower chance that there'd be wastage now, and I pulled up the details on the influence generators. Congratulations. Influence generator node common has been unlocked. Your common grade influence generator node will enable you to increase influence generation by 25% when inside your dungeon's area of effect, AoE, or by 15% if placed outside of this area. Optional research project unlocked. Influence the influencers. Influence generation nodes work steadily in all directions, expanding your zone of control in a spherical shape that will grow over time. However, sometimes a sphere is not the shape required. Further research into this subject will result in higher efficiency generators as well as directional automation. 2,500 mana charge invested. Yes, no. So, despite what I'd hoped, it would indeed expand outwards in all directions, wasting an insane amount of mana on claiming the air above a dungeon as well as the ground below. I changed the research list around, bumping the storage devices back by one and slotting Influence the Influencers into the next available one. That done, and with my mana slowly building again, I mentally cracked my knuckles. I conjured up a sword, a spear, a dagger, a crossbow, and a bushel of bolts, all the smaller size that I knew Beta would be using. I found that the size made a massive difference. Rather than 400 or 500, the smaller crossbow only took 250. After another hour, I checked on the kobolds again, finding that they were all still alive, and dipped back to imbuing. A few more hours passed, and I had the full collection of weapons imbued. I found that, even when I made a new version of an item, the original template was retained, so that was a relief as I absorbed and reconstructed the weapons. I checked the cooldown on the forced evolution ability, and eventually, after getting up and walking around on the roof, cursing the lack of mobile phones and texts, I sensed the kobolds starting to return towards me. More than half the day had gone by now, but the relief was overwhelming that they were returning. I sat down with a thump, letting out a heavy breath. I closed my eyes and concentrated for a few seconds, making sure they were actually returning and it wasn't just wishful thinking. Then I created 3 more warriors. The first was to be experimented on, the second as a vanilla copy, and the third, well, I gave him the imbued spear and the crossbow and sent him off to have fun. Turning to the first one, I pulled the system up again, seeing the by now familiar Vitruvian man outline of the kobold, but I noticed quickly that it referenced this particular kobold before me now, not a general stylized version, and I grunted, intrigued by the change. I thought about what I needed. I had a shaman, so that was the support class. I had a hunter for DPS, or damage per second, the name usually given to those who deal out the damage in a party. What I needed now was a real mage and a tank to soak up the damage for the team. I started with earth, figuring that was probably the best, adding a solid 5% of earth to the bones, then fire to the nerves again, noting that while it had taken the original fire fine, this time, after a few percent, the nerves started to crumble away. I reversed it, trying water, air, and eventually pure mana, all getting the same result. I thought about the effect that increasing one area my intelligence too far had on me. I shrugged and took the fire away, pausing to consider why it had worked at all. Why, after all, would fire work on nerves? Surely it was always going to damage it. I looked at the image as I spun it around and around, trying to work it out as a stray thought occurred to me. Why only 8? I muttered aloud. Why can I only use the 8 forms of mana when I already know there's loads more out there like storm, lightning? I froze, considering, as my mind worked at 1,000 miles an hour. Fire and air made lightning, and what was lightning? At its most basic, forgetting about ionized pathways and all that bullshit, lightning was a form of untamed electricity. Electrical signals, or what we identified as electrical signals, were what traveled up and down the neural pathways and throughout the body, relaying the brain's commands. I focused on the system, mentally attempting to combine air and fire, poking and prodding at it, and watching it fall apart every time. I was missing something basic I somehow knew. Then I had it. I was trying to combine the elements without doing anything with them. I was trying to just make it, like I was holding it in the air before me, but using 2 different systems. Forced evolution and my mana were separate, but my own spells. I needed to use imbue at the same time as the forced evolution, but how? I reached out, placing my hands firmly on the stone under me, feeling the dungeon and its peculiar life energy when I searched for it, then activated imbue. At first, it didn't seem to work, the ability failing over and over, but as I held the image of the forced evolution system in my mind and pushed, it seemed to overcome some form of resistance, and the 2 slid together. I summoned lightning, finding it incredibly easy now. I held it within myself, and I gently, oh so gently, fed it into the ability. It accepted it readily, and I felt an immediate change in the ability, something indefinable but huge as it gained access to my spells. I reached out with lightning, smoothing it into the form before me, finding that it soaked it in hungrily, allowing up to 10% to be added. I directed it into the nervous system and brain without a second thought, seeing the outlining systems glow bright with life. I gazed on it for long seconds, knowing I'd made a serious discovery, before nodding to myself and adding pure mana overall to the entire creature. It seemed to battle the selection for long seconds, before finally something changed, and the mana sank into it like it had never been there. I took a deep breath and triggered accept. Congratulations, you have used advanced forced evolution on a creature of your dungeon, unnamed the Kobold Warrior. Unnamed has been altered at a fundamental level. 2 paths are now available to the Kobold Warrior. Rogue. Kobold rogues are the generalist of the species stealth variant with bonuses to scouting, thefts, and trap detection. The rogue covers all the larceny possibilities without ever truly excelling in any of them. Lightning Enhanced. As a variant created with the power of a nascent Stormlord, this creature has gained the following special ability. Blink. Using Blink, the creature can vanish and reappear up to 12 meters away instantly. This ability requires all a rogue's stamina and mana to complete, with an extra meter being traveled per additional 10 mana and stamina the user has over 100. The rogue has 2 innate abilities depending on the path chosen. Detection. Who likes finding things hidden right away? The rogue. Nobody enjoys finding out they missed out on a hidden chest full of loot or finding a spear trap by catching a pointy bit of metal in the face, but the rogue who truly excels in these areas is the advocate of detection. Cost, 25 stamina per casting, lasts 30 seconds. Finders Keepers. Some rogues just love the feel, the sight, and the taste of valuable items. Choosing the Finders Keepers path grants bonuses to pickpocket, stealth, and lockpicking, as well as a once-per-day chance to break away from detection by generating their own specially designed stink screen. Cost 50 stamina per minute. Note, party members will often refuse to work with a rogue who employs their own personal stink screen too frequently. You have been warned. Summoning cost. 50 mana to summon, 10 mana per day, 5 control points. Kobold Assassin. The Assassins of Ishak Mal are a group spoken of only in whispers, and it is said that to draw their attention in a way that doesn't involve paying them is terminally bad for your health, as is not being able to afford to retain their services should they come knocking. Assassins are selected and trained from their time in the egg through means magical and mundane, and while your dungeon creations might never approach these legendary beings, those they hunt shall be no less dead because of the lack of a gold-plated calling card. Lightning Enhanced. As a variant created with the power of a nascent Stormlord, this creature has gained the following special ability. Stun. Using stun, the assassin has the opportunity, if undetected, to stun a target once per 24 hours. A target afflicted with stun will collapse to the floor, unable to move or use any special abilities or magical talents for 3 seconds. This ability costs 50 HP to activate, and will kill the assassin if their health pool is below this point, be warned. The assassin has 2 innate abilities, depending on the path chosen. Hunt. Assassins gain their own variant on the tracking ability. Hunt allows them to seek out an individual that they hold a description for with a dedication that borders on the insane. Hunting assassins are oblivious to the cost of their actions, so be warned. If they must slaughter a crush of newborn infants, they will. The Dance of Death. An assassin that is surrounded with little chance of escape may choose the Dance of Death, injecting their blades with a poison that is directly linked to their own health pool, as they will lose 5 points of health per second, but gain back 10 per strike. A truly skilled practitioner of the Dance of Death may heal their own wounds while draining all those around them of their lives to do so. Cost 5 HP per second active. Summoning cost 50 mana to summon, 10 mana per day, 5 control points. Congratulations! You have achieved the first stage of synergy between your dungeon power forced evolution and your class ability imbue. 10 successful integrations are required to begin full integration of the two. Good luck. I couldn't help but smile, knowing that finally, things were looking up. My additional little bonus from them being lightning enhanced could make all the difference. Now that I knew it could make that much of a difference, hell yes. All I had to do was keep experimenting. The bastardized version of imbue and forced evolution was, well, it could be game-changing, I guessed, and it made sense in some ways that the class would be able to integrate its abilities into the dungeon's own. I mean, my class was literally designed as the second half of the dungeon. That meant I needed to do a hell of a lot more experimenting as well, though, because if imbue could be joined up, then surely the others could as well. That meant that maybe, just maybe, I could feed my spells into the dungeon, as an example, and use its mana reserves to cast. I resolved to look that over later, as I dived back into the subject at hand. I knew that I could only make the basic classes and a few variants through the system. I mean, I couldn't make some kind of spectral assassin that could destroy continents by getting a mixing table, right? Probably. But what I was sure of was that there were options now, and all I had to do was experiment to find them. I also knew that pure mana seemed to smooth things out, to make them more sentient and self-aware, and to compensate for minor issues. Lightning made the neurons and neural pathways better, and I was just guessing now, but I bet the reason that I'd always been able to use the original 8 forms of mana plus pure mana, which I didn't have access to personally, was because I was using the dungeon usually for this. I'd now found that I could use my own lightning mana, which I had access to because of my spells and, well, my species, basically. But I couldn't use, say, shadow mana, as I didn't have access to that personally. To make my creations more powerful, to be able to imbue them with the various forms of higher mana, I needed the dungeon to have access to them. And for that, I needed mana converters, I muttered aloud. I paused for a long second, thinking. Then I shook myself and focused in on the creature before me, best to finish what I started first. I hesitated over the options, as a general-purpose rogue would be brilliant generally, but if my team started getting hammered, an assassin that appeared from nowhere, I chose the assassin at that point, knowing damn well that was my priority, just in case anything went wrong in creating the second variant. Then I hit accept. The changes this time around were fairly minor. The skin darkened, the build stayed strong, and the eyes, they glowed, which was weird considering it was a stealth-based build, but hey. The new assassin stretched slowly, looking at his arms and legs, examining the improvements to his body, and slowly smiled before turning to look at me. And he bowed. That was new. After a second, when he stood again, I nodded, pleased with the design and creature. I absorbed it quickly. Then the vanilla copy I'd kept ready as well, then cursed. Instead of finding the single version of the assassin in the registry of designs, I now had 2. I frowned, trying to figure out what had changed, then started to swear as I remembered what I'd done. Imbue created new versions of things and didn't replace the old ones, while forced evolution replaced the old one with the new. I'd had the ability to permeate my designs already, but I'd been doing it as part of destroying the new version and spinning them up as a test. I'd been doing it for so long I'd forgotten I didn't have to do that to get a copy of the code. Basically, the merger of the two skills had resulted in a copy being automatically added to the registry, removing the need to make more in spares each time, which was a relief. Once that was done, I spun up a new assassin, finding they could be created individually, and gave him basic armor, the grappling crossbow, the normal crossbow, and a pair of daggers before sending him out to start hunting the area clear to level up. I'd given him 2 copies of the daggers I'd imbued, despite having no sodding clue what they do yet. Then I rested for a while, getting my mana back up and repeating the process to make a rogue. They were able to be created individually as well, so having learned that high-tech items were the best for us, I ordered this one to bugger off up the street to the west where I knew there were a load more offices, with instructions to focus on recovering hard drives from the various computers. I also named him Zuck, mainly because he was going to be stealing everyone's data, and because of the dead-eyed stare he gave, due to the fact that he was a lizard. Then I set to work on the crossbow bolts, trying all sorts as I worked. Focusing on fire and lightning, the 2 spells I used all the time, had some weird results. As for incinerate, focusing on the bolts resulted in a burned, blackened, and insanely hot-to-handle bolt that burned the shit out of my hand. The lightning flooded through it and dispersed into the floor, but I also sensed something. It was definitely possible, I knew that. The wooden shafts seemed to accept the mana, and if I just stuck with my own general, partially corrupted, self-generated mana, then after a flat 100 mana they were full, and I had an imbued bolt. I had no clue what it'd do, as they all seemed to be identical, just a row of question marks, but they were definitely imbued. I decided that they were another example of something to play with after the converters were made. With that, I went back to the research, finding that it had made basically bugger-all progress, reaching 97 out of 2,500 in the time I've been working. I grumbled under my breath and got back to absorbing things in the various buildings I could reach. It was boring as hell, but it needed to be done, and the faster this was done, the better for everyone. After another hour, I could sense the others were getting close. The kobolds were still alive, wounded, most of them, admittedly, but at least there wasn't the sound of gunfire in the distance or anything, so I had to assume they were minor enemies they'd encountered. Another half an hour, and Jo had managed to reach the edge of the building to the south of the cathedral. I flitted my sense across to join her, taking up station next to her and starting to work, pushing the influence out on one side while she worked on the other. A short while later, I was standing, spiritually at least, on the inside of a bar I used to drink in. I grinned at the state of the place. It was trashed. Hell, the Empress Bar had always been a mess. I'd never been in it sober, and certainly I'd never walked out without wiping my feet as I left. It was that kind of a dive bar, but the crap that was strewn everywhere meant that I had a hell of a lot of mana ripe for the picking. I set to it with a will, working on absorbing while Jo continued to push the bubble out. I had a plan for this building, for its location, for the size of it, hell, for the overall potential. It was just perfect, especially because, while this side of the building was at ground level up here, the entire block was a strange one. The building we were in formed the front of the block, winding around and down to the south and east before turning north and eventually west to link back up. But while the outside of the buildings, except for the upper section, were all one, inside the block were a dozen smaller buildings that had grown to be joined up over time. It had created a peculiar, multi-level building that made subtle sense when you were inside. I'd been there in the past, working in IT for some of the small companies that had offices inside. It was a veritable rabbit's warren of passages, stairwells, and polished marble that seemed to lead anywhere but where it should. In short, it was perfect for a dungeon. The ground floor on the west side was a good 100 meters higher than the one on the east, with a long, steep road leading down the lowest point on the southeast corner. Overall, the block was in the shape of a triangle with 2 long sides that terminated in the narrow end on the west, where we stood with the ground floor on this side being the 5th or 6th floor on the far side of the building. It was a massive mix of floors, of weird-shaped rooms and corridors that essentially led nowhere, thanks to the hundreds of years of rebuilds and maintenance, and it was full to the rafters with crappy offices, meaning there were dozens of high-tech bits of crap everywhere. I worked on the bar first, absorbing almost everything, leaving a single cask of lager and one of beer untouched, along with the requisite equipment and gas canisters, as well as a few cases of champagne, bottled beers, and general spirits, mixers, and cocktail ingredients. The rest I stripped to the walls, including the bar, the seats, the extraction systems. Hell, I even absorbed the plumbing and the pipes, after making sure the water wasn't flowing in this section. I spent a few hours working with Jo, pausing every so often to join her in pushing the influence out, and eventually to construct another mana storage before I sensed both her fatigue and the return of the groups that we'd sent out this morning. I took the time to build one of the influence generators, 1,000 mana, and it'd push out the influence in all directions equally, but considering the size and layout of this building at least, that was fine. The nearly 500 mana we had accumulated in the storage made it much easier and faster to build the node, and once it was done, I exited the system with a sigh of relief. I'd spent the entire day in there, pushing hard, but I felt like I'd actually accomplished a lot with my class, for a change. I was also utterly soaked, having been totally unaware that it had started to sodding rain, and where I'd stretched out to enjoy the sun originally had no protection from the squall that had blown in. I got to my feet with a shiver and a curse, rubbing life back into my arms and legs as I stumbled for the door and our home. Chapter 32. The evening was a good one. We gathered as a group, or hell, as an extended family. We ate, we drank, and we relaxed. People understood and believed that they were safe here, and while there was the frequent silence, the downcast look, or the tear that was shed for those we knew who were gone or outside, surviving as best they could, we also celebrated being here and alive. At one point, I told the others about the barrels, the beer, and the rest of the booze in the Empress Bar, and we ended up putting together a second looting run, as a dozen of us ran across the street in the driving rain, braving the weather and the night to grab it all. An hour later, a little dungeon magic and a few tweaks, and we had a fully functioning bar. That meant that a few hours after that, the kids were all asleep, the parents were generally steaming drunk, and there was a good night had by all, especially by the various couples who pretty much all sloped off to have sex, with Kelly winning the bet between her and Allie as to if it'd be Jo or John who made the first move there. It had been Jo, who basically grabbed John by the scruff of the neck and dragged him into her bedroom when he walked past it. He certainly hadn't put up any kind of a fight, though, and while everyone made an effort to keep the noise down at first, after an hour it had become a mix of an attempt to outdo each other and people taking the piss by calling out things, supposedly in the throes of passion, that were just wrong and hilarious. I knew there were going to be some awkward questions from the kids in the morning as to the noises they heard, and I made a mental note to get Allie on the job of soundproofing the doors or walls next. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the rain that had soaked the city through the night having died away a few hours before. I gathered with the rest of what had become my unofficial management team, Allie, Mike, Kelly, Chris, Jo, and John, with others joining us as the hangovers eased. The raid of the library and the museum had both been a resounding success, with several books on steam engines and ancient warfare now available for study, as well as a great many books that would hopefully come in useful later, ranging from the basics of spaceflight to water purification plant design to crop rotation to chemistry. While the library had yielded a lot of theory that we could study and try to integrate, the museum had been filled with a lot of additional bits. There had been everything from a collection of Native American art and samples of ancient clothing to a full-sized armored replica of a hoplite, complete with his spear, shield, sword, and his breastplate, helm, and greaves. It was fantastic, and I absorbed it all into the dungeon happily. There were also meteorite samples and geology exhibits, deep-sea photos and mock-ups, which admittedly were useless to us, but hey. An hour was spent going through the amazing amount of crap that had been looted, and at the end, with half of it absorbed for the mana and half absorbed for the designs, I was more than satisfied it was worth it. The day's targets for looting were identified, with a single team going out properly, heading to loot a sporting goods store that specialized in mountaineering. The other team was to remain here, or more accurately, across in the building we were working in, gathering up equipment and piling it so it was easier and faster to absorb. We discussed the encounters the teams had, mainly with supersized rats and bats, a few massive dogs, and a single creature that had looked like a four-eyed deer, but with bladed antlers. That one Mike had taken down with a single shot to the head, thankfully, but it had been a close one, as it had charged the group as soon as it had seen them. We made plans to raid other locations, mainly food places, thinking to grab some of absolutely everything before they definitely spoiled. Being realistic, we'd probably gotten all we were going to get by now. If anything was left anywhere now, it had probably either turned or was canned and old, meaning that it was time to start looking for seeds and plants, considering the damn farms would be sought all use without them. With that in mind, I asked the team to look out for trees, for seeds, or for anything along those lines we could use, figuring that while there were farms outside the city, I knew little more than they existed. I really hoped I wasn't going to have to go traipsing around the countryside trying to figure out what the hell wheat and so on looked like when it was growing. Once we'd all eaten a decent breakfast, we separated out and got started on the day's activities. Joe and I worked on expanding the dungeon's influence throughout the block I'd chosen, and I broke down equipment, crap, and general office supplies by the ton so that I could produce the first of our production facilities. It was a small, basic gathering facility, and it came with 4 drones. I'd selected the harvester option when I built it. The drones looked like a cross between a mantid fly and a quadcopter, insectile, yet weird. The 4 harvester drones took off in a blur, heading in all directions with a collection of simple targets in mind. First, fruits or vegetables. Secondly, ammunition. And third, chickens. Because I thought it'd be both hilarious seeing chickens running around inside the dungeon, and I wanted fresh eggs. The harvesters had a fairly large internal space dedicated to storage, so I was hopeful they'd be able to find a handful of things at least before returning. The day passed in a bit of a blur, constantly back and forth, working on slowly pushing the field of the dungeon's influence out a few inches further and further. Once the timer elapsed on my forced evolution, I created a hunter, using the outline I'd created the day before last, and rather than choosing the path to create a shaman, selected the hunter variant. I then sent the 3 hunters out with crossbows to scour the nearby buildings of any wildlife. I made sure to send one of them over to the building near the railway lines with a specific order to kill as many sky rats as possible, joining the others I'd sent last time. Gods knew there were enough of the filthy damn sky rats. Then I got back to work, pushing and prodding the dungeon field with Jo. She had continued southeast from where we'd entered the building, curving around the inside of the wall at my request, but then had set out to claim the Black Gate while I was moving east by northeast, doing my best to reach the far side of the building. By the time I finished for the day, having far more sensibly chosen to do everything from the comfort of my own bed today, it was pitch black outside again, and the evening meal was in full swing. I'd forced myself to stop when I reached 2/3 of the way across the block, claiming a line a few inches wide as I went to make it faster, so that was when I finally reached that point. I could place another influence generator. The research had completed an hour earlier, and I glanced at it quickly before grunting, then building one of them tuned to spherical and moving on. Now, though, I pulled it up again and glanced over it properly, clambering out of bed to join the others. Congratulations. Influence Generator Node Uncommon has been unlocked. Your Uncommon Grade Influence Generator node will enable you to increase influence generation by 40% when inside your dungeon's area of effect, AoE, or by 25% if placed outside of this area, and can be fine-tuned to expand in set directions for the following increases. Spherical, 40% inside dungeon AoE, 25% outside. 3/4 sphere, 50% inside dungeon AoE, 30% outside. Half sphere, 60% inside dungeon AoE, 35% outside. Quarter sphere, 70% inside dungeon AoE, 40% outside. Optional research project unlocked. Territorial boon. Influence generation nodes work to absorb and redirect the ambient mana into a usable link to your dungeon. However, a little extra work, and the same node that acts to expand your territory could also work to empower it. On assembly, the node will be able to draw in ambient mana and flood its AoE with a freshly converted mana form. 0 of 10,000 mana charge invested. Yes, no. I selected no for now, despite the obvious advantages of the new nodes. After all, if they were to draw in extra mana, pure for example, well, that was what the dungeon did, and it released it constantly, making us all healthier as well as giving us the mana to do all this. In theory, that meant that I could literally ring the dungeon with these generators, let them work to claim the area, and draw in more and more mana, increasing the mana we had exponentially. It was worth it. My God, it was worth it. But I'd sensed creatures outside the perimeter off and on throughout the day, literally coming and going, mainly in the sewers as near as I could tell, but there were also others, creatures that had passed through from one side to the other in broad daylight. Packs of rats the size of medium dogs, dogs the size of small ponies, and the pigeons. Beta and the hunters were steadily growing stronger, and my assassin was level 6 already, clearly planning on making it all the way to 10 before the week was out, but I was getting concerned. We'd always known that the more time that passed, the more creatures would change, and the more mana would alter the world. The concerning thing was whether we could keep up, and while the dungeon was definitely moving in the right direction and we'd found a way to massively increase the speed of research, I still suspected we were missing a trick somewhere. The meal was fun, the company good, lots of jokes and conversations. Some of the looting team had found a stash of board games, and we all took turns with them. And then, of course, there were some drinks and lots of sex. Privately, I mean, not a big ball of tits and ass rolling around the main room getting everything sticky, and chips and dips in inappropriate places. The next 2 days continued like that. Mana Storage 2 was completed around mid-morning of the second day, and I spent some more time playing with the new blend of Forced Evolution and Imbue, although to horrific results, and I destroyed the Water and Lightning merger as quickly as I could, shuddering every time I remembered it. I made the most of the new creations that were available, building 2 of them straight off, then upgrading the old ones with only a small pause between to strip the by now massive pile of crap down to a more manageable level to fuel the construction. The new storage nodes held a massive 250 points each and were the size of a large water boiler, costing 2,000 points each to produce, but they were well worth it, because once they were both online, I stripped the piles down to the bedrock and had over 1,000 points ready to go. By the time I'd done all of this, Jo had reached the Black Gate, claimed the lower floor, and moved on, changing the path she was taking again, at my request, to a southeast one, rather than due south, which would have hit the corner of the castle in another day, maybe 2. Instead, she followed the existing path, one that gently curved in a reserved C-shape from the entrance of the Black Gate to the northernmost edge of the castle, but under the existing railway bridge. The entrance to the castle was on the far south side, and it would take at least another day to get there from reaching the northernmost section. The castle itself wasn't what most people thought of when they envisaged English castles. Instead, it was more probably recognizable as a keep, a secure, small, fortified place of last resort. Every level was built to bleed an attacking force, with narrow stairwells, small doors that forced you to half-duck, presenting your head at just the right angle for an axe blow to end your problems. It was a slaughterhouse, and it was perfect for our needs. I set the research away on the mana converters, predictably perhaps, but I chose fire as the first and queued air as the second, before building the next influence generator, and then another as soon as I could absorb enough mana to do it. The first was in the Black Gate, and the other was at the center of the building across the road from the dungeon, essentially working on layering the influence generators to make sure they claimed as much space as possible. It was late, or more accurately early, very early, when I was awakened, sitting bolt upright in our bed and scrabbling for a gun. Kelly woke as well. Feeling the way I jerked awake had sent her into a panic. She slapped the lightstone on her side of the bed, reaching down for a knife that she put under the table just in case. I raced for the wall, slapping it and almost yanking the damn wardrobe off its runners as I pulled it out, yanking an assault rifle out and slapping a fresh magazine into it, before spinning and bracing against the wall, ready. There was a long moment of silence before Kelly spoke. "Matt," she whispered as I searched the room, adrenaline flooding me at the threat I could feel but not see, until my racing heart and barely stuttering brain finally got into a rhythm, and I realized what it was. "Fuck. Dungeon warning," I mumbled before speaking louder and clearer for Kelly. "There's a threat to the dungeon. Outside somewhere, there's something strong and deadly. Wake the others." I flicked the safety back on from my rifle, and not daring to take the time to get comfortable, I went to one knee, closing my eyes and sinking into the dungeon sense, as Kelly raced, bare-assed from the room, darting to the next room along and kicking the door open, calling in to wake Mike and Allie. "There's a threat to the dungeon! Up and ready, fast!" she snapped, already moving to the next room. She shoved the door open, finding Patrick and Finn already sitting up, the noise from her shout next door having woken them. "There's—" Kelly started, only to have Finn cut her off. "We heard, we're up," he said, rolling out of bed and reaching for his clothes. "Good," Kelly replied, already turning from the doorway. "Kelly," Patrick called, and she leaned back, nodding to him to go on. "Best find some clothes, maybe," he suggested, and she looked down, swearing and darting back into our room, red-faced, but still shouting for everyone to wake up and tool up. While Kelly was doing that, I'd raced into the dungeon sense, reaching out for the augmented sight and sense, following the trail upwards, finding something at the entrance to the alley that led to the dungeon. There was a pause while I examined it. The dungeon didn't have eyes, so everything was reduced to a mix of a wireframe engineering drawing and a sense that was closest to a form of radar more than anything else. I could see the outline of things, and if I took the time to try, I could build up a 3D picture if I needed to, but as much as I joked about using the facility to spy on Kelly in the shower, or Allie and Jo for that matter, it was about as sexy and revealing as an anatomy diagram made of shadows, which sure as shit did nothing for me in reality. I was pretty sure from conversations I'd overheard that both Kelly and Joe had used it for that exact purpose already, checking me and John out, respectively, despite calling me the pervert when I threatened to do it to them. All of that aside, it was why I was having such a hard time identifying the creatures outside the dungeon at first. They moved together like a single solid mass, pouring in and around the entrance to the alley, before hammering on it over and over again until the simple metal gates gave way and collapsed, letting the mass flow in. I forced myself to speak aloud as I watched them, explaining what I was seeing, knowing that Kelly would pass on anything that I could figure out to the others, even as I reached out to the kobolds I had around the dungeon, moving them into place, ready to start fighting. I felt hands shaking me, and I blinked away from the dungeon sense, finding Kelly was before me, tugging her jeans up and doing a half-dance as she jumped, trying to get them seated right. "Matt, the others are awake or waking up. Are we under attack or are they passing through?" she asked, and I paused, unsure. "I don't know," I admitted. "We're underground. If whoever it is doesn't know we're here." I nodded, slipping back into the dungeon sense. I flitted to the alley again, watching as the shuffling, moving monstrosity staggered into the alley, then down it, clearly searching it, its appendages slapping the walls and floor but moving on. One of the appendages moved away enough from the others that I got to see it more accurately, and I grunted, recognizing the shape, and realizing why I was sensing an abundance of death mana. "Undead," I said aloud. "It's a whole pack of undead. They're looking for something, that's clear, but they're moving on. They don't know where we are." Minutes passed, turning to an hour or more as the undead pack, made up of at least 60 or 70 bodies, slowly toured the area before moving on. They left the far end of the alley, swinging south and moving around the buildings across the road. Where I'd taken the time to ensure that ours was sealed up tight, I'd not done the same for there, and they smashed windows and glass doors, pouring inside, searching the building until— "The dungeon influence generators," I said to Kelly and whoever else was there. "They're after the generators." I felt a hand on my shoulder and I blinked aware, looking up to see that I was sat on the floor now, a blanket draped around my shoulders and lap making me decent, and my gun sat a foot away, with Mike and half the fighters crowded into our room now. "They know we're here? Or are they opportunists?" Mike asked me carefully, his voice clipped and precise as he switched to professional mode. "I think they're hunting the generators," I said slowly. "The one that's across the road is easily reachable. It's 2 floors up, but beyond that, they're headed to it like flies to shit." "Can you protect it?" he asked. I paused before asking him a question in return. "Do we want to?" I asked. "But we need them, you said," he countered. I nodded, holding up one hand to stop him. "We do need them, definitely, but the question is, why are they after the influence generator? It's not giving off mana, it's spreading the dungeon itself. So it doesn't make any sense. I mean," I shrugged. "Are they going to attack it, then fuck off? Stay? Are they wild or controlled by another of the big buggers?" I paused and thought. "If we kill them, will more come if they're under the control of something else? Most likely, because they'll know there's something here. If we let them trash one generator, will that be it? Will they bugger off? Hell, I have no idea what will happen if they trash it. Do we lose that area? Do we just have to build another one?" "I've no clue," Mike said firmly. "Only one here that might be able to answer that is you, Matt." "I know, and more to the point, I don't know," I admitted, checking the dungeon stores. "Okay, we've got plenty of mana. Hell, we're at 415. Orcs cost 25 points each, unarmed. Fully kitted, they're 156, but the clubs cost 50 of those points." I summoned a trio of orcs in the building over the road, all naked rather than wasting the cost of the armor, and gave them clubs, costing 225 points in total, dropping them around the node and giving them orders to kill anything that wasn't part of the dungeon that came close. The orcs all roared in approval, sprinting out and into the corridor beyond, responding to the sound of incoming challengers. While they did that, I summoned a trio of shamans, coming in at 150 for all three. Then with my remaining 40 mana, I summoned a single goblin mageling, this time unarmed, sending him to join in while the shamans protected the node. I flitted to the pile of gear I could reach across the street in the newly claimed building, finding Kelly, Joe, and Allie all had the same idea and were frantically trying to absorb stuff, before a warning came to me, letting me know that the undead had reached the same floor as the node and that we could no longer summon things on that floor. I was gutted, having planned on getting plenty of mana, then layering the node inside of solid stone walls, but instead I settled back to watch, wishing I could see it more clearly. The undead staggered up the stairs in a long line, stumbling over one another as they went. One fell halfway up when another knocked it between steps, and it bounced off the steps, only to be crushed by the mass behind it. There were more than 70 of the undead in the building, with a small contingent of stragglers staggering along outside, most missing a leg or having been mauled by something in their trek to here. But as the majority stumbled out onto the required floor, they were met by a trio of screaming orcs. I reached out, prodding the trio of shamans to go and help as well now, knowing that they'd be little use in a one-on-one fight. As they bounded out, the orcs landed their first blows. They attacked as berserkers, no thought to their own safety, their minds still infantile, but rage-filled as they swung their heavy bronze clubs at the unfeeling mass before them. The lead orc screamed in fury, slamming the club into the rotting face before him, and the undead creature collapsed as its skull was crushed, arms that had been reaching suddenly dropping along with the rest of the corpse to the floor. On either side of him, the other two screamed identical cries, and they attacked as well, taking down their own targets. The stairwell was narrow and quickly filled with bodies as the first orc roared and lunged forward, ahead of his companions and determined to kill more than they could. The next zombie in line took a club to the upper right shoulder, shattering the arm, dropping it to hang limp, but the left hand reached out, faster than the orc expected. Nails that were broken and shattered from the difficult task of breaking through the coffin and freeing it from its earthen cocoon dug into the orc's bare forearm before he could swing again. They tore at the flesh, drawing blood out and letting infection in. The orc bellowed and shoved the undead back, causing it to stagger, taking the next in line down in a domino effect that took out half the climbing figures. But before the first orc could capitalize on the opportunity, his fellow on the left shoved him aside, leaping in and slamming his own club in the moaning face of the next zombie in line. The creature collapsed, dead, again killed easily, and the new lead orc waded into the mess of limbs and gnashing teeth, laying about him with his club, killing the undead as fast as he could, spreading undead flesh around and coating the walls and ceiling and dripping congealed blood from the few bodies that were more recent and hadn't been drained of blood by the embalming process. The other two orcs struggled with each other, shoving and snarling, the second in line viciously punching the third to slow him down, and shoulder-charging the first into the wall, stunning him as he fought to take the lead. I watched it, the shapes of my own creations distinct for me, and I cursed long and loud. "What's wrong?" I heard Mike ask as if from a great distance, and I growled in fury before answering. "I decided to use orcs to get some time to make better creatures, and the damn things are fighting with each other to be in the lead," I snarled, before reaching out to the hunters and the assassin, sending them to attack the undead from the rear. I felt their agreement, then the way that more and more of the undead started dying let me know that they'd been waiting and were ready. The orcs were fighting each other as much as the damn undead now, but the group of shamans had banded together and were stood at the top of the stairs now, taking turns and filling the stairwell with an overlapping mass of briars. Once that was done, and knowing that the spell would take an hour to dissipate, they all settled down and started meditating, recovering their mana and waiting while the goblin mageling sat giggling. It was clearly a lot smarter than the orcs, because it kept triggering disgust for a few seconds, draining its own life force, but sending the undead into a wild frenzy to reach it. Thanks to the 4 overlapping fields of briars, the undead couldn't get through, but they could get stuck, long, sharp thorns getting covered in the rotting flesh that was quickly stripped away. The orcs were slowly succumbing below, the very first to die simply keeling over when its heart gave out, its stamina long since drained past its last reserves, unable to stop so long as a single enemy was before it. The second orc had its throat ripped out by a zombie's teeth when it was dragged down, surrounded on all sides by undead that had been trying to get through the briars behind it. Then the goblin had ended the spell, the undead slowly turning and falling in on the closest orc. The last orc had originally been the first in line. It was battered, bleeding from dozens of wounds, exhausted beyond any real chance of recovery. As I watched it, the spread of infection continued. I didn't know what it was, just that it was bad news. As I watched, the first tendrils of the infection reached the brain, causing the orc to stiffen, then fall to its knees. It coughed, wheezed, then fell forward, face down, and dead. I cursed before realizing that they were all on the floor below. I pulled up the dungeon screen and grinned savagely, seeing that the ladies had managed to absorb a hell of a lot of trash, boosting up far enough that I managed to spawn a half-dozen kobold warriors. All my new warriors got spears, and I placed them at the top of the stairs. I was about to create a handful of assassins when the facility winked out again. Fingers wriggled through the massive thorns, touching the edge of the floor. The 6 new hunters spread out around the briar patch and simply started stabbing down, putting the orcs to shame with their unthinking cooperation. They took turns stabbing their spears into an eye or through the top of a skull, then yanking them back. The bodies started piling up, one after another, until I saw a strange movement in the mass of bodies on the floor below, a shifting, twisting where I thought everything was already dead. I was watching that, and so totally missed Kelly's comment the first time around until she shook me and spoke in my ear again, louder and making me jump. "They've killed everything outside. They're going in." I pulled myself out of the dungeon sense and looked at her in confusion. "Who? What?" I asked, frowning. "The others. They're joining in for the experience," Kelly said, gesturing to the now much quieter room. I frowned again, noticing that Allie and Joe were gone as well, and understanding straight away that they were probably being power-leveled. "Okay, as long as they're careful," I said, going back to the dungeon sense, trying to remember where I'd been. I moved to the main doors above, seeing the others gathering together and streaming out of the alley, heading across the road and following the trail of bodies. I'd have preferred they stayed inside, just in case, but I guess free XP was free XP. I followed the trail inside, noting the bodies strewn about and the path the latest group of kobolds had taken by the destruction, before finding the first dead kobold. In a friendly creature death, I had slightly more information than I did on the other bodies, but not a great deal. I stared at it, trying to figure out what had happened, figuring I'd move on in a second, relying on the combination of spear wielders and briars to hold things for a few more seconds. Looking at the corpse from various angles, I saw it had had its throat ripped out, and the same infection that had gotten to the orc had been spreading through it when it had died. In fact, the body jerked, and I froze mentally, watching as it jerked and spasmed again, before slowly pushing itself up and turning to the door that the others were heading for. "Fucking zombies," I cursed, pulling my head out of the sense and looking at Kelly, who was clearly in it as well by the glazed expression on her face. "What?" she mumbled, not really paying attention. "Zombies," I shouted, shaking her. "They're fucking zombies. They infect you and you change into one." She blinked, frowning as she tried to process what I'd said, before her eyes flared wide open in shock. "Get dressed," she snapped at me, and I grunted, realizing that, yeah, I was still naked, and the blanket had fallen off. Again. "Great," I snapped, pulling a pair of pants out of the wardrobe and deciding that'd do. Grabbing my longsword and locking my Glock onto my hip, I checked to make sure it was loaded, then swept up my rifle and passed it to Kelly, who'd been in the process of giving orders to those who remained in the dungeon. Basically, they were told to stay quiet, stay still, and to lock themselves in a room until she said it was safe. With that, the pair of us raced for the stairs, taking them 2 and 3 at a time to reach the ground floor and kicking the door to the alley to make it open faster. We ran out, taking the corner to the right as fast as we could, hearing shouts become gunfire around the next corner. I swore, knowing that the sudden blasts of loud and long fire couldn't be good. I took the corner just behind Kelly. The pitch-black street was wet, heavy, low clouds and no moon making it hard to see, and the bursts of gunfire from the building ahead were lighting it up in really shitty ways. "Fall back!" I shouted. "Get out of there!" Kelly screamed over me, and the handful of people who were standing by the door waiting to go in spun around, staring in shock. "But get back to the dungeon!" I roared at them. "Now!" There was a second's hesitation, then the shouts upstairs grew in intensity, as did the gunfire, and they damn well moved. Mike and the others inside echoed my orders, and for a few seconds I thought it would be okay, until the first zombie arrived. Mike was retreating down the stairs from the floor above, rifle held at his shoulder as he fired in short controlled bursts, headshots that took the staggering figures down. But alongside him and behind, both Chris and Allie were holding guns that were clearly empty, the slides locked back and smoking. As they backed away, Chris frantically tried to swap out a magazine while Allie turned and burned, having no spares. The windows overhead shattered, and moaning bodies tumbled outwards, falling like lemmings to the street as they attempted to reach the warm flesh that had just arrived. I kept my gun in its holster and moved into the middle of the road, standing with my back to the dungeon and facing the bodies as they stirred, slowly pushing themselves upright and making me curse as I recognized my orcs and kobolds amongst them. Allie and Chris sprinted out, Chris firing off a fast burst of half a dozen bullets into the back of one of the orcs, the barrage of bullets stitching their way up his back until the last 3 hit the back of the skull, killing it for a second time. "Get behind me," I ordered them, before tilting my head as to still keep the zombies in sight while I spoke under my breath to Kelly. "Check, everyone. Nobody gets inside until we know they're uninfected." She paused, then nodded grimly, barking orders to everyone to follow her as she led them back to the dungeon entrance. An entrance I'd mentally ordered closed and only allowed it to open for myself, Kelly, Mike, or Allie for now. I sensed the first people trying to open it, and I banished it from my mind, watching as Mike raced back towards the door, a mass of bodies flowing after him inside the building, lit by his sporadic bursts. "Stop!" I shouted at him as he turned and sprinted towards the door. He saw me and my gesture and paused. Then, 2 seconds later, a zombie slammed into the ground right where he'd have been. With a grateful nod, he spun and shot into the oncoming mass again, holding his position until I shouted again after 2 more fell. "Now!" I cried, stepping forward and spinning with my sword to behead one of the rising creatures. The neck parted easily, the head bouncing free as the body collapsed. Mike sprinted out of the building, planting a foot squarely in the back of the nearest one that was struggling to rise and using it as a springboard. He jumped clear of the others, landing and leaping again as a hand swiped at his ankle before getting to the far side of the road and spinning back around. He reloaded and took a knee, switching to single fire to pick them off. I glanced at an orc with his throat half torn out as he raced at me, hands grasping. I stepped aside, sword flashing up from a low guard position to relieve him of his hands before spinning and taking his head. I stopped, facing a kobold shaman who opened his mouth wide, teeth on show, until I stabbed out, the blade punching through the upper palate to spear the brain. I yanked the sword free and took 2 quick steps back, getting some room before attacking again, this time low. Sweeping my sword across to slice through an ankle, I whipped it around to take a head from another on the backswing, even as I took another step back. Between the rifles barking, the sword, and the zombies that had already been killed off, it didn't take long to finish the job. There were a bare 24 more that we'd had to face, but when Mike and the others had entered the building and found the kobolds and orcs waiting, they let their guard down. It had almost cost them all their lives. Chapter 33. Half an hour later, we were all inside the dungeon again, and there were a lot of stressed people looking to each other for answers. Thor even seemed agitated as he wandered about the place, annoyed at the lack of attention he was getting. "Okay, people," I called out, holding up my hands to get their attention as I walked into the middle, turning slowly to meet all of their eyes. That was a wake-up call, literally and shittily. "Fucking understatement of the century there," someone muttered. I deliberately didn't check to see who as I went on. "So, we were attacked by a band of fucking zombies. We'd seen undead before, basically shambling reanimated corpses, and we've seen some big fuckers that can command them. What we'd not known until now was that the zombies are both infectious and able to reanimate the dead. That meant they were able to turn my creatures. They were stronger than the zombies, and then the zombie versions of my creatures were stronger than their former comrades." "What went wrong out there?" Kelly asked deliberately, and I paused, looking to her as Mike took the opportunity to speak. "I fucked up," Mike said, standing so that everyone could see him and looking around at them. "I fucked up because I assumed they'd be like the other undead we'd faced already, easy to kill and an opportunity for XP for you all. That's why I invited you all out there while Matt was managing the fight from the dungeon." He sighed and shook his head. "I'm sorry, people. This was my fault. I saw a small risk for a big reward, and I gambled. It nearly cost you all your lives." There was some grumbling, but his explanation of what and why seemed to have gotten people's attention, so I took over again. "We can't know what we don't know, Mike," I told him, before looking around again. "At the end of the day, the buck stops here," I said, pointing at my feet. "I'm in charge, and that means this was my fault regardless. The zombies went for the dungeon influence generators, the facilities that let us claim more territory. I don't know if they did that for any particular reason, if they were sent, or if they just spawned randomly and were attracted to it, but what I do know is that they tried to get in here first. They were attracted to the dungeon, so they had to have sensed it somehow. With that in mind, and starting tonight while you all sleep, I'll be increasing the security here outside as well as across the road, reinforcing it, making it safer. After that, well, I'm going to make some bait and see what comes looking for it." "What kind of bait?" Chris asked clearly, nervousness in his demeanor warring with a clear desire to help. Not human, if that's what you're thinking, I clarified. I'll make a seemingly unprotected section of the dungeon out there, then I'll fill the area around it with traps. You've all heard of dungeons, and you know what adventurers traditionally get with them? I asked, and a few voices spoke up. Loot. Experience. Dead. All of the above, I replied, smiling. I'm going to spin up a dungeon that's more in line with that. A trap-filled slaughterhouse that we fill with my creatures, and then we're going to use it to level them all up. What can we do to help? Tulio asked me, his voice filling the room. Honestly, mate, I need as much junk as possible. I smiled, gesturing to the east, roughly. The block at the end of the street, the one on the other side of the cathedral, well, we've begun claiming that one. I'm intending on making the entire thing into a massive dungeon. Originally, I was going to use it to train any who wanted it and the kobolds and so on. I was going to try and figure out a way to draw in the local wildlife and let them thin the buggers out, getting XP all the way for it. Now, though, I'm thinking it'd be an even better form of defense until we're all high enough level to not care about it. I paused, looking around as I saw the thought capturing some of the others' attention. The thing is, as well, when you kill a dungeon creature, the one who kills it gets loot in the form of a reliquary. It's a small box that appears only for the one who kills them. Inside the box is a randomly spawned loot item. So far it's been restricted, because I was experimenting, to cheese and onion crisps and a 1% chance to get a magical item or spell book. The 1% is the highest I can set that at, but that means we can set the loot to stuff you all want and need. For whatever reason, the system that allows us to do this also adjusts the cost for the loot system, so if, say, a bronze club costs me 50 or 75 mana to make generally, it'll still drop from a standard goblin if that's what's due to drop. This cost me only a fraction of the overall cost. So you want us to what? What's the term? John muttered, interrupting himself before clicking his fingers and going on. You want us to farm this dungeon? Yes and no, I said. I want combat teams to farm the dungeon, or to do it eventually anyway. I won't be able to help you, and it'll cost us to set the creatures up, and there's limited bullets and so on, so you can't go in guns blazing and slaughter everything. There will be a real risk of death or injury, but... I paused, looking around, drawing a deep breath and going on. But you'll get more XP, you'll get more skilled with weapons, and I'll set the creatures to roam in certain areas, so once an area is cleared, you can rest safely or leave. It'll be somewhere safer for you to learn and to grow. You can choose to stay in the weaker areas or push yourself in the more deadly. That'll all be up to you. And the undead? The zombies? Chris asked. We'll set up safe areas that you can retreat to if they come, and then we unleash all the stored creatures in the entire dungeon on them. I'll set traps, and if need be, we'll demolish the entire fucking building to get them. You are my priority, keeping you as safe as we can while still making it possible for you to grow. Things are going to get harder now, much harder, and I know that seems insane. We have to build this up. We have to research the hell out of everything, and the only way we can do that is if we can get more mana. You mean more crap to break down? Tulio asked. Looks like we're not going back to bed, my friend, Patrick said to Tulio, clapping him on the shoulder. I grinned at him, while Finn rolled his eyes. I'll get back to research and design, then, Finn sighed, while Allie nodded, clearly having conscripted him from building at some point. I looked around at everyone, sighing and speaking slowly. Look, I know I promised you somewhere safe, I started, and it was Becky who interrupted me this time. Nowhere is safe. Not really, she said. Not before, and sure as shit not now. Hell, I had to wear baggy clothes and not go places at night, in case I got raped because I was asking for it if I dressed in nice things. Now, at least if someone tries shit, I can shoot them in the face. She shrugged, going on. Life wasn't exactly fantastic before, and it's sure as shit not now, but this is a place that's far safer than anywhere else I can imagine. We've got work to do, food, a safe-ish place to sleep, and hope for the future. Thank you. I noted the way people were nodding and smiled. Okay, then, I'm going to get a shower and warm up because, frankly, I'm sodding soaked. Didn't even have time to grab a top. Then I'll get started and see what I can get done. Once you've all eaten and sorted yourselves out, if you could start stripping the rooms in the new dungeon and piling it all together where I can reach it, I'll have a kobold sitting in the room we need to use. With that, I turned, heading for our room, and Kelly joined me. I'd only taken a few steps before Mike spoke. "You saved us," he stated. "If you hadn't come, some of us would have died. So thank you. We'll talk about my fuck-up later." He finished on an obvious question, and I paused, looking at him in understanding. "We'll talk about it later, mate," I said, knowing that if I just told him it was fine, he'd only keep on punishing himself. Instead, I left, more and more people thanking us as we moved through the crowd until we finally got into our own room, and I closed the damn door. "Well, that was awkward," I muttered. "Why?" Kelly asked me, checking the rifle over and putting it back in the wardrobe. "I just don't like that kind of attention, and it was my fault. I should have built better defenses already." "When?" she asked. "When did you know that these fuckers were coming? When did you have time to sort anything else out? And if you say when you were sleeping, eating, or so help me God, fucking me, I will tear off your own arm and beat you to death with the wet end. You need to rest. You need to eat, and I damn well needed the sex. Even if you didn't. Oh, I needed it," I clarified. "In fact, get in the shower." Kelly grinned at me, throwing her top at me and walking across the room, already shimming out of her jeans as she went. "Yeah, baby, yeah," I said in my best 60s spy voice, grinning and dropping my own pants. A respectable while later, I laid on the bed, feeling much more content with the world and lighter on my feet as Kelly finished dressing, and I twitched the blanket over myself in preparation for opening the door, just in case. "Okay, now we're ready for the day. I'll get some food and some jobs sorted, then I'll be back and start absorbing stuff. Anything else I need to do?" Kelly asked, and I shook my head. "Nope, I'll get straight to work now, so just nudge me if you need me, I guess." She leaned in, and we shared a quick kiss before she left the room. I sighed in satisfaction, sinking into the dungeon sense all over again. First, I checked the dungeon over, making sure that the lack of any threat in the nearby area was justified. Then I moved to the building across the road, finding the 3 surviving kobolds, 1 shaman, 1 assassin, and 1 hunter, who'd been joined by Beta. The 4 of them were guarding the influence generator, and I smiled at that before starting work. The first thing I did was replace the doors downstairs with the big, solid metal ones I had on the main dungeon entrance as well, going so far as to seal up the wall's doors with solid stone as well, then absorbing the bodies over and over again. I quickly found that with the zombies having died inside my dungeon, I'd gained their pattern, and I could start spawning them if I wanted to. I didn't, not really. Spawning the undead plague bearers was probably a massive mistake. But if I could get some regular undead, I'd definitely do that. I flicked through a half-dozen notifications as I worked, finding that the XP for killing the group was pathetic, but that as the undead had clearly been intent on the dungeon influence generator, they'd been classified as attackers rather than adventurers. "Congratulations. You have seen off your first concerted attempt to destroy your dungeon, and as such have received the following bonuses. +1 bonus random completed research project, +1 defensive blueprint, +1 vision upgrade, +2,000 XP. The random completed research project was great, in theory, as it was the first level of the sensors, meaning that I now had all 3 of the first level upgrades to the specialist structures. That meant an entirely new level of upgrades were available to me. Despite the fact that I'd have chosen something defensive in nature if I could, it was still going to be damn useful. I pulled up the relevant section and looked it over quickly, nodding as I worked my way through it. Dungeon specialist structures are subdivided into the following forms, with each area being further researchable and gaining improvable bonuses. 1. Production. To produce any item entirely from mana is a costly endeavor. Instead, producing smaller, more specialized production facilities that in turn can drive larger and more generalized facilities is the accepted norm. Completed Level 1 Basic Gathering Facility. Currently available, Common Gathering Facility 2. 2. Agriculture. In order to maintain advanced populations, dungeons would be required to either entirely produce the needed sustenance on site, loot the required items, or turn the full production of sustenance products over to the mana collectors. The accepted norm is to produce mana-enhanced farming facilities. Completed Level 1 Basic Farm, currently available, Common Farm 2. 3. Detection. Any location that includes an active dungeon is by necessity a dangerous one. Producing basic sensors to increase the detection range, as well as the information available, is common practice. Completed Level 1 Basic Sensors 1. Completed Basic Sensors Visual Upgrade 1. Currently available, Common Sensors 2, Visual Upgrade 2, Seismic Sensors 1. Further research will unlock greater detection systems. 4. Capacity. All dungeon creatures require control points to enable them to function as living creatures. However, without the entire leveling system of the host/fairy/dungeon lord dedicated to the dungeon staffing needs, this would result in considerably smaller facilities. Instead, the accepted method is to create control capacity generators. These specialist facilities will in turn increase the control limit of your dungeon. Beware, should a control capacity generator be destroyed and the dungeon be taken under the current maximum threshold for control points, the excess creatures will be terminated at random. Currently available, Basic Control Capacity Generator, BCCP 1. 5. Lure. Certain areas become overrun by pest, vermin, and monsters. In order to deal with these unwanted intruders, a lure can be set, drawing the attention of all those inside its radius, enabling traps and termination facilities to be used efficiently. Currently available, Basic Lure 1. 6. Medical Facility. The simple truth is that life in a dungeon environment can be dangerous, so a simple solution to this is a medical facility. Even at its most basic level, the medical facility increases healing speed inside its AoE, area of effect, by a minimum of 10%, as well as increasing the speed at which medical staff gain levels and experience, and finally, removing all biological infections. Note, higher levels of the medical facilities can be used to upgrade/stabilize/remove nanite systems. Currently available, Basic Medical Facility. I looked over the new options twice, finding that, they were 2,000 mana each to do the basic level of, rather than one that the last level had been, but fuck, they were good. Looking over the new options made it clear exactly how the damn fairy had been sending so many goblins after us. It made me wonder how many other areas would unlock more choices if I got all of them. Would my own class spells and skills change if I got all of them? Was it just wasting points? I didn't have a sodding clue, and I just knew I had to find out. Either way, though, I resolved to keep researching as hard as I could. The medical center was badly needed, as was the lure, but that could wait until I had the dungeon ready. The control generators, though. I checked on the research, seeing that the fire and mana converter research was completed and air was halfway, so that was fine. I suspected I'd be able to start on lightning once I had them both, but I really didn't know. I added the control generator to the list, then the medical center, noting the wonderful detail about removing all biological infections and working on nanites. I'd gained the nanite research path from absorbing the dungeon fairy that had been originally planned to run my dungeon, but I'd never been able to do anything with it, as the level of the dungeon was too low. Removing the infections, though, I had to hope that included zombies ones too. After finishing with the research, I checked the last prompt I had remaining and was glad to see it. Congratulations, you have reached level 17. Current XP to level 18 stands at 1,069 of 9,000. You have 7 unspent stat points and 5 unspent skill points. Hitting another level was great, and hopefully these stat points would put me close to fixing the issue with my mental stats being out of alignment. I considered for a moment which stats would be best to invest in to fix that. My endurance and perception were both 3 points off reaching 20 points, so I put 6 of the 7 free points I had there. Looking at where would be best for the other stats, I saw that strength was only 5 off reaching 20 as well, so I placed the final point there. Mentally gritting my teeth, I accepted the changes and shuddered as the changes tore through me. I could sense that I was close to fixing the imbalance in my stats, and I was now sure that the next level would allow me to finish correcting it. I decided it would be best to keep the skill-saving points for later, as using them in the dungeon probably accounted for a part of the reason I had survived that at all. Once I was done with my level up, I jumped across the building, the block that was going to be our proper dungeon rather than our home, and summoned a trio of kobold warriors, telling them to take turns resting in the room in the middle of the floor while the other 2 were to run about collecting everything that wasn't nailed down, returning to dump it inside the room, ready to be absorbed. Then I pulled up the defensive blueprint and whooped for joy. It was a scorpion, a goddamn reloading scorpion ballista. It was the size of a goddamn small house, and it looked like the bolts it would fire were about the same size as a telegraph pole and would take down a plane easily enough. That meant, of course, that as they were useless for us for now. But I had a research team that were currently farting about doing little jobs. I quickly pulled up the research tree and dumped the blueprints into it, sensing Allie's mind as she worked on something else. I drew her attention to it and focused in, speaking slowly to her. "Hi, Allie. We just got this for the successful defense of the dungeon. I need it scaled down, like to the size of a large crossbow or turret emplacement, something we could put place meters in all directions from the place facility. It was a little larger than a washing machine, and once I'd placed one on the roof of the dungeon, our building specifically, I immediately started dotting them around the various sites we had claimed. It was a pain in the ass, and I just knew that the next level of the sensors, at 10,000 mana to reach, would be more efficient, but for now at least, it was a lifesaver. Inside the dungeon now, I could see anything with perfect clarity. Hell, I could zoom in, and I couldn't help but grin at the thought of the fights I'd be able to see with this. I went back to work then, carefully not thinking about Kelly in the shower, and started absorbing some of the pile of random crap the others had been collecting so far. I went through it quickly, breaking it all down, and, as always, splitting the generated mana between stored mana to work with and mana used for research. Time passed quickly. Beta and the others were sent out to search the area once I was sure the various generators were safe, and while they scouted, hunting for any sign of the undead, I alternated between research and construction. The first control generator was installed mid-morning on the next day, and I saw a massive jump of 20 points in my capacity, making me grin. 20 points didn't seem like that much, or at least it didn't to Joe and Kelly when I told them about it, the pair immediately pushing for the medical facility to be researched next, but as I pointed out, a single generator meant I could summon 4 more hunters. Then, once they were fully equipped, I could position them on the rooftops around the dungeon. They could literally scout the area, keeping us safe and providing an early warning system. At that point, they agreed that it made sense. I finished my coffee, declaring my break over, and I went back to bed, getting comfy before sinking into the dungeon sense and returning to work, rather than the nap my body assumed it was getting. By lunchtime, I'd cleared a significant section of the building, and by late evening, as I sat eating a bowl of boiled potatoes slathered with salt and butter, I was feeling a lot better about the work we'd managed. Rather than leave the generator easily accessible as I had before, this time I destroyed a section of the floor all the way around it in the new dungeon. I'd created an open plan section in the middle of the building. A great vaulted ceiling meant that what had previously been 5 rooms was now 1, with a raised plinth in the middle. Atop the plinth was a balcony with a solid stone railing around it, and in the center was the generator. There was plenty of space for up to a dozen kobolds up there, all easily hidden behind the low wall, and the only way up to it was a narrow bridge, with spikes jutting up all around. It was a basic moat in reverse, with a defensive position for the spear-wielding warriors to use and an archer's platform behind and above them near to the roof. The rest of the evening went smoothly, and despite waking a few times during the night with a feeling of building dread, it gradually died away as well, meaning that the next morning I was sandy-eyed and grumpy, despite waking up with Kelly in my arms. It was mid-morning before the feeling came back, and at first I dismissed it as a vague feeling of unease, continuing to work on the first floor of the dungeon proper. I'd been designing the safe room for the last few hours, a hidden entrance leading to a room that shouldn't have existed, considering I'd had to knock down walls and shrink rooms to make room for it. As near as I could tell, the room was undetectable from the outside, and I'd barely finished the first secret path to it when the feeling went straight from "my ex is somewhere nearby" all the way to "she's found out I slept with her best friend after we split up and has drugged me, tied me up, and I'm currently in the boot of her car along with a roll of carpet, a shovel, 15 kilos of Semtex, a ferret, and a bottle of lube." Kelly had come up with a solution to let everyone know that there was an attack incoming. I triggered it quickly, prodding the kobold now permanently stationed by the large cathedral bells. It leapt to its feet and started frantically pounding on the bell with the hammer I provided it with, which, of course, removed any chance of the incoming threat going anywhere else. I shifted my perspective to the top of the spire and started searching in the direction I could feel the threat coming from, going cold as I recognized the figures stumbling down the street towards us. Chapter 34. They were coming from a different direction than I thought they had before, the west rather than the north, but this time there were literally hundreds of them, possibly more. They were led by one of the big bastards, as well as having a pair of smaller floating creatures with the mass of zombies and skeletal undead. I looked them over, judging the distance, and nodded, flitting back to the kobold and changing his steady constant hammering to a set and obvious pattern. There were 3 that had been agreed upon, trying to keep things simple. The first was a warning and a general "shut the fuck up and pay attention, something's gone wrong." That was simply the kobold banging the shit steadily out of the bell, as the fucker was loud as hell and could be heard for literally miles around. The second signal was the one he changed to. It meant, "Get home now." Basically a drop everything and fucking run signal. It was marked by the kobold switching to two smaller hammers and going at it in a rhythm. Ding ding, long pause, ding ding, long pause, ding ding, long pause. It was simple enough and clear enough that it was easily identified. Lastly, the final sound was constant hammer blows as fast as possible. I'd summon a second kobold to help if need be, and they were to bang the bell frantically until they collapsed and died, basically. If they heard that sound, it was the utter panic sound, and they were to abandon everything and run. They were to get to Barry to get his help, and they knew that the dungeon would be sealed up tight as a duck's ass as soon as the bell started to ring. It was hard on the parents when we decided that pattern, because it basically meant that they had to run and leave their kids, but I'd made it damn clear. That sound was the everything had gone to shit sound, and I'd be barricading the dungeon to keep the kids safe inside. That was when it was their responsibility to get Barry and bring help of some kind. The bells were obviously heard, as within a minute of the bell starting up, the first of the people inside the far building sprinted into view and raced for the home dungeon. Over the next few minutes, they all appeared. All 11 people that had been in the far building sprinted out and home, and as soon as they were inside, I locked and sealed the doors leading in. I'd made some changes over the last few days while I'd been waiting on research, on people doing jobs in areas I was working on, or when I just thought about little changes, often second-guessing myself as too goddamn paranoid. But as I saw the veritable horde descending on us, I was damn glad I had. The first was the simplest: tripwires. I'd made a series of tripwires on the floor here and there, and then I'd run a line of them right before I'd absorbed the section of the street at either end of the road, taking it down about 5 feet and lining the bottom with alternating spikes and sword blades. I made a mental note to pass on the word about things like this to Barry and the others as well, just in case. There was a narrow bridge across the center of the pit, but that was it. I'd then written, in big damn letters on the walls and floor before it, "Beware of the pit," and the hope that it had stopped actual living people from hurting themselves. As the line of staggering undead moved forwards, the first dozen or so hit the tripwires and tumbled head first into the pit. As they hit it slightly further back, they hit the edge of the pit with their waist and tumbled forwards face first, impaling themselves. After a dozen or so, the wires, made of solid copper, finally snapped, and the undead next in line kept going until they fell into the pit as well. The tripwires basically just ensuring that the pit got filled from end to end, rather than the first section being largely missed. The one at the west end of the street had taken down nearly 20 of the zombies and simpler skeletons when the big bastards screamed something in a language I didn't speak, and they all stopped. One of the floating creatures flitted forwards, glaring down at the struggling mass. It hissed new orders out, and another half-dozen undead piled directly into the pit, but instead lying down atop the previous bodies and forming a solid bridge for the rest. That done, they started forwards again, just in a slower march as they filtered across the makeshift bridge and left my own alone. I guess they thought it might be trapped as well, which made me glad I'd not bothered. While they were doing that, I was making the most of the additional control generators and mana I'd been building up to spawn kobolds at the far end, next to the cathedral. I had, at this point, Beta and her small team of more or less elites now who'd survived the last attack, a single shaman, a hunter, and the assassin. That came, including the single surviving hunter that was currently slaughtering the pigeons in the railway yard, to a grand total of 33 points. I'd managed to build 2 control generators, not wanting to invest everything in that area yet, and now I had a total of 91 points, giving me 57 to use. The hunters were the best for ranged, and at 15 control points for 3 and 150 mana to summon them, I had more than enough for summoning 3 sets, 9 of them in total, each with their own simple repeating crossbows. The 9 gathered together, weapons at the ready, and waited, aiming carefully. Beta and her elites weren't with them, they were being kept for the end, just in case, but I'd also queued up the next phase already, accepting that the 9 kobolds, even with the best will in the world, were never going to kill hundreds of undead. Instead, I queued up another set of kobolds after these, with the warriors only costing 3 control points each. Kelly, Allie, Joe, and Finn all joined me in the dungeon sense, working to replenish the stores, and I grinned mentally. The first set of kobolds was to get their attention and whittle their numbers down. The second set, 15 of them in total, were to hopefully slaughter the fuckers. It started with 12 warriors, all armed with basic spears and shields. They weren't skilled with the weapons, which I knew meant higher than average casualties and lower kills at first, at least. But they also had 3 shamans with them, and they'd be working in teams to slow the advancing undead. The plan was that as we couldn't summon dungeon creatures into sections that held enemies or sections that the enemy force had taken until the attack was over, we'd whittle them down at a distance, then let the undead charge in, deploying the spear wielders in groups to keep killing the undead as they were slowed by the shamans. I'd spent some time altering the layout of the building in preparation for the future and in case we were attacked again anyway, though, and I was damn glad I had. This was the second phase of the changes I'd wrought, in that I'd sunk the various influence generator nodes in the most secure areas I could create. I'd found that enveloping them in thick metal or stone to the point they were essentially invulnerable was a waste of time, as then they couldn't do anything, the generators seemingly needing access to air to work. Instead, I'd moved them each to the final rooms on a floor. Then I'd sealed the stairwells and opened new ones, each at the opposite end of the building from the last. Essentially, the only way into the building was a single door on the west and a corresponding door on the east side. From there, the attackers had to clear their way to the far side of the building, then up the stairs, then back to the far side again to find the stairwell up to the next floor. My intention was that eventually each room along the way would be filled with traps of various difficulties, kobolds, goblins, and more, and it had become a training facility for my people. Then, once we'd made the most of it, I'd rent it out to Barry for his people in exchange for a fuck-ton of salvage and loot. That, in turn, would help us to continue to grow, so that the respawning of the dungeon creatures never cost us anything. It would also, in times of threat, mean that we could use it as a target, defend it, and draw the attackers in, then bleed them all the way through to the other side. If they managed it, then we'd stay hunched down and silent in the home-hidden section of the dungeon, while they thought they'd managed to kill us. If we killed them, well, the threat was ended. It was a sneaky-as-hell plan, and I damn well liked it, especially as we could continue, in theory, to just go on with our lives while the attackers kept working above us. We could spawn defenders in different places, and if it took 1,000 kobolds to kill one of our enemies, it was still a numbers game. We should be able to win. It ignored the XP side of things, but that was a problem for another day. As the horde of undead passed the first pit and started to spread out again, the kobolds opened fire, a wave of poorly aimed crossbow bolts slamming into the shambling forms. 9 were fired, resulting in 8 hits. That sounded great, but of the 8, only 2 were kills. The next 6 were anywhere from heart shots to crotch and minor wounds. Anything bar a headshot was a failure when it came to the undead. So even when repeaters were fired, then the second round of shots, before finally the cranking of the reloaders began, only a few of the kobolds leveled up. I paused, evaluating the risk versus the reward, then upgraded the 2 kobolds to the next level, putting their points all into dexterity. Those 2 screamed in pain for a few seconds, making their brothers shy away, but when they recovered, their reload speed was significantly higher, and I glanced around checking to ensure I'd not missed anything when I spotted Thor. The little bastard was sitting on a nearby rooftop, happily watching the fight below as if it was his personal cabaret. The next few minutes followed that pattern, shot after shot slamming into the closing horde, the kobolds holding their ground and firing until the undead managed to pass the second pit. One of the flyers had moved up to issue orders to the undead as they approached the pit, and as soon as it had moved into view, no longer floating behind its rotting meat shields, I'd ordered them all to kill the bastard. All 9 crossbow bolts hit it, or at least its shield, but it took a further 2 to overload the shield, sending it reeling with a bolt embedded in its shoulder. I zoomed in on it, examining it as carefully as I could, wishing I could just summon creatures anywhere, as a pair of orcs at the back would have made mincemeat of it. Wraith. Undead creature. Wraiths are the magically active spirits of the unquiet dead, those who refuse to accept their eternal rest. When given the power to rise again, rather than the prior possessing soul refusing and moving on, leaving an empty vessel to rise, the Wraith has seized the power and embraced it. Wraiths are generally the souls of those who know that the great beyond would judge them harshly, murderers, rapists, and worse. Each Wraith is unique, yet their power comes from another, forcing them into subservience that they hate almost as much as they hate the living. Ability. Plague. Wraiths, like all undead, are comprised of the decaying forms of the once living. Once per day, at a cost of 90% of the Wraith's life force, they may create a plague that will infect the living and the dead alike, draining the living of life, forcing them all to rise and serve the Wraith. Area affected and effective time is determined by the health invested. Ability. Shield. Wraiths are more magically active than most and have the ability to form that magic into a simple shield. Ability. Command. Wraiths retain much of the cunning they had in life, allowing them to act as leaders of their lesser brethren. Ability. Deathbolt. The wraith fires a bolt of necrotic energy across the battlefield, dealing 5 to 50 damage depending on the target. Weaknesses: fire, light, and life magics, HP 434 of 500, stamina 0 of 0, mana 987 of 1000, speed 6 of 10, level 14, HP 434 of 500, special abilities 4 of 4. 2 hits from the crossbow bolts had done sod all pretty much, and the damn wraith had ducked back down, reaching up and tearing the bolts free with obvious contempt before it rose up and flung a bolt of black-blue energy across the intervening distance. Through luck or malice, it hit one of the kobolds directly in the face, sending it staggering backwards, mewling in fear and pain as its face began to rot. The other kobolds aimed and fired, 4 bolts hitting the wraith before it could duck, taking it from 434 all the way down to 307, one of the bolts actually glancing off its skull and rocking it backwards. It wasn't enough, though, as the second wraith lifted into the air, firing off another bolt, followed by a second and a third. The first kobold was on the floor now, blind, unable to respond to anything beyond the pain, curling up into a ball and tearing at its own face with claws that had begun to rot and turn. The necrotic energy clearly spread through some ability I couldn't identify. The others, 2 of the bolts hit the same kobold, one in the left arm, staggering it but doing little damage, while the second hit took it full in the chest. It coughed, managed to unleash a single shot in return, then fell forward, its heart having given out. The third bolt of death magic hit a kobold that had attempted to leap aside, catching just the tip of its tail. The creature hissed, reaching down and tearing part of the healthy flesh apart, abandoning the rest of the infected tail. I was surprised by the way it only staggered slightly as it stepped back into line. But beyond that, I was actually impressed with the little bastard as he raised his crossbow and fired again, clearly incensed by the loss of his tail. The bolt slammed into the forehead of the first wraith who'd chosen to rise again, hands lifted ready to cast, until the bolt slammed home. Like the other undead, the skull seemed to be the seat of the animation spell, as the crossbow bolt shattered the skull, impacting just above the bridge of the rotting nose and killing it instantly. The wraith, which appeared to be the upper half of a human body, skeletal and rotting, barely draped with the remnants of an old shirt, flew backwards. Its arm flopped to the sides, the spine flowing down to what would have been the pelvis, and instead ending there, had been twitching occasionally like a dangling tail, remnants of flesh hanging from it, but now it fell limp. As the bolt ended its second life, the built-up necrotic magic it had been holding at the ready ran wild, unleashed by the hands as they slapped down against the asphalt and radiating out in a circle that caused the undead closest to stagger, 3 of them collapsing into bones. The second wraith screeched in fury and started flinging bolt after bolt at the stump-tailed kobold, who started dancing and yipping at it in response. The mass that had reached the second pit continued to stumble forwards, collapsing into it and rendering themselves impotent on the spikes. The horde had gone from several hundred, all told, into just over 100 by the time the pit was full and the majority had crossed. The screeching wraith still ignored the other kobolds as it flung bolt after the one that I'd now mentally tagged as Stumpy. Stumpy appeared to be having a great time and would occasionally wave the still bloody stump of its tail at the wraith and snarl and squeak something at it. The other kobolds were all firing on that wraith and had finally taken its shield down when it paused, glaring at them all in response to something the big fucker snapped at it. It lifted both arms and started to hiss in pain and fury, shaking as a bright green light began to emanate from inside it, flowing down from the eyes to fill the ribcage, then pouring out in a twisting miasma to coat its arms and torso. Seconds passed as it shook and hissed like a boiling kettle, bolts slamming into its body as it held its arms before its face, shielding its head. It was nearly finished casting the spell when a lucky shot, again Stumpy's work, hammered into its right elbow, shattering the limb and causing the lower arm to tumble free, exposing its face. The next 4 shots, all barely clearing the heads of the rapidly closing horde, were aimed for the skull. The first hit a glancing blow on the right temple and sheared off to slam into the center of the big bastard's chest, barely leaving a chip mark to show its passing. The second hit it in the lower jaw, shattering it in a blast of teeth and bone, but the bolt failed to penetrate any deeper, a broken mass of wood cartwheeling to the floor. It was the third that prompted the big fucker to step in, as it hit the top of the skull and careened away, leaving a patchwork of growing cracks behind. Before the fourth bolt could land, a massive hand slapped down atop the skull, gripping it tightly and shielding it at the same time, as the bolt slammed into a finger of polished bone, breaking it free. I focused on the big bastard and examined him. Corpse Lord, undead creature. Beware, Sufficient necrotic energy and death mana in this area has given rise to a corpse lord. Corpse lords are prized servants of necromancers, whether rising on their own naturally due to the abundance of death and despair, or being created for a specific purpose. The corpse lords exist to spread death and destruction, growing stronger through the consumption of sentient souls as much as XP. Ability: consumption. The corpse lord can repair any physical damage inflicted on it by consuming the corpses of its dead servants, growing stronger as it feeds. Ability: suppress. The corpse lord can suppress the abilities or spells of others, provided it maintains eye contact or direct physical contact. Ability: raise. The corpse lord can sacrifice its own health to raise the dead around it, replenishing its master's forces when needed. Weaknesses: fire and light magics, HP 10,000 of 10,000, stamina 0 of 0, mana 0 of 0, speed 5 of 10, level 7. HP 10,000 of 10,000, special abilities 3 of 3. Well, fuck me gently with a running chainsaw, I muttered as the spell the wraith had been working on finished and washed out in a sudden circle of necrotic energy that ended in the wraith collapsing into a pile of bones on the floor. When it passed over the undead, it seemed to have no effect, but as it extended out further, I froze, realizing what it was. "Run," I ordered the kobolds, and they turned and burned, sprinting away. As the cloud hit the walls of the dungeon buildings, it paused, then dissipated, thankfully, sliding back down and flowing back towards the center of the road and towards either open end. A massive weight lifted from my shoulders at that point. I'd never even considered biological or magic-sodding mist attacks, but my relief was short-lived, as I saw my kobolds going down. The spell managed to catch all but 2 of them, causing them to stagger when they were enveloped by it, then to fall to their knees, coughing and retching as they choked on a veritable deluge of blood. Their flesh bubbled and burst, veins swelling to epic proportions as their blood coagulated, yet their hearts continued to beat, causing blockages that quickly burst through rotting flesh. The surviving 2 were the furthest back, one who'd moved back to try and get height for a shot at the wraith, and the other was Little Stumpy, because it was just clearly a cunning fucker. I ordered them to fall back on the trap dungeon, and I spun up the trio of shamans just inside the doors, ordering them to layer the entrance with briars in an almost overlapping pattern, creating narrow paths for the undead to traverse. While they did that, I summoned 2 fresh bushels of bolts for the surviving kobolds, dropping the ammunition before them and ordering them to take out as many of the incoming assholes as possible. Then I summoned 6 kobold warriors, equipping them individually with a new set of armor that Finn had been working on, as well as a spear and small shield. The armor was by far the most expensive we'd actually produced to date, each one costing 210 mana, meaning we needed to recover mana in between creations, but unlike the other designs, this was built with a kobold in mind and featured everything from a helm to a dagger blade on the tip of the tail. It had space for their claws, heavier armor for the chest, and was lighter around the tops and back of the legs and arms. As the kobold physiology was damn different to ours, I saw the reason he'd badgered me to assign him one a few days back. I'd barely even thought about it and just done it. Now, though, if it worked, he was getting a job to make a lot more. The warriors were basically kobold hoplites, and the short, stabbing spears with their bronze, leaf-bladed tips shone like the sun as they got into position. I watched the awkward way that they held their shields and spears and resolved that, once this was done, I was going to get them some serious experience with the weapons. I had so many things I needed to do that I needed a damn PA. Hell, I needed an Alexa or a Kristen, but that was, like everything else, a job for another day, thanks to the world being a bit fucked up at the moment. The mass of undead had, thankfully, taken the bait, following the fleeing kobolds to the right out of the street and down the 30 meters or so to the entrance of the dungeon. They slowed as they passed the entrance to the cathedral, and the corpse lord outright stopped, kicking the front door open and glaring inside. But a pair of well-aimed crossbow bolts drew its attention from destroying the single unguarded influence generator in the cathedral. It clearly wanted revenge and was drawn to the dungeon somehow. The fucking thing stomped after its creations, screaming something in a language I was damn glad I didn't speak. The west entrance to the building was actually the northwest entrance, I supposed, considering it was 5 meters in on the north side of the building, but it was an old one, and I'd sealed up all the other windows and doors on that level with stone. Then I'd made sure the entrance was solid, meaning that between the massive briars that tore at the undead and the narrow entrance, they could barely enter 2 abreast. That, in turn, meant that the kobold warriors simply waited for them to close, then stabbed out at their skulls, taking them in the head and killing them easily. The first 5 or 6 that entered the building died like that, a stab in the skull from a spear that dropped them, dead, to the ground. The kobolds knew to step back, thanks to the pack sight ability enabling them to coordinate better, giving the next pair a chance to fight after a minute. It was that changeover that quickly became clear it was the problem, though. Instead of the kobolds standing ready in place as experienced soldiers would, the four were all waiting, meaning that when the first pair stepped back, four tried to take their place. That resulted in a jostling match between three of them. The fourth, the only one to have, like Stumpy, seemingly spawned fully aware, took the chance to defend the door alone. He managed to kill the first three zombies before his spear got stuck. He yanked on it furiously as Stumpy and his companion fired into the mass that was pouring in. But by the time I'd realized what the problem was and had issued more specific orders, it was too late. The undead were too close, too numerous, and the brave warrior was scratched, a warning pulse starting to flow through him as I watched. The other three, backed by the first two, formed a shallow shield wall and started jabbing out, aiming for the skull. I gave them very specific orders. Stab out, yank back, step back, repeat. They did it as one this time, and started to hold the undead again, until a crossbow bolt flashed out of the mass and took the middle kobold in the throat. Two more followed it, hitting the one on the right in the thigh and face, killing him as well, and my line collapsed as the zombie kobolds that the plague spell had infected made their presence known. The zombies until now had been virtually mindless, and I didn't know why these ones were different, but the ability to use the weapons of the fallen added a whole new and terrible dimension to the fight. With a curse, I ordered the kobolds back, making them flee to the far end of the floor, as I was unable to summon any more on this one. Whatever rules the dungeon operated under, where I'd been able to respawn in the next room each time before, here I could only do level by level. That pissed me off, even as I checked the mana reserves we had. The others were working their asses off as my mana leaped and leaped. I grinned, summoning another set of 3 kobolds to help the others, albeit summoning them with only spears and shields this time, no armor. While they ran from the floor above, the shamans laid a second line of briars filling the corridor wall to wall as they all retreated, draining themselves down to their last few points of mana. I checked on the others, making sure they had plenty of shit to recycle. Once I was sure they weren't going to run out in the next few minutes, I started building a 3rd control capacity generator. Yeah, it was expensive. Yeah, this time wasn't the best to do it, but another 20 points meant I could have 6 more warriors out there, and that alone was a game changer, even as the big fucker started tearing the briars out, taking tiny amounts of damage. I growled to myself, watching him, desperately wanting to wade in, or get to my team and send them in, or hell, even just beta enter a squad, but I knew I needed to keep cool. I needed to get better at this. I could win it with them. I damn well knew I could. They were down to less than half their attackers, and I'd used the pits, the ranged fighters, and now it was down to the warriors. That was fine, though, because I still had 2 more loadouts ready in mind. It took a little under 5 minutes for the corpse lord to free up the corridor, tearing the briars out and leaving cracked and broken tiles that they'd sprouted between, as I debated killing the shamans to get the points back. There were 3 of them after all, but they had almost no mana. I frowned, vaguely remembering that they had another ability, not just the briar one. I pulled it up, scanning over it. Swift travels. Shamans are often required to aid their people and other defenders of the forest to enable them to be where they need to be. The shaman can cast Swift Travels, temporarily boosting the agility and constitution of their party for up to 6 members per level of experience in this spell. Cost 5 mana per minute. I grinned, wondering if it could really make a world-breaking cheat possible. I checked the mana they all had, 8 mana each, that was it, thanks to their low mana regeneration rate. I ordered them all to fall back, all of the kobolds retreating to the next upper floor and bracing themselves ready, while the shamans were to be ready to cast, as I mentally moved to the mana I had available. It had taken 5 minutes, and we were just shy of the finished product, as the corpse lord came into view. I cursed. I'd been hoping it would fall back, making room for us to slaughter its minions first, but no such luck. I shrugged and ordered the hunters to aim for the head, firing their crossbows quickly. 2 bolts were quickly followed by the second set of arms unleashing as well before they stepped back, crossbows going down in symmetry that made me smile. Stumpy and Foxtrot, I'd mentally identified the other, had become a team, and they braced the end of the crossbow against the floor, then slid a foot into the stirrup to keep it in place. Once their foot had locked it down, they grabbed the small levers on either side and started cranking the windlass frantically, pulling the first string into place. That done and locked, they flicked a lever and repeated the process for the second string. All told, it was less than 20 seconds for both sets of arms to be done. Then they lifted, slotting a bolt in the same motion, sighted, and fired. The time it had taken the hunters to reload hadn't been good for the warriors. While they were fine facing a line of slow-moving, shambling zombies when they had shields and spears, a massive 10-foot-plus four-armed monstrosity that was essentially made of layered bone was a serious no-no. While the hunters stepped back, aiming for their second shot, the corpse lord grabbed the nearest kobold by the edge of his shield and yanked him forwards, grabbing him by the throat and biting his head clean off. There had been 6 kobold warriors that made it to the second floor. Of the 6, 2 were still alive, and they retreated quickly as the second pair of bolts flew free. The first shot hit just above the right eye, spiderwebbing a series of cracks out from that point and leading up to the horn nearby, while the second bolt was deflected by a hastily upraised hand. I glared through the dungeon sense at it as the control generator was finally completed. I ordered the kobolds to retreat as I flew to the far end and the next level, finally able to start summoning again. This time, I decided to play dirty, summoning a creature I'd long wanted to, but never had the resources for, until now. The light that sprang into being this time was strange. Rather than the usual bright, cheerful light, like that of a printer that someone hadn't closed the top of properly, this was the blue-purple of a blacklight, the peculiar glow making the shadows dance as the pair of creatures grew. Their long, backwards-facing legs and the spike-tipped tail were the first to appear. The spindly body grew and grew, hunched and keeping low to the ground, seeming even pre-life to be hiding, ready to attack. Going by the outlined muscles and my own memory of the fuckers, the arms were as long as they were strong. The bone spurs that replaced hands with sharp points still made me wince in remembered pain. They were covered in spikes and bone plates all the way up to the spine until the heads, eyeless and smooth, formed. They had wide mouths with rows of sharp needle-like teeth, and a long prehensile tongue that just made me want to stab them on sight. But this time, they weren't going to be giving me nightmares. They cost me 5 control points each, but as I summoned my first 2 lesser ghasts, I couldn't help but grin. Go fuck them up, I ordered the ghasts, and they blurred, their flesh shifting to mimic the dungeon as they flowed back down the passageway towards their prey. Chapter 35. Once they were sent to fight, with the mental instruction to get around the back of the corpse lord and fuck it up, I started on the next batch of warriors. I had 58 points after my control budget was upped and before I made the 2 lesser ghasts, leaving me with 48 to play with. Warriors were 3 points each, giving me around 16 I could summon. Sod's law, they were summoned in 3s, of course, so that let me summon 5 sets of 3 or 15 kobolds. I gave them all a bronze-clad club, size for their forms, then I sent them off in a wave, scooting back down to the floor below as the damn corpse lord paused in its destruction to sodding feed on some of the zombies. It was hunched down like it was going to take a shit. Each hand gripped a different zombie by the head, the bodies keening as they grew more and more dried and weak. After 30 seconds or so it straightened, as much as it could in the low corridor, and released the now twice-dead bodies to collapse to the floor, drained of all energy, while the dozens of small spiderwebs of cracks and general damage that the kobolds had managed to inflict were all gone. Well, fuck, I muttered to myself, staring in horrified amazement at the killing machine before me. Explosives worked, huge quantities of magic worked, but sheer bravado by creatures that weren't a huge amount taller than its knees? This was going to be a problem. I quickly changed the lesser ghast's orders. Instead of attacking the corpse lord as they'd been about to, they skirted around it, then lay in wait while it screamed and set off running at the kobolds. The little guys, bless their hearts, barely paused, racing ahead as it plowed into them and going down like bowling pins. It laid about itself, slamming fists down into the kobolds and breaking bones and rib cages with abandon. The kobolds, as I'd ordered, focused all their effort on its legs. Their clubs did little damage individually, but over and over they slammed them into the legs, making a collection of small cracks. As each died, I got ready to summon more. After a few seconds, the shuffling zombies, responding to some undead sense, started forwards again, 4 more of them, as the corpse lord clearly intended to absorb them again. This time, however, the lesser ghasts struck, appearing briefly and slamming their spiked bone forearms through the skulls of the zombies, tearing them apart easily. The ghasts were different to the rest of the creatures I could summon in that I didn't have immediate access to their stat screens and couldn't assign points, making me wonder if it was a monster thing or if it was because I found and copied them as opposed to them being a dungeon design. Maybe I didn't get to level them? Hell, maybe it was just that the zombies were so crap that they didn't give enough XP for them to do it, and their systems weren't active yet? I didn't know, but I did know that the ghasts were scary as fuck, as once they were let off the lead, they went insane attacking the zombies. They bit and stabbed, kicked and tore their way through the four that had stepped up, then they raced into the mass of others, slaughtering as they went. As soon as the corpse lord saw this, it hissed in fury, grabbing a kobold that didn't dodge back fast enough and dragging him close. Before the others could do anything, the corpse lord switched hands, locking both around the ankles of the kobold, then swinging the screaming lizard man around to use him as a club against one of his compatriots. The first blow of kobold on kobold was sickening in sound alone. Bones shattered, screams and yelps of pain rang out, and the corpse lord, now armed, started to lay about with his new weapon, beating the smaller figures to death quickly. I growled and fled back to the next floor, summoning another 6 kobolds and arming them, sending them down to help reinforce the others. I glanced over the mana again, freezing as I saw it was almost empty. A few bare points dribbled in at a time now. I focused, shifting my attention sideways somehow, and sensed the others frantically searching in the areas they had access to. I swore viciously. We were running out of stuff to absorb, and for whatever reason, I couldn't strip the walls and floor now that they were in the building. A hell of a mass of bodies congregated outside as well, but equally under whatever rules that prevented me from summoning the reinforcements in the same room that the enemies were in, I also couldn't absorb these corpses, or at least not yet, not until the fight was over. I started scanning frantically around the buildings we'd claimed, conscious that there was a bit of scrap out there still, but we were definitely running lower on it than we had been. Most of it was out of our range now, strewn about the buildings. I cursed as I helped to scour the buildings over and over. After a handful of minutes, I'd managed to scrape 100 mana together, and I frantically flitted back to the trap dungeon, groaning as I found the corpse lord dragging itself forwards, leaving a trail of bodies behind it. While I'd been gone, it had managed to kill the kobold warriors and the damned shamans again, and while the ghast had managed to kill the last of the zombies and general undead, they died as well. Now there was just a battered and broken corpse lord dragging itself along, clearly intent on slaughtering everyone, despite the fact it only had 1 leg, and that was pretty buggered, and 3 arms. I reached out and spun up 3 more warriors, instructing them to run around the damn thing and get weapons from further down the hall. Then I grinned to myself as I summoned up Beta and her team of elites to finish the job, finding that my orders to Stumpy and Foxtrot had been badly crafted before because I'd told them to get out of there. They left the warriors to die and had fallen back, but now they didn't have many bolts left, but they had some. They joined Beta and her team, running and getting into position on the next floor up, then waiting. Below them, the kobold sprinted wildly at the corpse lord, where it basically filled the corridor, leaping up and using its broad back as a runway as they raced after their fallen brethren's weapons. One of their number was caught, his tail grabbed, and he was tugged off balance before he could free himself of it, then yanked in close for the corpse lord to kill. The description of the corpse lord's abilities said it could feed on its own minions, basically, but as soon as its jaws closed over the kobold's skull and it started chewing, it seemed to grow stronger. Seconds passed as it fed, its damaged 4th arm flexing and regrowing, the discarded left leg slowly starting to reform until the other 2 kobolds appeared, leaping into the fray with wild abandon. It had been half laid, half slumped with its back to them, and the pair made the most of it, simultaneously slamming their bronze-clad clubs down hard on the creature's back, shattering bones and exposing a glowing core buried inside. As soon as the outer form was broken, the greenish mist that seemed to fill it in place of life started to leak out, and it screeched in fury, throwing itself backwards and reaching out frantically to grab the kobolds. They leaped back, then retreated further, darting in and laying a single blow before running away again, slowly drawing it back from the stairwell to the next and final level. While they kept its attention, though, Beta and her squad came down behind it, pausing in the stairwell and taking careful aim. Before I could issue orders, Beta did, the shaman she kept with her binding the corpse lord in place with a briar patch that grew suddenly from beneath it, vines tangling through gaps and securing it in place. Then they fired their crossbows, slamming them into its back over the weakened armor, shattering bone and making it scream in rage. It started thrashing about, trying to free itself, but the briars had grown as plants do, despite the fact they were magical, and they'd woven their way up and around obstacles, vines digging into gaps between bones and twisting around them, effectively immobilizing it. It rocked back and forth, hissing and screeching in fury as they fired again and again. Then, when they were out of bolts after a few minutes of constant firing, the assassin appeared. Slamming both daggers into the base of its skull, It hammered them in again and again, chipping away at the hardened bone while the kobold warriors stepped up and started wailing on the damn thing with their clubs. They broke the upper shoulders free first, then the lower, leaving it damaged and defenseless. For a brief second, I considered stopping them and maybe sending some of our weakest people out to kill the damn thing. Then I reconsidered the damn risk if it got loose, and the shaman stepped forward. Using its staff in both hands, it brought the end down as hard as it could, shattering the already weakened skull. As the skull broke, the last of the green mist puffed into the air, but before it could dissipate, the staff, the damn staff I'd imbued ages ago and not thought about since, sucked the damn corpse lord's essence into itself in a great rush, leaving the corpse lord dead as my notifications went wild. Quest: defend the dungeon. Your home has been targeted deliberately for the second time. There can be no doubt now someone or something knows about you and has resolved to eliminate you and yours. Congratulations, you have completed the first quest in the chain Defend the Dungeon. You have successfully led your forces to defend the dungeon and have gained some much-needed time to recover. Beware, however, the attackers must be coming from somewhere. Perhaps it would be wise to figure out where. You have gained the following: +2 luck, +2 perception, +2 wisdom, +1 skill point to allocate, +1 class skill point, 5,000 XP. Current XP to level 18 stands at 6,069 of 9,000. Congratulations, you have gained additional stat points in the following areas through constant effort. Continue to work hard to increase these or other stats. +1 luck, +1 perception, +1 wisdom. I mentally relaxed as the kobolds straightened up, shivering as they clearly received their own experience and levels, and I wondered about the XP situation. Clearly I didn't get XP unless it was from either adventurers dying in the dungeon or from defending the actual dungeon against attacks. I wasn't sure how the difference worked, but that it did was obvious. I permeated the corpse lord first of all, just in case, and I grinned this time when I saw the results. New mana form encountered. Your dungeon has encountered a Tier 2 form of mana, Unlife. Unlife mana is a mixture of 2 forms of Tier 1 mana, life and death. This combination of mana has given rise to a wide variety of undead forms. While this particular creation is a higher variant, there are almost as many undead forms as there are living. Your dungeon has absorbed the new mana form, gaining +25 to storage capabilities, +1 additional research path, +1 to constitution for all dungeon creatures. Find and absorb additional forms of mana to increase dungeon bonuses. I grinned to myself and quickly moved to the others. Unfortunately, while I got a pattern for each, the zombie, the skeleton, the corpse lord, and finally the wraith, when I found it, each was for the most basic variant, and I grumbled to myself as I looked over the details. I could summon a skeleton for 10 unlife mana or 40 pure mana, a zombie for 20 and 80, respectively, a wraith for 100 and 400, or a corpse lord for 500 unlife or 2,000 pure mana. I pulled up the list of monsters that were available as soon as I'd finished, scouring over them and comparing the details with others. Monsters. Vermin. Rats are a common pest that are ubiquitous across the universe. Vermin of this type vary in size and limb count but often conform to similar local design. Note, flying variants have now been unlocked. Cost remains identical. Cost, vermin spawn in packs of 3 for 5 mana each. Maintenance is 1 mana point per day per individual. Mammal, goblins as a species have multiple variations ranging from the lowest caste, who are barely sentient, to the high Grenai, a race that suffers little interaction with lesser species due to the enormous gulf of grace and beauty between those races and their own. The most basic can be spawned as dungeon monsters. Utilizing their species' polymorphic tendencies results in greater enhancements than are commonly available. Cost, goblins spawn individually for 5 to 30 mana each. Maintenance is 2 to 25 mana points per day per individual. Mammal, Orkin, or as they are more commonly known, orcs, are a muscular, thick-skinned race, similar to goblinoid races in that they share a highly polymorphic tendency, resulting in as many different versions of the Orkin as there are worlds. The gift of life to Orkins is a costly and highly risky decision that few dungeons are willing to make lightly. Note, the Orokai subspecies is blocked from reproduction by any and all dungeons due to treaties and enforced by magical interference. Cost, orcs spawn individually for 25 mana each. Maintenance is 25 mana points per day per individual. Reptilian. Kobolds are a common, highly structured, caste-driven species. Semi-sentient kobolds are a standard sight in dungeons due to their advanced trap-making skills and low cost. Cost, kobolds spawn in packs of 3 for 5 to 25 mana each. Maintenance is 1 to 10 mana points per day per individual. Avian. Impai are simple creatures, easily distracted by their own hungers and difficult to control, but they excel in 2 areas: randomized destruction and threat detection. The Impai as a species are widely viewed as unreliable and unstable, resulting in repeated attempts to eradicate their species. Despite this, they remain a popular choice for low-level dungeons and lower-scale conflicts. Cost, Impai spawn in packs of 3 for 25 mana each. Maintenance is 10 mana points per day per individual. Undead. The various forms of the undead are as numerous as grains of sand or stars in the sky. They are matched only by their antithesis, the forces of life. Undead can be split into 2 simple categories, sentient and non-sentient, with the simple skeletons, zombies, ghouls, and so on beginning with non-sentient forms, while the average wraith, vampire, or banshee begins with a form of rudimentary intelligence and awareness. Cost, variable. Skeletons, basic, 10 unlife, 40 pure mana, 1 control point. Maintenance is 1 mana point per day per individual. Zombies, basic, 20 unlife, 70 pure mana, 1 control point. Maintenance is 2 mana points per day per individual. Wraiths, basic, 100 unlife, 400 pure mana, 5 control points. Maintenance is 5 mana points per day per individual. Corpse Lord, basic, 500 unlife, 2000 pure mana, 10 control points. Maintenance is 250 mana points per day per individual. Maintenance for undead is 5 to 250 mana points per day per individual. Special. Due to your lightning affinity and the effect that your species change has on your dungeon, you may summon a single Raiju at a time. Raiju are exceedingly rare beasts and as such cannot be summoned in large numbers. Their playful nature means that many underestimate them to their peril. Cost 150 mana per summon, 50 mana per day, 10 control points. I glared at the prompt for the Raiju, knowing instinctively, even if I didn't say it, that summoning a second would be a very, very bad idea, if it would even let me. I pulled up the specifics on the undead, reading them over quickly and grumbling to myself about asshole cats as I did. Skeletons. This is the most basic form of the simple undead. It knows only hunger and will act within simple parameters, slowly guarding a set area, for example. The undead's greatest strength lies in their lack of imagination. Stationed correctly, a dozen undead can do the work of 100 living mortals, for they never tire, never get bored, and never act in their own self-interest instead of their masters, or at least not when they're at their most basic. HP 20 of 20, stamina 0 of 0, mana 0 of 0, speed 3 of 10, level 0. Zombies. Zombies are the first level of the plague branch of the undead and make excellent recruiters, as the fingernail of the average zombie contains enough concentrated plague spores to create 100 of its kind. Zombies exist only to feed and spread their contagion. Ability Infect. Zombies spread a variant of the plague that exists only to spread, consuming all in its path. HP 25 of 25, stamina 0 of 0, mana 0 of 0, speed 3 of 10, level 0. Wraiths. Wraiths are the magically active spirits of the unquiet dead, those who refuse to accept their eternal rest and when given the power to rise again, rather than the possessing soul refusing and moving on, leaving an empty vessel to rise, the wraith has seized the power and embraced it. Wraiths are generally the souls of those who know that the great beyond would judge them harshly, murderers, rapists, and worse. Each wraith is unique, yet their power comes from another, forcing them into subservience that they hate almost as much as they hate the living. Wraiths are the third level of the plague branch of the undead, and are both excellent recruiters and intelligent, if easily distracted, creatures. They can act as local unit leaders for the undead armies, as support mages, or depending on their level and class, as terrifying insurgents. Ability Plague. Wraiths, like all undead, are comprised of the decaying forms of the once living. Once per day, at a cost of 90% of the wraith's life force, they may create a plague that will infect the living and the dead alike, draining the living of life, forcing them all to rise and serve the wraith. Area affected and effective time is determined by the health invested. Ability Shield. Wraiths are more magically active than most and have the ability to form that magic into a simple shield. Ability Command. Wraiths retain much of the cunning they had in life, allowing them to act as leaders of their lesser brethren. Ability Deathbolt. The wraith fires a bolt of necrotic energy across the battlefield, dealing 5 to 50 damage depending on the target. Weaknesses: fire, light, and life magics. HP 100 of 100, stamina 0 of 0, mana 250 of 250, speed 6 of 10, level 0. Corpse Lord. corpse lords are prized servants of necromancers, whether rising on their own naturally due to the abundance of death and despair, or being created for a specific purpose. The corpse lords exist to spread death and destruction, growing stronger through the consumption of sentient souls as much as XP. Ability: consumption. The corpse lord can repair any physical damage inflicted on it by consuming the corpses of its dead servants, growing stronger as it feeds. Ability: suppress. The corpse lord can suppress the abilities or spells of others, provided it maintains eye contact or direct physical contact. Ability: raise. The corpse lord can sacrifice its own health and raise the dead around it, replenishing its master's forces when needed. Weaknesses: fire and light magics. HP 1000 of 1000, stamina 0 of 0, mana 0 of 0, speed 5 of 10, level 0. I read through the details, nodding to myself. Yes, they were weak as hell, and yeah, I couldn't raise many. Admittedly, my kobolds had kicked their asses easily enough. The corpse lord had been the only real issue. Even the wraiths had died pretty easy, but they were expendable too. If I was to push out a perimeter further, hell, make some goddamn walls and archers' platforms, make a fuck ton of the standard skeletons and send them out to hold the line while the kobold hunters fired down, I could have slaughtered these asshats easily if I'd had walls rather than damn pits. I could have shaken myself for my mistake so far. Fuck's sake, even reality itself agreed. It had basically called me a lucky shitbag when it decided one of the stats I most used in the defense of the dungeon was luck. I'd been as lucky as could be, and while we had some ammo thanks to the police station, we didn't have a huge amount, and we'd come close to needing to use it. I glared at the details that hung before my eyes like they'd done me a personal wrong, dismissed the screen, and got up. I strode out into the central area and turned to Mike and the others in the dungeon. "Okay, everyone, can I get your attention for a minute?" I called, and the crowded room fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to face me, adults shuffling round to make room so that everyone could see and hear me, kids dropping onto the floor or hugging their parents' legs for reassurance. "I've got good news and bad," I told them, looking around. "First off, the good. We won." Cheering erupted at that, clear relief showing on their faces as people hugged their loved ones until I raised my hand for quiet again. "But that's the good news," I reiterated, looking around and making sure everyone was listening. "The bad news is that something knows we're here. The undead that came last time might have been simply wandering and drawn to the dungeon. I was willing to accept that, simply hoping that it was a coincidence. This second attack, and make no mistake, it was an attack, makes it clear. Something knows we are here." "What?" Mike asked. "No clue. But considering that crazy bitch Anissa, I'm betting it's something that has a link to her. She mentioned her master, something that could control her and make her scared. Then we get hit by a scouting force, then an attack by a buttload of undead after we kill her? Nope. I'm betting there's a connection, somehow, somewhere." "So what do we do?" Chris asked. I caught the nod he gave me to show that the question was deliberate. He'd asked for the others more than for himself. "We pull our fingers out," I said, smiling ruefully. "We start the next phase faster than we'd intended." "You think we've been slacking?" Tulio asked me. His face hovered halfway between disbelief and worry as he smoothed his daughter's hair while she buried her face in his leg. "No," I replied flatly. "Please don't think that I meant that, because I don't. I was trying to make a joke of it, but clearly I missed that one. No, what we need to do is grow and do it at an exponential rate, or we'll be washed away in a sea of these things. First of all, we need to call in some favors, I think. Mike, I need you to take a team to Barry, see him and Ken, and explain what's happening. Tell him we're opening our doors, and I'm calling in that solid gold favor he damn well owes me. Ask him for 100 good people, ones who will work and will contribute, not shitbirds. Tell him we will feed and house them for the next week, and we'll also give him a solid 200 grams of protein per person who comes to help us." I looked around the room slowly, making eye contact as I did. "The people who come to help us will be given the chance at the end of the week to stay, if we feel they're right for us. If not, we send them on their way with our thanks, no hard feelings. They will all be working to collect the random crap around the area to bring it in, while the rest of you, minus those who choose to watch over the kids, of course, will be getting access to the dungeon systems. You'll be doing as Finn, Joe, Kelly, and Allie have been doing, which is working to expand the range of the dungeon, absorbing the resources and rebuilding the area. Allie herself will step up, and I'll be granting her full access, as far as I can, to everything. She is in charge if you can't find me. Go to her, understand? Will you be safe here, if we go? Mike asked, glancing at Amy, and I nodded. We will, because the first thing we'll be building is a wall. Until now, we've been working on the theory that if we stay hidden, we can expand safely. Well, that was working, but we've been found now. Instead, we need to turn this entire area into an armed camp, or better yet, a castle. I finished, winking at him. You're going to claim the old castle? Patrick asked me, and I turned to look at him, smiling. Patrick, the plan was originally that we would claim the castle and have this as our bolt hole, just in case. Now, though, we have the beginnings of defensive technologies, scorpion ballistae and more. We can build walls. It just takes a hell of a lot of solid mass. I shrugged. I hadn't intended to do this yet, but I think it's time to start going all out. We get more resources from higher technology items, but we're surrounded by buildings. It's time to tear them down and build our walls. The meeting went on for another hour, with a great many questions being asked, ranging from the difference in living quarters, to suggestions for people who could be selected, to food supply for the future and more. Schools were raised again, although that was quickly shut down, with surviving being more of a priority this week. Ideas were floated about the nature of the creature that was sending the undead after us, and possible locations to scout, and people argued for and against the various monsters we had access to as I laid it all out clearly for them, giving each adult in the dungeon access to the systems to absorb, to build on a limited scale, and to expand the dungeon influence. Kelly was given access to almost all the systems. The only thing she couldn't do was try and boot me, essentially, or spawn the various creatures. She and Mike could, however, direct them. Joe was given access to the research system under Allie with Patrick and Finn. Chris and Becky all getting higher access to buildings and control systems. John, Kevin, and Alice were tasked with the leading of the teams and the clearing of the south section of the block across the road from the dungeon, due south. I'd paused, having hardly seen Kevin and Alice of late, beyond a nod and a smile as we'd passed each other. I made the point of reaching out to them and putting my hands on their shoulders, looking at them and making them pause as I spoke quietly to them. I'm sorry I've barely spoken to you of late, but you've done an amazing job, so thank you, I said. Alice lit up the room with a sunny smile in return, while Kevin nodded. It's all right. You've had plenty to keep you busy, Alice replied, her lilting Irish accent always making me smile. We were talking, and it's been a shitty few months, but we're happy to stay, if you let us, she asked. Of course I will. I thought you were happy, I asked. Sure, but we agreed a week to decide, remember? We're just saying we'll be staying, and? Look, I understand if you say no, but not all the traveling people are like Lewin as arseholes. Fuck no, I know that. I trust you both, don't worry, I reassured them. Alice smiled, taking over from Kevin. And that's good to hear, lad, but there's other travellers about the area. Some of those who didn't want to come with us went to them. If we could get a pair of horses, they'd fit in here. They're hard-working, and they'd bring their animals. I paused for a second, the thought of more gypsies instantly making me think of Hannah and her people, like Keith, until I shook it out of my mind. I'd known gypsies before who had been great people. Hell, there were plenty in the park still that had refused to go along with Lou and his people's actions. I needed to remember that not everyone was a dick, despite my instinctive reaction. That sounds good to me, I said, getting a relieved sigh from them before Kevin spoke up again. You've got no idea how much that means, lad. If they bring their animals, then milady will be spending her time with them rather than trying to tame your creatures. Believe me, I'd rather wake up to Seymour in me bed than the damn goblins. I grinned at him, then nodded again, giving my blessing as I moved on to speak with Tullio about his concerns. Looking at the dungeon from above, we were at the south end of a large block, with the main road separating us from the next block to the south. At the end of that block to the southeast was the old castle. Then, moving north and east from there lay the trap dungeon, then the cathedral, and 2 narrow blocks that went north. As a group, we spent hours arguing over the best boundaries, but in the end we agreed. We had nearly reached the block to the east, but it was just too far out to claim in any real time frame. Instead, we would demolish it. Brick by brick, we would strip the building, and we would create walls. The first ones would simply close off the lower sections of the buildings and the blocks we had claimed, cutting off alleys and sealing glass-fronted shops and so on. Once they were complete, we would move to build further out, 3 teams working in relays to make sure that we were building around the clock. We would grow the walls encircling our new homes, and in the middle, we would build the farms, the production facilities, and more. We would rebuild civilization, one goddamn brick at a time. Chapter 36. Mike took Kelly, John, and Patrick the next morning, setting off early and heavily armed, along with Beta and her team of elites, fully intending to run all the way to Saltwell Park. I held Kelly for a long time before she went, waiting until she was out of sight before I stepped back inside the alleyway, finding Allie waiting for me. "What?" I asked her, seeing the look on her face. She snorted in disgust. "You might have fooled them, Matt, but you've sure as shit not fooled me, nor Chris for that matter. He's behind you," Allie said, and I glanced back over my shoulder, shaking my head as Chris stepped out from behind the metal gate at the end of the alley. "I don't know what you're talking about," I started, and she shook her head. "Please, Matt, let's just assume for a minute that not only am I married and female, and therefore have a hell of a lot of experience with men lying to me, but I also know you, having spent a lot of time alone with you. My sister-in-law might be looking at you through rose-tinted glasses, but I'm not. You've got a plan, and one that involves all of us being able to survive without you. You've given us all as much power as it's possible to give, I'm betting," Chris said, crossing over to stand with us. "You basically set things up so that there was a clear chain of command, putting Allie in charge last night, just in case." "It is just in case," I said, trying for innocence until he folded his arms across his chest and glared at me. "Fine, yeah. I'm sneaking out, all right," I admitted. "Thought so," Chris grunted. "Where are we going?" "Dude, I can do this alone." "Why the fuck would you?" "Because I need to see what the hell is out there," I snapped, running my hands through my hair as I leaned against the far wall, looking around to make sure we were alone. "Look, there's something coming, all right? I know it. Fuck, I feel it in my damn bones, but we can't plan for things not properly unless we know what's coming. If I get out there just for a few hours, I can see what's happening, maybe see where it's coming from, then we can come up with a better plan." "Or, they could kill you," Chris pointed out. "And that's why I set things up this way," I retorted. "If something happens to me, you're all right, but—" "But?" Allie asked, staring at me, arms folding and glaring like I was a complete idiot. "But if I get caught, I have options you all don't. I can call down the storm. I can feel the power in me, feel the changes it wrought. Fuck's sake, I'm fairly sure I could level a building if I had to, but if I go all out, I'll kill any of you that are nearby as well." "Love you too, mate," Chris said grimly, and I flicked him the finger. "You know what I mean, Chris. If I use this power, I'm wiped out afterwards. Broken, basically. I can't control it, so I can't use it if you're nearby. That means if I get into the shit, I need to be alone, or I'll not use it. Then there's a much better chance I will die. Also, I'm higher level than you are. I can sneak around, get in and out." "And you're much more likely to get in the shit if you're alone," Allie pointed out. "I would be, but that's why I won't be alone. Not entirely. Dungeon creatures." "2 ghasts for stealth protection and Jack," I confirmed. "And me," Chris said, crossing his arms across his chest. I shook my head. "Fuck no, man. Seriously, you shit at stealth?" Chris ran a hand through his hair. "Thing is, I'm only gonna get better if I practice, so fuck you. I've got your back, man. I'm your one goddamn friend here that knows you, not the mighty fucking dungeon lord of the storm. You've got this whole aura of invincibility you're building, and yeah, most of the others are buying into it, but not me. I remember you getting your ass kicked for running your mouth at the damn playground." "That was 15 years ago," I pointed out. "You're still wound up bloody and covered in snot and tears. Who helped you back up?" "You did," I admitted. "But that's damn right I did. And I also helped you to track those dickbags down so you could fight them one at a time. Yeah, you got your ass kicked again and again, but you kept going back until they were all scared shitless of you." Chris let out a huff of laughter. "You're crap at so many things, man. Basically, the only thing you're good at is that you never give up. You need someone to watch your back. You always will. And that's me." "Mate, look, I appreciate the offer. Really, I do. Yeah, you've always had my back, and I've had yours. But we're not kids anymore. Fuck's sake, man, this is a whole different game. We get beaten out there, we're not going back to Mama Aurelia's and getting a damn Bammy made for us." "Man, I miss those," Chris said, a faraway look in his eyes. Me too, man. No matter what happened, she'd make a bammy kiss your forehead and tell you it was all better. And it was, Chris agreed, and I couldn't help but nod along with him. It was. Some kind of damn magic was in them. She taught me to make them, and still they're nothing like hers. Tears burned the edges of my eyes. I missed that crazy woman so much, even though I'm glad she's dead, man. Can you imagine her here now? Damn right I can, man. She'd have us feeding the damn world. She'd have made the undead and the goblins stop picking up the litter and straightening the place up. You've got time to lean, you've got time to clean, Chris finished, making us both smile at the memory. He'd been the only one of my friends to stick around really after my parents died. Back before then, we'd had money. I'd gone to a good school, and we'd had regular holidays and so on, gone to the zoos, the days out, all of it. Then they died, and I'd been made a ward of the state. Suddenly, if my friends wanted me to go to places with them, their parents had to pay for it. The first few weeks and months, they'd all stepped up, taking the poor boy with them. Then my school fees came due, and I was moved off to a new school, a normal one rather than a private one. With that opportunity, they all just seemed to cut ties. The little family I had from America came to visit a few times at the beginning and took lots of photos, then ignored me when I asked for help, to go back with them rather than living with the assholes I was forced to put up with. I'd moved from house to house, losing touch with everyone, getting more and more insular and angry as they all abandoned me. And then there was Chris. I'd barely known him before they died. We'd gone through a lot of shit together since then, and he'd always had my back. You can come, I said slowly, letting out a frustrated breath. But we're getting tooled up, and you do what I say, including leaving that fucking tiger behind. He kinda does his own thing anyway, to be honest, Chris replied with a shrug, and I ignored the twinkle in his eye as he carefully didn't say yes or no. Well, we're going scouting, that's all. And that fucker's a giant white tiger. He's not exactly stealthy. You think Jack is? He's not bright white. He's a robot dog. In the apocalypse where all other tech has failed. Believe me, if people see me with a pet tiger and you with Jack, they're ignoring me. I hate you sometimes, Chris smirked. Only because I'm so much prettier than you. You look better in a dress, I'll admit that. My grin turned devilish. You told Becky about that yet? That you like dressing up as a pretty lady and answering to Sarah? It was a stag do. We all got changed out of the dresses later on. You kept yours on, I pointed out. I was single, and the girls loved it, he countered. You just liked the feeling of the stockings and suspenders, or so I heard. You're both idiots, Allie interrupted, covering her eyes with one hand and letting out a long, suffering groan. Look, I don't care how much you like dressing up, or if you like using fucking cucumbers on each other, you're sneaking out to search for something, the undead, right? She asked me, dropping her hand and glaring at me. Yeah, I admitted. Fine. You're taking Chris, 2 guests, and Jack and Simo. So before you go, I need you to decide on the research plans and tell me what I'm doing if more undead or anything else comes this way, for that matter, Allie ordered. I'm not taking the damn... I started to say. Shush! Allie cut me off. Matt, we all know that you're scared of Simo, but Simo is going with you, so shut it and move on. I'm not, Matt. Fine. I racked my brain for a second. Concentrate on the monoconverters, research and build the full set of 8. They should be more than enough to keep you going, but if not... I paused, mentally flexing and pulling up the research list, flicking through the options until I found what I wanted. Here, I said, pushing it at her. The 2nd rank of the undead? She asked, knitting her brow in confusion. You've already got the option to make some of them. We do. They're also supposedly the widest option for research out there. Basically, there's 1 billion and more variations. The kobolds are good, and wherever we need something with a brain, we'll do them from now on, and we'll upgrade them as we go. We need a cheap option that it doesn't matter if we lose. We need cannon fodder, and so that the better guys can get experience and make the important shot. I have no clue what you just said, Allie said, pursing her lips. Fine, figure out skeleton archers and warriors. We're going to have them on the walls and in the dungeon so that our people can fight them and get experience. Figure them out and arm them, I ordered, gesturing to the dungeon doors. Seriously, we're going to be gone like an hour or 2, that's it. This is all overkill. Then let's get a move on, Chris said, directing a joke kick towards me. "We go get our gear, then we go scouting." He paused, looking guilty as he coughed and glanced around. And maybe nobody mentioned this to Becky until we're gone?" "You're such a dead man when she finds you," I told him, grinning. "Not as much as you are when Kelly finds out about this," Allie pointed out. "You let me go, don't forget. Equal blame here," I stated calmly, gesturing from her to me and back again. "It's not my place to watch over you." "Yeah, you try and convince her of that." Allie fixed me with a glare like she wanted to deck me right then and there. "Asshole." The rest of the conversation was over quickly as we moved back inside, Allie having already taken the time to organize the others into teams that had been refilling the mana while we talked. Once I reached my room, I found a new set of armor, ready and waiting. No longer did I have to settle for the shitty, battered and torn basic kit. This was the full-price, seriously expensive one. It was patterned in grays and greens and black, made of layered, thin bronze scales that she developed individually in the system. Each one had a thin coating of rubber, a coating so thin it'd either be sodding insanely heavy or so expensive to produce it was crazy if it was scaled down enough using the technique of the old world. Thanks to the magic of the dungeon system, though, she'd basically created it, then scaled it up and down however she wanted. It meant that my entire body was covered in a layer of reinforced leather. Then, depending where, I had either larger or smaller bronze scales backed with rubber, and they covered me almost entirely. Yeah, the weight was noticeable. Hell, I bet I'd been out of breath normally after a few minutes, but that was the thing. I was getting stronger all the time. I was at least half again as strong as I'd ever been in my life until now. That meant that while the weight and the restrictions were still noticeable, it was more like a set of decent bike leathers now, rather than the exhausting weight it would have been. I'd also tooled up more appropriately for the undead, claiming a hammer that she'd gotten a design for from the museum. It had a haft as long as my arm, a heavy head, with one side flattened and thick and the other ending in a wicked spike. It was also made entirely out of bronze. It was heavy, yeah, but it was awesome. Between that hanging on my left hip, the long sword on my back, the Glock on my right hip, and my assault rifle, as well as my shield, I felt ready to take on the world. Chris was dressed similarly, if a little lighter on the weapons, carrying only a flanged mace he apparently liked, his rifle, and a Glock, as well as a dagger on his opposite hip. "A shield?" he stated, eyeing me as I attempted to hang it on my back, attaching it to the belt that held my longsword. "Really, dude? Fuck yes," I said, mustering as much enthusiasm as I could. "You want zombies up close and personal?" "No. That's why I have this," he retorted, tapping the rifle. "Dude, you're a shit shot, and besides that, you're my backup, remember? That means you're staying behind me, so I suppose I need something to stop the blue-on-blue." "Keep talking like that, and I'll aim for the kneecaps," he quipped. "I used to be an adventurer," I said in a strange accent. He snorted. "Keep that shit up, and I'm staying there after all." Chapter 37. Allie didn't bother coming to see us off, clearly busying herself pretending she had no clue what we were doing as we left. I paused in the alleyway, spitting up 2 lesser ghasts and enjoying the way Chris stepped back, not wanting to be anywhere near them. "Okay, both of you flank us. Stay hidden unless one of us tells you to attack," I ordered them, and they faded away, making Chris even more nervous. Simo growled at them, and they totally ignored him while Jack simply stood stock still, waiting for orders. "Jack, scout ahead. Keep us in sight, though. I want you to track the undead, show us where they came from." With that, I glanced at Chris and hesitated before saying in a low voice, "It's all right if you want to stay and protect Becky and the others, mate. Seriously, it'd probably be a good idea." "I'm fine," Chris said, glaring at me, refusing to look around for the ghasts anymore. I shrugged, then set off, following Jack and making sure to keep my distance from the fucking tiger that was already eyeing me like I was lunch. Before we left, I'd been concentrating on what we were doing for a few seconds. I couldn't help but grin when what I was hoping for happened. "You have generated a quest." "Quest? What's that coming over the hill?" "You have been attacked again and again. Perhaps it's time to find out who and what is sending these creatures after you, discover the secret, and complete this quest to receive the following bonuses. +1 to top 3 attributes, +1 skill point to allocate, plus unknown blueprint, +1 skill trainer, 5,000 XP. Accept yes, no." I didn't know who the skill trainer was, but I was betting that was a hint that someone out there might join us, and that they could be trusted. I shared the quest with Chris and got a grin over the rewards in return. We darted out into the street, the last of the undead, and now fully dead, bodies breaking down even as we passed them. We moved to the far end and crossed the narrow bridge over the pit. Jack didn't even pause, racing forwards and leaping from the far side, head swinging from side to side as he did whatever magic tracking shit he was equipped for. I made a point of watching both the world ahead and the ground as we went, trying to improve my tracking skill, hoping to be ready when that shit hit the fan. We took a right as soon as we left the end of the street, heading north by northwest up Westgate Road, slowing as we passed the church that had already cleared of the Jiangxi, but beyond a quick look that was mainly reflexive, we moved on. After 10 minutes of steady jogging, I called a halt. Ducking into the Nexus building on the corner of the main street, we carefully clambered through the shattered front floor-to-ceiling windows and took up station where we could see up and down the road. We'd reached a crossroads. The buildings we passed so far had all been lifeless and abandoned, or made to look that way. But here, and there were cleared spaces, broken glass that had been carefully swept up, and clothes snapping in the wind on a seemingly abandoned washing line. The area to the northwest across the road had been cleared for the new science district the council had been crowing about. While some had been built already, most of it was still cleared scrap ground. It was a collection of huge offices and biolabs, each being gradually built up. As each was completed, they would move to the next, and the next in a row. On one of the open spaces, though, a patch of cleared ground that looked to be a square 30 meters on a side, with a narrower, longer patch right behind in the shape of a long-sided triangle, perhaps 30 meters high and 80 long, had seemingly been cultivated. We watched it for a long minute, seeing nobody, but... "You think they came from here?" Chris asked dubiously. "No," I responded, glancing around, checking the buildings that overlooked the cultivated land. "No chance. Well, not unless they stripped the bodies and specifically rotted them. The majority of the undead were old. That means a graveyard of some sort. Jack crossed the road and is waiting on the far side, so I'm betting they came this way. I'm just hoping whoever was doing the planting ran for it, or hid when they passed." "That's a serious chunk of land to look after," Chris offered. "I mean, just digging it over and planting would take days, and the size of the patch that's growing, I'd say 20, maybe 30 people, all working together." "You think they're still here?" I asked. He shrugged. "I don't see them doing this work then leaving, if you mean that." "So they're hiding, dead, or captured," I suggested. He nodded. "It seems crazy that this is literally 10 minutes run from the dungeon, and we had no clue they were here." He sighed. "I mean, we literally were only 2 streets over in either direction the last week, once to the police station and once scouting." "We need to get the impi looked at," I decided. "I don't know much, but I do know I can't see through their eyes. That's why I didn't just send them originally, but there has to be a way." "I'd bet that if you could get a camera up high enough, you'd see lots of stuff like this," Chris offered, pointing to the line of wheat swaying gently in the breeze. "You're probably right." I wondered how many other small groups were still out there, hidden and just trying to survive. We were looking to recruit from Barry now. Knowing that he was struggling, it seemed the logical thing to do, but realistically, maybe we'd be better off trying to recruit these people. They were all trying to adjust to the new world, after all, while the majority at Saltwell Park were essentially holding on and hoping things would magically get better overnight. I shook my head, dismissing the thoughts as not the time, and straightened, taking one last look around before speaking. "Well, I can't see anything, can you?" I asked, and when he shook his head, I nodded. "Fair enough. Time to move on, then." I stepped back out of the shattered glass doorway and into the street. I instinctively paused, waiting, but when there was no sound and nothing happened, no rifle shot or scream as something attacked, I shrugged and moved on, leading the way across the street. We picked up the pace again, heading up the other side of Westgate Road. It was miles long and damn steep, running straight and true north by northwest out of the city to meet the motorway. One of the longest and straightest roads in the area, Westgate Road probably dated back to Roman times, despite having been redone a dozen times. This end of the street was filled with a peculiar mix of fairly decent-sized and expensive houses, especially for somewhere so close to the center of the city, and motorbike repair and sales garages. Sure, there were other shops, shawarma bars, takeaways, and more, but for some reason this area had traditionally become the place for bikers, bike gear, and bikes themselves. As we moved up the hill, breath coming harder with the steepness and the damn weight of the armor, we passed shop after shop that had boards nailed across the front. Very few had been looted, and they looked to have been sealed over carefully, making me more and more nervous. I suddenly started to catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eyes, at windows and behind shutters. "Matt," Chris called. I twisted around, seeing him staring off to the left, where someone had stepped out of the alley between buildings. He slowly stepped forward, a crowbar in his hand, held downwards, but clearly ready to be used. "What do you want here?" he asked, his voice heavy with a Middle Eastern accent, and I paused, glancing from side to side before slowly turning, watching as a dozen or more people stepped into sight, with Jack growling as he returned. "We're passing through," I said firmly. "We were attacked by a fuck-ton of, well, undead yesterday. I wanted to know where they came from." There was a long pause before the man pointed at Jack. "What's that?" he asked me in a flat voice. "My dog," I responded in kind. "It's a robot, it is." "Is it why the power's out? Why the world went to shit? My dog? Fuck no, how would he be responsible for that?" I asked, acting as though it was ridiculous to even consider it. "Never seen anything like that before. Is it an alien? Some kind of government killer thing?" he asked again, tightening his grip on the crowbar. "We can defend ourselves. I made him," I said, it being partly true at least. "Yeah, he was cutting edge before all this happened, but I bet you've seen some weirder shit since it happened than him." "True," he said, glancing from one of us to the other. "Where'd you get the guns?" "We were attacked," Chris started, and I cut him off. "We defended ourselves, and we have soldiers in our group," I said firmly, getting a knowing look from the man as he pointed at my gun. "You want answers. We need protection. Seems there's a deal to be made," he suggested. "I do want answers. Doubt you've got many of them, though. And what deal?" I asked carefully. "You give us the guns, and we'll tell you where the Mayat Hae creatures come from," he suggested. "Fuck no," I replied. "Look, we're tracking them. The dog is doing that already. You think you've got something to tell us? Okay, I'm listening. You want to trade information? I'm open to that too, but I'm not giving you guns we bled for." "We need them to defend ourselves," he growled, mutter starting up from behind me as a handful of men started to bang their improvised weapons on the metal railings of the gardens they stood in. "And I'm not giving you our guns," I repeated. "You want to try taking them? I promise this will end worse for you than it will for us." "Enough!" called another voice from further up the hill, and I turned, eyeing a man dressed in a traditional religious raiment. I was shit at my own religion, being a Catholic supposedly by birth. I had only the vaguest clue about the religious structure and outfits there. The best I could guess at was this figure was a Muslim imam, but he could have been anything, I had to admit to myself. What he was clearly old. As several younger men moved to help him, Chris fell in closer to me, rifle still at the ready as we walked up towards him. Simo shadowed him while Jack took up position on my left. "Told you they cared more about the robot dog," Chris whispered, and I growled at him to shut it. "Welcome, strangers," the elderly man said as he drew close enough to talk without shouting. "Hi," I said, not really sure what to say. "Assalamu," Chris started haltingly, and the imam smiled, bowing his head and reaching out gently to take a hand and shake it, as he clearly pronounced the phrase Chris was butchering so badly. "Assalamu alaikum," he said, carefully announcing the phrase while Chris repeated it several times under his breath. "The correct response for one not of the faith is wa alaikum salam," he offered, and Chris nodded his head awkwardly, turning to me. "The first one means peace be with you," Chris explained. "My next-door neighbor was Muslim." The imam nodded and smiled again, before taking over the conversation. "My response meant peace be also with you," he explained. "Assalamu," I attempted, the words getting jumbled as soon as I tried to form them. The old man shook his head. "It is fine. I appreciate the sentiment," he said, saving me from making more of an ass of myself than I already had. "You are visitors to our land, and heavily armed ones." "Your land?" I asked. "The world, it seems, has changed. Once we were guests in a strange land, now it seems we have become responsible for the land and for its safekeeping. Much has changed in recent times. True. So you've claimed this territory then? I asked him. He smiled. Many of our people lived here or nearby, so it seemed prudent that we gather together for protection. We are of all faiths and none, with a small council of elders that help to guide our people. And you're one of those elders? I asked. I am, for now. Soon, perhaps, another will take my place, one more suited to the work, and I can serve elsewhere, he answered. Okay, well, your friends here are trying to threaten us, I started with a slow nod. A flash of anger sparked in his deep brown eyes for the first time, and he turned and barked something at the man who'd spoken to us first. There was a rapid-fire burst of a language I didn't speak, then the younger man turned on his heel and stormed off. I apologize. Some of our people have become harder-hearted than I would wish of late. He has a point, however, that we need weapons to defend ourselves against the creatures of the night. I'm not giving you our guns, I said in a voice that broached no contradiction. Sorry, but no chance. And I understand this, but you have other weapons. Perhaps a trade could be made, he offered, gesturing to the hammer and longsword I carried and the mace that Chris had. We need them, I said firmly, before pausing and watching his eyes. But perhaps we could provide weapons similar to these. At what cost? What can you give us? I asked. His smile returned, crinkling his face. We have access to the area, and while there is much money that we can lay our hand to, it is worthless, I finished for him. Well, we could make use of certain other things, the motorbikes, for example, I said, gesturing to the shops up and down the street. We could possibly trade a small motorbike for several weapons such as these, he started. A bike that doesn't work and never will again for a hammer that could last generations and save hundreds of lives? I don't think so. Maybe a dozen bikes for a hammer? I tried. And tomorrow the world wakes up again. We have robbed a man shop blind for a hammer? I could not do such a thing to him. He smiled, though, and gestured up the hill. Perhaps we could discuss this over tea? I'd like to. I shook my head regretfully. But we can't. We're scouts sent to search for the undead, then to return to the rest of our people. I could send someone along to discuss trade in a few days, but perhaps we could strike a different deal then, the Imam said. You seek information, news of the Mayat. I can offer this and more, but I have 2 requests, if you can spare but a few minutes. Go on, I offered, glancing around and making sure no one was sneaking up on us. We have begun cultivation of the land behind here, several sections of which are showing surprising growth. One section, however, is being fed upon by a creature. It is deadly to those it catches, but only emerges at night. Even more troubling, it has taken up residence in the basement of the Gurdwara around the corner. He gestured up the street and to the right. Meet the council. It will take but a few minutes, then clear out the creature, allowing our Sikh brothers and sisters to worship safely and permitting us to grow our food. What is the creature? I asked, getting a shake of the head from the Imam. I have not seen it, just heard the sounds it makes when it calls to our people. It has previously taken to uncovering the bodies of children from the graveyard and... He paused, shaking his head and closing his eyes. It's tall, I asked. Bony, long limbs, and it wears the children? Yes, he gasped, shocked. It has been seen wearing the flesh of children, calling for people to go to it, acting like the rest of the body, grotesque as it is, cannot be seen. Fuck, I muttered, shaking my head. Take me to this council, and fast. What? He started, and I shook my head. I'll explain later. Sounds like an eidolon, though. If it is, we kill it now, I said firmly, hurrying after the older man. It took several minutes to reach the southernmost door of an old building marked as Hillsong Church, but when we arrived, it became clear straight away it had become the de facto home for the local people. The windows and doors on the bottom floor were covered with large sections of metal sheeting, most of them reinforced with what looked like concrete that had been poured over them. I nodded in approval as he led us inside, pausing as I gave orders to Jack to wait out here. We were led up several flights of stairs, down a narrow corridor, then into a single, simple room with a half-dozen men and women sat around a horseshoe-shaped table. It was dimly lit, with the window on the far side of the group, making it awkward to see their faces clearly, but I sensed no threat from them. Most of those I could see clearly were in their 60s and 70s at least. The open end was closest to the door, and the old imam asked us to stand there while he took his place on the right, letting out a sigh of relief as he sat. "You have a monster problem," I started before they could speak. "If it's what I think it is, I'll kill it. But in return, I need information." "Matt?" asked a voice I vaguely recognized. I frowned, looking to the man sitting to the left, second from the end, and he leaned forwards. "Matt, lad, is that you?" I stared dumbly at him for a few seconds before it clicked. The scraggly beard, the cut that disfigured his face, running from his right temple all the way to his jaw and making him slur his words slightly. Even with that, his Germanic accent was faint but recognizable. "Marcus?" I asked, my jaw dropping as I stepped up to him. He let out a laugh, struggling to his feet. "Matt, I thought for sure you were dead, lad," he admitted, stumbling around the other seats and towards me. I reached out and caught his arms, staring at him, seeing the bandages, the wounds that half covered him, and the gaunt figure that was all that was left of the man who'd picked the locks from me and gave me my first lessons on using my longsword seemingly so long ago. "Marcus," I whispered in dismay, my joy at finding him alive tempered by the state he was in. "Man, what happened to you?" "I helped a group of Sikhs attack the creature," he admitted, the joy falling from his voice as he went on. "The warriors of the group had already gone, reaching out to the communities around us, offering them help. They didn't return, so I took a small group of the willing. Most of us died. The rest fled." "Fucking thing," I snapped. "Right, let's get you sat down." I helped him back to his seat and stood quietly as he explained to the others that I was a young man he'd met at the beginning of all this, and that I was a good guy. "Marcus," I whispered, looking him over and shaking my head, "I need to get you healed." "We've a good doctor," he said firmly, shaking his head. "He's done all he can for me, he and the 2 nurses who assist him. There's nothing more that can be done, and, Matt, where did you find this?" he asked, breaking off and staring in wide-eyed wonder as I drew the long sword off my back and laid it down on the table before him. It was a new one, made only a few days before, using the new details that we'd gotten from the museum, the library, and the original blade I'd had, all having been manipulated into a single design. Allie had combined them to produce a weapon of surpassing wonder. It was bronze, that being the peak of our metallurgical capacity for now, but it was also well-made and beautiful, looking more like something that should have been gifted from the gods of ancient Greece than wielded in any modern setting. The hilt was slightly longer than I needed for both hands to grip, with a carved hawk's head on the base, the beak pointing upwards towards my hands. The guard was simple, a ring around the top that would protect the hands, with a slightly upturned edge to guide a blade away from chopping down into my fingers. The blade itself was long, 4 feet in length, and razor-sharp on either side, with a raised fuller that ran its length down the middle. The pattern that was carved into it was a Nordic one that Allie had liked, a repeating motif of cubes that flowed from one to the next, creating a 3D pattern that was stunning to behold. The tip was thicker than was traditional, mainly because I knew I was likely to be fighting monsters more often than other humans, so rather than a fine point, I had a thicker chisel end that would be more likely to survive being rammed into a big beastie. "There's a lot we need to talk about, Marcus," I said firmly, "but in exchange for your help, I can provide some of these, or smaller ones, if that would help your people more." "Weapons like this could change the way we live here, lad," he whispered, gently stroking the blade before shaking his head as he tried to lift it. "But the weight—" I snorted, shaking my head and lifted it comfortably with one hand, moving away from him into the center of the room as I swung it in a flashy figure-8 one-handed. As I caught the way the others were watching me, I realized that he'd almost certainly not leveled. "There's a lot to teach you, and little time to do it, so I'll make this simple. Marcus being here changes things for me. I was going to kill the creature anyway for you. I've encountered one already of these, and they're bastards to kill, or they were. This one sounds like it's a baby still, so if I can kill it now, it'll save a hell of a lot of effort later. You can all tell me what I want to know about the undead. What did you call it? I asked the Imam. In my culture, they were named the Mayat-Hae, he replied. Fine. You said that the creature is in the Sikh temple basement. The Sikhs I knew before all this would have gutted it, but you lost people and retreated. Explain. I ordered them, sheathing my sword and accepting a mug of warm tea from the Imam, passing it to Chris and taking the second for myself. The older men, those who had received the traditional training, were already gone, trying to protect people. Only the youngest and oldest were left behind, few of which had their swords. Most had small daggers, weapons in name only. The creature is some 7 feet tall, spindly limbs, but stronger than it appears, and has claws that can kill with a single hit, Marcus explained. And none of you know what I'm talking about when I ask if you've allocated stats, do you? I asked and got blank stares in return, making me nod. Okay, makes sense. Marcus, the deal is this. You have no idea how much I need you, so please, come back with me to across Newcastle. You train my people with the sword, train me, and you tell me what I need to know about the undead. In return, I'll kill this thing. I'll have you healed and teach you what you need to survive. I'll even agree to a deal where we give your people here swords and so on in return for the motorbikes and as much trash as you can collect. Trash? One of the others, a middle-aged woman with a sharp glare, asks. What do you want with trash? I mean everything, from rubbish to tables and chairs. I'll trade a longsword like this for a ton of trash, made up of anything from wood to crisp packets to steel and more. You can make it up in phones and tablets, and I'll give you a rate of 3 swords to a ton of trash, or empty crisp packets, and I'll give you 1. He'll roll cars down to me, and I'll take them. I should have considered all the damn car parks nearby. I paused, looking around the room. I have a way to convert it all into usable mass. And it takes a ton of it to make a single sword? A man asked shrewdly from the right, and I shook my head. No, it doesn't, but it takes a hell of a lot of effort on my part and that of my people, so the extra mass is ours. So you expect us to send our one person that can use a sword with you, in return for swords we cannot then use? You seem to be getting the better end of the bargain here, young man, the shrewd woman whispered slowly. I am, I said with a smile. But let's be clear. I'm making this deal for 2 reasons. Marcus is a good man, and he can teach my people. I'm killing a creature that will kill you all when it grows strong enough, simply because it likes to kill. I'm risking our lives for you, making you safe in exchange for information that I can get anyway. If Marcus cannot or will not teach my people, the deal is off, and we're out of here. You know that creature will kill us, she started. I held up a hand to stop her. I'll go kill it now, regardless, I stated. Marcus, are you in, mate? I asked him, and he stared at me for a long few seconds before nodding. Yes, lad, I'll come and help you. I'll come and teach your people the long sword and archery, if you have any that can lay hands to a bow. The others around the table glared at him and started trying to speak, but he waved them away, smiling at me. Oh, thank you, God, I muttered. We can make bows, too. We've been making do with crossbows so far, but proper bows would be better for now. You can make the bows, he asked sharply. Are they to that quality? He gestured to the sword that now sat on its sheath on my back again. They are, I responded proudly. Hell, we can probably make them much better, given a few days. Then I want a long sword and a bow with a quiver of arrows in exchange for each ton of trade goods, he said, eyes narrow in determination, then softened his tone. If you can do the rest, then please consider if you can do this. We need your help. A bow and arrows will mean that we can defend from the windows and roof, a sword from the doors. Can you do this? The crossbows you intend to replace would be acceptable as well. I possibly can, I admitted, frowning as I ran the numbers in my head. As long as there's high-tech items mixed in with the crap, old computers, TVs, hell, washing machines, I don't care. I'll split it between the swords and spears, as they're more useful in defensive lines. Where do you want them taken? he asked, pulling out a map from the pocket of a jacket behind him and putting it on the table, smoothing out the folds and wrinkles as he looked hopefully up at me. "Here," I said after a few seconds, tapping the Cenotaph War Memorial a street away from the edge of the dungeon. "Put it here, and one of my people will come to meet you." I paused, looking around as the specter of the encounters I'd had so far with the majority of groups raised its head. "There's some traps there as well, so watch the road. They're pretty obvious, a pit for example, but still pay attention. Be warned. You try any shit, I won't hold back. You attack us, you try to steal or kidnap, we will deal in honesty. See that you do the same, boy," the old woman growled. "Fine. Where's the creature? And what do you know about the undead?" I asked. "Kill the creature first, then we tell all we know," she countered, sitting back and crossing her arms. "Whatever." "It's only across the road, Matt," Marcus said with a worried smile, then added quietly, "Literally, I could throw a stone and hit it when it goes out to play." "And it's left you alone?" I asked, frowning. "We stay silent and small," the old woman said. "As soon as the sun sets, we take to our beds, staying together at the heart of the building." "Bet that's played merry hell with people's sex lives," I muttered, grinning up the glare the old bag gave me. "Fine, take us to the nearest door." I paused. "Marcus, you got any kind of a ranged weapon?" He laughed. "A blowgun? It uses pressurized gas, so it still works, but it does nothing that the monster would fear," he said, drawing his old battered bag out from under the table and tugging it free to show me. "As long as you can hit it, that's all you need to do. Just a single point of damage will be enough," I said firmly. "Chris, you up for this?" I asked my friend, who grinned. "Always," he said. I pointed at the tiger who sat in the corner, licking one massive paw, then using it to wash his ears. "Will he listen to you in the fight?" I asked Chris. "I think so," he said, holding his hand up and tilting it back and forth. "He always listens, but, he's basically a giant cat." "So he does what the hell he wants," I finished for him. Marcus stood again, gesturing towards the door as he grunted, pulling his bag closer and huffing as he tugged it up onto his back. "Are you all right, mate?" Chris asked him, and the old German smiled, despite clearly being in pain. "I am, thank you, son. Just old, and the injury," he shrugged. "It is kind for young Matt to offer to fix it, but I know in my heart there is only so much that can be done. Instead of sitting here debating, though, to be able to teach again, to do what I loved, it is worth a little pain." Marcus patted Chris on the shoulder, then rested his arm on him as Chris leaned in, bracing him and helping to take some of the weight. I paused, watching Marcus as he limped along, the stoic old man, the very image of the best of us, literally willing to sacrifice his health and the little piece he had to give others a tiny bit better chance. On an impulse, I turned back to the others who milled about uncertainly. "That old bugger just bought you all a better chance than you know," I growled at them before turning and stomping my way to Marcus in a few dozen strides, the poor guy literally limping along as I watched. I glanced back, seeing one of the other members of the council, the imam, had followed me, the others remaining behind. "Do not judge us too harshly," the imam said gently, a sad smile on his face. "We are almost all the weak and infirm, the strongest left to help others. Those who are left have all we can do to tend to the wounded in the fields." At his helpless sigh, I felt slightly less pissed and a fair bit more guilty, and tried to swallow my mounting anger. "Can you give him something to ride, a bike?" I suggested. He had a bike. "He gave it to one of the children, one that the creature—" The imam broke off, and I swore. "I thought that it was feeding on the dead," I asked, my voice harsh. "She was dead," he said slowly. "Explain," I ordered flatly, turning to look at him. "The others will not wish me to say this now, but the creatures you seek, they rose from the graveyard close by. A creature visited, alone at first, but it came to watch us, and each time it brought others with it. It visited us for 3 nights, each time standing outside, asking us to leave, to go to it, to play." He paused, clearly lost in memory. "The creature grew wroth when we wouldn't go out to it the first night, so it returned the second night with several of our most recently lost little ones, claiming it could bring back the sick and those recently dead to us, if only we would go out and play with it." We dropped back from Chris and Marcus, and despite the narrowness of the stairwell, we now walked close together as he spoke in hushed tones. "One of those it had brought back was Issy, a precious child, one taken far too soon by a rare cancer. Without the drugs—" He shook his head, wiping a tear free and coughing before going on. "She moved up to the window closest to Marcus, as though she could see him through the wood, and she called to him, asking him to play with her." He shook his head again, clear sadness on his face as he went on. "Marcus answered her, the poor fool, opening the door and standing just inside. He told her that he couldn't, but that by all the love he and her family bore her, he hoped that she was free now, free of pain and free of sadness. Then he wheeled his bike out and passed it over the doorway, letting it fall to the ground next to her. She looked at it, and something of her remained, I must guess, as she took the bike and went to play." He smiled a sad smile. "The creature that led them seemed amused by this, and it brought her again and again, letting us see her playing each night, before leaving her to persuade us, seemingly. It was when she rode too close to the Gurdwara, and after her protector or master had left, that the other creature attacked. It leapt on her, tearing an arm free in seconds. We all raced to the door, ready to go to her aid, none of us thinking, until she screeched and attacked it, biting it over and over, the severed limb being dropped to the floor, with no blood in sight." "Did she change?" I asked. "Change?" he asked with a confused frown. "No, but it was enough. She beat it and bit it, then tried to flee when it continued to fight, hissing in fury as she saw that we still watched, clearly seeing her for what she was now. It killed her and dragged her corpse inside." "Vampire," I said firmly. "Be thankful it's only a child. They get nasty as they get stronger." "You have seen these things?" he asked, surprised. "Fought one a few days ago, over by the old police station," I acknowledged. "They're a bitch to kill, but sunlight does it, eventually, or smashing the body to bits. Cut the head off and it seemed to lose its mind, becoming animalistic, become more vicious. But, nobody means it easier to fuck it up." I finished with a black snort of humor. "Question, though. He opened the door? Why didn't it come in?" "We are unsure. Marcus was convinced that she could not, and the others, as well as the older one that led them all, wanted us to leave to go to them. So perhaps this house of God still holds some protection for his faithful." He said it hopefully, and while I hated saying it, I didn't want him believing he was safe. "I doubt it. I'm sorry, mate, Imam, but I saw a creature that sounds a lot like the one I'm going to hunt now before. It was living in a cathedral in the center of town, the one at the bottom of the big market, the Cathedral Church of St. Nicholas," he whispered sadly, shaking his head. "It is a beautiful building, peaceful, or it was." "Definitely was," I said, remembering one of the last times I'd been in it physically. The blood, the screams. I shook my head as we were let out of the building, finding Marcus and Chris waiting for us, with Marcus staring wide-eyed at Jack. What is this?" he asked in a hushed, almost reverential voice, watching as Jack moved slowly to him, examining him in turn. "This is Jack. He's my dog," I said, smiling. "Well, he's sort of become the mascot to the group as well. I'll explain when we get there." "Lad, are you sure about this? While I know you mean well, the creature," Marcus started to say. "It's fucking toast, Marcus, don't worry. I said with a firm shake of my head. You ready, Chris? Oh, yeah, brother, Chris said with a nervous grin, checking the safety and reseating the magazine on his rifle. It's what we do. Damn right it is, I agreed. Now, if this shitbird is like the other one I fought, it didn't like fire, and it sure as hell won't like lightning, so if it all goes to shit, you get Marcus well back. Will do. What's the plan? He asked. We go, bang on the door, and invite it out to play. Failing that, I go in. If possible, we take the fucker down at range with these. I patted the top of the rifle and went on. If not, well, we get up close and personal. Lad, Marcus said again. I never got the chance to tell you, Marcus, but the lessons you gave me literally saved my life. So thank you, I said softly, reaching up and patting the hilt of the sword that extended up over my shoulder. Your teaching is literally going to change the world, my friend, I promised as the imam led us to the edge of the building, pointing across the silent road to the north, and the gurdwara that stood silently there. We nodded to him in thanks, then began our slow march forward, Marcus limping along with us. Marcus, we're going to try and draw it out. If that works, we take it down, weaken it as far as possible, then I want you to step up and use your gun. In fact, fuck it, here, I said, shifting my grip on the rifle and drawing the Glock from my hip. If you can use that pop gun, you can use this. Just make sure you don't hit us. One shot at it, that's all you need. Even the slightest injury will be enough, then you step back and stay safe, I ordered. You understand this, Marcus. We need you safe far more than you know. This is a bonus that we can live without, getting you the experience for this kill. I don't understand, lad, Marcus admitted, checking the gun over as he put his own away. Thank you for the gun, but the creature... One of our people had a shotgun. He used it on the creature, and it was angry. That's all the effect it had. It shrugged off the damage and killed him. Well, it won't like what we do, I promised him, smiling, then grunted as something caught my eye. There you are, you fucker, I shouted across the road. Everyone looked as a giant Maine Coon cat sauntered out of the space between two cars across the road, padding over to butt heads with Simo the tiger. The tiger, easily 5 times the size of the cat, if not more, let out an almighty purr and started fussing over the Raiju as I groaned. Fuck's sake, why do they have to be cats? I cried up to an unfeeling sky. Chapter 38. You have a problem with the cat? Marcus asked me, smiling nervously. That's Thor. He's a Raiju, not a cat, despite what he looks like, and believe me, this Thunder Kitty is an asshole. I've not seen him for the last day or so, so that means there's probably going to be 1 million of the little bastards around soon. Goddamn cats, I muttered, shaking my head. Seriously, Thor, you better not have left litters of your shit-biscuit kittens everywhere, I shouted. He stood, hissing at me before turning his back and flicking his tail in a gesture of dismissal. Then he walked away with Simo following him, despite Chris calling after the massive tiger. Well, I warned you, I said, and Chris glared at me. Dude, that was totally your fault. What's wrong with you and cats, man? They show up when they want, eat all your food, want attention only when they want it, and ignore you the rest of the time. They do whatever they want, and fuck the consequences, I said, and he nodded. Yeah, okay. So they're basically tiny versions of you in fur coats. I grant you that much, he admitted, shrugging. Personally, I think you'd like them more for that. Fuck you, dude, I muttered as we started walking again, crossing over the road and eyeing the building more carefully. Jack, scout, I ordered, impressing on him the mental image of the Eidolon and sending him at the building with the basement doors highlighted. He tore off, going from 0 to 70 inside of a few strides, bounding away before looping to the left of the building, putting his head down and racing into the entrance of the basement at high speed. Well, so, Chris murmured as Marcus let out a nervous chuckle. So, just sending Jack in, or... Nope, the guests are waiting by the door, I replied, staring fixedly at the entrance as I focused on the sensations I was getting from Jack. I couldn't see through his eyes, but I got vague hints, impressions. Narrow spaces, darkness, wet, then damage as something attacked him, his teeth biting into a limb that tried to restrain him. Then he was on his way back, slower, damage clearly affecting his speed and graceful movements, but he was intact and operational still. He's coming, and he's bringing the thing with him, I said. Marcus, might be for the best if you bugger off and wait further back now. No, lad. I'll stand with you, he declared. After a moment's hesitation, I flashed a smile. Okay then, you daft old bugger, but spread out a bit and give us some room at least, and stay out of it until we're sure what we're facing and that we have its attention. Believe me, we're harder to kill than you can imagine, I said as Chris started to laugh. That's actually true, mate. He's like a fucking cockroach. You want to see that state he ends up in half the time? Chris said as he spread out to my left. Doesn't know when to leave things alone and back off. Next time, I'll leave you with the slavers, I offered. To be fair, all the shit we've done since then, I should have let them kill me and be done with it. At least I'd be having a nice dirt nap now, Chris countered before cursing. Well, fuck. Shit, I muttered. Jack had raced out into the open as the creature had followed him, before screaming in pain as the first rays of the sun burned it. It was an eidolon after all. I recognized it, the rotting flesh of a little girl stretched across the front of its skull, making it clear that it was still trying to be an ambush-type predator. The problem was, the flesh it was wearing was far too small for a 7-foot-tall, spindly fucking demon to wear. Even more disturbingly, the flesh that was stretched across it was clearly vampiric in nature, so it was still fucking alive. It had skinned the undead girl, spreading the flesh out like a sheet. Then it had tried to pull it around its own face and upper body, tearing through the flesh in multiple places as it was physically much larger. It was like me trying to wear a toddler dress-up outfit. The face that the eidolon peered out of writhed and glared at me, and I couldn't help but swallow hard. The eidolon's eyes glowed through holes torn in the twitching flesh, its much larger triangular jaw filled with jagged teeth appearing to smile from where the skin suit's neck had been, while the face of the vampire child, it glared at me, full of hatred. The eidolon was an evil creature, a ghoul that had taken advantage of a grieving relative to bind itself to a dying child's soul, and that was the parent of this one, I knew. This was one of the infants that had escaped into the sewers, the one I'd failed to track down. It had grown and started to feed, but while it was a predator and evil in its methods, it was still closer to a dumb monster than anything else. The eyes of the vampire girl, on the other hand, they were full of malice. I triggered examine, just to be sure of what I suspected, and I growled under my breath as I checked the details. Vampire eidolon. Undead ghoul. This is a second-generation eidolon. No longer able to be banished back to its original plane of existence, this eidolon has instead been bred and adapted to this realm, feeding on the ambient mana to grow stronger. This particular eidolon has unintentionally chosen a more dangerous victim than is customary for its kind to puppet, and as a result, has been infected with vampiric elements, resulting in a hybrid creature that is considerably more dangerous than either progenitor. Ability, Lure. The eidolon can sacrifice 50 points of stamina to mesmerize a target and draw it closer against its will. Eye contact must be maintained, and once broken cannot be used against that target again for 3 minutes. Ability, Feed. An intrinsic ability of the Twilight nobility, feeding on the blood of their cattle both strengthens and aids in the evolution of the vampire, and they have a greater chance to steal abilities and knowledge through it. Weaknesses, Light, Life, Fire, Water, and Earth. HP 1100 of 1100, Stamina 457 of 500, Mana 0 of 0, Speed 7 of 10, Level 7. HP 1100 of 1100, Special Abilities 2 of 2. Well, fuck, that's not happy-making, I muttered, reading the details out to everyone. The skin was crisping, blackening, but it was also healing and regenerating before my eyes, and I just knew that letting the flesh suit get any blood on it would end poorly for everyone involved. Okay, Marcus, this is much more serious than I thought, so back the fuck up, I ordered him without looking over. Chris, we need to flank it, take out the legs, slow it down. Then we can do the rest. Jack, hamstring the fucker. I barked the orders, lifting my rifle to my eyes and sighting on the nearest knee, opening fire with a 3-round burst. It screamed, staggering slightly as the bullets chewed into the knee before spreading its hands wide and leaping at me. Its long arms and claws flashed towards my face as it covered the 6 meters and more in a single bound. I snarled and dove to the left, hitting the ground shoulder first and rolling. I paused, about to jump up, then frantically rolled again as a long, talon-tipped foot slammed down right where my head had been. At that moment, Jack slammed into the back of that leg. His mechanized teeth bit down hard, chewing and cutting through overstretched flesh and wiry muscle with ease. He paused only at the bone as they got a good grip, then he braced himself, ready to tear the entire muscle free. Instead, a hand slammed down on him, claws digging into the side of his neck and tearing at the gears and cogs that allowed him movement. He growled, a rumbling, deep-throated sound like the bastard love child of a V8 engine and a pissed-off tiger, until the other hand gripped the bottom of his jaw and pulled hard. He was levered off the leg, lifted upwards as both hands gripped him, claws worming their way into his mouth, opposite hands gripping the top and bottom jaws respectively. It smiled with cruel glee. The childish giggle of the girl it wore filled the air as she watched what it was doing. I leapt back to my feet and it backed up, flipping the selector from 3-round to full auto and hammering the shots into the center mass, hoping to hit a heart or something. Then it turned its head and smiled at me. It didn't speak, instead it watched me as it slowly wrenched the upper and lower jaws wider, pulling Jack's mouth apart. The air was filled with a whirring scream of tortured metal, mixed with cracks and pings, interspersed with the roar of gunfire, as Chris and Marcus both fired in the legs, the old man doing far more damage than Chris, as he clearly had more experience with firearms. I fired the full magazine into its chest, and it did practically nothing besides piss it off. I flicked the release, dumping the empty magazine and yanking another out, slamming it into place, or nearly, as the edge missed and it bounced. I glanced down, teeth gritted as I straightened the mag. When my eyes were off the creature, it lashed out. A foot slammed into my chest, hurling me from my feet backwards to hit the ground, winded, the magazine flying free as my grip loosened on the rifle, the restraining strap keeping it close. I rolled over, the force enough to keep me going as my diaphragm quivered. Only my weeks and months of experience telling me that I was dead if I stayed down saved me. I slammed both palms down hard, pushing up and catapulting myself to my feet like I was doing a burpee. Then I crossed my arms in front of my face and hunched down as Jack's mutilated body was thrown into me. I was smashed from my feet by the impact, hitting the ground again and sliding to a halt, pain filling me as my ribs snapped from the goddamn copper and bronze ton of weight that was half laid over me. Jack whirred and whined, twisting and falling to the side as I gasped for air and looked down at him. The damn thing had ripped his lower jaw free, then flung him at me as it had turned to face Marcus and Chris. Marcus had run out of bullets and was backing away, while Chris slowly stepped sideways, kiting the creature's attention away from the older man, even as Simo moved up behind it. The white tiger jumped up onto the roof of a parked car, clearly misunderstanding how heavy he was, as the glass shattered all around, and the creature spun at the sound. Simo roared in challenge, and the Eidolon responded in kind, crouching low and spreading its arms out to the sides. "Fuck this," I grunted, spitting blood aside and glaring at it as I spoke the word incinerate. I snarled at it, aiming solidly at its skull. It screeched in pain and surprise, hands flashing up to tear at its face, then flailing around wildly as it tried to get at whatever was attacking it. I struggled to my feet and yanked my rifle free, slamming a mag into it and throwing it to a startled Marcus, who caught the rifle and checked it quickly. "This fucker's mine," I shouted out. The Eidolon turned its head to regard me, half its eyes milky white and melted. But even as it watched me, the vampiric side made itself known as the flesh started to repair itself. It hissed at me, and I drew my lips back in a snarl. "You want to play?" I asked it, pulling the hammer free and hefting it in one hand, my augmented strength making me strong enough that I could lift the weapon easily, even if I was far from the superhuman level that I was determined to achieve. I had a massive advantage, though, that the creature had no clue about, and that was my fucking magic, baby. At 12 strength, I'd been at basically the level of strength that I'd be able to achieve if I spent a few hours a day as a gym bunny. Impressive and damn strong, but still mortal. Then I'd put a fuck ton of points into my dexterity, and with that hitting 20, I'd noticed a hell of a difference. I was fluid in my motions in a way I'd never been before, and I started to spin the hammer in a figure eight, baring my teeth at the Eidolon. It roared in challenge, leaping forwards. As soon as it did, I triggered Incinerate again, full in the face, aiming for the eyes. The monster screamed, pain overriding its intention. It reached up again, claws tearing at its face. As I stepped to the left and swung for the fences, I smashed the solid head of the hammer into the already weakened right leg that Marcus and Chris had been aiming for. The knee shattered with a sickening crunch as the entire joint bent the wrong way, bones reduced to slivers that were robbed of all structural strength. It staggered, screeching, and fell, lashing out for me as I backed away, and stinging from the reverberation. I reached down deep, releasing the curbs I'd started to have to hold on to my power. Lightning responded, and instantly I was aware of the Raiju, a dozen feet to my left, watching from where he sat atop a car. The energy crackled to life, flaring across my skin, pouring outwards from my heart and dancing up and down my legs, across my clothes, and setting my eyes to glowing. I channeled it down to the hammer I held, flooding it with power. The vampire had been rolling its eyes in pain, its lips writhing as its skin burned in the gray light that filtered down from the cloudy sky, patches regenerating even as they smoldered endlessly. It recovered its sight faster than the Eidolon did, just in time to see me as I leapt into the air, hammer drawn up overhead. Terror flashed in its eyes as I brought my weapon down hard. The hammer crushed the Eidolon's skull inwards, a blow strong enough to kill most creatures instantly, especially when the power flooded out and into the brain, alternatively frying and triggering neurons, making it spasm and quiver. I sneered down at it, planted my left foot firmly on its chest, and went to wrench the weapon free until a fist slammed into me from the side, tearing the hammer from my grip as I flew sideways. I hit the ground and bounced, rolling and spitting blood, before growling and getting back up. The lightning I'd released to run wild through me went to work healing the injuries already, even as I glared at the vampire's gleeful stare. I'd essentially shattered the skull and killed the Eidolon, leaving the body mindless, and the vampire had flooded into it. The body started to climb to its feet, the skin writhing and shifting as it moved, shifting and extending more and more tendrils of flesh into the body, greedily subsuming it. "Fucking vampire," I snarled at it. "You want to play too, is that it?" I spat some more blood on the floor and reached up, shrugging out of my scabbard and drawing the longsword, holding it in the air between us as I gestured for the thing to come to me. It smiled, the girl's face stretching and elongating as it expanded, tearing in places to overlap the now brain-dead Eidolon, and one hand reached up, gripping the haft of the hammer and wrenching it free in a spurt of brain matter and fluids. The figure staggered. Then the wound began to close up, and the face rearranged itself further, clearly trying to imitate the girl's face as the vampire took more and more control. It stomped forwards, rocking from side to side as the vampire gained greater control over the body before stumbling and using the hammer as a brace to catch itself. It swayed drunkenly for a second, and I snarled, checking my mana. I'd been working my ass off, but so far I'd still not managed to get all my physical stats back in line with my mental, so I was still down to 818 rather than my full 1200. I'd used 2 lots of Incinerate, an Examine, and a Lightning Bolt, augmented to flow through me, which cost more, but I wasn't sure how much. The upshot of it all was that I had a little under 500 left, so I smiled grimly at the big bastard, focusing on the face itself. I fired off Incinerate on the face, then again on the brain behind it, then on the elbow of the arm that held the hammer. It screeched, staggering and waving its arms, then fell, no longer braced, slamming into the floor hard enough to make it shake. It kicked and thrashed, squealing and laying about, as I waited for my opportunity. I knew by now that the damn thing wasn't going to die from Incinerate, and it'd fare badly if I went all out with lightning, but I also knew I was being watched. While I was clearly making a hell of an impression, especially on people that had no clue about magic, I didn't want to show them everything, just in case. That was 300 mana spent, which was a hell of a risk. As it kicked and screamed, blinded, stunned, and in pain, I raced inwards, sword blurring as I fell into stance automatically, chopping down at its left elbow. The blade slammed in deep, blood spurting. I wrenched it sideways, then back, then stabbed in and wrenched it to the side again, opening the elbow joint fully. "Take the arm!" I shouted behind me as I leapt at the side, the hammer whistling down not far from me as the creature swung it awkwardly at me, even as that elbow glimmered with smoldering embers from the spell. As soon as the hammer hit the asphalt, it bounced, jarring the weakened elbow more, and the body twisted towards me, roaring in pain. I whipped the sword around and arced from over my right shoulder down to before my left leg, slicing cleanly through the dry, desiccated area. That arm fell free entirely, and the Eidolon vampire thing screamed again, even as I pulled on the bond with the Raiju, my corrupted mana that filled me, suddenly flaring into lightning as it helped me. I roared in joy as it flooded my body. I didn't try to control it, to guide it, Instead, I just tried to keep it in me rather than flooding it out, feeling it racing up and down my body, reinforcing my physical capabilities as I whipped the sword around in a fast blow, rising from low left back up to high right, slicing it across the creature's face. The air was filled with a sound like a juicy steak being slapped into a blistering hot pan. The sizzle as the sword, imbued with lightning, carved a path through the vampire's face was clear. The gray white of bone lay exposed as the creature frantically shoved back with its legs. They barely worked at all now, half rolling in its attempt to get clear of me, which was the best it could manage. I twisted at the hip, turning to the left as I looped the sword around. I rolled my wrist to bring the tip down low like a golf swing, rising to the left, and on its way past, slicing partway through the nearest leg. The eidolon thing screeched in pain and fury, reaching out for me and finding, again, that it had no fucking arms to do it with. Instead, it rocked back, braced one foot, and used that to shove off, lunging forwards, mouth opening wide, teeth exposed as it lunged, intent on biting down on me, destroying the threat. My sword was out of position, and I had no time to do anything else with it, no time to bring it back. But I still had mana, even if not much, and I was filled with it. I remembered the fight with the Corpse Lord now, remembered the fury, the hatred, and the fear, the rage that had filled me, and I remembered what it had helped me to do. It had let me force all the lightning, all the power into a single tiny space, into my fist as I'd punched out. I saw it in a millisecond as time seemed to stretch out before me. Energy. Muscles required energy to work. Cells required it to move, to react, to be. Chemical energy was simply stored energy. Lightning was energy forced into a different pattern. That was all. Muscles were only constrained by the energy within them. They could go faster. They could exert more and more force. They simply needed the fuel and the capability to use it. Well, muscles, flesh, all of it was simply a form of solidified stored energy. I saw it all in the space between heartbeats, and I felt a strange peace fill me as I reached out and in. The crackling, dancing, wild lightning suddenly stilled. It took form across my body, tamed. My muscles were filled with a new form of energy. Nerves were reinforced to withstand the signals that were even now racing down them. Millions of fiber strands of muscle were suddenly formed from tamed energy, rather than the inefficient way that humanity, a barely evolved chimpanzee, used the muscle bands in relays. Well, a Storm Lord simply commanded his form to obey. Rather than a dozen, 100, or 1,000 bands of muscle moving in a simple rhythm, frequently less than 2/3 of the actual capacity working in concert, 100% now moved in perfect synchronicity, flowing as one. I dropped the sword, spun, and grabbed both the upper and lower jaws in my bare hands. The teeth cut into my skin, but it healed almost as fast as it was damaged. As the eyes cleared, blinking as sight returned, they fixated on me. It tried and tried again to close its mouth. As I glared into the single working orb, I saw the sudden fear fill it, as the rudimentary mixture of intelligences, that of the vampire, the dead remnants of the girl's consciousness, and the eidolon itself, all came to the same conclusion. I sneered as I tore my hands outwards, ripping the top of the creature's skull off with my bare hands. I roared in triumph as I flung it sideways. The lower half of the skull, the jaw, and neck fell sideways as I released the body. Heaving a deep breath, I stalked over to the upper part of the skull, glaring down at the misshapen section of the girl's face that remained. Then I lifted one foot, and I slammed it down with all the force I could, driving a massive burst of thunder out through the heel of my foot and into the already damaged skull. Chapter 39. The blow I delivered had finished off any lingering consciousness in the creature, effectively ending the fight. But as I pulled the lightning back to quiescence, taking a deep breath and straightening, I knew it wasn't entirely over. To the left, standing at the edge of the Hillsong church building, peering round in shock and no small amount of chagrin, stood several of the men who demanded we give them our guns earlier. I locked eyes with the biggest, the one who'd been talking, and I called out to him. "You, get me petrol now!" I barked at him. He fell over himself, nodding, jumping back, and organizing the small group to get fuel and get back to me. I snorted in amusement, turning to see Chris standing next to Marcus. On the floor next to them lay one of the arms. I grinned at them, nodding my thanks. It had been my intention to cut it into smaller bits, essentially leaving it crippled and unable to move, should the magic fail to do the trick, but then I'd had my epiphany, and everything had changed. Marcus stood slack-jawed as I stepped in closer, smiling. "I should have probably warned you before now," I said in a low voice. Well, you guys are in a high mana area, so did you see the boxes I warned you to look out for?" "The text boxes," he whispered, nodding suddenly. "That was what you meant. The others, the religious leaders, claim they were demons sent, that they were there to tempt us. Fuck, well, they're not wrong about the end of days, I guess. But did you not get one a week or so ago?" "Something about a Lord of the Storm?" he asked, nodding. "That convinced most of them that they were right, that the devil was setting up a new pantheon, trying to lead us away from the true God." "Ah, fuck," I muttered, shaking my head and glancing over at the imam that had come out of the building with the others and was staring in shock. "This is gonna fuck things up so badly," I muttered to myself. "What's that, lad?" Marcus asked. "It's him," Chris said, pointing at me as he snorted out a laugh. "He's the Lord of the Storm, the first of the new pantheon of the gods. Fuck, I was so tired before that I've forgotten that bit, but it named you as member of a fledgling pantheon. You're a new god." I glared at him and lifted one finger, pointed it at him, and snarled under my breath as the others ran over with the petrol cans, ready to do whatever I wanted. "You keep that shit to yourself, dickhead," I ordered him. He made a mocking salute, half slapping himself in the face with the back of his hand. "Yes, sir, Mr. God, sir," he whispered in a hoarse and overly worshipful tone. I closed my eyes, biting back my irritation, looking at Marcus. "I'm not a god. I'm not claiming to be one. And besides this idiot, nobody has ever called me one. Outside of the bedroom," I amended, unable to help myself as I winked, turning to the guys who just struggled over with the cans. "Thank you," I said to them all. "Just put them there and back away. You don't want to come too close to this." I gestured to the body, which gave an involuntary shudder at that point, and they backed away hurriedly. I turned back, seeing the way that Chris, a bit more used to this shit, had already stepped up and was reaching for a can, while Marcus was staring in shock still, trying to make sense of it all. "Marcus," I said loudly, and he jumped, shaking his head to clear it. "Yes, lad," he whispered. "It's not over yet. We need to burn it all. Come on, you'll get a nice surprise after this," I promised him, winking. Marcus forced a laugh. "I prefer my nice surprises from younger ladies than me, lad, but good try." "That's it," Chris said, grinning. "I knew he'd fit in. Trust me, Marcus, the one thing that unites us all is taking the piss out of Matt. Come on, though, let's get it finished off before anyone interrupts." With that, we kicked the sections back together, doused them in petrol, then poured a generous splash all the way round just in case, before stepping well back. "What you just did?" the older woman said in a hushed voice, staring wide-eyed at me. "The fight or the magic?" I asked her, checking to make sure I had just enough mana, lifting my right hand and clicking my fingers. Behind me, I triggered Incinerate at the same time as I clicked them. The pile of dead and undead monstrosity burst into flames, the heat rolling out to envelop us all, even as the undead remnants screeched and started to thrash around. It's still alive?" the woman asked, backing up unsteadily and clutching her dress closer to her as I glanced back at it. "Nope, the vampires are just a pain to kill. You have to remove the head that stops the body, but the head itself is still semi-alive. I stomped the skull into paste, leaving the remnants in the sun, then set fire to it, and the damn thing still wasn't ready to accept that it was dead. If we'd left it there, the various parts would have, I think, aggregated back together. Then once the sun was gone, they'd have slowly pulled themselves into an approximation of the original creature, just without the intelligence. Think zombie, but far harder to kill." I shrugged, looking from one of them to the next, going around the small group of the council before I said anything else. "These creatures are a bastard to kill, so turning your back on help is insane." "We will not turn you away," one of them said. I shook my head. "No, not me. Although you do still owe me the explanation of the undead. My side of the bargain is done, so you can tell me now, please, then I'll explain," I said, knowing I was going to get decried as a demon or some such shit in the next few minutes. "The undead are from the graveyard across the street," the imam said clearly, gesturing back the way we'd come to the Hillsong Church, then farther to the west. The creature that came to us told us many things, trying to get us to join it, including that it was raising an army of the undead, and that its master already had them in the thousands. And where'd it go? I asked quickly. Did it give you a destination, a name, anything? It was continuing on to the next graveyard. St. John's it'd be. But, the woman cut in. But? I asked, turning to stare down into her eyes. She sighed and tugged her coat tight against her, turning away from the already smoking corpse barbecue. But it said that it would leave enough of its servants in place to make sure we stayed where we were, so they could come back for us later. And it said, she sighed, shaking her head, I'm sorry, boy, but it said that someone had killed its servants once, so it was gathering an army to punish them, and that it would make an example of them all. I'm betting that's you? As the words left her mouth, I recognized a feeling I'd had for the last few minutes, one I'd been ignoring in favor of everything else that had been going on. I was being watched. I turned slowly, ignoring the wide-eyed stares and gawping from the people that were slowly coming out of Hillsong, and instead I checked the roofs, the windows, and there. Chris, I whispered, turning further as though I'd not seen anything. Yeah, man, you know that quest just completed, he said, grinning and leaving Simo's sign as he walked over. The look in my eye wiped his smile away. Fuck, what now? I turned to face him and Marcus, putting my back to it. Over my shoulder, far side of the road, the storm drain, I said firmly. He shifted, as did Marcus, both trying to be subtle as they looked, but the older woman, she turned blatantly and stared, making me groan, even as Chris spoke up. Undead. I see it, he said, even as Marcus spoke as well. I can see something, lad, but my eyes aren't as young as they used to be. What is it? The woman asked, turning to one of the men that were closer than we were. Because, what is in the drain behind you? She called out, making half the gathered people react and making goddamn sure that it knew it had been seen as well. The wraith that had been hidden and watching us all screamed and blasted its way up and through the storm drain. The metal that had surrounded it was torn free in a mass of violence as something behind it struggled free of the concealing sewers as well. I screamed for the others to move, to run, while I triggered examine, gritting my teeth at the damn knowledge I was down to less than 60 mana now. Undead behemoth. Undead construct. A behemoth is an amalgamation of several once-living creatures, forced together into a single entity and powered by an undead core. This core is sufficient to power the behemoth for only a short time, so they are usually deployed in a sleeping mode, held unaware, until a nearby controller breaks the talisman and awakens the sleeper. A behemoth is as much a danger to its own side as any other, existing only to destroy the world. Ability, detonation. Behemoths are entirely physical creations fueled as much by hatred as mana. Once the behemoth's health is reduced to less than 10%, it will detonate, killing everything nearby in a deluge of bone fragments. Weaknesses, fire, light, and life magics. HP 900 of 900, stamina 0 of 0, mana 0 of 0, speed 2 of 10, level 1. HP 900 of 900, special abilities 1 of 1. Well, fuck, I cursed, glaring at the terrified woman who still stood to the side of me. You couldn't just be subtle, could you? Oh no, you had to fucking prod the bear, I snapped at her, gesturing to the road behind her. Go on, fuck off, I'll deal with you later. I turned back to Chris and Marcus. Chris having thoughtfully freed my hammer from the corpse before we burned it, I smiled as I took it back, then offered the sword to Marcus. He took it, held it uncertainly for a minute before swallowing hard, and offering me the rifle back. I pulled out the spare magazine for it, and then 2 more for the Glock and passed them over to him. You stay out of the way as much as you can, mate. You're not ready for this yet. Fuck, man, I'm not ready for this shit either. Can I hide too? Chris muttered, already checking his weapons as well. But I suppose this is what I get for offering to come, isn't it? Damn right it is. Okay, you two take the wraith out first. Headshots make the difference. Then, and I'll only say this once, only then join in on the big fucker. Oh, and don't shoot my creatures. That seriously pisses me off. Chris, keep the tiger on your target and explain that one. With that, I tugged my shield free of my back and started walking forward towards the big bastard that was clambering free of the remains of the sewers. I settled the shield on my left forearm, holding onto the grip as I tugged the straps tight, grunting as I made sure it was attached well. Then I pulled the hammer free of the loop on my belt, and clanged the head off the shield's metal face, making the courtyard ring with the sound of metal on metal. "Oi, fuckface," I called up at it. "This is a red zone. No parking, no loitering, and no fucking undead. Can't you read?" I pointed the hammer at a sign, shaking my head on a whim as the creature came to a halt and looked at the small sign in confusion. It was, in fact, a parking restriction, but that was the only accurate part of what I'd said. It actually insisted that parking was for residents only, but I didn't really give a shit. It was all part of the distraction. The behemoth stood easily 8 feet tall, and while humanoid in overall shape, it had a face more like that of a giant owl or hawk or something. Bones that had been fused into place gave it a jagged beak, massive shoulders, and a bone blade in the place of its right arm from the elbow down, teeth embedded along its length in ways that would send the tooth fairy into spasms, or panting orgasms, through the sheer fucking number of them. Its left arm was similarly weird, fairly normal from the shoulder down to the elbow, but then it split over and over, becoming a set of 6 spines fused together at the base. They were tipped with a single finger at the end, a long, shit-covered nail making it clear that, after wallowing in the muck at the bottom of the sewer, it was going to add just so many extra horrors to the fight. It stood somewhat unsteadily, having to use the blade and the mass of tentacle spines to stay upright, glaring down at me as I walked closer. Its eyes glowed a baleful red, and I squinted up at it, before sighing. "Seriously, I need to speak to your owner. Red fucking glowing eyes? I mean, come on. Why didn't you just go all out and staple a sign to the chest saying, 'Fucking evil monster'?" I called up to it, while behind me Marcus glanced from me to the monster, then to the wraith and back to Chris. "What is he doing?" he asked. Chris shrugged. "Running his mouth. Always does when he's nervous. You should have seen him before his first proper date. I nearly drugged him, for everyone's sake." "You've been with him a long time, then?" Marcus asked uncertainly. Chris grunted. "Most of our lives. But anyway, on 3 we hit the wraith, 3-round burst. We can talk later." "Later?" Marcus agreed, aiming more carefully at the wraith that was bobbing up and down slowly, staring at me in confusion as I went on. "The eyes have been done to death, though, seriously. Inventive with the rest, but the eyes," I called out, shaking my head as Chris and Marcus opened fire. The bullets thundered out, slamming into the wraith over and over. The first 2 shots were deflected or destroyed by the shield, but after that, Marcus, having the experience of military training in his past, managed to land a single shot on the skull, shattering the right cheekbone and sending it floating backwards, with his 3rd bullet missing. Chris had hit the shield once, and the building behind twice. The wraith twisted and screamed, raising its right hand and pulling up a flickering, necrotic bolt of energy that it flung unerringly at Marcus. Marcus grunted and dove aside, hitting the road hard and forcing himself to roll, despite his injuries, before coming back up stiffly and sighting in on the creature, growling curses in German. Chris had stroked the trigger again and again, the 2nd trail missing entirely in his haste, but the 3rd stitched a line across its upper chest and blew the arm free with a lucky direct hit midway up the humerus. The bullet shattered the bone, sending the rest of the arm flying loose. The wraith screamed as Simo leaped at it. The brilliant white tiger got swatted aside by a well-timed blow that left some kind of necrotic residue burning into his fur. Then it was flying right at them, mouth open and screeching as it came. While they fought the wraith, I faced the big bastard, who'd taken one look at the others and wraith, then had lunged for me, his left-arm's collection of flexible vertebrae clacking as they unfurled, reaching out like an octopus as they sought to wrap around me. I ducked left, whipping the hammer around and slamming it down hard on the nearest spine, hitting it close to the base and having the satisfaction of breaking it loose to fall twitching to the floor. The behemoth whipped the mass down, bracing itself as it twisted at the hip, stabbing across with the blade aimed to skewer me. I jumped back again, twisting aside and punching out with my shield, the grating sound of teeth tearing across the metal filling the air. I cursed and pulled back, swinging the hammer around with a grunt to hit the bone sword halfway down its length, for utterly no effect. I stepped back, then dodged to the left as it shifted, stabbing out again. Then it rocked back before leaping forwards, arms up as it tried to squash me. I dove to the right, hitting the floor and rolling. I came up and dove again as it spun, slamming the blade down again and again, cracking the road behind me as I dodged frantically. I bunched my legs under me, trying to get up to get some distance, but I was too slow, and a leg the size and roughly the same shape as a tree trunk connected, sending me rolling. I bit down on a scream, clattering to a halt, and forced myself upright, lifting my shield just in time to have it catch the 5 spines instead of my face. Instead, they flexed and wrapped around it, gripping it tight and pulling, tugging me in close as I swept my hammer down, shattering 2 more of them. Gunfire and screams erupted from around the fight, but I couldn't spare the time to look. I'd expected them to take the wraith down easily, then join in, but I was getting my ass kicked here. I gritted my teeth, stabbing up and outwards with the head of the hammer to deflect the sword before dragging it back and down, shattering another of the spines loose to lie twitching on the floor. I couldn't risk it any longer, and I triggered my backup plan, ordering them to join the tiger as it raced around trying to kill the wraith, then the behemoth. I yanked back hard on the shield, moving it maybe an inch before the behemoth yanked again. I went flying, hitting the floor and being dragged by the shield. It spun me around twice, then threw me loose, sending me flying into the side of a park bus, the thin metal and glass shattering as I made a mat-shaped dent in the side of it. I sagged to my knees, then fell face down full length on the floor, which rattled with a boom as the behemoth stomped forwards. I coughed, then wheezed out of breath, seeing the bubbles and the blood in front of my eyes. The world was blurry, pain-filled, and I felt like crap, exhausted, broken. Then a new noise joined the fight as the first of the lesser ghasts I'd had stealthed all this time leapt from a low wall to grab onto the wraith. Bone spurs rammed deep into the chest of its prey as the maw chomped down on the back of its skull, biting cleanly through the rotting flesh and bone to destroy the spirit that animated it, sending both the remains of the wailing, twice-dead wraith and the lesser ghast to the floor with a clatter. The behemoth stopped, turning, then glared down at the ghast as it bounded forwards, pausing to look up at the massive creation. Gunfire rang out, holes punching into the frame and cracks appearing across the overlapping ribs that made up the torso of the behemoth, even as the lesser ghast wiggled its butt like a cat, then leapt upwards, bone spurs extended and mouth wide open, as it went straight for the behemoth's face. It was a mistake. The behemoth simply swung the sword up to meet the much smaller creature, the jagged teeth tearing deep into it. The construct whipped the blade back down, slamming the lesser ghast into the floor, the sword actually cracking in a dozen places from the force of the impact that killed my creature. Simo raced past from behind, using the tiger equivalent of hit-and-run tactics, slashing at the behemoth's legs and back, leaving claw marks but little real damage, as Chris continually directed him away, rather than letting him get killed in a straight fight. I groaned, seeing all of this and the goddamn blinking orange notification light, that damn thing that... I pulled it up. Sudden faint hope, sparking to life. You have completed a quest. Quest? What's that coming over the hill? You have tracked the undead to the graveyard that birthed them and have found evidence that not only is the creature that likely birthed Anissa aware of you, but it is sending greater forces to eradicate your home. For completing the quest, you receive the following bonuses. +1 to charisma, +1 to perception, +1 to strength, +1 skill point to allocate, +1 minion weapon blueprint, bone arrows, +1 reinforcement, Marcus agrees to join you, 5,000 XP. Quest, defend the dungeon 2. There can be no doubt that the rising tide of the undead in the area and the attacks upon your dungeon are linked somehow. Scout the local area and attempt to identify the source of the threat, then eliminate it. Destroy the leader of the undead army to receive the following bonuses. +4 to top 3 attributes, +2 skill points to allocate, +2 class skill points, 10,000 XP. Congratulations, you have reached level 18. Current XP to next level stands at 2,069 of 10,000. You have 7 unspent stat points and 10 unspent skill points. Congratulations, you have killed the following: 1-time Vampire Eidolon, level 7, 2,800 XP. 1-time Wraith, level 2, 160 XP. Total XP earned, 2,960 XP. Congratulations, you and your party of mixed followers and dungeon creatures have defeated an opponent. XP breakdown as follows: Matt, party leader, 40%. Chris, Marcus, 20% each. Unnamed Lesser Ghast number 1, Unnamed Lesser Ghast number 2, 10% each. XP awarded, 2,960 XP. Matt receives 1,184 XP. Chris receives 592 XP. Marcus receives 592 XP. Unnamed Lesser Ghast number 1 receives 296 XP. Unnamed Lesser Ghast number 2 receives 296 XP. Lesser Ghast number 1 and number 2 have leveled up. As this is a dungeon-born creature, you may choose to assign points for the creature or allow it to assign the points as it chooses. Assign points, yes, no. Current XP to next level stands at 3,253 of 10,000. You have 7 unspent stat points and 10 unspent skill points. I blinked my way through it all, ignoring the details for the others and the options to assign points for the ghasts, which was a relief, as I thought I wasn't going to be able to get to at this rate. One of them had already died anyway. Instead, I pulled up my stats, and I put all 7 points straight into strength. I gritted my teeth in pain as my body started to shake and shiver, even as more gunshots and screams rang out, the second ghast making its presence known, leaping onto the behemoth's back and attempting to bite its way into the back of the skull. The behemoth spun around awkwardly, flailing wildly at the air trying to catch the creature on its back. Marcus switched to the handgun, firing in a steady staccato even as Chris tossed his rifle aside and drew a deep breath, getting ready to use his mace. The feeling of the muscles changing, of the damage I'd done to myself in my previous unthinking allocation of points being reversed, was horrible. Muscles bloated, then atrophied. Nerve connections shifted, neurons flared as my body twisted and spasmed uncontrollably as my mana pool, recently locked down to 800 and odd from its full 12, was again unlocked. I suddenly felt the influence of Thor nearby. The fucking cat, like all goddamn cats, was doing sod all helpful, or at least so I thought. But as soon as the power unlocked, I felt it. I felt the mana that had been locked away, that I thought was just lost, had been steadily purified until it was almost the perfect aspect of lightning. My body accepted it, and it flooded through me, filling me, becoming me, as bones popped back into place. The hairs rose all across my body as the lightning flooded me, filling me from the tiniest cell to the largest organ I had, my skin. I lifted my head from the pool of blood I'd been lying in, glaring at the behemoth as it swung out, missing Chris by inches as he leapt forwards, slamming the mace down with his merely human strength, sending a small collection of cracks spiderwebbing out across the blade. But that was it. It yanked the blade back around, and Chris threw himself back, practically limboing under the swung blade, the teeth plucking a few hairs from his thin beard as he went. He was that close. Then Marcus was there, offsetting the massive strength the behemoth possessed through sheer skill as he deflected the huge sword with my own one, even though he could barely lift it. He whipped the blade around, slicing a thin line across its chest, then flipped the blade around again, sinking to one knee as the massive sword was dragged back, passing just above him. Marcus smoothly stood again, right as the blade passed overhead. He whipped the sword in an arc, going from low left to high right. Severing the last of the spines from the behemoth's left hand, he caught the backswing of the bone blade, sent staggering with his sword nearly torn free. Chris rolled to his feet and leaped in, hammering the mace down onto the elbow behind the bone blade, filling the air with the sound of cracking bones before backing away quickly. Shaking his now numb hand out, panting and eyeing the creature, he got ready for his next chance, as Simo prowled at the ready. I looked to the Raiju, whose eyes glowed brighter and brighter, the fur standing on end. Where it should have looked insane, a long-haired damn Maine Coon that was literally crackling with lightning and had glowing blue eyes, instead it felt and seemed right. Like every other cat was capable of doing this, and actually did, just not when any human was around to see it. I felt my mana flooding me more completely than ever before, the cells dying, burning, and being replaced as more and more of my body was destroyed and rebuilt. My feet lifted from the ground as I drew in as much of the power as I could, the ambient mana pouring into me like a river. The Raiju drew hard on it in turn, completing the circuit and compressing it down, changing the air and fire to lightning and discarding the rest as unimportant and corrupt. Seconds passed as my friends ducked and parried, blocked and dove, frantically keeping the creature busy as the power grew. I waited, knowing that the changes that were coming couldn't be avoided. They could only be endured. It was almost complete. I could feel it. The threshold lay just beyond me, the plateau that was merely the first of the stepping stones I had to reach. Second by second, the counter clicked over as more and more cells died and were replaced in a terrible, painful, glorious exponential wave. Your current evolutionary position is Tempest 94%. Increase your capacity to reach the next level of evolution. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99... The final step was taken, as my mana shifted, becoming different. The change finished as my recovery was cut by an almost insane degree. The other forms of mana, all the other forms of mana, save that of the storm or lightning and its component parts, such as air and fire, suddenly were no longer acceptable. In fact, they were now harmful to me. All other forms of mana were detrimental, or at least offered lesser sustenance. While I could convert them, slowly, oh so slowly, my body now existed to draw in the storm. It was more efficient to pull in the air and fire-imbued mana only, discarding all the rest as my form converted that directly to lightning or to storm mana. I gasped, understanding suddenly that, while lightning was the second tier of the chain, it was not an aspect that made up the storm. Storm and mana combined to form other things, greater storms, cyclones, and who knew what else. The storm itself that I was a lord of, it wasn't a storm in the traditional sense, or not entirely. It wasn't just wind and rain and whatever, with a bit of thunder and lightning chucked in for good measure. It was more. I was a storm. I brought change, life, death, all of it, and yet I could feel the truth somewhere just beyond reach, even as my mind made more connections. The truth of that enlivened my mind. This meant there were other sources out there, sources I could attune myself to, sources I could draw from. Hell, this meant there were evolutions and abilities I could reach that weren't just limited to the storm, as I've been thinking of it. "Matt!" Chris's voice came to me as though from a great distance. I blinked, the epiphany fading as the real world imposed itself rudely before me again. Chris lay on the floor, left shoulder clutched tight by his right hand, blood running down his arm. Marcus stood over him, facing the behemoth as it lifted its blade high, ready to cleave them both in two. I blinked, and the clouds that had been gathering over us, unheeded by all, opened, and the storm arrived. I kicked off, foot slamming back into the bus, and I blurred across the distance between us, feeling the second gift of the Storm Lord swelling in me. Marcus and Chris were standing to the left, and the behemoth to the right, with the shattered form of the second ghast laid beyond them. I crossed the distance at a new land speed goddamn record. I landed between them, left hand lifted, and I grabbed the sword as it fell, fingers closing around the blade. The sharpness of the majority of the teeth were gone, and cracked bone cutting into my flesh, but still the sword stopped dead. "Booyah, motherfucker," I snarled, and Sparta kicked it in the crotch, pressing the building force I felt inside me down and out through my heel. It had no balls, nothing that would be a weakness there, but what it did have was a structural point, a bend and flexibility that was necessary for it to be able to swing, walk, and fight effectively. It was also a weak point. There was a sudden boom as a blast concussive force was released, and the behemoth folded over, driven not by pain but by physics and sheer force. I twisted at the hip as I recovered, lifting my right hand high and forming a blade of bone with my fingers extended, mentally sheathing my hand in naked force as I whipped it down, slamming it into the extended elbow of the behemoth's right arm. The bone, already weakened by the exertions it had been subjected to and the blows that it had taken, exploded as I released the overpressure concussion of thunder into it, a boom that would normally travel tens of miles as the air was displaced, channeled down into a spot a few inches across. I spun, my back now to its chest, and flashed my left elbow up to take it in the sternum, releasing a second impact that, while weaker, having had little time to charge, was more than enough to stagger it backwards. I caught its balance as I turned back to face it, both arms shattered at the elbows, right leg cracked and broken, ribcage stitched with dozens upon dozens of holes and cracks. It glared at me, opening its bird-like beak wide. I lunged, flipping its own sword arm around and using it, swinging it around as hard as I could and tearing through the much thinner legs at the knee, breaking the sword, but leaving the battered and broken behemoth to fall to the ground. I tossed the remnants of the blade aside, reaching out and picking up the mace that Chris had dropped and flooding it with lightning. I felt something strange as the mana that was filling me, roaring through me, poured desperately into the weapon. I leaped into the air, hanging there for a long heartbeat, then falling and slamming the mace down with all my might into the skull of the behemoth. It detonated, the skull shattering into 1,000 tiny slivers of bone and exposing the core that had powered this creation. It was held tight in the upper chest, surrounded by overlapping bone, protected, until now. As soon as the creation that housed it dropped below 10% health, or structural integrity, I suppose, was probably the right term, the core started to pulse, flaring wildly with a sickly green light. I reached out, drawn to it, and drove my fingers inside, gripping it and yanking it out. The orb that I clutched so tightly gave a frantic shudder before a new screen popped up. Unlife Aspect Focal Orb. Item. Aspect Focal Orbs are magical devices to concentrate powerful spells, allowing mages to cast an imbued spell that would normally be beyond them. Stored aspect spell. This orb has been created with the spell Animate imbued into it, giving the wielder the ability to power a single construct for up to 2 solar rotations per charge. Damage, NA, durability, 48 of 50, spells imbued 1 of 1. I glared at it, getting the instant sense of the spell that was magically tied around it, ready to make the orb detonate. I reached out, flooding it with lightning. The spell disintegrated, floating apart as the component parts were destroyed, leaving the orb cleansed. Lightning Aspect Focal Orb, item. Aspect Focal Orbs are magical devices to concentrate powerful spells, allowing mages to cast an imbued spell that would normally be beyond them. Stored Aspect Spell. This orb has been created with the spell Thunderbolt imbued into it, giving the wielder the ability to cast the spell for only 250 mana, with a further 150 mana per second thereafter. Damage 150 to 2500. Durability 47 of 50, spells imbued 1 of 1. I paused, seeing that the orb had accepted the power, grinning to myself as I remembered the fire one Kelly had. We'd kept it as an emergency thing rather than sacrificing it to the dungeon, and would have damn well used it against Anissa if any of us had been able to. Now it meant that we just might be able to use it, or at the least have the dungeon work on it. I had more notifications flashing, demanding my attention, but more to the point, I'd realized at least one thing that Marcus and the others probably hadn't. I turned, my power slipping back down into quiescence at the shocked look on Marcus's face and the relieved one on Chris's. Even the terrified and stunned looks from those who were peering around the edge of buildings and from behind dumpsters. Marcus, that mouthy old bag, the one who kicked all this off. Tell me she's not really involved in the council much, I asked, holding on to a tiny bit of hope. Clarissa? He asked, gesturing to the old woman who was even now emerging from behind a parked car 100 feet down the street, brushing off her coat and glaring around as though it had all been someone else's fault. Yeah, the terminally fucking unsubtle one, I grumbled, rolling my shoulders, desperately wanting to dive into the notifications rather than dealing with this shit. She's the leader of the Council of Elders. Why? I fucking knew you were going to say that, I groaned, stepping over and helping Chris to his feet, eyeing the shoulder and grunting at the shredded flesh that was already starting to slowly knit closed as he used his ability. You should have got at least 1 level, mate. Check your shit if you want. Thanks, man. And, Matt? Yeah, man. Thanks, Chris said, shrugging. I thought we were dead. Don't thank me yet, mate. I'm about to fuck the dungeon up royally, I admitted, sighing and turning to Clarissa. What was that? That thing that you did? Clarissa asked, glaring at me and prodding me with one gnarled finger. And why didn't you do it earlier, Expecting we'd all be impressed? Thinking we all swear fealty or something? She shook her head, eyeing me before waving at me with one hand. Come on then, boy. Admit it. Are you this Storm Lord we've been hearing about from the kids or not? The kids? I asked, confused. Then grunted. It made sense. Even if the parents and elderly had banned the screens, ordering everyone to ignore them, the kids would have been practically driven to them, exploring. Hell, I was willing to bet some sodding teenager somewhere had already managed to hack it and get access to porn. Somehow they always did. Well, shit, yeah. I'm the First Lord of the Storm, I said, shrugging. That's not that important, or at least it is, but not the main thing right now. And what is important then? She asked me, glaring up, arms crossed, her gray-streaked dark hair having escaped its bun to wave wildly in the steady wind that had picked up since I ascended or whatever. Well, that thing wasn't left there for us, was it? It was to kill you when you were out of the church, I'll bet, I said, gesturing to the undead behemoth. They had no way of knowing we'd come after all, and it attacked as soon as it realized you'd seen it. Perhaps, she grumbled, looking away, clearly unwilling and unable to admit her mistake. But what's that got to do with anything? What it means that, regardless of whatever reason the creature didn't attack you inside the church, it was clearly always planning on killing you. Now, I'm betting it knows its minions are dead. It was already gathering an army to attack me and my people, so I bet you've just become a waypoint for that army, I pointed out, getting a long moment of silence before she answered, this time in a much quieter and calmer voice. That seems likely, boy, she whispered, sighing. Do you have advice or options? Only 2. First, we have a compound. It's in the center of Newcastle, and clearly about to be under siege, but I'd still not turn you all away. And the other choice? She asked after a few seconds, staring up at me. For the first time, I saw through the battle-axe facade, beholding an old woman who'd somehow ended up in charge of a load of people and who was terrified she'd fail them. She was trying to hide it all beneath a tough exterior, but... Saltwall Park, I sighed. I know it's far, but I have friends that have taken it over. They're raising crops, and they'll take refugees, as long as you'll help contribute. Even the old? She asked carefully. Not all are as old and useless as I am. Many can still work, for now at least. No matter your age, they'll take you, I said firmly. Barry owes me, and I have to trade on that debt or not, you'll have a home with them. Then it seems we have a chance, slim though it may be, that we will all get there. Why slim? I asked. She sighed. Because we have over 300 in these buildings, and most are bedbound, old, or weak. We moved them here from the hospital and have been caring for them. We cannot move them all, not far in a day at least, and at night, well, the creatures roam, and certainly not all the way to the park. So, it seems we must beg admittance to a place halfway, a place soon to be under siege. Well, fuck, I muttered, shocked as I realized they'd been hiding the presence of the sick and the injured, just in case. Epilogue. The next few hours were busy ones. I sent Jack, as badly damaged as he was, back to the dungeon and asked for volunteers via a note I stapled to the rubber between his ears, a little cruel-looking perhaps, but effective. An hour later, 10 people arrived, all armed and ready with the handcart, and we began the evacuation. All told, it took 7 hours, and we barely managed to get the last few people, the imam, who still hadn't offered his name, and I was unsure enough of the religious connotations that I just referred to him by title, and Clarissa amongst them, when the first of the undead came into view. The rest of the dungeon had been busy while we'd been out, how they'd worked themselves to the goddamn bone. As the first shambling undead staggered into sight, I stood atop a wall that stretched from one building to the other, with the furthest ends being worked on even now. 2 of the buildings inside our new compound behind me were dissolving into dust with each passing second. What do we do? Allie asked me, standing on the wall by my side, and I sighed. We survive, Allie. We hole up, we maintain the walls, we wait for Barry and pray he sends help, and we fight. We have no choice. The undead continued to pour around the corner. At first there were dozens, then hundreds, with larger behemoths and smaller wraiths and other abominations scattered about in their midst. They continued to come, spreading out to either side, slowly reaching for the walls, groaning and patting them, searching for weaknesses and handholds until they surrounded us, holding us under siege. And then, after nearly 10 minutes of the undead streaming out to surround the compound, he came. An unassuming figure, or he would have been once, I guessed. Taller than average, slim, but well-dressed, for all that he rotted as we watched, carried forward on a large seat that, in turn, was carried by 2 corpse lords. A lich in a fucking smart business suit sat watching us. As he began to speak, I gritted my teeth, ignoring the words, but still feeling the power in them as they rolled over us. I pulled up one of my notifications, hoping I could, in truth, live up to its promise. Because if I didn't, I was going to get a lot of people killed. First Lord of the Storm, you have reached your first evolutionary plateau in your evolution from terrestrial local variant human to Storm Titan. Your specific evolutionary path stands thus: Tempest to Thunderstorm to Cyclone to Storm Titan. Your current evolutionary position is Thunderstorm, 1%. Increase your capacity to reach the next level of evolution. As a Lord of the Storm, you no longer gain +7 points to distribute at each level. Instead, you now receive +9 points to distribute. Congratulations. That was all well and good, great even, that I got more points per level. It was the second prompt that concerned me. It had flared up once, hovering before me in black and red, the letters glowing like the dying embers of a campfire. Beware the path before you, Thunderstorm. This concludes Age of Bronze by Jez Caggio, narrated by Neil Helligers, a member of SAG-AFTRA,